Chapter 1. The Dragon Clan System. Where am I? As Chu Han opened his eyes, he was greeted by a bright scene. A cerulean sky adorned with tranquil white clouds, occasionally accompanied by the calls of seagulls, which piqued his curiosity. Little one, you're awake. On the deck, a middle-aged man, surprised to see the child he had rescued stirring, spoke gently. At the sound of his voice, Chu Han instinctively bolted upright, turning to gaze at the man. The man was of sturdy build, sporting a pair of glasses, his face adorned with stubble, draped in a white coat over an orange t-shirt, three-quarter pants, and straw sandals. He exuded a somewhat roguish charm, yet an undeniable aura of authority surrounded him. Chu Han couldn't shake the feeling that the man looked familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Wait, isn't he Rayleigh, the Dark King from the world of One Piece? How did he end up here? No. The question should be, why am I in the world of One Piece? I recall being in Nibelung, fighting over that treasure, and then there was an explosion. Did I somehow get transported here? Is the One Piece world connected to Nibelung? Chu Han pondered. Suddenly aware of a peculiar sensation in his body, he shifted his gaze from the man to his own diminutive form, bewildered. But why is my body shrunk to that of a child, resembling one around 7 or 8 years old? Observing the contemplative child, the middle-aged man chuckled, remarking, "This little one seems quite perceptive." "What's your name, little one?" the man inquired. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking others for their names?" Chu Han narrowed his eyes, his vigilance palpable. The man's amused smile widened at the child's cautious demeanor. "My name is Rayleigh, the first mate of a pirate crew. By the way, you're currently on our ship." "Pirate? Rayleigh?" Upon hearing this, Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, a proud smile spreading across his face. "What? Have you heard of my illustrious name?" "Never heard of it." Chu Han slowly shook his head, his tone icy, which abruptly silenced Rayleigh's laughter, leaving him with a bemused expression. "You truly are an interesting child. Now, it's your turn to reveal your name." Chu Han, standing upright, his expression serious, he offered a slight bow. "Thank you for saving me, sir." "Sir? Am I really that old?" Rayleigh stroked his stubbled chin, chuckling softly. Just as he was about to speak again, the ship's door in the distance suddenly swung open, and a group of people hurriedly emerged. Chu Han turned to see a tall man at the forefront, clad in an imposing captain's attire, topped with a captain's hat, his handsome features accentuated by a long, curved mustache. Following him were a red-haired youth donning a straw hat and a diminutive individual dressed as a clown. Gold. Roger and Shanks? Then that must be Buggy the Clown behind them. How intriguing. Chu Han's eyes narrowed as memories from his past life surged forth, leading to a moment of speculation accompanied by a faint, bitter smile. "It seems I've arrived a bit early." Gold. Roger is still alive, which indicates that the original storyline hasn't officially commenced yet, at least not for another 20 years. By the time the Straw Hat Kids set sail, I might very well be an old man myself. Yet, this makes it all the more exciting, does it not? A glimmer of fervor ignited in Chu Han's eyes as his blood simmered within him, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The 2 decades following Gold, Roger's ascension as the Pirate King, marked a tumultuous era, characterized by the transition between old and new, the dawn of the great age of exploration, the fierce rivalry among the 4 emperors, the establishment of the 7 warlords, the rise of the Revolutionary Army, and the emergence of the Navy's 3 admirals, as countless pirates vied for dominance in the New World. This was nothing short of chaos. In such tumultuous times, heroes would rise to the occasion, each vying for supremacy. It was an era of formidable strength, the very era that Chu Han yearned for. In his previous life, as the foremost powerhouse, he was decidedly not the sort to languish through life in mediocrity. Power and authority were his ultimate aspirations. Ding! The Dragon Clan system has officially activated. Scanning initiated. Host, Chu Han. Bloodline, human. Age 8. Constitution, 7. Strength, 6. Speed, 7. Combat power, 5. Just then, as the fervor surged within him, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, momentarily startling him. The Dragon Clan system? Could this be the legendary Golden Finger? No, It must be related to that artifact from my past life in Nibelung. A glint of realization flickered in his eyes as he connected the dots of his inexplicable journey, and just as he was about to attempt communication with the system to confirm his suspicions, the cold metallic voice resonated once more. Host training mission activated. Main quest: annihilate all celestial dragons, overthrow the world government, and ascend to the throne of the world. Mission reward: Bloodline of the King of Bronze and Fire. Failure penalty: immediate erasure. Side quest 1: join Roger's pirate crew within 3 days. Mission reward: B-class Dragon Clan Bloodline and the random activation of a word spirit. Failure penalty: none. Side quest 2: not yet activated, requires the host to initiate. Taken aback, Chu Han's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, a storm began to brew. Word spirit? Dragon Clan? Could it be related to the Dragon Clan novel I read in my past life? It seems my conjecture was indeed correct. Everything is orchestrated by that artifact from Nibelung. Meanwhile, as Chu Han was lost in thought, LD, Roger and Shanks approached him slowly. Chapter 2: Roger's Pirate Crew. Hello. As Chu Han remained in a daze, LD, Roger and Shanks drew closer, with the youthful Shanks being the first to break the silence. Shanks, what's your name? Chu Han blinked, momentarily shaken from his reverie. Looking at the smiling red-haired youth, he narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, Chu Han. Chu Han, what a strange name, Shanks murmured. Shanks, it's quite rude to comment on someone else's name, LD. Roger interjected, ruffling Shanks' red hair with a hearty laugh. He then turned to Chu Han, whose demeanor remained calm, and continued, Don't mind him, Shanks is just like that. He means no offense. His voice was deep and resonant, and in his smiling gaze lay an unfathomable depth, as if a lion lurked within, radiating a tremendous aura of charisma mixed with undeniable authority. In response, Chu Han offered a faint smile, shaking his head. He then looked up at LD, Roger, who was smiling at him, and with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes, asked, Sir, who are you? I haven't introduced myself yet. Roger chuckled, momentarily taken aback. LD, Roger, the captain of this pirate ship. If you don't mind, you could call me Uncle Roger. You're Chu Han, right? How is it that someone so young is alone in a place like this? Roger inquired, puzzled. Indeed, we found you adrift at sea. Thankfully, I spotted you in time, otherwise, you would have been devoured by a sea king. Buggy chimed in excitedly, pride evident on his face, as if urging Chu Han to express his gratitude. Ignoring Buggy, Chu Han shook his head, feigning disappointment as he shrugged. I'm not sure how it happened. I just woke up here, remembering only my name, while everything else eludes me. Could it be that you've lost your memory? Shanks exclaimed. Perhaps. Chu Han nodded, responding casually. At this, sympathy washed over the faces of those around him. They surmised that Chu Han must have experienced a shipwreck, losing his family or encountering some calamity, which would explain why he was adrift alone at sea. Such occurrences were not uncommon in these perilous waters, where the weather could change abruptly and pirates roamed freely. The number of ships that had sunk beneath the calm surface of the sea throughout history remained a mystery. All right, you two. Why are you still standing around? Get to work, it's time to set sail. After a brief pause, Rayleigh turned to Shanks and Buggy, scolding them. Once they hurried away, he turned back to Chu Han, a smile returning to his face. Where would you like to go next? If you don't mind, we can give you a ride. With that, Rayleigh and Roger exchanged glances, both having made a decision to escort the unfortunate child to the nearest town, providing him with a safe and stable life. Free from the dangers of the sea, I have nowhere to go. Chu Han shook his head and then, with unwavering determination, gazed at Roger and Rayleigh, declaring, I want to follow you. Do you wish to become a pirate? The two were taken aback. Yes. Chu Han nodded slightly and replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged amused glances, looking at the remarkably youthful Chu Han, and chuckled. Do you even know what being a pirate entails? I don't know, but as long as I know you are not villains, that's enough for me. Chu Han responded nonchalantly. Interesting. Roger's pupils narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the seemingly innocent yet remarkably mature Chu Han. Chuckling, being a pirate means constantly facing perilous disasters at sea. Aren't you afraid? Not at all. Being a pirate also means being hunted by countless Navy soldiers, facing innumerable risks and the constant threat of death. Aren't you afraid of that? The Navy? They'll just cut them down. As for death, didn't I just experience that feeling? Chu Han said with a faint smile. What is your dream? My dream? Chu Han paused for a moment. Then a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he looked at the smiling Roger and resolutely declared, My dream is to surpass everything and become the strongest. Surpass everything? You truly are an intriguing little fellow. Roger smiled slightly, then turned to Rayleigh beside him, noticing a similar expression of admiration on his face. He recalled that the last time this old companion exhibited such an expression was upon encountering that young rascal, Shanks. Could it be that he believes this young lad possesses similar potential? May I ask if I can join you? Chu Han inquired, noticing the two silent figures before him, who were merely staring at him. Apologies, but we cannot grant your request, Rayleigh replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Why not? Chu Han did not express anger, but rather calmly countered, appearing remarkably composed, which elevated his standing in Roger and Rayleigh's eyes. Because of your age, you are still far too young and lack the ability to protect yourself, Rayleigh said, eyeing the youthful and diminutive Chu Han, a hint of melancholy flickering in his gaze. He wished to agree to Chu Han's request and recruit this promising talent into their crew. However, the timing was not right ever since Roger became the Pirate King. Their situation had become increasingly perilous. In the past month alone, they had faced 10 encounters with the Navy, reflecting the government's stance. They would never allow a living Pirate King to escape. As for Chu Han's age, Rayleigh's refusal was merely an excuse despite Chu Han's current inability to protect himself. They could certainly invest time in training him. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force, much like Shanks. Yet, they genuinely lacked the time, and when the Navy made a full-throttle attempt to hunt them down, Rayleigh had no confidence in ensuring Chu Han's survival in the ensuing battles. It would be better to refuse this young lad now, allowing him to live a safe and stable life rather than face a grim fate in the future. Age? Chu Han looked down at his youthful form, then pointed towards Shanks and Buggy, who were busy in the distance, and coldly remarked, They aren't much older than I am. Why can they, but I cannot? Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, his lips curling into a wry smile. He could hardly say that they appeared a few years older, but could easily defeat him in a fight. How about this? If I defeat Shanks in our upcoming journey, you formally allow me to join. What do you say? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Han stated stubbornly. This, Rayleigh hesitated, about to refuse, but was abruptly interrupted by a large hand. All right, I accept your challenge. Roger stepped forward, looking at the resolute Chu Han, and grinned. Roger this. Rayleigh was alarmed and was about to speak when Roger cut him off. What reason could possibly prevent a man from setting sail? Wouldn't you agree, my friend? Roger grinned at Rayleigh. Well, fine. You're the captain, so your word is final. Rayleigh sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips before turning to Chu Han, saying, All right, little one, let us go. I will show you to your room. So, you agree to my joining? Chu Han asked without moving, a faint smile on his face. Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback and then replied, Yes, but you are merely a prospective crew member. When you defeat that young rascal Shanks, we will consider you officially on board. Understood. Upon hearing this, Chu Han nodded in agreement and closely followed, though Roger and Rayleigh failed to notice the sly smile that crept upon his lips as he turned away. Simultaneously, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Chu Han's mind once more. Beep. Side quest completed. Rewards are being distributed. Gray Dragon Bloodline transformation commencing. Word Spirit is being activated. Ding! The side quest has been successfully completed, and the reward is ready to be distributed. The B-Gray Dragon lineage is commencing its infusion, and the Word Spirit is being activated. Simultaneously, a cold, mechanical voice echoed once more in Chu Han's mind, followed by a surge of excruciating pain radiating from within him, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Interrupt. With a disdainful huff resonating in his heart, the intense pain within began to dissipate, and the system's chilling mechanical voice reverberated again in his mind. Ding! At the host's request, The reward distribution has been halted. Please collect the quest reward in a timely manner. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Chu Han's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a sigh of relief within. Although he was uncertain of the changes that the infusion of dragon blood might provoke, it was evidently not an opportune moment for such a procedure. After all, standing beside him were Rayleigh the Dark King and Joel D. Roger the Pirate King, two individuals who, while not the absolute strongest in this world, were undoubtedly among the pinnacle of power. Their temperament and perception were far beyond that of ordinary folk, should Chu Han exhibit any unusual phenomena during the infusion of the dragon lineage. It would undoubtedly attract their immediate attention, leading to unnecessary complications. Indeed, when Rayleigh first discovered Chu Han, he was merely floating on the sea, and using the excuse of having consumed a devil fruit would be utterly implausible. Thus, Chu Han hastily halted the system. Fortunately, he succeeded at the last moment, allowing him to exhale in relief. Chu Han, what troubles you? Why does your complexion appear so pale? At that moment, Rayleigh turned to see Chu Han's somewhat ashen face, his brow furrowing in curiosity. In response, Chu Han slightly shook his head and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing, just feeling a bit hungry." Rayleigh paused for a moment, believing Chu Han's words without suspicion, but he laughed heartily. "Indeed, I must have overlooked that. I have no idea how long you've been floating, and it's only natural to be hungry. How about this? I'll take you to eat first, and then to your quarters. Does that sound agreeable?" Chu Han nodded lightly. Subsequently, Rayleigh led Chu Han to the ship's dining area, while Roger returned to his captain's post, opting not to accompany them in the dining hall under Rayleigh's introduction. Chu Han met other members of the Roger Pirates. Although they were quite surprised by his addition, their demeanor was exceedingly friendly, and after exchanging a few words, they quickly became familiar with one another. Following a satisfying meal, Chu Han was then guided by Rayleigh to his room. The room, though modest in size, was strikingly clean and simple, situated at the end of the ship, which lent it an air of seclusion and tranquility that greatly pleased Chu Han. After all, he harbored too many secrets, and being in a more remote location would help avoid drawing undue attention. "You will stay here for now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know," Rayleigh said with a smile as he ushered Chu Han into the room. "Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh," Chu Han replied with a faint smile, slightly bowing in gratitude. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "No need for such formality. After all, I am now your first mate, and it is my duty to take care of you. Moreover, everyone on this ship must contribute. Even Roger is no exception. Therefore, you will be working under Shanks as a sailor from now on." "Understood?" Rayleigh winked playfully. "However, considering you have just joined, I will grant you a day off to start. You can begin working tomorrow." "Understood, Uncle Rayleigh," Chu Han smiled. Seeing this, Rayleigh nodded in approval, gave Chu Han a few more instructions, and then departed the room, leaving Chu Han alone. Finally gone. After Rayleigh's departure, the smile on Chu Han's face gradually faded, replaced by an icy demeanor, as if this were the true expression he ought to wear. Indeed, it was. The previous conversation on the deck had been nothing but a formidable figure from his past life. Patience, disguise, and determination were indispensable to seamlessly integrate into the Roger Pirates. Chu Han had to temper his temperament, projecting an image of a precocious youth filled with fervent dreams, showcasing his potential. The rationale behind all this was that while he recognized Roger and Rayleigh as good men, it would be a fanciful notion to expect them to casually accept a stranger into their crew. Furthermore, Roger's crew was geared towards elite piracy, and none aboard were ordinary individuals. Thus, to join the Roger Pirates, Chu Han had to demonstrate his potential, compelling Roger and the others to be moved, allowing him to successfully complete his quest that, in truth, he had succeeded. Even in Roger and Rayleigh's minds, Chu Han was already being compared to Shanks. Yet, he remained oblivious to this fact, as all his thoughts were consumed by the system within his mind. He had an inkling that perhaps this system was the foundation upon which he would rise in this pirate world. System, simultaneously, ensuring that no one was around. Chu Han lay back upon his bed, his eyes narrowing as he called out, "Ding! Does the host confirm the collection of the quest reward?" The cold, mechanical voice once again resonated in Chu Han's mind. causing his pupils to slightly contract. This system indeed possessed intelligence. However, that could wait. What exactly are you? What connection do you have with the crystal found in the Nibelung root? Chu Han's eyes narrowed as he spoke coldly. Chapter 4. Word Spirit. Monarch flamed in his past life. Following the activation of the Nibelung root, countless powerful individuals flocked to it, and, as the foremost assassin, Chu Han was no exception. Ultimately, within the Nibelung root, a crystal was discovered, suspected to be the dragon crystal. Once this news spread, it caused an uproar among those who entered the Nibelung root, leading many to scramble for possession, that in the end, Chu Han, through superior skill, obtained the crystal, yet was besieged by many and tragically perished. Upon awakening, he found himself transported into the world of One Piece, which inevitably led him to suspect that the current dragon system was related to that dragon crystal. Ding! Host permissions insufficient. Unable to answer for the time being. Permissions? Chu Han frowned slightly, coldly inquiring, what permissions are required for that knowledge? Ding! Dragon King permissions. Upon hearing this, Chu Han fell into contemplation. He was aware that the Dragon King's lineage transcended S-grade existence. And at present, he had only completed a B-grade lineage quest, still far from the Dragon King's bloodline. Very well, I wish to claim the quest reward. After a prolonged silence, Chu Han momentarily set aside his doubts, speaking coldly. After all, no secret, no matter how profound, held more importance than power. Now, having traversed into the world of One Piece as a child, Chu Han was effectively powerless, weak as a wisp of smoke. Thus, in order to survive in this pirate world, he must first rely on the dragon lineage spoken of by the system to enhance his strength. Only with absolute power could he uncover more secrets. Ding! Quest reward distribution commencing. B-grade dragon lineage is beginning its infusion, and the word spirit is being activated. Boom! As the words fell, Chu Han abruptly felt a surge of blood inexplicably infusing into his body, akin to a blazing fire searing through him. Countless agonies erupted from within, as that blood coursed through him like a fiery dragon, recklessly traversing his insides, incinerating all the shattered bones within him, leaving his blood nearly evaporated. Such torment was beyond human endurance. Even with Chu Han's ironclad will, he could not suppress a low howl, his nails digging deeply into his palms. His body trembled as his organs ignited, his meridians curling from the heat. If someone had been present, they would have surely caught the scent of roasted meat wafting from him. As the blood was consumed, a flicker of flame emanated from his body, incinerating his clothing, hair, brows, and lashes in an instant. In that moment, Chu Han was transformed into a mere skeleton, his flesh entirely absent, a sight of sheer horror. Ding! B-grade dragon lineage injection complete, commencing restoration of the host's physique. After the cold, mechanical voice, a heart materialized within Chu Han, as blood vessels surged enthusiastically throughout his body. Each bone grew, imbued with a faint golden hue, becoming even sturdier than before. The hematopoietic cells containing dragon blood surged with vitality. Thump! 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 The heart began to beat, blood rushing into the veins, while the thoracic cavity and organs rapidly grew anew. As the heart thumped powerfully, a surge of flesh and blood intertwined began to emerge from within, sprouting anew in the legs and arms as muscles reformed once more. Throughout this process, Chu Han experienced an unbearable itchiness, akin to 1,000 ants crawling over his skin, yet he could not scratch it. Such a sensation could torment a soul to the brink of despair. Soon, Chu Han reappeared, his flesh fully restored, initially resembling the rosy hue of a newborn babe, but quickly reverted to its former pallid and firm appearance. Hair, eyelashes, and eyebrows soon sprouted anew, and his physique elongated considerably. At that moment, Chu Han appeared even more striking than before. Ding! B-grade dragon bloodline activated. Language spirit successfully awakened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the language spirit. Jun Yan. The instant Chu Han opened his eyes, this phrase echoed suddenly in his mind, and immediately, flames erupted from his body, unleashing a fierce aura, as if a slumbering king was gradually awakening within him. As the golden sun set in the west, and the moon rabbit rose in the east, a day swiftly passed. Nightfall began to envelop the vast ocean, and at that moment, the sealed door of Chu Han's room creaked open, revealing a figure who stepped forth on the deck. Chu Han tilted his head upwards as torrents of rain poured down from the overcast sky, cascading into his golden eyes. It was a most peculiar sensation. Gazing at the rain-soaked sky, he envisioned the entire expanse mirrored in his pupils. Each droplet seemed to descend from a singular point in the heavens, landing directly in his gaze. That It felt as if he were a deity overlooking the world, or perhaps perceiving it through divine eyes. Chu Han clenched his fists, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The freshness of this experience filled him with wonder. He felt reborn, with blood coursing through his veins like a mighty river thawing from winter's grasp. Each cell bursting forth like spring buds, breathing with all their might. An endless well of power silently surged through his muscles and tendons. This was the first time Chu Han had experienced such a sensation, and he was savoring the intoxicating thrill of the forbidden elixir. Chapter 5. Demon Blade, Murasame Language Spirit, Jun Yan Sequence. 89. The sovereign flames of the lineage of the King of Bronze and Fire can ignite flammable materials within its domain and generate intense heat, capable of momentarily compressing the produced heat within the area before suddenly releasing it to create an explosive effect. According to Chu Han's knowledge, there are 118 types of language spirits, arranged according to the periodic table of elements, with sequences 89 and above categorized as high-risk language spirits. The 89th being the language spirit, Jun Yan. Can be said that language spirits are special abilities possessed by dragons and hybrids, serving as vital combat techniques that can even alter the course of battle based on their effects. The activation of this dragon lineage not only significantly transformed Chu Han's physique, making him stronger and more agile, but the language spirit, Jun Yan, filled him with elation. While the true power of dragon language spirits may be unknown to the people of this world, Chu Han, having witnessed dragons, was all too aware of their terrifying potential. The might of a language spirit could rival, if not surpass, that of the devil fruits in this world. Those with higher sequences could even devastate the heavens and the earth. What was paramount, however, was that unlike the devil fruits, which had glaring and fatal weaknesses, fear of seawater, sea stone, and being subdued by Haki, language spirits did not share such vulnerabilities, a fact that greatly pleased Chu Han. Although the activation of a language spirit temporarily enhanced his strength, he was far from complacent. Otherwise, he might meet an untimely demise on the deck. Clad in black, Chu Han's expression turned frosty as he gazed at the chilling raindrops from the sky, musing to himself that the depths of this world were profound, too deep for him to even begin to touch. Whether it be an admiral of the Navy, the Five Elders, or the renowned pirates of a new world, they could effortlessly eliminate Chu Han, who now possessed a language spirit, with a single blow. Thus, Chu Han would not naively believe that activating a language spirit made him the chosen one, capable of strutting through the world with impunity. To act so foolishly would only lead to an early demise. There was no denying that Chu Han was indeed a genius. His body, transformed by the dragon lineage, surpassed that of most individuals in this world. Whether learning swordsmanship or Haki, he found it far easier than the average person. Yet what of it? A genius who meets an untimely death can never truly be called a genius. Therefore, what Chu Han needed to do now was to cultivate patience, protect himself diligently until he could grow stronger, and strive to enhance his capabilities. This was the wisest course of action. Now is not the time for pride. Focusing on the strength at hand is of utmost importance. Chu Han clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within him, his gaze narrowing as he mused. Once I grow stronger, this world will tremble before me. With that thought, a slight smile graced Chu Han's lips as he observed the gradually clarifying full moon above. He extended his right hand, fingers curling into a claw, gripping tightly. Indeed, one day, Chu Han would seize power and authority, as if holding the world within his grasp, poised to decree, overlooking the mountains, breathing in the essence of the heavens, vanquishing all who oppose him. The next day, as the torrential rain subsided, the sun shone brightly, and the weather turned fair on the deck. 3 slender figures busied themselves, as apprentice crew members Shanks, the clown Buggy, and Chu Han were diligently performing the duties of sailors, tirelessly wiping and mopping away the remnants left by last night's deluge. Rayleigh, the Dark King, sat leisurely at the side of the ship, happily fishing while occasionally glancing over at Chu Han, teasingly admonishing him, which caused the lazy Shanks and Buggy to flustered, Uncle Rayleigh is great at everything, but he's a bit too strict, even supervising us in such trivial tasks as cleaning the deck, making it impossible for us to slack off. Buggy lamented, wiping the railings with a sour expression directed at Shanks. Exactly. Do you really think we would slack off? Shanks, unusually, did not retort, but sighed in agreement, turning to Chu Han and asking, what do you think? Chu Han? With a stoic expression, Chu Han meticulously scrubbed the deck, as if polishing a delicate piece of art. Hearing Shanks' question, he raised his head, gazing at the two for a moment before responding enigmatically. By the way, do either of you possess any integrity? Chu Han, your tongue is too sharp. Shanks lacks integrity. Does that mean I do too? Buggy exclaimed, puffing up in indignation. Indeed, wait, Shanks suddenly reacted, angrily retorting to Buggy. Buggy, you are the one lacking integrity. No, you are. Buggy shot back. You are. Your entire family lacks it. Shanks declared. I want to duel you, Buggy, bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Shanks replied defiantly, observing the two glaring at each other. On the verge of a brawl, Chu Han sighed softly, muttering, I've finished my work. You two can do as you please, before slowly making his way toward Rayleigh. Spending too much time with fools dulls one's intellect. Oh, Chu Han, do you want to join me, this old man, in fishing? Rayleigh smiled as he noticed Chu Han passing by, lifting his fishing rod, and a large fish leaped from the water, splashing down at Chu Han's feet. Chu Han picked up the wriggling fish at his feet, turning to Rayleigh with a serious expression. He said coldly, Uncle Rayleigh, I would like to ask you for a favor. Rayleigh tossed the bait back into the sea without looking back. Chuckling, speak. What do you want to escape from this old man? I wish to learn swordsmanship from you. Chu Han squinted slightly, stating earnestly, Good, Rayleigh replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chu Han's pupils contracted slightly in surprise. Perhaps sensing Chu Han's confusion, Rayleigh chuckled and shook his head, saying, Are you puzzled as to why I so readily agreed? A bit. Chu Han regained his composure and nodded. Perhaps you do not know, but the swordsmanship of Shanks and Buggy on this ship was taught by me. Teaching newcomers is my responsibility. Roger doesn't care about these things at all. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have asked you in a few days anyway. I just didn't expect you to propose it so early, which surprised me a little, Rayleigh said with a smile. What can I do? I am currently the weakest, Chu Han shrugged with a wry smile, saying, If I lack strength, how can I have the face to claim I am a member of the Pirate King's crew? Don't you agree, Uncle Rayleigh? Ha ha ha. Such words are indeed well spoken. Rayleigh laughed heartily, then narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing deeply at Chu Han with a serious tone. Since you have made up your mind, we shall commence training shortly. Let me tell you, I am quite rigorous. If you can't endure it later, don't shed tears. Old chap, a man bleeds, but does not weep. Chu Han stood tall and solemn, retorting coldly, If you don't believe me, let's begin right now. No rush. Rayleigh waved his hand, chuckling. How could one practice swordsmanship without a sword? I have specially prepared a fine sword for you as a gift. A fine sword? Chu Han was momentarily taken aback. It is undoubtedly one of the finest swords in this world. Rayleigh winked, feigning mystery. That sword is one of the 12 supreme great blades. Murasame. What is the name of that sword? Chu Han managed to suppress his astonishment and asked calmly. The sword is known as Murasame. Chapter 6. The Unyielding Blade. Aboard the Black Pearl, within the ship's cabin, the dimly lit corridor was enveloped in profound silence. The flickering lights resembling ghostly eyes, swaying with the wind, casting an eerie and terrifying ambience. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a series of crisp footsteps suddenly echoed through the corridor, shattering the tranquility in the dim light. Two figures, one tall and one short, gradually emerged into the cabin. These two were none other than Rayleigh and Chu Han, who had just left the deck. Murasame, how intriguing. I never expected this blade to truly exist. Chu Han gazed at Rayleigh's broad back, his eyes narrowing, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Murasame, also known as the God-slaying blade. When drawn to kill, The blade is imbued with a murderous aura, and dew will appear on its edge. After slaying, water flows from the blade to cleanse the blood, resembling Murasame washing leaves, hence it's named in the records of Chu Han's past life. Murasame was the evolved version of the notorious blade Muramasa, possessing even greater malevolence. Yet in this world, it was different. According to Rayleigh's earlier words, Murasame was one of the 12 supreme great blades, exceedingly rare and comparable in status to the legendary Muramasa. Perhaps the value of the supreme great blades was all on par, with their might largely depending on the wielder. This Murasame, as Rayleigh described, was a trophy obtained by Roger and his crew on the final island of the Grand Line. Raftel, however, due to its malevolent nature, neither Roger nor Rayleigh wished to interact with it much, and since others rarely used swords, it ended up being a boon for Chu Han. "All right, we have arrived." Just then, Rayleigh's light-hearted voice broke the reverie of the somewhat distracted Chu Han, who looked up to find that he and Rayleigh had unknowingly approached a door. Creak, accompanied by a soft, scraping sound. Rayleigh and Chu Han pushed open the closed door and stepped inside. Upon entering, Chu Han was greeted by a dazzling array of golden treasures, filling the entire room, their worth easily amounting to hundreds of billions of berries. However, Chu Han was not surprised by this, for he knew that Roger and his crew had once visited the Sky Island, a place abundant in gold. Moreover, he suspected that this gold was not even Roger's true treasure, at least not the grand secret he mentioned before his demise. If that so-called grand treasure were merely this gold, it would hardly possess the power to usher in an era. The true treasure was likely hidden by Roger on Raftel. Of course, this was merely Chu Han's speculation. The truth would only be revealed when he personally visited Raftel. "Chu Han, here." At that moment, Rayleigh rummaged through the untidy heap of treasures for a while before extracting a sword resembling a traditional Japanese long blade, tossing it casually to Chu Han. "What is this?" Upon catching it, Chu Han felt an overwhelming weight, nearly unable to hold on. After a slight estimation, he realized that this ancient black long blade, with its archaic sheath, weighed an astonishing 50 kilograms. Simply unbelievable. "This sword is the Murasame I just mentioned," Rayleigh said as he found a spot to sit down, pouring himself a drink, chuckling as he spoke. "Murasame?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of fervor ignited in Chu Han's eyes. He looked at the seemingly ordinary long blade resting in his hand, yearning to draw it. Click! With a sharp sound, the tightly closed sheath remained immovable, and Chu Han's small hand nearly dislocated from the exertion. "Ha ha ha!" Seeing this, Rayleigh burst into laughter, an odd smile appearing on his face as he looked at the somewhat uncomfortable Chu Han, saying coldly, "What is the meaning of this? Why can't this blade be drawn?" Observing the slight anger in Chu Han's gaze, Rayleigh shook his head with a smile, sighing because this blade is called Murasame. "When I obtained it, Roger and everyone on the ship tried to draw it, but none succeeded. Perhaps that is its peculiar nature, or perhaps it has yet to find the master it desires. Moreover, if this blade could be easily drawn, do you think it would come to you? Do not forget that even if I have no use for it, Shanks is also a swordsman. You must understand the significance and allure of a fine sword to a swordsman. So, does that mean, Uncle Rayleigh, that what you said about giving it to me was a lie?" Chu Han narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. Rayleigh shook his head, smiling. "Of course it's true. I keep my word. This sword is your gift for boarding the ship. But this sword cannot be drawn. What use is it? It is practically a long stick." Chu Han's expression turned somewhat angry. "This Murasame was originally meant for you to practice swordsmanship," Rayleigh winked, teasingly adding. "Moreover, although Murasame cannot be drawn, it is incredibly sturdy. Whether for sword practice or combat, it is more than sufficient. You should take your time to appreciate it." With that, Rayleigh laughed heartily, patted Chu Han on the shoulder, and exited the room, leaving Chu Han with a face full of exasperation. Watching Rayleigh's departing figure, Chu Han narrowed his eyes, then looked down at the entirely black Murasame in his hand. A glimmer of cunning light flashing in his eyes. "Cannot be drawn." A smile crept onto Chu Han's lips as he murmured, and then a golden light flickered in his eyes. The dragon blood within him surged, a domineering aura subtly emanating from his being. With a slight exertion, clang, a cold light suddenly flashed in the room, and the once immovable Murasame was drawn a fraction. The cold gleam emerged, and the blade was unleashed. Chapter 7. Shanks, let's have a duel. As the sun rose, the sky was clear and cloudless. 1001, 1002, 1003. On the deck of the Black Pearl, a small figure wielded an unsheathed ancient long blade, tirelessly swinging and striking, clad in cumbersome armor that must have weighed at least 100 pounds. Sweat poured down. The figure appeared as though it had just emerged from water. Yet at this moment, it seemed oblivious, mechanically repeating the motions, a cold gaze betraying an unexpected determination on its youthful face. 3000. Huff, huff. An hour later, Chu Han gasped for breath, dropping the heavy Murasame from his grasp. Collapsing on the deck, drenched in sweat as he gazed at the clouds above, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. This body in this life was simply too feeble, even after the strengthening from the dragon blood. Enduring such high-intensity training was only just manageable. Chu Han sighed inwardly. After requesting Rayleigh to teach him swordsmanship, 3 months had passed. During these months, Chu Han had faced relentless, hellish training under Rayleigh's guidance. Unfortunately, with his mixed blood physique and unwavering will, otherwise an ordinary person would have been utterly worn out by Rayleigh's regimen. Weighing in at 50 kilograms, the Murasame, coupled with the 100-kilogram heavy armor, meant Chu Han bore an astonishing burden of 300 pounds. Alongside enduring 10 hours of rigorous training daily, this was far beyond what an ordinary 8-year-old could withstand. Only someone as peculiar as Chu Han could endure it. Yet these 3 months had not been without reward. At least this body had begun to grow stronger, no longer the frail being it once was. Chu Han slowly rose, exhaling softly, clenching his fists, feeling the power surging within him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Moreover, the most crucial aspect of these 3 months is what I have learned from the other members of the Roger Pirates. That is my greatest gain from the very beginning. Chu Han did not harbor any illusions about relying solely on his dragon lineage and the power of words to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. This is precisely why he sought out Rayleigh to learn the art of swordsmanship. The devil fruit, Haki, and swordsmanship. These 3 elements represent the essence of the world of One Piece. Their existence is justified, and they're not necessarily inferior to the power of words. However, the drawbacks of the devil fruit are glaring and fatal, and acquiring a devil fruit is not as simple as one might wish. Therefore, Chu Han was not overly concerned about it. Of course, should a remarkable devil fruit present itself, he would not shy away from gaining an additional ability, a S for Haki. According to Rayleigh, Chu Han was still too young to develop it. Doing so might inflict irreparable internal injuries that could significantly hinder his future growth. Thus, he set his sights on mastering swordsmanship. A formidable swordsman, once fully matured, could wield power that rivals even those who possess the most exceptional devil fruits. A prime example is Dracul Mihawk, whose swordsmanship and physical prowess allow him to compete evenly with Shanks, thus demonstrating the terrifying potential of the blade. In addition to honing his swordsmanship, Chu Han consistently sought to learn various skills from the members of the Roger Pirates, such as navigation, medicine, and culinary arts. He diligently absorbed every skill that could aid his survival at sea, much like a parched sponge soaking up the vital nutrients from the Roger Pirates, extracting their invaluable knowledge to enrich himself. This knowledge would serve as his capital for survival in the world to come. Chu Han, perhaps you should take a break, suggested Rayleigh. That you've been training all morning. If you continue, your body may not withstand it. Do not forget, you are only 8 years old. Just as Chu Han was about to pick up his sword, Murakumo, and resume his training, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter. Turning around, he saw Rayleigh and Shanks approaching him, arms laden with food. Uncle Rayleigh, Shanks, Chu Han said, casually picking up Murakumo and greeting them with a faint smile. That's oh serious, Shanks exclaimed, circling Chu Han with an expression of childlike curiosity. I never imagined that someone who appears to be a noble would turn out to be such a training fanatic. It's hard to believe. In response, Chu Han rolled his eyes in silence, choosing not to engage with Shanks' playful banter. Chu Han, you've been training for about 3 months now, right? Rayleigh tossed a bottle of beer at Chu Han, eyeing him with a measured gaze. 3 months and 3 days. Chu Han replied, taking a sip of the beer. You've changed quite a bit since 3 months ago. Your muscles are starting to show, Rayleigh remarked with a smile. However, His expression shifted to one of gravity as he continued, but you know well that mere training alone cannot forge a true warrior. Every strong fighter is tempered in the crucible of battle. Therefore, what you need now is not practice but real combat to apply what you've learned over the past 3 months. I understand that, but who can I fight? Chu Han inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Are you suggesting me to challenge you, uncle? Rayleigh shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course not. Didn't you say 3 months ago that you wanted to challenge Shanks? Now, you have that opportunity. At Rayleigh's words, Chu Han's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of determination igniting within them as he turned to the bewildered Shanks, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Come, Shanks, let us have a duel. Chapter 8. Chu Han versus Shanks. Come, Shanks, let's have a duel. Huh, Shanks exclaimed, taken aback, gazing in confusion at the suddenly intense expressions of both Chu Han and Rayleigh. Uncle Rayleigh, Chu Han, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Draw your sword. Chu Han replied succinctly, coldly raising the unsheathed demon blade, Murasame, to point at Shanks. Draw one sword, in Chu Han's past life, signified a straightforward admonition. Yet in this world among swordsmen, it represented a challenge to battle. Regardless of the outcome, the opponent would engage. Chu Han, can't we just skip this fight? Shanks pleaded, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Weren't we supposed to enjoy a drink together? What else with this sudden challenge? Has our friendship capsized? Draw your sword. Chu Han retorted coldly, an aura of fierce determination emanating from him, an unmistakable sign of battle intent. Chu Han concurred with Rayleigh's assertion. Mere practice would never suffice to grow stronger. Each true warrior emerges from the trials of blood and fire. Thus, what Chu Han lacked was not practice, but the experience of real combat, and Shanks was an excellent opponent, even in his youth. Shanks, destined to become one of the 4 emperors, would not be weak, making him a fitting adversary for Chu Han. Moreover, defeating Shanks would elevate Chu Han's standing in the eyes of Roger and Rayleigh. Beneficial for certain future plans, it could be said that Shanks was the perfect whetstone. Fine, Shanks conceded. Sensing Chu Han's unwavering resolve, he let out a resigned sigh, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Rayleigh tossed Shanks a wooden sword, grinning as he said, Shanks, just play along with Chu Han, but remember to hold back a little in Rayleigh's mind. While he recognized Chu Han's impressive talent, both age and training time placed him at a disadvantage compared to the current Shanks. Thus, even though he suggested a duel, he did not believe Chu Han could triumph over Shanks, given the significant age gap between them. Don't worry, Uncle Rayleigh, Shanks replied, taking hold of the wooden sword with a hearty laugh. As he gripped it, his playful demeanor faded, replaced by profound seriousness. He narrowed his eyes at Chu Han and declared, Though Rayleigh said so, I want to go easy on you. I will fight with all my might as a sign of respect. Are you still up for this duel? Chu Han? Bring it on. Chu Han responded, his expression calm and resolute, his long sword raised as he coldly uttered a single word. All right, Shanks exclaimed enthusiastically, his body tensing with the thrill of battle. With a swift motion, Chu Han's eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward, driving his sword toward Shanks with incredible speed, far beyond what one would expect from an 8-year-old. The wooden sword glimmered ominously, as if poised to transform into a lethal blade at any moment. The strike came too quickly for Shanks to ignore. He deftly evaded, using his wooden sword to deflect Chu Han's attack. Clang! In a brief exchange, the two swiftly separated. Chu Han's eyes narrowed. Shanks' reflexes were astonishing, and his strength formidable, truly worthy of a future Emperor of the Sea. Again, Shanks laughed, his competitive spirit ignited, as if Chu Han had awakened a long-dormant warrior within him. With that, Shanks charged forward. Chu Han, unperturbed, met him head-on, swinging Murasame at Shanks with fierce determination. Cut through the patterns, strike at the weaknesses. Though Chu Han had not practiced swordsmanship for long, he grasped this principle. After 3 months of training, swordsmanship had become second nature to him. In his haste, he instinctively aimed Murasame at the weakest point of Shanks' wooden sword. Had it been in the past, this strategy would have yielded remarkable results. However, Shanks, seemingly aware of Chu Han's intentions, skillfully maneuvered his wooden sword to evade the strike, countering with a sideways slash aimed at Chu Han. Clang! Once again, their blades met, and Chu Han was forced to retreat. Undeterred, he charged forward again, his fierce temperament shining through even in his youth. Fight! 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 He roared, unleashing a relentless assault, each strike more powerful than the last. With precision, each blow aimed to land, each strike intent on victory. Chu Han pressed forward, his attacks quick and deadly. Shanks, however, remained remarkably adept at dodging and countering, excitement gleaming in his eyes as if he had finally found the worthy opponent he sought, despite the rapid-fire onslaught yielding no success. Chu Han maintained his composure, steadily honing his skills against Shanks, as if each clash further refined his swordsmanship. Gradually, Chu Han began to relish the thrill of battle. It was only through such exhilarating encounters that Rayleigh's teachings could be swiftly absorbed and internalized, transforming them into his own unique style. Kill, kill, kill. One must hold nothing back, show no concern for causing harm to others, and strive to unleash one's utmost potential in order to ceaselessly develop one's inner capabilities. Break free from existing constraints and continuously improve. Chapter 9. The naval assault. At the moment when Chu Han and Shanks were engaged in fierce combat, a tall and imposing figure silently approached Rayleigh, frowning as he observed the two combatants on the battlefield. "Roger, what brings you here?" Rayleigh turned to the person beside him, his expression one of surprise. Roger heartily patted Rayleigh on the shoulder and laughed. "If I hadn't come, how would I have the chance to witness such an exhilarating battle? Rayleigh, you are quite inconsiderate. How could you not invite me to such a splendid show?" He continued, "What prompted this sudden clash between Chu Han and Shanks?" "They have always had a good relationship. It was Chu Han who proposed to spar with Shanks," Rayleigh replied, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, my encouragement played a part in it as well. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. It's unfortunate for Shanks and Chu Han to have you as their mentor," Roger said, chuckling. "Does this count as a case of infighting among peers?" "Not at all." Rayleigh rolled his eyes at Roger. Exasperated. "It's merely a sparring session, and it will benefit both Chu Han and Shanks. Point 1 can only enhance their strength through battle. You know this principle well. That's a valid point." Roger narrowed his eyes as he observed the intense clash between Chu Han and Shanks, his brow furrowing. "Who do you think will emerge victorious? Perhaps Shanks, as Chu Han is still young and inexperienced. Although he holds his own for now, he will eventually tire. Once his stamina is depleted, he will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against Shanks," Rayleigh analyzed, his brow furrowed in thought. "Not necessarily." Roger's lips curled into a smug smile. "That I suspect that Chu Han might win in the end. Look at him. Despite his aggressive attacks, his steps and breathing remain steady, showing no signs of exhaustion." Rayleigh's pupils contracted as he observed Chu Han's calm demeanor amidst the fierce battle. He muttered, "Is that boy truly just 8 years old? Even a normal adult would struggle in such an intense fight, yet he appears unfazed. Has he transformed into some kind of monster?" "Ha! I never expected you, Rayleigh, to misjudge someone." Roger laughed heartily, but suddenly he began to cough violently. When he removed his hand from his mouth, a faint trace of blood appeared at the corner of his lips. Seeing this, Rayleigh's expression turned grave, and he hesitated to speak. Roger waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the battlefield where Chu Han and Shanks battled fiercely, a bittersweet smile crossing his face as he muttered, "Old friend, I suddenly wish to heal my affliction." Rayleigh paused before asking, "Is it because of Chu Han and Shanks?" Roger nodded, laughing heartily. "I've come to appreciate the value of life. I long to see how far these two boys will go in the future. Perhaps they will even surpass me, although I may not be able to witness it. I will use the remainder of my life to pave the way for these boys to thrive," Roger proclaimed boldly, akin to a lion at the twilight of its life, still radiating an undeniable aura of authority and grandeur. "To pave an era," Rayleigh chuckled wryly. "Your ambitions remain as grand as ever, but I shall support you, for you are my captain and my comrade. This was decided the moment you invited me aboard." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, clang, clang, clang. This time, it was Shanks who launched a fierce offensive. The wooden sword in his hand moved with incredible speed, each strike faster than the last, leaving Chu Han with a sense of disorientation. Furrowing his brow, Chu Han felt the tempestuous force of Shanks's wooden sword. Several times, he narrowly dodged the blows. This was without Shanks employing his Haki. How formidable would he be if he did? No wonder he could contest with the world's greatest swordsman. My hawk, Shanks' swordsmanship is astonishing. Chu Han, I'm going to get serious now. Are you ready? Shanks laughed heartily as he swung his wooden sword. Serious? Then I will do the same. Chu Han deftly evaded, his eyes narrowing as he replied coolly, boom. The two swords clashed again, producing a thunderous sound. Seizing the moment, Chu Han and Shanks retreated gracefully, locking eyes with each other. Their spirits ablaze like dragons ready to strike. Are you saying you weren't going all out either? Shanks exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Chu Han had shed his cumbersome armor, exhaling softly as he regarded Shanks coldly, saying, Aren't you in the same boat? All right, let us fight with all our might. Shanks laughed heartily, then charged at Chu Han with an explosive force, as if he had transformed into a different person. Kill! Chu Han scoffed, the dragon blood within him surging as his speed dramatically increased after shedding the weight. He met the oncoming attack with his sword, Murasame, fiercely. Boom! In an instant, both their eyes widened, their powers seemingly surging as if their sword strikes had become exponentially faster. One sword struck faster than the other, each strike heavier than the last. The battle escalated into a frenzied state, the two combatants fiercely clashing, evenly matched, and fiercely intense. Boom! Just then, a thunderous roar echoed across the sea. Massive waves crashing beside the Black Pearl, causing it to sway precariously as if it might capsize at any moment. What is happening? An enemy attack. Shanks shouted in alarm at that moment. Chu Han also halted his battle, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the enormous ships rising ominously from the depths of the sea, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The Navy? Or perhaps another pirate crew? Captain! At that moment, Buggy rushed out from the back of the ship, panic-stricken as he shouted, It's the Navy! Upon hearing this, Roger stepped onto the ship's bow, scrutinizing the enormous vessels surfacing from the depths, his brow furrowing as he turned to Rayleigh with uncertainty. Rayleigh, we should have scouted this area when we arrived. How could so many ships suddenly appear from the seabed? Indeed. Rayleigh nodded. It's likely that while we were preoccupied with the battle between Chu Han and Shanks, they stealthily approached using bubbles from the depths. But what force could command so many ships? It must be that scoundrel, Garp, and it seems the world government is unwilling to let me, the Pirate King, off the hook. As long as I breathe, those 5 top officials will surely lose sleep. Roger laughed heartily, showing no fear of the impending crisis. Seeing Roger's proud demeanor, Rayleigh smiled slightly, not contradicting him. Though he felt concern, would the Navy truly only send Garp to lead such a massive assault? The Navy? Chu Han frowned, observing the approaching ships, each adorned with a grand sail displaying a seagull emblem, the very symbol of the Navy's justice. Roger! At that moment, a thunderous shout echoed from above. A massive iron ball, tethered to the Navy's warship, sliced through the air and plummeted toward them in a parabolic arc. Hearing this, everyone aboard the pirate ship instinctively looked up, their expressions frozen in shock. There, they beheld a middle-aged man grasping the chain connected to the enormous iron ball with one hand, while the other clung to the ship's railing as he soared toward them. To their astonishment, the man's face bore no sign of pain from the immense force generated by the pull. Instead, he glared at them with fierce anger. Now that's a madman. Rayleigh snapped back to reality, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. Garp remains unchanged. He greets me not with pleasantries, but with balls and cannonballs. Roger sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Bang! With 2 thunderous booms, a colossal iron sphere and a battleship simultaneously plunged into the sea, subsequently generating towering waves that surged forth in all directions from their point of impact. The monstrous waves, obscuring the sun, descended like a tsunami, causing the Black Pearl to rock violently, akin to a frail boat amidst a pack of ravenous wolves, teetering on the brink of being devoured. Hold on tight. Do not let go, roared Rayleigh, as the other members of the Roger Pirates, who had rushed out, clung desperately to the railing, fearing they might be swept into the depths below. Such immense waves, if one were to be caught in their grasp, would undoubtedly shred a mere mortal to pieces. After securing his grip on the railing, Chu Han instinctively gazed at the battleship descending from above, his eyes betraying a flicker of disbelief. How could they possibly remain unscathed? Are their vessels constructed of steel? The battleship, with its hull submerged and its upper walls reinforced with iron, had merely contorted upon impact, and due to its steady descent, it had not sunk. The enormous iron sphere, in contrast, sank directly to the ocean floor due to the significant difference in density with seawater, settling at a depth of merely 30 to 40 meters. Thanks to the proximity to the shore, and the long iron chain ensured the battleship remained afloat. As the battleship steadied and began to rise, a middle-aged man, nearly toppled by the force of descent, sprang into action. Clinging to the ship's railing with his left hand, he exerted a slight effort and vaulted onto the deck. Upon arrival, he uttered words that incited an overwhelming urge to silence him. How could everyone be asleep? This simply won't do. Once we return to headquarters, I shall ensure you all undergo rigorous training. Do not compare us to a monster like you. This is utterly unbearable. I nearly thought I was done for. The Navy personnel aboard the battleship were elite soldiers summoned from the naval headquarters, their physiques remarkably robust. However, they had all been violently jolted onto the deck by the tremendous force, sustaining no injuries. Yet, the experience had certainly left them shaken, as the shock made them feel as though their very organs had been dislocated. "All right, soldiers, bring me 1,000 cannonballs," the middle-aged man, adjusting the white cloak draped over his shoulder, tilted his head slightly as he clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds, and strode toward the front of the battleship. The moment he finished speaking, the Navy personnel sprawled across the deck sprang to their feet, saluting in unison and responding, "Yes, sir." As the man approached the bow of the battleship, a row of iron racks laden with cannonballs, totaling 200, stood ready. "Roger, did I not proclaim my intent to engage in a life-or-death battle with you? How many times must you flee?" Fixating his furious gaze upon Roger aboard the pirate ship, the middle-aged man expressed his ire. "Kapu, I, too, have made it clear that I have unfinished business of my own and cannot engage in a final confrontation with you." Roger, undeterred by the man's wrath, retorted defiantly. This descending middle-aged figure was none other than the Marine Vice Admiral, known as the Iron Fist, Monkey D. Garp. Upon hearing this, a fleeting moment of silence crossed Garp's enraged visage. Since their first encounter in their youth, Garp had always regarded Roger as his true rival. Naturally, to be deemed a rival by Garp, one must be a figure of considerable repute. Now serving as a vice admiral at the Marine headquarters, Garp had repeatedly declined the promotion to admiral proposed by Steelbone, seeking instead the freedom to roam the seas and effectively pursue Roger. Perhaps concluding his life in a relentless back and forth with his greatest foe would not be such a poor fate. However, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. Interpreting history as a foundation, resurrecting ancient weaponry, the ambitions of the Golden Lion, and Roger's insatiable desire for recognition, each of these were intolerable to the world government, especially following Roger's conquest of the Grand Line and ascension to the throne of the Pirate King, which had unleashed an unprecedented wave of piracy, diminishing the world government's prestige to an all-time low and drastically altering the global landscape overnight. Thus, when Sengoku declared that eliminating Roger would quell the underlying turmoil and perhaps even conclude this era of piracy, the upper echelons of the Navy and the world government unanimously agreed. That very day, an order was issued. Should the Roger pirates venture from the New World into the first half of the Grand Line, a purge would commence as a vice admiral. While Garp felt a twinge of camaraderie for Roger, a pirate who cherished freedom, he understood the necessity of his role as the adversary. Yet, this realization dawned upon him too swiftly, leaving Garp somewhat flustered. He had envisioned a climactic showdown with Roger. Regardless of the outcome, believing he would have no regrets, little did he anticipate that this man would repeatedly evade him. Since it is so, Roger. At that moment, Garp's temper flared, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists, shouting, "Do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures." Boom! 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 As Garp's words fell, flames erupted aboard the vessels in the bay, igniting the cannonballs stored within, leading to a series of thunderous explosions, signaling that Garp's fury had reached a boiling point. Bracing himself against the railing, Roger disregarded the tremors caused by the cannon explosions and the howling winds, maintaining a steadfast gaze on Garp's distant figure. Though the distance was considerable, It felt inconsequential to Roger, for he could sense Garp's unwavering resolve from afar, that he was serious. There was no jest in his demeanor. "Roger, you cannot possibly intend to confront Garp directly," Rayleigh interjected, his expression tense. "That I apologize, Garp, but I, Roger, cannot afford to halt my steps here. However, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you," Roger replied apologetically to Garp, disregarding Rayleigh's comment. "Rayleigh, the ship shall remain here. I will hold Garp at bay while you ascertain that matter." Understood. Upon hearing Roger's command, Rayleigh glanced at the Navy battleship hundreds of meters away from the Black Pearl, nodded, and without shedding his attire, leapt into the sea, employing a frog kick to swiftly swim away, vanishing beneath the surface in an instant. Witnessing this, Garp hesitated momentarily, but did not attempt to hinder Rayleigh. Simultaneously, Garp seized cannonballs from the iron racks pushed over by soldiers, hardening his arms with Haki as he grasped the cannonballs, enveloping them in Haki to amplify their destructive power. "Men, after holding out for a while longer, it will be time for us to depart, so prepare yourselves to welcome Garp's meteor shower." As soon as Rayleigh disappeared and Garp lifted the cannonballs, Roger understood the nature of the impending battle and called out to his crew. Yes, the crew, including Chu Han, responded in unison. However, as they shouted, Chu Han subtly scanned the surroundings, his eyes narrowing, a glimmer of insight flashing within. It seemed they had entered a windless zone. The Navy had clearly anticipated this. Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued by how Rayleigh and Roger would manage to escape this windless trap. Knowing Roger's future, Chu Han felt no concern for the situation. Rather, he regarded the laughing Roger with a sly smile. Meanwhile, a kilometer beneath the Black Pearl, 5 massive, coated naval vessels gradually surfaced on the deck of one ship. A middle-aged man wearing frog-shaped glasses raised his head slightly, observing the Black Pearl as it faced off against Garp, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. "Joel Deep. Roger, becoming the Pirate King is no easy feat. Today, your demise is certain." This man was none other than one of the Marine headquarters' most formidable forces. Admiral Sengoku, Chapter 12. The Great War approaches upon the boundless sea. In the windless zone, prior to the arrival of Garp's cannon fire, Roger, already well acquainted with Garp's offensive strategy, adopted a defensive posture. He was determined to avoid any lapse in vigilance that could lead to the destruction of his ship and crew. Thus, he continued to evade while simultaneously fortifying their defenses. Boom! Amidst the barrage of cannonballs that fell like meteors from the sky, the Black Pearl moved with the grace of a nimble fish, deftly navigating through the perilous onslaught as countless projectiles narrowly grazed its hull, crashing into the sea and sending forth towering waves. "Bruru, Bruru." "Rayleigh, what's the situation?" Roger inquired as he deflected an incoming cannonball while retrieving a transponder snail from his pocket. "The plan is confirmed, but the location is rather peculiar. It happens to be just behind Garp's warship," Rayleigh responded, his brow furrowed as he spoke into the transponder snail. That's so," understanding Rayleigh's intent. Roger glanced at the Navy ships that had encircled them, a resolute expression emerging on his face. He then abruptly hung up the transponder snail and turned to his comrades, who were bracing for defense. "Lads, Rayleigh has sent word that we can make our move. The Navy will never catch us. I knew the captain would have a plan. It seems Garp is in for another setback," Colokas remarked, stroking his white beard with a grin. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Shanks inquired, his brow knitted in curiosity, while Chu Han also turned to Roger, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. In response, Roger pointed towards the sea behind Garp's warship and declared with a hearty laugh, "What we shall do next is break through the Navy's encirclement and reach the rear of that warship. Once we get there, we'll be safe. So, everyone, let us begin our escape." "Oh," the crew responded in unison. Their spirits lifted. Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Sengoku, is calling. He demands you corner Roger and his crew, commencing the extermination plan. On the other side, Garp, who was venting his fury aboard the Navy warship, was suddenly interrupted by a reporting officer. "What? Did I not say that Roger was to be dealt with by me? You tell Sengoku that I will resolve this matter post-haste." Garp's face flushed with anger, causing a cannonball in his hand to shatter under his immense grip, exploding violently. Yet with a swift wave of his hand, Garp redirected the blast force, sending it hurtling away. The reporting officer remained unfazed, accustomed to Garp's temperament, and continued, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Sengoku, also mentioned that the situation in the New World is increasingly volatile. If we do not handle Roger and his crew soon. Enough, I understand. Garp interjected impatiently, cutting off the officer before he could finish. With that, Garp turned his furious gaze toward the Black Pearl. A hint of surprise crossing his features. Has Roger finally ceased his evasion and chosen to confront me? At that moment, the Black Pearl's speed suddenly surged, like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards Garp's ship in the blink of an eye. Roger, come forth. Let us engage in a battle to the death. Garp bellowed, unperturbed by the oncoming vessel, his laughter echoing with bravado. Since you desire a fight, Garp, I shall oblige. Roger stood resolutely at the bow of his ship, unflinching against the fierce winds, meeting Garp's gaze with unyielding confidence. Prepare yourself. Boom! Before his words could fade, an immense aura erupted from Roger, and he swiftly drew his sword from his waist. Just as the Black Pearl was set to collide with the Navy ship, he unleashed a sword strike that cleaved through the sky, not aimed at Garp, but at the expanse of sea between Garp's warship and the adjacent vessels. With a resounding roar that reverberated through the heavens, the colossal sword energy dissipated, revealing a deep chasm in the ocean's surface. The relentless waters surged violently to either side, creating a tumultuous wave that violently repelled the warships previously trapped in between. In an instant, a broad expanse of sea lay open before Roger, as if the ocean itself had yielded to his might, presenting a magnificent spectacle. Is this the power of the Pirate King? Joel Roger. Truly formidable. Chu Han marveled at the astonishing scene and the imposing figure of Roger, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Yet, in the following moment, a glimmer of golden light flashed within his narrowed gaze, and as he tightened his grip on Murasame, an aura of authority began to emanate from him. He murmured to himself, authority and power. This is the essence of strength. It is powerful and commanding, instilling both awe and trepidation. However, one day, I shall surpass this, strong enough to instill fear and command submission from all. With that thought, a determined expression graced Chu Han's face as he fixed his gaze on Roger's back, striving to etch the sight into his memory, for this figure would become his future goal to surpass. Sensing Chu Han's gaze, Roger turned slightly and offered him a reassuring smile, to which Chu Han responded with a smile of his own, though the meaning behind it was known only to him. Roger, at that moment, having regained control of his warship, Garp seemed to have realized Roger's intent. He turned and bellowed, "You think you can escape again? Not a chance." Boom! With that, Garp stomped down, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, his clenched fist enveloped in dark armament Haki, charging towards Roger. Garp, who said I intended to flee? If it's a fight you seek, then I shall fight you, Roger replied with a hearty laugh, leaping into the air, radiating an overwhelming presence that commanded respect, boldly advancing to meet Garp. Lads, I'll keep Garp occupied. The rest of you safeguard the ship. Prevent the nearby vessels from approaching. Make a full-speed escape. Yes, the crew responded in unison. Adhering to Roger's prior instructions, the clown buggy and Coloca's dashed toward the helm, while some crew members stormed aboard Garp's warship, wreaking havoc for the slightly smaller warship. It was left to Shanks and Chu Han to restrain. Since our earlier match remains unresolved, shall we have a rematch? Shanks asked with a smile, drawing a sword as he turned to Chu Han, who was preparing to leap towards the Navy's ship. Are we competing for kills? I'm in, Chu Han replied coldly, nodding before springing into action. Wait, who said anything about counting kills? I was talking about taking down the Navy, Shanks remarked, exasperated, as he followed after Chu Han, a wry smile on his face. However, Chu Han did not hear Shanks' words, for he had already landed aboard the Navy vessel, surrounded by a throng of soldiers, akin to prey being cornered. Now the game truly begins. Chu Han's expression remained calm, devoid of fear, as a cruel smile crept upon his lips. His dark pupils transformed into a golden hue, and raising Murasame slightly, he declared coldly, "The time has come." In a flash of chilling sword light, the cursed blade Murasame was drawn for the first time, revealing its wicked, bloodthirsty fangs before the Navy. Chapter 13. The Navy Headquarters Marineford. The Navy Headquarters is the epicenter of this world and the Global Naval Command. It should have been a bastion of light, populated by countless iron-willed soldiers upholding absolute justice across the vast seas. Yet, an ominous air now pervaded the atmosphere. Just moments ago, news had arrived from the G1 stronghold in the New World, reporting that the formidable Golden Lion was leading a fleet of over 100 ships towards the territory of another great power, Whitebeard, for reasons unknown. Whether it was a collision or a negotiation remained unclear. But given the circumstances, the likelihood of conflict seemed high. After all, if they were merely discussing matters, the Golden Lion would not lead such an ostentatious armada, should these two titans of the New World clash. The Navy would undoubtedly stand to benefit. Allowing them to engage in mutual conflict would, regardless of the outcome, deplete both of their forces. However, the Navy did not share such optimism. This tumultuous era, exacerbated by GOLD. Roger's ascension to the throne of the Pirate King had thrown the world's balance into disarray. New pirate factions were rising by the day, and amidst this critical juncture, the meeting of the two great powers was bound to spell trouble. The Navy would not be foolish enough to believe that nothing significant was at stake. Moreover, the two highest-ranking admirals of the Navy, Sengoku and Zephyr, who should have been stationed at the forefront of the New World, were instead redirected to the first half to assist Monkey D. Garp, whose strength and reputation were on par with that of the admirals at naval headquarters, in the pursuit of the infamous GOLD. Roger, the most dangerous man in the world. Should Whitebeard and the Golden Lion Alliance undertake any actions threatening the world government, Zephyr alone would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught of these two absolute dominators. The situation could easily devolve into a repeat of the great maritime upheaval from years past, with all naval forces and fortress bases in the New World facing annihilation, i.e. the upper echelons of the naval headquarters. Within the office of Steelbone, he declared, "I will have Zephyr do everything in his power to hold them off. Once Sengoku and Garp complete their extermination mission, I will have them rush to the New World headquarters immediately." As he spoke in a microphone, he continued, "GOLD at Roger has always been the source of peril for this world. As long as he draws breath, this threat will persist, and no matter the cost, even if the New World is completely lost. We cannot allow this man to continue living in our world. Steelbone, you must understand my words." Upon finishing his statement, a voice emerged from the telephone bug on his desk, aged and weary. Steelbone's expression darkened upon hearing it. The voice belonged to one of the 5 elders from Mary Geos, and the implication was clear, even if Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were to unite and strike, causing the fall of all naval bases in the New World. Sengoku and Garp could only assist if they dealt with Roger first. Otherwise, they would be preoccupied with his extermination. Noticing Steelbone's prolonged silence, the telephone bug chimed in again. "Consequently, should you successfully eliminate GOLD at Roger, your main forces will be elevated 1 rank along with you." "Understood," Steelbone replied, though his face bore no hint of joy. Rather, he seemed somewhat irked and hung up the telephone bug. How laughable. If I were to ascend from this position of Fleet Admiral to the Supreme Commander of all forces, would I not become a mere puppet for you to control the Navy? Looking disdainfully at the telephone bug on his desk, a flicker of scorn crossed Steelbone's features. However, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this position would not be so bad for retirement in his later years. Unaware of such high-level secrets, the officers present gazed at Fleet Admiral Steelbone with expressions of elation, pleased for their commander. For if he were to ascend another rank, he would become the supreme commander of all military forces in the world, a position second only to the 5 elders. Despite their thoughts, none felt envy, for the rank of admiral was already a distant dream for them, let alone that of a commander 2 levels higher. It seemed prudent to take a firm stance. Otherwise, under the new admiral's leadership, there could be a significant purge. Regaining their composure, the officers resumed their serious examination of the documents in hand at that moment. A junior officer burst through the door. "What is it?" Steelbone inquired before the officer could speak. "Admiral, just now, we received word that Vice Admiral Garp has successfully intercepted GOLD, Roger's pirate crew, in the Combelt, and they are currently engaged in battle. Admiral Sengoku is on his way to provide support," the officer reported loudly. Intercepted, a glimmer of light flashed in Steelbone's eyes, and a faint smile crept onto his previously grim face. "It seems GOLD at Roger, The big fish has finally been caught. Trapped in the calm belt, there's no way for them to escape this time. The Pirate King? Such an entity should never have existed. But since it has, I shall personally bring about its destruction, Steelbone said, grinding his teeth with a cold chuckle. By the way, Admiral, there's one more thing. Admiral Sengoku just transmitted some news. The officer hesitated. Taken aback, Steelbone's expression turned serious as he frowned. What news? Speak. It seems that Rear Admiral Sakalanki is also participating in this Pirate King extermination plan alongside Vice Admiral Garp. What? That kid actually dared to involve himself in this war. Is he seeking his own demise? Steelbone exclaimed, rising in shock and anger. Meanwhile, in the calm belt, aboard a naval warship, a tall figure with a resolute demeanor stood at the prow, observing Chu Han as he descended onto the deck. A glint of cold light shone in his eyes, and steam rose from his massive fists, resembling a volcano ready to erupt with fury. Finally arrived? Crew of the Pirate King, I've awaited you for far too long. Sakalanki said, his expression icy and filled with murderous intent. Today, I shall eradicate you pirates in the name of absolute justice. Chapter 14. The ever-burning golden eyes. The game has officially begun. In response, Chu Han maintained a calm expression, devoid of fear, and instead revealed a cruel smile. His jet-black pupils transformed into golden orbs, and he raised his sword, Murakumo, slightly, declaring in a chilling tone. In a flash of cold, piercing sword light, the cursed blade Murakumo was drawn slowly for the first time before the Navy, exposing its wicked, bloodthirsty fangs. The cursed blade Murakumo, one of the 12 supreme blades, was extraordinarily sinister. Even Roger and Rayleigh had never unsheathed it. In other words, it was not a sword meant for mere mortals. Perhaps only those not of this world could wield it. Yet now, this blade, which had never seen the light of day, was being drawn by Chu Han, its blade shimmering ominously, captivating like a serene autumn lake. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a series of soft chimes, as if it possessed a spirit, rejoicing in Chu Han's grasp like a child awaiting its long-lost master. He actually came up? What is there to fear? He is merely a child. How strong can a crew member of the Pirate King be? Besides, we have so many of us. Indeed, let us all charge at him. In the name of absolute justice, we shall not lose. The numerous Navy soldiers surrounding Chu Han on the warship, witnessing his calm demeanor and the unsheathed cursed blade, displayed flickers of fear on their faces. As if to bolster their spirits, they shouted loudly. Silence, at that moment. A chilling wind swept through the naval ranks, washing over them completely, leaving an eerie silence in the corridor. It was as if the very words Emperor carried a formidable weight. A command from an exalted being to those beneath them. The speaker seemed not human, but rather a being of a higher essence. A commanding golden light erupted in the corridor, illuminating the terrified and crumbling faces of the soldiers. Have you lot finished your chatter? If so, then prepare to die. Chu Han's brows furrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing through his radiant golden eyes as he spoke. Since stepping onto the deck, Chu Han had felt an unsettling sensation. As if a pair of bloodthirsty eyes were fixated upon him, akin to being stalked by a hidden hyena. This made Chu Han's heart sink. This person was certainly no ordinary foe. With that, Chu Han narrowed his eyes, his cold golden gaze sweeping across the assembled Navy personnel on the deck. The cursed blade Murakumo radiated an icy light, and the dragon blood within him surged, releasing waves of killing intent that enveloped the warship. The Navy soldiers suddenly felt a tightness in their chests, their bodies trembling involuntarily, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. Unbeknownst to them, cold sweat poured down their backs, and some soldiers, unable to withstand the pressure of the golden gaze, collapsed onto the ground, rolling their eyes back, as if on the verge of fainting. Within those golden pupils lay the essence of ancient demonic power, compelling any who dared to resist to kneel in submission. Amidst the sound of many kneeling, the golden eyes of Chu Han burned like an everlasting candle flame, incinerating the enemies before him and subduing all defiance. This was the might of bloodline suppression. Yet a few with resolute will, capable of resisting the dragon lineage's pressure, stood trembling on the deck. Among them, A young man clad in a hoodie and navy cap, whose expression remained unfazed, stood out conspicuously, his cold visage and unabashed bloodlust catching Chu Han's attention immediately. Step, step, step. Upon witnessing this, Chu Han's eyes flickered with a glimmer of brilliance, and his grip on the demon blade, Murasame, tightened slightly. With an expression of cold indifference, he slowly advanced towards the young man before him. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers sprawled before Chu Han found themselves severed in a cold flash, their blood staining the entire deck crimson. Simultaneously, Sakazuki regarded the slowly approaching figure of Chu Han, who appeared striking yet diminutive, his eyes narrowing with a hint of wariness. The moment Chu Han boarded the warship, Sakazuki had immediately noticed this mere child of 7 or 8 years, and though initially taken aback, a murderous intent swiftly followed. Yet upon catching sight of Chu Han's godlike golden eyes, he was momentarily stunned. It was this gaze that instilled within him a sense of peril. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who obstructs justice must be annihilated. Sakazuki's heart coldly scoffed, as a great plume of black smoke and heat began to emanate from him, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, radiating an aura of sheer terror. At this juncture, Chu Han had already approached within a short distance of Sakazuki, with dozens of severed corpses behind him, the cold blade of his sword continuously dripping with blood, splattering crimson droplets upon the deck. The remaining Navy soldiers, who had previously held their ground under the pressure exerted by Chu Han's golden eyes, now felt an overwhelming dread rise within them upon witnessing this scene. Instinctively, they took several steps back, clearing a path and thus creating a void between Chu Han and Sakazuki, their gazes colliding in an instant. With a composed countenance, Chu Han regarded Sakazuki's formidable heat, locking eyes with him from a distance. The golden hue of his pupils reflected the shimmering brilliance of Murasame, which he slightly raised, pointing it at Sakazuki, and in a tone laced with uncertainty. He coldly inquired, "Are you a Kainu, or rather, Sakazuki? Do you recognize me?" Sakazuki, taken aback, responded with surprise, "You know me." Chu Han slowly shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "Whether I recognize you or not is inconsequential. However, I am rather curious as to why, despite your evident strength, you did not come to the aid of these Navy men," gesturing towards the fallen soldiers behind him. "Those who grovel before pirates hardly deserve the title of Navy." He continued, "So, did you simply use my hands to execute them? What a radical ideology indeed." Chu Han interrupted Sakazuki, letting out a cold laugh, to which Sakazuki fell into a brief silence, not denying the accusation. "Very well. Having finished your inquiries, you may obediently embrace death. In the name of absolute justice." Sakazuki scoffed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as half of his body suddenly transformed into a torrent of magma, erupting with immense force as he charged towards Chu Han. In response, Chu Han's expression sharpened, his gaze narrowing as he flipped Murasame in his hand that a cold glimmer reflected in his golden pupils as he sneered. "A Logia-type fruit, the Magma fruit? How intriguing! Such a terrifying ability. I wonder how it measures against my Jun Yan." With that, Chu Han's golden pupils ignited with a fervent light, as if the awakening of a king surged within him. An astounding aura of pressure erupted from his being, the dragon blood within him boiling fiercely, while an ancient, divine voice resonated throughout the deck. Chapter 15. Word Spirit. Jun Yan versus Magma Fruit. In the calm belt of the Grand Line. Aboard the Navy warship, as Sakazuki's terrifying magma bore down upon him, Chu Han stood defiantly, his expression tranquil, with only his lips moving, and no one could discern what Chu Han uttered. It was neither a chant nor a coherent sentence. Lacking any rhythm, it was but a singular syllable, break. In that instant, a visible glimmer flashed at his brow, before rapidly expanding hundreds, if not thousands of times. This was the domain of the Dragon Clan's word spirit. And with the utterance of break, Chu Han unleashed word spirit, Jun Yan. Instantaneously, a vast amount of heat radiated from Chu Han, spreading wildly in all directions, although it initially manifested as the rudimentary form of Jun Yan. The temperature surged to near several hundred degrees in mere fractions of a second, driving away the moisture that lingered in the air, within a spherical space of 2 meters in diameter centered around Chu Han. The air became completely transparent, visibly distorted by the intense heat, while the surroundings remained eerily calm, the boundaries of the domain starkly defined. This was Chu Han's domain, a realm belonging to a sovereign. Within this 2-meter sphere enveloped by word spirit, Jun Yan, Chu Han could instantaneously elevate the air to unprecedented temperatures, then compress it, drawing in airborne dust to create explosive reactions, while simultaneously incinerating all combustible materials in the vicinity. Within this domain, Chu Han was the king of flames. What sort of fruit ability is this? As Sakazuki beheld the figure standing proudly before him, surrounded by scorching heat, yet curiously devoid of any flames. His eyes narrowed in astonishment. Is it the flame fruit? No, it cannot be. The magma fruit should inherently counter the flame fruit. Yet this overwhelming heat makes me feel a sense of dread. As if I were facing my natural nemesis, he thought, a sinking feeling settling in his heart as he instantly became vigilant. Enough with the theatrics. My fruit is the strongest of the Logia type. How could it possibly be countered by another devil fruit? Sakazuki roared, "Oh, no matter what fruit ability you possess, it won't save you. You are doomed." Doomed? Huh. You fool. Do not presume that merely consuming a Logia-type fruit renders you invincible. If that is your belief, then today I shall demonstrate to the world that even Logia is not omnipotent. After all, we are still human, and every human can be defeated. Chu Han's eyes narrowed, the golden hue within them radiating even more fervently. Though he stood shorter than Sakazuki, the superiority in his gaze was unmistakable. Very well. Since you wish for death, I shall oblige. Sakazuki, unperturbed, raised his right arm, clenching his fists as a fiery wave of red energy surged forth, seemingly materializing from thin air. Suddenly, black smoke billowed from his wrist, flowing into a massive fist of magma. Humph. Witnessing this, Chu Han let out a cold snort, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his golden pupils. The dragon blood within him surged to a boil as an ancient, regal aura erupted from his being, sweeping through the surroundings. Word spirit. Jun Yan, as if the voice of a sovereign echoed forth. Chu Han took a powerful step forward, advancing rather than retreating, charging directly at Sakazuki's magma fist. Surrounded by an intimidating heat that dared not be gazed upon directly, the demon blade Murasame in his hand turned a deep crimson, as if stained with blood, radiating an unbearable heat. Boom! In an instant, a flash of blood light cut through the air, shattering the magma fist. The once fiery and searing magma intensified upon contact with Murasame, as if something within was being incinerated, causing the internal magma to violently churn, suddenly erupting with an explosive sound. The colossal magma fist detonated, the red-hot magma scattering into droplets, transforming into molten spheres that dispersed in all directions. As the magma dripped onto the deck, it corroded the surface, creating small red pits. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Han propelled himself forward, his Murasame slicing through the air unimpeded, with its target firmly set on the standing Sakazuki. Chapter 16. Elementalization. Among all devil fruits, the Logia type undoubtedly reigned supreme in the early stages. Both in power and offensive capability, they far surpassed the Paramecia and Zoan types, especially with a magma fruit that radiates temperatures reaching thousands of degrees. It is a force that few dare to approach. It is fair to say that anyone lacking Haki who encounters Sakazuki would surely meet their demise. Yet, at this moment, this very principle was ruthlessly shattered by Chu Han. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, Sakazuki's eyes widened in disbelief, staring in astonishment at the magma that scattered like sparks, utterly taken aback that his so-called invincible Logia could be so effortlessly countered by this mere child before him. Clang at that moment, the demon blade Murasame, akin to the scythe of death, smoothly approached Sakazuki, striking down upon him with ferocity. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the blood-red blade, exuding terrifying heat, descended upon the unprepared Sakazuki, plunging deep into his magma-infused body, releasing a hiss akin to boiling water as thick black smoke erupted. Under the oppressive heat, the molten magma began to vaporize. Swoosh! Upon witnessing this, Sakazuki's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. He suppressed the blood surging in his mouth, letting out a cold snort as he retreated, narrowly avoiding that deadly strike, his furious gaze fixed upon the figure of Chu Han hovering above. At that moment, Chu Han descended gracefully from the sky, his demeanor icy as he met Sakazuki's glare, his blazing golden eyes radiating an almost divine authority that rendered Sakazuki momentarily unable to open his eyes. "You, Sakazuki," he seethed, "that I presume since you acquired this power, you have yet to experience pain, have you?" Chu Han, having landed, stood proudly and coldly regarded Sakazuki as he brandished his blade. Sakazuki's face darkened. He recognized the truth in the boy's words. That previous strike had indeed inflicted upon him an intense sensation of pain, his blood churning within. Had he not evaded in time, he had no doubt that the blade would have cleaved him in two. Contemplating this, Sakazuki straightened himself slowly, touching the faint blood seeping from his abdomen. His gaze locked onto the cold Chu Han across from him as he coldly remarked, "You dare to approach me without fear of my magma? What devil fruit have you consumed?" "Devil fruit," Chu Han replied, momentarily taken aback, surveying the surrounding domain of Jun Yan, that he smiled faintly. "If you say so, as for the reason, do you truly believe I owe you an explanation?" In truth, Chu Han was well aware that the magma fruit was indeed a peak natural type fruit. Were it not for Jun Yan's suppression, he doubted he could even approach Sakazuki. Had this battle commenced, he might have already faced defeat. Fortunately, Sakazuki was not yet the future Akainu. His mastery over the fruit was far from the heights achieved 2 decades hence during the Marineford War, coupled with Jun Yan's terrifying heat. Capable of incinerating all combustible materials, the magma was merely a byproduct of incomplete combustion. Thus, Jun Yan could easily burn away the magma, transforming it into vapor, which provided Chu Han with the confidence to confront Sakazuki. It could be said that at this moment, Jun Yan was undoubtedly Sakazuki's nemesis, even a nightmare, seeking death. Upon hearing Chu Han's audacious words, anger flashed across Sakazuki's face as he unleashed a scorching wave of energy, his right arm morphing into a magma hound that thundered toward Chu Han. Since he refused to speak, then forever remained silent. Word spirit. Jun Yan, noticing this, Chu Han furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort as the domain of Jun Yan erupted without restraint, the intense heat igniting the very air around them, and a multitude of flames surged forth, transforming into fiery serpents that raced towards the charging magma hound. Roar! The magma hound bellowed, snapping its jaws around a fire serpent, while the numerous fire serpents retaliated fiercely, colliding against the hound, both sides refusing to yield, resulting in mutual annihilation. Simultaneously, Sakazuki stepped forward, his left hand transforming into a claw of deep crimson, flowing with magma, and he lunged fiercely at Chu Han's face, intending to crush his skull. Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he bent his body, sheathing Murakumo, his golden eyes igniting, dragon blood surging within him, a torrent of heat radiating from his being. An ancient and majestic aura sweeping across the battlefield. As Murakumo entered the sheath, Chu Han's initially narrowed eyes suddenly widened, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, as his formidable presence erupted forth. Iato, a chillingly cold voice rang out as Chu Han transformed into a shadow, instantly passing by Sakazuki, their backs now turned to one another. Crack! Sakazuki's left wrist was severed as though struck by a keen blade, plummeting to the ground and transforming into crimson magma. Subsequently, Sakazuki flicked his left arm. Magma flowed from the severed point, and he regrew a hand, turning coldly to face the equally turned Chu Han. "Your previous move was impressive," Sakazuki remarked coldly. "Such a verbose fool." Chu Han retorted with a cold snort, sheathing Murakumo as he frowned at the seemingly unscathed Sakazuki, internally reflecting. Has he already mastered elementalization, truly worthy of being one of the future 3 admirals? Even when countered by Jun Yan, he swiftly finds a solution. This battle seems to have become all the more intriguing. Chapter 17. The Clash of Kings and Generals. Elementalization, the innate ability of natural-type fruits, allows the user to transform their body into natural elements, breaking free from the constraints of physical form, rendering them impervious to physical assaults. Unless faced with a countering entity, Haki, or Sea Stone at IT, can be said that elementalization is the ultimate advantage of natural type users. Moreover, even Haki cannot entirely negate the natural type. During the Marineford War, Sakazuki, while elementalized, withstood Whitebeard's Haki-infused strike, sustaining only minor injuries. This was primarily because Sakazuki, sensing Whitebeard's attack with his observation Haki, elementalized just in time, causing most of Whitebeard's assault to miss. This was also the reason why Chu Han's previous lethal strike failed to harm Sakazuki. It was astonishing that the young Akainu had already mastered Haki. This posed a significant challenge. Chu Han furrowed his brow as he regarded the now restored Sakazuki, gripping Murakumo tighter, pondering. From Sakazuki's ability to elementalize preemptively, Chu Han surmised that his opponent had likely mastered Haki, enabling him to anticipate and evade that strike. Although Chu Han had yet to master Haki himself, he was acutely aware of its terrifying capabilities. Observation Haki sharpens the senses, allowing the user to detect the presence and emotional fluctuations of surrounding beings, and can be used to foresee and evade danger. Armament Haki enhances personal defense, serving as an invisible armor. It can also be transformed into offensive power, enabling confrontation with Devil Fruit users, even allowing contact with the physical forms of natural-type users. Regarded as the sole means to combat natural-type Devil Fruit users, Conqueror's Haki is a manifestation of spiritual power. Those with weaker wills are instantly rendered unconscious, and it can be released over a wide area. Though it is ineffective against those with strong wills, at this moment, Sakazuki's recent actions indicated his mastery of observation Haki. Whether he had mastered armament Haki remained uncertain as for Conqueror's Haki, based on the original storyline. Sakazuki did not possess it. Nonetheless, even without it, the combination of observation and armament Haki would significantly elevate Sakazuki's combat prowess to a terrifying level, far beyond what Chu Han could currently contend with. In the face of Haki, the previously balanced battle tilted precariously, placing Chu Han in dire straits. Simultaneously, the conflict between the Roger pirates and the Navy escalated to a fever pitch, the cacophony of battle cries reverberating through the skies. Thick clouds of smoke rising slowly in this windless zone, enveloping the entire sea. Boom! Kill! Annihilate these pirates! The frenzied shouts of slaughter echoed from the warships at either end of the Black Pearl, sending chills down the spine as both the Roger pirates and the Navy became ensnared in a bloodlust frenzy. Amidst the clangor of blades and gunfire, the deck was drenched in blood, within the Navy led by Garp. Each warship was equipped with a vice admiral and numerous elite sailors, rivaling the scale of a demon-slaying order. Trusting in Sakazuki's formidable strength, Garp had refrained from assigning a vice admiral to Chu Han's vessel, instead deploying them to other ships to seal off any escape routes for Roger. This decision resulted in the confrontation between Chu Han and Sakazuki, where neither the fierce heat of Jun Yan nor the Magma could penetrate the encircling Navy, who retreated in trepidation, in desperation. They collectively targeted Shanks, who had boarded with Chu Han. Though Shanks was formidable, he was beset by a swarm of Navy elites. Battered and bloodied, his situation grew increasingly precarious. Boom! Rumbling simultaneously, the tumult aboard Garp's warship escalated. The air thick with smoke as the pirates of the Roger crew clashed with a multitude of Navy rear admirals and captains, compared to the intense battle between Chu Han and Sakazuki. This skirmish was a true grand conflict. In the aftermath of the battle, the warship lay in ruins, strewn with dismembered limbs and the bodies of sailors, the deck marred with craters and scars from countless blade strikes. Ha ha! As expected of my lifelong rival. You are indeed formidable. Come again. At this moment, above the warship, Garp's fist forced Roger's long blade back, his Haki-infused fist radiating a steamy aura as he gazed down at Roger with piercing eyes. Laughing heartily, in response, Roger coughed several times, suppressing the blood threatening to spill forth, and with a bittersweet glance at Garp, who hovered above using moonwalk, he felt a pang of desolation and chuckled ruefully. A lifelong rival? Perhaps having you as a rival throughout this life is not such a bad thing. Regrettably, as if sensing the loneliness reflected in Roger's eyes, Garp was momentarily taken aback, and the smile on his face gradually faded. With a complex expression, he gazed at Roger and spoke in a deep tone. Roger, you should surrender. You must realize that from the moment you became the Pirate King, there was no turning back. The world government will never allow a living Pirate King to remain free. Therefore, if you choose to surrender, perhaps... do you really think I, Roger, am afraid of death from the instant I set sail as a pirate? I have embraced this awareness. Roger chuckled heartily, the melancholy that had enveloped him dissipating in an instant, replaced by boundless arrogance, akin to a mighty lion. Though aged, he still exuded an intimidating aura that made it difficult for others to gaze upon him directly. Garp, let me tell you, some things are far more precious than life itself that I, Roger, shall never perish, for I am the Pirate King. With a commanding gaze, Roger stood unwavering before Garp, laughing towards the heavens. That I in that case. Old man, I'll beat you into submission. Garp's face immediately contorted with fury, his anger boiling over as he shouted, a tremendous force erupting from him. His iron-like fists soared towards Roger on the deck like meteors. Come on. In response, Roger's eyes sparked with fierce determination, an incredible aura radiating from him. The kingly spirit he embodied left no room for retreat. With a resolute step, he leaped skyward, his fist colliding with Garp's in a thunderous clash. Boom! The collision of Garp and Roger's fists resulted in cracks forming in the surrounding atmosphere, and from the devastating shockwaves, immense sparks erupted, tearing the sky apart and creating an endless rift above. Chapter 18. The Crisis of Chu Han and the Great Rout. Above the windless zone. The clash between Garp and Roger had caused the atmosphere to fracture, resulting in a terrifying rift in the sky. On the warship, both pirates and the Navy paused, their swords and knives lowered as they stared in shock at the vast and horrifying fissure above them. Fear and reverence filled their hearts as they regarded the two individuals responsible for such a phenomenon. Monsters, they thought. Absolute monsters. Could such immense power truly belong to mere mortals? Simultaneously, this earth-shattering scene captured the attention of Chu Han and Sakakis aboard another warship. Both raised their gazes to the terrifying rift formed by the impact. Their expressions, a complex mixture of emotions. This the power of the Pirate King. It's astonishing. This man must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, it will surely lead to chaos in the world. Sakakis gazed at Roger, whose overwhelming presence filled the sky. His face reflected terror as he instinctively clenched his fists, gritting his teeth with a murderous intent. Conversely, Chu Han merely furrowed his brows, his expression largely unchanged, though a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Although he had long known of Roger and Garp's formidable strength, he had not anticipated that they would be so outrageously powerful, their strikes capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Was this truly the pinnacle of strength in the world of pirates? Yet, what did it matter? Despite their might, Chu Han was confident that given time, he would undoubtedly surpass them both, ascending to the pinnacle of this world and ruling over it. At this moment, aboard the warship, despite their astonishment at Garp and Roger's terrifying prowess, the thrilling combat had ignited the fighting spirit within Sakakis and Chu Han, both of whom felt their resolve intensifying. What? Are you afraid? Sakakis remarked with a mocking smile, noticing Chu Han's hesitation to strike. Afraid? Humph. With your level of strength, you have yet to earn the right to instill fear in me. Chu Han retorted with a cold snort, dismissing Sakakis. While Sakakis wielded Haki with great skill, the blood of dragons coursing through Chu Han's veins would never allow him to bow his head. Besides, until the final moment, who would live or die remained uncertain. He certainly had not exhausted all opportunities. Humph, stubborn fool. Sakakis scoffed, his pride unyielding. He considered himself a champion of justice and could not tolerate the disdainful look directed his way. Falling star volcano. Sakakis raised his arms, aiming at Chu Han, unleashing a colossal magma fist that rivaled the ferocity of his previous attacks. The immense magma fist, shrouded in thick black smoke, hurtled towards Chu Han like a meteor, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. In the face of this, Chu Han furrowed his brow, his blazing golden eyes ignited, his body tensed as he swiftly dodged to the side, just as the magma fist approached. Word spirit. Imperial flame. In an instant, an overwhelming heat surged forth. Within the domain of Imperial flame, The dust particles suspended in the air ignited and exploded, creating a cacophony of detonations that echoed like a barrage of gasoline tanks igniting simultaneously. The horrifying flames surged along the magma's trajectory like a fuse, racing towards Sakake's. Chu Han had ignited Sakake's magma powder with his imperial flame. Boom! The explosive force rivaled that of dozens of gasoline tanks, engulfing the entire deck in merciless flames. Under the intense heat, the steel deck began to show signs of melting. Simultaneously, Sakake's was submerged in the overwhelming fire and the thunderous explosions. An ordinary person would have met a certain demise under such a terrifying assault. But Sakake's was no ordinary man that a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the flames and smoke, revealing a wall of magma that suddenly appeared before Chu Han. The wall crumbled, and amidst the heavy footsteps, Sakake's emerged, his expression unperturbed and completely unharmed. So it is. He cannot be defeated even by this. Chu Han's pupils constricted, and he sighed inwardly. His gaze sharpened, and with a decisive step he drew his sword. Murakumo, and charged at Sakake's. Sakake's smirked, indifferent to Chu Han's advance, though a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Boom! A shadow suddenly appeared at the edge of the deck, prompting Chu Han to halt. Behind him, two deafening explosions erupted, creating two massive craters, from which towering columns of magma spewed forth, scattering sparks in all directions. As Chu Han turned to witness this scene, cold sweat gathered on his forehead. Had he not sensed danger at the last moment and stopped, he would have undoubtedly found himself in the midst of the magma eruption, facing certain death. Sakake's observation Haki had completely foreseen Chu Han's attack. Chapter 19. The arrival of Rayleigh. Though Chu Han's imperial flame could vaporize Sakake's magma, it was still in its nascent stage and could not fully vaporize all the magma instantaneously, should he be surrounded by magma. Even with imperial flame, Chu Han would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Moreover, the innate power of the dragon lineage, word spirit, required immense physical and mental stamina to maintain. Given Chu Han's youth, he could not sustain it for long. If it devolved into a war of attrition, Chu Han would be the one to lose, and the price for defeat would be his life. If this continues, I will surely be defeated. Meanwhile, Chu Han felt the energy within him beginning to wane. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, if he exhausted his stamina, the imperial flame would dissipate, and without it, Chu Han would find it impossible to near Sakake's. Thus, Sakake's could eliminate him with the ease of crushing an ant. On the other side of the warship, the Navy members besieging Shanks gazed at the two massive craters, spewing forth black smoke and rolling red magma, their eyes widening in horror. Instinctively, they retreated, distancing themselves from these two terrifying monsters. This Navy's strength is truly formidable. It seems Chu Han cannot hold out much longer. Shanks, having repelled the advancing Navy with a strike of his sword, looked towards the distant Chu Han, drenched in cold sweat, his heart heavy with concern. Though Shanks yearned to assist, the relentless onslaught from the elite Navy forces made it impossible for him to intervene. Despite sustaining injuries himself, he could only silently pray for Chu Han. Chu, I'm unable to help, so do your best. At this moment, Chu Han remained oblivious to Shanks' silent prayers. His focus was solely on Sakake's. Intently observing his every movement, he understood that he would soon face a barrage of magma fists raining down like a machine gun. Any lapse in attention would result in a fatal blow, sealing his doom. Your life is truly remarkable. To think a mere child who does not even comprehend Haki could evade my previous strike. Quite impressive. As he gazed upon the frigid visage of Chu Han, whose entire being was taut like a predatory leopard, Sakake's slowly reined in his smile and spoke coldly. Although he currently held the upper hand, he dared not let his guard down against this adversary. Among all the opponents he had encountered thus far, save for the likes of Monkey D. Luffy and Dorag from the Academy, this young one was undoubtedly the most tenacious. If he were to inadvertently present an opening, it could very well be he who would taste defeat. Yet, your stroke of luck has run its course. Henceforth, I shall ensure your utter annihilation, in the name of absolute justice. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Sakake's eyes as he snorted disdainfully, raising his arm once more to unleash the earlier meteor volcano attack upon Chu Han, who stood at the edge. Boom! In an instant, a barrage of crimson magma fists erupted forth like a hail of gunfire, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of billowing black smoke, even as Chu Han harnessed the explosive force of Jun Yan. He barely managed to evade the onslaught, gradually inching closer to Sakake's to avoid extending the distance between them. Boom! The continuous explosions reverberated behind him, leaving no time or leisure for Chu Han to contemplate the unfolding chaos. For he understood that to vanquish Sakake's, he would need to engage in close combat, leveraging the suppression of Jun Yan as a singular path to survival. As he drew nearer to Sakake's, evading the attacks became increasingly arduous. It seemed Sakake's had discerned the peculiar fruit-based abilities of Chu Han and was intent on preventing him from closing the gap, thus accelerating the pace of his meteor volcano assault. If this continues, I will inevitably be struck. How infuriating! With the magma splattering from the Jun Yan, Chu Han finally seized a fleeting opportunity, letting out a heavy sigh as his brow furrowed in contemplation. What other options remain? If only I possessed Kinbunchika Haki or another word spirit like Kemaitashi, at least I wouldn't be so reactive. The thought of a word spirit akin to the effects of Kinbunchika Haki, perhaps even surpassing it, ignited a fervor in his eyes. Regrettably, the system had yet to issue a second side quest. Otherwise, he would not be so passively ensnared. In that moment of reflection, Sakake's immediately detected a slight opening and seized the opportunity to launch a magma fist. Boom! In the next heartbeat, a wave of searing heat surged towards Chu Han. Scorching his face painfully, he was acutely aware that if he were to retract Jun Yan, this very heat wave could very well incinerate him. As the heat passed, the massive magma fist loomed less than a meter before Chu Han. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly display a visage of terror at such proximity. However, Chu Han was no ordinary individual. One might even describe him as a monster. Unfazed, his countenance exuded an icy calm, as if he held all the reins within his grasp. What is required now is composure, and yet more composure. Regardless of how perilous the situation may become, maintaining tranquility must take precedence. For even if one possesses the ability to eliminate the threat, losing one's cool could spell the end of their life. Having just taken a breath to alleviate the oppressive mental strain, Chu Han felt the gravity of his predicament weighing heavily upon him, and while he wished to chastise himself for his earlier negligence, time was no longer a luxury he could afford. In an instant, the red magma fist was nearly upon him, leaving no room for contemplation. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Han drew forth his blade, Murakumo, and declared, Word Spirit, Jun Yan. A combined slash. A wave of searing hot air enveloped the blade, colliding violently with the magma fist. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the magma fist erupted, splattering into countless molten fragments that rained down like fiery sparks, carving small craters into the deck. Chu Han's gaze sharpened. He attempted to leap aside swiftly, but the previous attack had delayed his movements, exposing him to a fatal vulnerability. Boom! Observing Chu Han's breach, Sakake's unleashed a torrent of magma punches from his fists. This is bad. There's no time. Just as he raised his foot, a magma fist descended upon him like a meteor, catching Chu Han off guard and momentarily paralyzing his response. Nevertheless, he had anticipated such a scenario and devised a countermeasure. With a blazing golden gaze igniting, an overwhelming ancient aura radiated from Chu Han's being, as if a colossal entity within him was stirring from slumber. Concurrently, he halted his intended evasive maneuver, disregarding the incoming magma fist, his eyes gently closing before suddenly snapping open, unleashing two golden beams of light as he uttered, 1-degree explosion, just as he was about to unleash this ultimate technique honed over the past 3 months. Chu Han sensed a familiar aura, causing the boiling dragon blood within him to gradually quell. Furrowing his brow, he gazed into the distance at a massive sword beam hurtling towards him. What is this? Ha ha ha, Chu Han. It hasn't been long, yet you appear so beleaguered. It seems my training regimen was insufficient. Amidst the cataclysmic roar, the colossal sword beam swept away the multitude of magma above Chu Han, transforming it into a cascade of rapidly descending sparks. Beneath the gently falling embers, a tall figure emerged behind Chu Han, laughing heartily. This imposing figure wore spectacles, his resolute visage exuding a commanding aura. It was none other than Rayleigh, who had mysteriously vanished from the Black Pearl not long ago. Rayleigh, why are you here? Chu Han turned to regard the approaching Rayleigh, his brow furrowing in surprise. In his recollection, Rayleigh had been dispatched by Roger to investigate a matter of utmost importance, one that could determine the fate of the entire crew. Although Chu Han was unaware of the specifics, Rayleigh's presence here indicated a high likelihood of success in that endeavor. Had I delayed further, you might have found yourself at the mercy of another, and Roger would surely have my head. Rayleigh chuckled, casting a teasing glance at Chu Han. Upon hearing this, a few dark lines formed on Chu Han's forehead, his expression growing icily stern as he concealed his embarrassment, but he knew full well that Rayleigh spoke the truth. He was not yet a match for Sakakis. Had it not been for Rayleigh's timely intervention, revealing his trump card would have resulted in severe injury. However, while honesty is paramount, the feeling of being underestimated is quite vexing. The legendary Dark King Rayleigh, I have long heard tales of your renown. Seeing you here today, it is evident you are indeed formidable. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air, interrupting the exchange between Rayleigh and Chu Han. They turned to find a grim-faced Sakakis, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. However, now that you are here, do not think of leaving. Today, both of you shall perish. Sakakis' gaze was frigid as the magma swirling around his right hand surged with heat. A colossal aura erupting forth as he coldly proclaimed, "Oh, you dare challenge me." The youthful Navy officer Rayleigh regarded Sakakis with keen interest, chuckling. Have your family not taught you the virtues of respecting your elders? Is it truly honorable for a young man to attack an old man and a mere child? Humph! What do you know of respect for the elderly? You pirates are not worthy of such discourse. Any who obstruct justice, be they elder or child, deserve death. With a disdainful snort, Sakakis gathered the rolling magma into his right hand, his voice laced with malice as he declared, "So, you shall both meet your end here today." Fiery onslaught. In that fleeting moment, a colossal fist composed entirely of molten rock hurtled towards Rayleigh, akin to a fallen sun, its power sufficient to obliterate an iceberg in an instant. That's quite a technique. Upon witnessing this, Rayleigh's expression sharpened, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, yet his demeanor remained undisturbed, showing no inclination to evade, as if the approaching magma were merely a snowball. Chu Han, too, remained motionless, observing the scene with a placid expression, embodying a sense of calm amidst the chaos. Boom! In an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the area where Rayleigh and Chu Han stood was completely engulfed by a massive surge of lava. The molten rock erupted violently, producing a deafening cacophony. Humph, seeking death indeed. Upon witnessing this, Sakakis let out a cold snort, his brow furrowing as he took a step forward, ascending into the air, streams of lava cascading down his body as he coldly declared, "Meteor volcano." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, countless molten fists erupted from Sakakis, raining down like a fiery meteor shower, submerging the already engulfed positions of Chu Han and Rayleigh once more. Although Sakakis had never laid eyes on Rayleigh, he was well aware of his formidable reputation and strength. Thus, despite his dismissive demeanor, he remained acutely vigilant, wary enough to strike again. Boom! At that moment, amidst the celestial firestorm, the ground where Chu Han and Rayleigh had been was swallowed by lava, dark smoke billowing into the sky. As the haze dissipated, several large craters, each a meter wide, emerged, bubbling with molten rock and intermittently crackling with sound. These craters were the result of Sakakis' relentless assault on the positions of Chu Han and Rayleigh. Lava churned all around, the searing heat of thousands of degrees instantly transforming the vicinity into an inferno. Gradually spreading outward, the towering flames even affected the distant Navy and Shanks, who were forced to retreat, staring in disbelief at the horrifying scene before them. Clop, clop, clop. Just then, through the billowing black smoke, the sound of crisp footsteps resonated as two figures, one large and one small, slowly emerged unscathed before the astonished Sakakis. Ha! Ha! Sakakis gasped slightly, incredulity written across his face as he beheld the sudden appearance of Rayleigh and Chu Han. Coldly, he inquired. "How did you evade the attack? Is there a need for us pirates to explain ourselves to you, a Navy man?" Taken aback by Sakakis's question, Rayleigh retorted sarcastically. Meanwhile, a smirk began to form at the corner of Chu Han's mouth. Noticing Sakakis's labored breathing indicated that he had expended considerable energy. Even if Rayleigh chose not to act, Chu Han felt confident he could handle the situation himself. Hearing this, Sakakis steadied his composure, his face taut with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a look of vengeance, he glared at Rayleigh, tightening his stance as an overwhelming pressure began to build, erupting forth with a thunderous roar. This pressure, so he had not been utilizing his full strength all along. Observing this, Chu Han's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing his eyes as his expression darkened. He had poured all his strength into the previous battle. "Indeed, you have no obligation to explain yourselves, but do not think you can leave here easily, unless I perish," Sakakis declared resolutely, fixing his gaze on Rayleigh and Chu Han, his voice cold to Sakakis's steadfast words. A glimmer of killing intent flickered in Chu Han's eyes, his grip on Murasame tightening as he prepared to draw the blade. "If you wish to seek death, I shall oblige." Just as Chu Han was about to unsheathe Murasame, he suddenly felt a large hand on his shoulder. Frowning slightly, he turned to see Rayleigh smiling, shaking his head. "We are pirates, not executioners. Moreover, do you not recall that your mission involves restraining this warship?" Rayleigh pointed towards the Black Pearl, which had already slipped out of the Navy's encirclement, along with the other ships gradually converging around it, and spoke in a grave tone. "We do not have much time left. If we do not leave now, we may not get the chance." Upon hearing this, Chu Han furrowed his brow. Observing Rayleigh's serious expression, he then nodded, loosening his grip on Murasame, slowly turning away and stepping forward. Although Chu Han longed to eliminate Sakakis, he understood the validity of Rayleigh's words. Their mission was to restrain the Navy's ships, allowing the Black Pearl to escape safely. For this reason, Roger had been forced into a fierce confrontation with Garp, and he absolutely could not jeopardize their critical moment. Furthermore, even if Chu Han wished to slay Sakakis, it would not be an easy task. Even with Rayleigh's assistance, it would take more than a moment to subdue Sakakis. Should the battle linger, they would risk being surrounded by incoming Navy ships, facing countless elite forces and vice admirals. Even Rayleigh, no matter how powerful, would find himself in a precarious situation. Thus, at this moment, Chu Han set aside his emotions, choosing to heed Rayleigh's advice, disregarding Sakakis as he turned towards Shanks. "Do you not think you can escape?" Watching Rayleigh and Chu Han turn away, Sakakis's face contorted with fury as he bellowed, a surge of lava erupting forth from his body, readying to attack once more. "Kid, have you had your fun? I do not have time to play with you." Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Rayleigh's eyes. In an instant, he drew his long sword, swinging it downward with force, unleashing a powerful aura that whipped up a tempest around him, causing his deep crimson coat to billow dramatically, sensing the terrifying energy radiating from Rayleigh. Sakakis's pupils constricted. He could feel the stark contrast between Rayleigh's current state and what it had been moments prior, prompting him to adopt a defensive stance. Rayleigh gazed at Sakakis's wary expression with a faint smile, swiftly raising his sword towards the void, cleaving through the air to conjure a massive wave of sword energy imbued with white lightning. Surging towards Sakakis as the sword energy formed, Rayleigh flashed a smile at the gravely concerned Sakakis, even playfully waving goodbye, wary of provoking the young Navy officer into a mutually destructive confrontation. With a swift movement, he vanished alongside Chu Han, reappearing in front of Shanks, who had been standing in stunned silence for quite some time. Bang, bang! Rayleigh immediately landed a few punches on Shanks, scolding, "You little rascal, did I not warn you to earlier? Your mission is to restrain, do you understand? It means to engage in guerrilla tactics and buy time. Yet look at you. One of you surrounded by a swarm of Navy, the other nearly dead. How embarrassing!" As he spoke, Rayleigh cast a cold glance at Chu Han, who maintained an indifferent expression, as if he had not heard a word. Cradling the large bump on his head, Shanks winced in pain and protested. This is because Chu Han insisted on battling that Navy officer. I merely helped him delay those soldiers. This is not my fault." This little rascal, observing Shanks's sweat-drenched face, Rayleigh recognized the deception, realizing that this was not the time for idle chatter. Without hesitation, he delivered a punch to Shanks, grasping him by the back of his collar, and swiftly pulled Chu Han along, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Chapter 22. The Conqueror's Haki on board the Black Pearl. On the deck, Rayleigh set down the nearly suffocated Shanks and Chu Han, glancing around before murmuring with a smile. Finally back. Indeed, the familiar atmosphere of my own ship is the most comforting. Oh, you wish to kill me, Senior Rayleigh? As soon as they landed, Shanks gingerly touched his injury. Chu Han, too, frowned as he rubbed the large bumps on his head from Rayleigh's earlier blows, casting a cold stare at Rayleigh, as if demanding an explanation. Enough, you two brats. Were it not for me, you would have long since descended into hell. Rayleigh completely ignored Shanks and Chu Han, glaring at them both. That was due to Chu Han being in danger, not me, Shanks muttered in response. Then, recalling the perilous battle Chu Han had just fought, a curious expression spread across Shanks's face as he eagerly asked, Senior Rayleigh, was that young Navy officer truly that strong? Even you had to evade him? Reflecting on the encounter with the young Navy officer, Shanks, though unsure of the intricacies, firmly believed that the officer was immensely powerful, strong enough that Chu Han had nearly been defeated, prompting Rayleigh to choose retreat. Shanks, do not underestimate yourself. Perhaps that individual is formidable, but you must believe that you are certainly not inferior to him. Hearing this, Rayleigh smiled faintly, reminiscing about their first meeting in the West Blue, and continued, Shanks, do not let Roger's expectations of you go to waste. In the presence of Chu Han, as you faced off against that naval officer, I observed the entire encounter. Although you fell short in comparison to him, your youth grants you ample opportunity for growth. Roger harbors great expectations for you, so I urge you not to be disheartened, but a true warrior is one who dares to confront failure. Having uttered these words, Rayleigh ceased speaking and made his way to the opposite end of the ship. Upon hearing Rayleigh's remarks, Shanks was profoundly moved. He adjusted his straw hat, lost in thought, and rose to follow Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Chu Han fell silent for a moment, then a glimmer of determination flickered in his half-closed eyes as he gazed at Rayleigh's departing figure, murmuring, Failure? I have never known failure in my life. Although I may have been bested by Sakazuki this time, our next encounter may yield a different outcome. In the distance, Rayleigh seemed to catch wind of Chu Han's words. He paused momentarily before continuing on, while Chu Han chose not to speak further, gradually falling in step behind him, in the comm belt. Aboard a colossal warship, the battle had long since escalated into a fervent clash, with pirates and Navy forces engaged in a frenzied melee. At this juncture, Roger and Garp, who had been locked in combat for an extended period without resolution, had ceased their fighting to rescue and protect their respective crew members. Both men, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from attacking each other's subordinates, fearing that provoking one another could lead to mutual destruction. They were both biding their time. Garp sought to delay Roger, anticipating the encroachment of surrounding naval vessels. Once those ships encircled theirs, Garp was confident that, with the assistance of several vice admirals, he could capture Roger and his crew. Conversely, Roger was stalling to allow the Black Pearl to break free from its confinement, believing that under the influence of his Conqueror's Haki, the Navy would be powerless to stop them. This was a race against time, with the speed of their respective forces determining the outcome. Brew, Roger called out, shaking off the advancing Navy forces as he retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket. Rayleigh, Shanks, Chu Han, did you receive my message? They're just fine, having witnessed a rather entertaining battle. Is that so? Roger glanced at the furious Sakazuki aboard the opposing ship, a knowing look crossing his face. He then hung up the transponder snail and addressed his comrades engaged in the fray. Listen up. Everyone, I just received word from Rayleigh that Shanks and Buggy are both safe. I knew those two would be fine, particularly Shanks, who is almost akin to a vice admiral. How could the Navy easily subdue him? A crew member, reminiscent of Sniper, remarked with a chuckle. The other crew members aboard the warship erupted in laughter, their morale bolstered as they intensified their assault. So, what is the plan, everyone? Let us commence our escape. To the Black Pearl, Roger exclaimed, disregarding his crew's banter, his laughter ringing out. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki emanated from him, spreading across the entire ship like the arrival of a deity. Chapter 23. The yellow bird appears, seeking reviews, a quarter of an hour later. Aboard the Black Pearl. Shanks, Chu Han. I never expected these two rascals to survive such a precarious situation. They're indeed remarkable. The crew aboard Roger's ship, having cleverly utilized Roger's Conqueror's Haki to escape Garp's clutches, began to chat and jest, with one particularly unrepentant member attempting to assert his dominance. Hey. Our escape was all thanks to my efforts. If I hadn't set the Black Pearl in motion promptly. Buggy boasted, hands on his hips, puffing out his chest like a proud chick. Seeing Buggy's boastful demeanor, Rayleigh could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap, scolding, "You little brat, I've conferred with Roger and Kuroka's, and you will henceforth serve as Kuroka's assistant to assist in testing his potions." Initially incensed by the slap and ready to retaliate, Buggy's ire deflated upon realizing it was Rayleigh speaking. However, hearing the next sentence sparked a desire to flee. Just as he was about to bolt, Kuroka swiftly seized him, grinning ominously. "Buggy, I've just concocted a new potion, and you're going to help me test it." No. Buggy, aware he was trapped and unable to escape, thought back to the agony he had endured from previous experiments and struggled fiercely. But then, recalling Shanks and Chu Han, he lamented, "Why do Chu Han and Shanks get a free pass? This is unfair. Rest assured, none of you will be spared. You're just the first." Kuroka's continued to smirk, observing Buggy's betrayal. Meanwhile, at the ship's bow, Shanks and Chu Han were recounting their recent experiences to Roger. "Is the formidable Navy officer you spoke of a user of a Logia-type devil fruit?" Roger inquired, his brow furrowing as he listened to Shanks and Chu Han's report. "Oh, you know his name?" "Sakazuki," Chu Han replied, nonchalantly. "Just as I suspected. If I'm not mistaken, he is the recent rising star of the Navy, a user of the Magma fruit, Sakazuki." Roger's eyes narrowed as he regarded the approaching Rayleigh. Smiling, "Rayleigh, what is your take on this matter? That steel-bodied fellow has even dispatched a Navy supernova against us. It seems we are being underestimated as mere stepping stones for these newcomers. But is that supernova truly formidable?" "Indeed. If I were to unleash my full strength, I might have a 10% chance of defeating him, but it would come at the cost of sustaining injuries in the process," Rayleigh acknowledged. Understanding the implications of Roger's words, reflecting on Rayleigh's response, Roger reminisced about the myriad dangers he had faced when he first set sail, the rivalries of his era, the formidable foes, and the ancient powers that loomed. With new generations emerging one after another, he yearned for the chance to relive those days anew. However, despite the world being so enchanting, no second chances existed. One must seize the present and ensure that his remaining days would sow vibrant seeds into this magnificent world. "Chu Han, the future is unpredictable, that if you wish to alter your destiny, grasp the present. Perhaps the future world will be transformed because of you," Roger remarked, gently ruffling Chu Han's hair, smiling at him at these words. Chu Han lifted his gaze to meet Roger's, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes before he nodded faintly. Seeing this, Roger smiled softly, then turned to the despondent Shanks, ready to offer words of comfort. When suddenly a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to collapse onto the deck. Fortunately, Shanks was nearby and quickly supported Roger, preventing him from falling flat. "Roger, are you all right?" Rayleigh rushed to Roger's side. Concern etched on his face. Before Roger could respond, a thunderous roar echoed from the rear of the pirate's ship. "Roger! Oh no! Garp is on our tail!" Rayleigh, still supporting Roger, glared at the advancing Navy ships with a grim expression. "Rayleigh, based on your assessment, can our vessel withstand the immense sea currents?" Roger gritted his teeth against the pain and asked curtly, "IT should be able to. After all, this ship was crafted by Tom, capable of enduring fierce storms," Rayleigh replied, nodding. "Very well. Then let us halt here." "Roger, your condition is likely deteriorating," Rayleigh exclaimed, alarmed. But before he could finish, Roger suddenly sensed something approaching from beneath the sea. He raised his head to gaze into the empty expanse ahead. Sneering, I knew Garp wouldn't pursue me for no reason. It seems you've come as well." Admiral Sengoku, Chapter 24. "I am the Pirate King. I knew Garp wouldn't pursue me for no reason. It seems you've come as well." Admiral Sengoku. As soon as Roger's words fell, 5 massive Navy ships emerged in an orderly fashion from the sea before the Black Pearl, the sound of their arrival resonating like thunder. The sound, embedded in the surface of the warship's coating, erupted with a sudden explosion, revealing within it a magnificent and imposing naval super battleship of the level of a demon-slaying order. The very moment the ship's coating shattered, the artillery ports of each warship swiftly adjusted their angles, all targeting a single vessel, the pirate ship ensnared in their midst. Likewise, the combat soldiers and officers were fully prepared, awaiting the Supreme Commander's order to launch a comprehensive assault on the pirate crew below. Observing this, Chu Han's pupils constricted, his golden eyes igniting in an instant. He drew his sword, Murasame, with a sudden motion, his entire being taut with an inexplicable aura of murderous intent emanating from within. Resembling a ferocious dragon glaring at the Navy, the blazing coldness of his golden gaze shimmering with unmasked killing intent. Calm down, Chu Han. At that moment, a broad hand landed on Chu Han's shoulder. Turning to look, he found Roger smiling at him, his ordinary visage imbued with tranquility and a hint of authority, akin to a sovereign seated upon a dragon throne, unfazed by the multitude of rebels before him. Trust me, we will be fine. Upon hearing Roger's reassuring words, the murderous aura surrounding Chu Han gradually dissipated. Murasame was sheathed, and he stood proudly, though the vigilance in his eyes did not wane but intensified. Akin to a leopard ever ready to hunt, Chu Han remained prepared for battle, for he had never been one to entrust his fate to others. Each person has their own destiny. My fate is mine to determine. Roger, it has been many years since we last met, hasn't it? On one of the warships, Sengoku stood tall on the deck, casting a sidelong glance at Roger on the pirate ship below. Indeed, it has been many years. However, upon our first meeting, you orchestrate such a grand display. I wonder what brings you, Lord Sengoku, to summon me. Roger. Observing Sengoku's composed demeanor from above, Roger understood that any hint of discomfort on his part would immediately be detected by this cunning old fox, potentially leading to a devastating counterattack, one that could obliterate the very pirate crew he had founded. Thus, Roger dared not be careless, even though the pain coursing through him felt as if it could tear him apart. He had to endure it, masking any sign of discomfort and instead maintaining his composure. Sengoku, disinterested in answering such an obvious question, would have already commanded the soldiers on each warship to launch a full-scale assault on the pirates below. Were it not for his concern about upsetting his old friend, Garp, it seemed Roger grasped Sengoku's unspoken intentions and chose not to speak further. He slowly turned to gaze at the approaching naval warship in the distance. The atmosphere momentarily froze, with neither side daring to make a move, for they understood that any slight action could ignite a full-scale war, an outcome none desired, of course. With the arrow drawn, it must be released. This was clear to all. Thus, they waited, anticipating the catalyst for this impending conflict as seconds dragged on. Garp's warship did not keep them waiting long, swiftly navigating to a gap in the encirclement formed by the 5 warships. This very gap lay directly behind the Oro Jackson. Amidst this weight, Roger's comrades felt as though the apocalypse was inching closer. However, as the warship drew nearer, they inexplicably sighed in relief, as if everything unfolded just as they had anticipated, without significant change. Meanwhile, with Garp's arrival, the soldiers and officers aboard the Navy ships appeared invigorated, exuding an air of assured victory. They understood that with Garp and Sengoku, 2 of the Navy's highest combat powers present, they could finally bring the notorious pirate Roger to justice. On the warship, Garp paid no heed to the soldiers brimming with fighting spirit, but instead approached the front of the ship, leaping onto the artillery platform. Although Garp's face bore no expression at that moment, he suddenly erupted in laughter, bellowing, "Surprise, Roger! To take you down, the headquarters has dispatched a top-tier admiral. You should feel proud to meet your end here today." I expected nothing less from you, old mad dog. But today, I, Roger, will not be ending my journey here. My dreams remain unfulfilled. Roger replied with a hearty laugh, showing no trace of fear regarding the earlier situation. Roger, regarding your dreams, I must remind you that the world is already sufficiently peaceful. There is no need for another king. Such a notion will only breed further chaos and strengthen the world government's resolve to eradicate you. Observing the light-hearted exchange between the two, Sengoku, who initially intended to remain silent, felt his expression grow stern upon hearing Roger's final words. For the Sengoku, this was an outright provocation against the world government. Yet, to avert unnecessary harm, Sengoku felt compelled to caution Roger. As long as you and your pirate crew disband and never set foot on the Grand Line again, we will, but regrettably. Before Sengoku could finish his statement, Roger interrupted him mercilessly. Sengoku, perhaps to you, we're shaking the very foundations of this world. But to me, this is the essence of our existence. Thus, no matter the pressure you exert today, my steps shall not falter. Roger paused, his eyes narrowing, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declared with exuberance, "For I am the Pirate King." In that moment, a voice of authority and dominance resonated across the sky, rendering the surroundings silent, with not a single soul daring to utter a word. Both Chu Han and the Navy stood in quiet reverence, gazing at the imposing figure of Roger, a flicker of respect evident in their eyes, a tribute to a true king. Even in the face of 1,000 troops, he remained unflinching, engaging in light-hearted banter as a genuine king would. Yet, Roger's confidence in his words suggested an unwavering belief in his ability to lead them to safety without suffering any losses. Rekindling the admiration in Chu Han's gaze, furrowing his brow, he regarded Roger's formidable silhouette at the ship's bow, his mind racing as he stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes as he pondered. But what truly fuels Roger's unshakable confidence? Could it be, meanwhile, on the other side, then let us engage in battle? Hearing the response, Sengoku's expression turned icy as he raised a hand and gestured downward. In an instant, all the soldiers understood this signal, and simultaneously, including Garp's warship, the artillery ports unleashed their barrage upon the pirates below. Boom! Boom! It seemed as though the heavens favored the newly crowned king. Gold Roger, as the sea began to swirl, causing the cannonballs to veer off course, landing harmlessly in the ocean, some even striking the opposing warships, resulting in explosions. Fortunately, these vessels were forged from steel, while the blast did not cause catastrophic damage. The force distorted the surface steel, creating indentations. What is happening? Just moments ago, the sea was calm. How could such a massive whirlpool emerge in an instant? The whirlpool's influence caused the 6 warships to start rotating, and a vice admiral in command was suddenly alarmed. Each ship had cost a fortune to construct, and should one capsize, the soldiers aboard would plunge into the depths. Given the current situation, even if they could swim, they would likely meet a grim fate. Wait, why has the sky darkened as well? As time progressed, the whirlpool expanded, and the sky was ominously shrouded by immense cumulonimbus clouds, obscuring all sunlight from piercing into the ocean, casting the surroundings into a darkness akin to the onset of night. With the sky darkening and the whirlpool growing larger, the various warships began to accelerate perilously, swayed by the vortex, each vessel exhibiting signs of potential capsizing. The soldiers aboard the ships grew increasingly frantic, as they understood that should their vessels capsize, even with 10 life buoys strapped to their bodies, the likelihood of survival against such a formidable whirlpool was exceedingly slim. What a bunch of fools! Why the panic? Get those sails down at once, bellowed Sakakis from one of the warships. He was no stranger to turbulent seas. However, the suddenness of the situation caught him off guard. Regaining his composure swiftly, he devised a plan to prevent the ship from capsizing, lowering the sails. After all, the rapid flow of the ocean whirlpool was propelling the warships forward at an alarming rate. And with the vessels positioned sideways, they were at risk of capsizing even in the absence of a gale. Observing Sakakis' calm decisiveness, Sengoku nodded approvingly. Choosing not to intervene, he turned to the rear admiral behind him and instructed, "The situation back there is in your hands." As the Roger pirate ship found itself at the center of the whirlpool, the water level continued to descend as the vortex expanded, rendering the vessel nearly invisible after a considerable amount of time. With the ship now caught in the whirlpool's current, the cannons would likely prove ineffective, prompting Sengoku to leap into the swirling depths without a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, on another warship, Garp followed Sakakis' lead, issuing the same command to his subordinates to lower the sails. In a coordinated effort, He too leapt into the swirling abyss. Despite his annoyance at Sengoku's earlier command to attack, Garp recognized that as a Marine, he must embody the resolve that his uniform demanded. Thus, he intended to join forces with Sengoku to capture Roger. In the darkness of the whirlpool, Roger's complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Were it not for the oppressive gloom, one might notice that his visage was even paler than that of a drowned man. Chapter 26. The clash. Coughing violently, Roger felt an unbearable pain coursing through his body. Struggling to catch his breath, he inhaled sharply, only to choke on the rush of air, erupting into a fit of coughs. Yet for the sake of the pirate crew he had forged and the lives of his comrades, he had to suppress the urge to cough. Turning to Rayleigh beside him, he said, "Rayleigh, Sengoku will not recklessly attack us without a scheme in mind. Wait until Sengoku and Garp arrive. I will handle them both. You protect our comrades, but your body won't hold up." Rayleigh interjected, his expression betraying his reluctance to allow Roger to face the Marines' two strongest forces alone. "Rest assured, Rayleigh, Roger, shall not perish so easily. Trust me." Though the darkness obscured Rayleigh's expression, Roger could discern his unease from the tone of his voice. In order to prevent unnecessary harm to their companions, Roger had to reassure Rayleigh repeatedly, lest he fall into Sengoku's trap while attempting to rescue him. "All right, your decision is final, and none can alter it. Not even you, Rayleigh," he conceded reluctantly, nodding in agreement. Despite the hushed exchange, the crew aboard the ship caught snippets of their conversation. Though slightly muffled, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. They remained silent, but if one listened closely, they could hear the faint sounds of suppressed sobs and the tremors of frustration emanating from their lips, hands, and muscles, indicative of their inner turmoil. Even the cowardly buggy fell into a heavy silence. Conversely, Chu Han maintained an expression of calm indifference, his eyes as tranquil as autumn waters, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet his grip on the hilt of his sword, Murasame, revealed the tension within, as his pale hand trembled with the strain of suppressing his true feelings. For the first time, Chu Han experienced the suffocating sensation of powerlessness, a feeling he had not encountered even when facing Sakakis. Yet before the overwhelming strength of Garp and Sengoku, he felt utterly inadequate, relegated to hiding behind Roger and Rayleigh, praying for their protection. "Sengoku? Garp? One day, I shall surpass both of you why fate is mine to command." Chu Han vowed, gripping Murasame tightly, his golden eyes igniting with fervor, gleaming brilliantly in the surrounding darkness. Under the oppressive weight of Garp and Sengoku, he yearned more than ever for power, an authority that would allow him to dictate his own destiny, as the captain and first mate of the ship. Roger and Rayleigh, both formidable warriors, could hear Chu Han's quiet resolve. Even if the words were faint, they exchanged glances filled with admiration and a sense of pride. Meanwhile, above the whirlpool, Sengoku and Garp, sensing the right moment, employed the sixth form of their combat technique, shave, propelling themselves forcefully into the air. With a resounding thud, the impact reverberated beneath them, allowing them to hover effortlessly. Wasting no time, Sengoku unleashed his ferocious aura, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha that illuminated the vast whirlpool below. Garp followed suit, releasing a volcanic-like energy as he swung his massive fist, enveloped in armament Haki, and hurled it downward toward the Black Pearl. Boom! While the attack had yet to land, the pressure of their combined might descended upon the crew aboard the Black Pearl. Perhaps due to their extensive battles alongside Roger, the crew remained composed. Though several weaker members trembled under the immense pressure, the weaker Shanks and Buggy could hardly withstand the overwhelming aura, their bodies quaking, and they risked losing consciousness under the sheer weight of it. Yet, Chu Han stood resolute, his golden eyes radiating unwavering defiance, refusing to yield even in the face of Garp and Sengoku's overwhelming presence. The blood of dragons coursed through him, forbidding him from bowing his head, not even to Garp and Sengoku, who had yet to earn that privilege. Just as I had hoped. At that moment, Roger's pallid face turned cold, and he drew his ornate blade, unleashing an aura that rivaled that of the two formidable figures above, countering their terrifying presence, preventing them from advancing further. With the cataclysmic forces temporarily staved off, the crew found a moment of respite. However, they were acutely aware that this was no time for complacency. The two strongest Marines were above them, and even their captain, with all his might struggle to defeat even one of them. They dared not underestimate the situation. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding this naval ambush were peculiar, suggesting that a simple battle would not suffice to resolve the confrontation. Any misstep could potentially lead to their demise here. Regarding Roger's defiance against Garp's formidable presence, Sengoku harbored no doubts. It was evident that Roger intended to confront him alone in battle, which indeed irked Sengoku somewhat. However, this was also what Sengoku had anticipated, prompting him to let out a cold snort before unleashing the full force of his aura. He was preparing to strike. Sensing the overwhelming surge of Sengoku's energy, Garp understood that Sengoku was about to launch his attack. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy for Roger and contemplated retracting his fist, their differing stances necessitated a resolute decision. Thus, Garp held nothing back, channeling his full strength to propel his iron fist downwards with even greater ferocity. In the face of such dire peril, Roger exhibited no trace of panic. Rather, his expression grew even colder. He comprehended that any attempt to evade would invite the destruction of his pirate ship by the assaults of either adversary, potentially leading to the demise of his companions. Therefore, Roger recognized that he could neither flee nor falter. Yet, having journeyed this far, Roger's heart, though predominantly driven by a desire to protect his allies, concealed within it an indomitable spirit of a true warrior. Chapter 27. Roger's calculations. How intriguing. Observing the colossal, invincible iron fist, Roger's pale visage broke into a smile. He had long contemplated the day he would match his fists against Garp, but however, out of respect for Garp, he had refrained from doing so. Today, however, the circumstances had changed. Garp had made his determination known, and Roger had likewise resolved himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Roger unleashed his armed Haki to its utmost limit, solidifying his left fist as he crouched and leapt towards Garp's iron fist for a direct confrontation. Before their fists could collide, the force generated between them began to warp the immense walls of water surrounding them. Undoubtedly, both possessed the power to alter their natural surroundings, even to the extent of annihilating them. Yet, neither had the luxury of time to concern themselves with nature. One fought for the salvation of the world, while the other battled for comrades and dreams. As Roger initiated his attack, Sengoku was equally poised. The massive golden hand of Sengoku began to arch, as if countless compressed air molecules were coalescing to form a radiant sphere of white light. Upon witnessing this transformation, Roger's expression shifted, and he could not afford to be complacent. He swiftly drew his sword from his waist, bracing himself for imminent defense. Roger understood that he could contend with only one opponent. Engaging both simultaneously was beyond his current physical capacity. Nevertheless, he could still parry one while defending against the other. However, the sheer destructive potential of Sengoku's Devil Fruit ability was terrifying. It was well known that Sengoku's offensive might rival that of the legendary Whitebeard from the New World, even without Garp's presence. Roger lacked complete confidence in withstanding the assault, let alone with Garp joining in. Sengoku, devoid of any compassion for Roger, unleashed his full strength from the very first strike. Boom! Bang! The sound resonated like the harbinger of the apocalypse. Before the shockwaves of their clash could manifest, onlookers beheld the onset of the end of the world. The collision of Garp and Roger's fists directly caused the atmosphere around them to fracture, unleashing cataclysmic sparks of lightning from the ensuing destruction. Simultaneously, Sengoku's attack upon Roger wrought an unfathomable rift across the sky, one that even the titanic clouds could not withstand. As the scene unfolded like a vision of cataclysm, the immense vortex began to collapse, unable to bear the repercussions of their ferocious onslaught. Suddenly, just as Roger managed to defend against the dual assault, an excruciating tearing sensation coursed through him, akin to a warning that he must resolve this crisis before the next wave of attacks descended upon him. Yet in that moment, Roger felt an obstruction in his throat, rendering his complexion even paler and his breath labored. Cough! Unable to suppress it any longer, Roger erupted into a violent cough, expelling a torrent of thick, congealed blood from his throat. Witnessing this, Sengoku's expression brightened. He had sensed something amiss with Roger. Though they had combined forces, it was inconceivable that they could wound someone of Roger's caliber with a single strike. This realization led Sengoku to ponder Roger's injuries. Could it be Roger? Garp, who knew Roger intimately, felt a shift in his demeanor as he grasped the urgency behind Roger's ascent to the throne of the Pirate King and his hasty exit from the Grand Line. Only a pirate who could conquer the Grand Line and emerge unscathed could truly be deemed the Pirate King. Garp? Observing this, Sengoku's face exhibited a glimmer of delight as he called out Garp's name, foregoing explanations as he prepared to launch another assault on Roger. Garp understood Sengoku's intent without hesitation, acknowledging it with a nod and mirroring Sengoku's attack. Faced with such overwhelming peril, Roger remained composed. A slight curve of a smile gracing his lips. Initially inclined to assist Roger upon witnessing him cough up blood, Rayleigh paused, noticing the faint smile at Roger's mouth, and found himself smiling in return. Though he could not fathom Roger's thoughts, he sensed that they had indeed navigated through the crisis. As Garp and Sengoku's attacks coalesced, Roger, akin to a nimble monkey, utilized his body's flexibility and strength to redirect the shockwaves of their strikes down towards the ocean floor. Subsequently, leveraging their momentum, he executed a sideways roll, landing back on a ship as though he bore no intention of continuing the battle. What do you mean? Confounded by Roger's actions, Sengoku's expression darkened, and he inquired coldly. Haha, my apologies, but the battle concludes here today. I, Roger, shall take my leave, though the pain coursing through his body rendered him nearly speechless. Roger's heart swelled with elation, for he had outmaneuvered the two most formidable admirals renowned throughout the world. Did you just say that? Garp, having grasped Roger's intentions, quickly turned to Sengoku, who was equally alert, and without a moment's thought, exclaimed, Look out! Chapter 28. A desperate escape quickly. Upon hearing this, Garp lowered his head, casting a deep gaze at Roger, whose face bore a faint smile that a wry smile crept onto his lips as he, alongside Sengoku, dashed towards the periphery of the vortex. As the sea level rapidly rose and the vortex collapsed, Roger's crew exhibited no concern that their vessel would be consumed by the encroaching waters. Rather, they remained calm, patiently awaiting Roger's explanation. Haha, Roger, I think I finally understand. However, after this encounter, Sengoku is likely to remember you. Who would have thought that the strategic genius, Buddha Sengoku, would be so thoroughly outsmarted by you, Roger? If word of this spread, Sengoku would surely be driven mad, observing the persistent smile on Roger's pale face. Rayleigh quickly grasped the situation and erupted into laughter. You figured it out. Rayleigh, Roger replied with a grin, not intending to elaborate further, instead asking, Rayleigh, are preparations for our journey to Skypiea complete? Everything is in place. We await only the formation of the current. Excellent, Roger nodded, then turned around, raising his voice, now slightly strained, to shout, Everyone hold on to the railings. Don't fall overboard. Oh, a chorus of voices responded in unison. However, Roger did not elucidate the matter that had just transpired, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion. Yet, Chu Han had likely pieced together the situation, for it was known that Roger possessed the extraordinary ability to hear the voices of all things. If Chu Han's conjecture held true, it was probable that Roger had foreseen the emergence of this colossal whirlpool and the gradually rising water level. The reason Roger chose to remain here, engaging in battle alone, was to adeptly channel the shockwaves generated by the assaults of Sengoku and Garp, thereby causing the seabed to fracture and releasing a significant volume of air, which would elevate the water level below in order to facilitate their escape from the clutches of Sengoku and Garp. Roger could even assert without hesitation that, from the very beginning, Sengoku had already been defeated. Indeed, it was no surprise that this man, who had repeatedly evaded Garp and vanquished numerous formidable pirates, ultimately ascending to the throne of the Pirate King, commanded a wisdom that inspired profound respect. Contemplating this, Chu Han gazed at Roger's retreating figure, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. In his past life, many had claimed that Luffy was the second coming of Roger. Yet at this moment, Chu Han comprehended that the two were fundamentally different. Perhaps their personalities bore similarities, yet Roger's intellect was on an entirely different plane from Luffy's simplistic approach. Luffy's brilliance manifested in combat. His extraordinary sensitivity to battle was a crucial factor in his ability to triumph against stronger foes. In contrast, Roger's intelligence lay in his mastery of the larger picture, a level of strategic acumen that surpassed even Sengoku's. Unfortunately, this wisdom had long been overshadowed by Rayleigh, leading many to mistakenly perceive Roger as merely a brute with overwhelming strength, while Rayleigh was deemed the true strategist aboard the ship. Should one truly believe Roger to be nothing more than a muscle-bound fool, they would likely find themselves facing an untimely demise without even comprehending how it came to pass. At this moment, Chu Han profoundly understood that some matters were far more complex than they appeared on the surface. To arrogantly presume that an understanding of the narrative sufficed could lead to an abyss of despair, devoid of any hope for escape. Meanwhile, within the whirlpool, chaos reigned as it collapsed into disarray. 6 warships, caught in the maelstrom, tragically lost 2 of their number to the tumultuous waters. Although not all had perished, their situation was dire. These vessels were ensnared at the heart of the massive whirlpool, and no amount of struggle could secure their escape. Damn it! Sengoku cursed as he emerged from the void of the whirlpool, witnessing only 4 warships remaining on the surface. He had not anticipated that he, the so-called strategic genius, the Buddha of war, would fall victim to such trickery. Even in the absence of any injuries on the adversary's side, they had already suffered a loss exceeding 30% of their forces. A weighty burden for Sengoku to bear. Enough, Sengoku thought. Roger and his ilk are not so easily vanquished. Our primary concern now is to assist the remaining warships in escaping danger. Otherwise, we risk total annihilation. Observing Sengoku's grim demeanor, Garp felt the urge to laugh but found no humor in the situation. Regardless of the outcome, their forces had already incurred casualties, and without timely rescue, they could very well face total destruction. Thus, Garp suppressed his amusement and urged, Sengoku, we must act swiftly. Acknowledging Garp's reminder, Sengoku understood the gravity of the situation. With a disdainful snort, he relinquished his devil fruit powers and charged toward the 4 remaining warships. Sigh. Garp exhaled, realizing that this incident would inevitably deepen the animosity between Sengoku and Roger. However, this was of little concern to him. Adopting an indifferent demeanor, he followed suit, with the arrival of these 2 titans. Despite the world-class leadership they provided, the 4 warships had yet to fully escape the clutches of danger. Perhaps fate had taken pity on them, for just as the vessels were on the verge of sinking, a colossal column of water erupted from the whirlpool. As the water column thickened, propelled by the immense upward current, the 4 warships were unexpectedly lifted above the surface, soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 formidable figures aboard the ships sprang into action, each assisting 2 vessels, ensuring their safe descent as they prepared to land. However, due to Garp's inability to enlarge his form, he struck one ship with a powerful punch, sending it careening away, while he managed to support another. Consequently, only 3 warships descended unscathed onto the ocean surface. The ship that had been propelled away by Garp's iron fist, though floating, was rendered utterly unserviceable. Fortunately, Garp had exercised remarkable control over his strength, and the elite Navy personnel aboard sustained minimal injuries. Yet they instinctively recoiled from Garp, fearfully avoiding his gaze, lest they provoke his wrath as the ships escaped peril. The crews began rescuing soldiers who had fallen into the water. At that moment, Sakazuki rushed to Sengoku's side, his expression urgent. Before he could speak, Sengoku interjected, Sakazuki, have you spotted the Roger pirates? Taken aback by Sengoku's inquiry, Sakazuki quickly regained his composure and replied solemnly, Report, Admiral Sengoku. The Roger pirates have just been swept into the sky by the current. They are likely headed to Sky Island. Sky Island? Sengoku clenched his teeth, a glint of cold fury flickering in his eyes. Curse that Roger. He has outsmarted us once again. He must have anticipated this current, using it to reach Sky Island and evade our naval blockade. However, Roger, do you think becoming the Pirate King is so simple? This matter is far from over. One day, I shall personally deliver you to the executioner's block. Sengoku's fists tightened, his murderous intent palpable, and his once amiable visage appeared terrifyingly grotesque under the dim sunlight. Resembling a frenzied demon. Chapter 29. Rog Town, 15, Seeking Collections, East Blue, Rog Town. This quaint town lies near the entrance of the Grand Line. Though currently obscure, it would gain renown 20 years hence, hailed as the place of both beginnings and endings. For it was here that the legendary pirate king, Roger, was born and ultimately met his demise. At this moment, the tranquil harbor was graced by the arrival of a massive pirate ship, gliding swiftly from the distance, docking in mere moments. Phew, we finally made it ashore. There's nothing quite like the feeling of solid ground beneath my feet after half a month of fleeing upon the ship's arrival. A red-haired youth adorned with a straw hat stretched his limbs, an expression of exhilaration lighting his face as he hurriedly leaped onto the dock, followed closely by a boy resembling a clown. Tisich, what a pathetic pirate! Can't even endure half a month's tumult without breaking down. The clownish boy scoffed, rolling his eyes disdainfully at the red-haired youth, though his pale visage betrayed his own discomfort. Oh, look who's talking. I seem to recall someone getting sick along the way. The red-haired youth chuckled, ignoring the infuriated clown and turning to address a stoic boy descending from the deck, a long blade sheathed at his side. Chu Han, now that we're in town, what do you wish to purchase? Care to join me? No, I prefer to acquire some personal items. You and Buggy can go together, Chu Han replied coolly, shaking his head in refusal before stepping into the unassuming little town. What a bore, Shanks muttered, watching Chu Han's receding figure with a shrug, then turned to the clown beside him. Come on, Buggy. Rayleigh instructed us to stock up on food and supplies, but since we have time, let's have some fun first. Don't give me orders, Shanks, Buggy huffed, his cheeks puffed out in indignation. Yet, seeing Shanks ignore him and stride away, Buggy hurriedly followed, and soon the two vanished from the harbor. Meanwhile, within Rog Town, a handsome youth clad in a white t-shirt and black pants, exuding an aura of icy composure, strolled leisurely along the bustling streets. His striking features drew the attention of many infatuated young women. Yet his expressionless countenance and the long blade at his waist deterred anyone from approaching. This coolly composed youth was none other than Chu Han, who had just departed the harbor. Indeed, it is no surprise that Rog Town, though its fame has yet to reach the heights it will achieve 2 decades hence, boasts a vibrancy that rivals the smaller islands within the Grand Line. It is truly a place that has given birth to a generation of pirate kings. As Chu Han gazed upon the bustling streets, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, and a hint of sarcasm graced his lips as he murmured, "Yet this place shall inevitably become the final resting ground for a king of his era. A town that signifies both beginnings and endings. How ironic. At this juncture, half a month had elapsed since the fierce confrontation between the Roger pirates and the Navy, despite the passage of time. The intensity of that battle remained vividly etched in Chu Han's mind, evoking a sense of dislocation. After Roger skillfully maneuvered through the currents, outsmarting Garp and Sengoku, he propelled Chu Han and his crew aboard the Black Pearl toward Skypiea, deftly navigating through multiple ambushes and intercepts laid by the Navy in the Grand Line. Ultimately, they crossed the Red Line and departed from the Grand Line. During this journey, Roger had urgently accelerated their pace, managing to leave the Grand Line in a mere fortnight, as if he had come to the realization that his time was fleeting. Was he yearning to return to his homeland? Or perhaps he was preparing to accomplish a certain task. Chu Han squinted, a contemplative expression crossing his face, and sighed. Roger, what a pity. You would have made a splendid adversary. Engaging with you would surely have been an intriguing affair. What a shame, with a wistful shake of his head. As if lamenting the loss of a worthy opponent, he slowly merged into the throngs of the bustling street. A few hours later, at the port, Chu Han encountered Shanks and the jester Buggy, both laden with bags of varying sizes. Chu Han, what is it that you carry? Shanks inquired with a hint of curiosity, eyeing the large sack that Chu Han held. Just some burdens, Chu Han replied nonchalantly, before casually dropping the hefty sack to the ground. With a resounding thud, the solid ground was indented by the weight of the by the heavens, exclaimed Shanks and Buggy, instinctively taking a step back in shock. What on earth could that weigh? Shanks regarded Chu Han with an expression reserved for monsters, realizing that the sound of the impact suggested the sack contained no less than 500 pounds. Yet, Chu Han had lifted it as if it were not. Just how immense was his strength? In response, Chu Han shook his slightly aching hand and replied indifferently, "It's not that heavy, just a few 100 kilograms." Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances, speechless. "More burdens? Chu Han, you truly are a training fanatic," Buggy finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. "Isn't it better to enjoy life like us? To seek treasure when we have the time?" "Ha ha, Buggy, your perspective is misguided. You have your life, and Chu Han has his own path. Judging others' lives by your own standards is rather impolite. Besides, how do you know that Chu Han's training isn't a form of enjoyment?" Just as Chu Han was about to speak, a hearty laughter suddenly rang out. The trio turned to see Roger standing at the bow of the ship, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded them. "But isn't training all day rather exhausting? Shouldn't we as pirates be out searching for treasure? Spending all our time training leaves little room for enjoyment," Buggy countered. "Haha, Buggy, we don't become pirates merely for treasure. It's more about our dreams. To realize those dreams, one must possess formidable strength. Thus, you should learn from Chu Han rather than dwell solely on treasure," Roger replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Upon hearing this, both Shanks and Buggy felt a twinge of shame, their faces flushing. Indeed, while they also trained, it paled in comparison to the dedication Chu Han exhibited. It was no wonder the captain would say such things. Observing the two who hung their heads in silence, and then glancing at the impassive Chu Han, Roger's expression shifted from mirth to grave seriousness as he declared, "Chu Han, Shanks, and Buggy, you three should board the ship. I have an important announcement to make." As Roger's usual serious tone echoed, Shanks and Buggy momentarily froze in confusion. "Captain, what has happened?" Roger shook his head, offering no explanation, only stating, "You will understand once you come aboard. The others are already gathered in the lounge. You three are the last to arrive." "All right," Chu Han nodded, harboring some speculation about Roger's announcement. He responded calmly before picking up the bag from the ground and striding towards the ship. Noticing this, Shanks and Buggy scratched their heads in bewilderment, but it was clearly not the time to press for answers. With Chu Han and Roger already turning away, they exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. "Chu Han, how has your training progressed?" Roger inquired, observing the cool demeanor of Chu Han as they walked upon the deck. Perhaps sensing the somber atmosphere, he smiled and continued, "I've heard from Rayleigh that during your battle with Sakazuki, you seem to employ some extraordinary ability with immense power. Was that a devil fruit ability?" At this, Chu Han paused, a flicker of alarm crossing his features, and he thought, so it has finally come to this. From a moment he had revealed his Ling Yu and Jun Yan abilities, he had never expected to keep it hidden from two peak powerhouses like Rayleigh and Roger, particularly since the latter possessed the ability to hear the voices of all things. Concealing it from them would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. Thus, Chu Han had prepared for this eventuality from the outset, though he had not anticipated Roger and Rayleigh's patience would last for half a month before broaching the subject. "Yes, it should be a devil fruit ability, though I am uncertain of which one. I discovered it one afternoon after boarding the captain's ship while swimming." Chu Han steadied himself, feigning ignorance as he shrugged and spoke hesitantly. "Don't be anxious. I'm not here to blame you," Roger reassured. Noticing Chu Han's tension, he chuckled, patting Chu Han on the shoulder. "I am genuinely pleased that you have gained strength, but you must not become overly reliant on your devil fruit abilities. There are many methods in this world to counter them. True strength is the best safeguard." Yes, Chu Han nodded, smiling. "Rest assured, Captain, I am well aware of this. That's good to hear," Roger responded, satisfied with Chu Han's attitude. "Now you must strive diligently. I am eagerly awaiting the day you surpass me." With that, Roger clapped Chu Han's shoulder heartily and, with a resounding laugh, strode confidently towards the ship's entrance. "Surpass you?" Chu Han mused, his eyes narrowing slightly as a glimmer of determination shone within. With a smirk curling at his lips, he whispered to himself, "One day, I will," within the confines of the ship's dining hall. As Chu Han stepped inside, he discovered, as Roger had forewarned, that the rest of the crew had gathered. They were seated around a grand dining table, with Captain Roger at the head and First Mate Rayleigh beside him. At that moment, the atmosphere in the dining hall was rather somber. Everyone wore serious expressions, enveloped in silence, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Chu Han, you've arrived. Please find a place to sit, Rayleigh said, his gaze settling on Chu Han at the entrance. Accompanied by a smile, nodding faintly in response, Chu Han walked directly to an empty spot, closing his eyes in a calm demeanor, appearing as if he were in a light slumber. Although Chu Han had already surmised what had transpired, he was not one to seek the limelight or act presumptuously. Thus, he chose to emulate the others, patiently awaiting Roger's announcement. A moment later, Shanks and Buggy entered, surprised by the heavy silence, however, under Rayleigh's sharp gaze. They curbed their curiosity and each took a seat. Well, since everyone is here, I shall commence with my announcement, Roger said, revealing his characteristic smile, his prominent mustache raised as he spoke jovially. This matter has been long deliberated between Rayleigh and myself, and I hope you all can listen quietly until I'm finished. What is it, Captain? What has everyone so downcast? Shanks inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart as he observed the sorrow on the faces of his comrades. I am afraid, cough cough, Shanks, I may no longer be able to accompany you on your adventures, Roger replied, coughing violently, his expression apologetic as he looked at Shanks. What do you mean by that, Captain? What do you mean you can't adventure with us anymore? Shanks shouted, tears welling in his eyes, as if he had sensed the truth of the matter. Enough, Shanks. Crying is not the mark of a man. Did I not request that you all listen quietly until I finish speaking? Roger's words managed to quell Shanks' sobs, prompting him to dry his tears and choke out. Understood, Captain. Seeing this, Roger stood with satisfaction, his eagle-like eyes surveying the room, and said with a hearty laugh, perhaps some of you have already guessed what I am about to say. But even so, I must declare it, Roger, Captain of the Roger Pirates, hereby officially announce the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. As the words left Roger's lips, he was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, his complexion paling drastically. When he removed his hand from his mouth, the blood that stained his palm was a shocking sight. Captain, Roger, the crew, previously seated, sprang into action, surrounding Roger with concern etched on their faces. Yet, Roger merely offered a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was fine. Though the crew was deeply worried about Roger, the resoluteness in his eyes silenced further protests, and they reluctantly returned to their seats. Captain, has your condition worsened? Chu Han inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Over the past 3 months of fleeing, he had witnessed Roger's deteriorating health many times. It was uncertain if his battles against Garp and Sengoku had exacerbated his illness. Initially, Roger had only experienced minor coughing spells every few days, with very few instances of coughing blood. However, following their last confrontation, his condition seemed to have escalated. He now coughed daily, often bringing up blood, and had lost considerable weight, resembling a once mighty lion, now slowly fading. Do not worry, I am fine. It is merely a slight cough, Roger replied, shaking his head dismissively, his laughter cheerful. That simply will not do. Captain, perhaps we should call Dr. Kurokas to examine you. Shanks urged, turning to Kurokas, pleading, please, Uncle Kurokas, assist the captain back to rest. Shanks' astonishment. Kurokas, the ship's doctor, did not move. Instead, he offered a rueful smile and said, I am sorry, Shanks. While I would like to heed your suggestion, Roger has given me strict orders not to intervene until this meeting conclude. I cannot disregard the captain's command. But Shanks was at a loss for words, searching for justification, before turning to Rayleigh, hoping he might intercede. However, before Rayleigh could speak, Roger began again. Shanks, there is no need for such concern. I know my body well. While it may appear severe, I'm not on the verge of death just yet. Roger laughed heartily. Besides, we are here to discuss the disbandment of the pirate crew. You all seem to be fixated on my health, when that is not the crux of the matter. The dining hall fell into a heavy silence. No one dared to respond to Roger's statement, their expressions marred by sorrow, the atmosphere thick with despair. Uncle Kurokas, please, what is the state of the captain's health? Chu Han inquired, sensing that silence would not serve them well. With a deep sigh, Kurokas replied, Roger's condition has reached a critical point. He likely has no more than 6 months left. What? 6 months? The crew exclaimed in disbelief, their faces reflecting shock, despite Roger's coughing and frail appearance. He still exuded a commanding presence. Only recently had he been able to battle against the Marine Admiral Sengoku. The revelation that he had only 6 months left was unfathomable to them. Although I wish I were mistaken, the reality is grim. 6 months is the best-case scenario. If his condition worsens, he may not last that long. Kuroka's lamented, shaking his head. How could this be? Shanks gasped, as if all strength had been drained from him. Collapsing into a dejected heap, there's truly no way to remedy this. Chu Han's brow furrowed, a glimmer of determination sparking in his eyes as he pondered possible solutions. Kuroka shook his head in resignation, indicating that there was nothing to be done. Once more, the crew fell silent, heads bowed in despair, while Shanks and Buggy could no longer contain their sorrow, quietly weeping at tea that moment. Roger's boisterous voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Why the long faces? I'm still alive. You can weep for me when I'm gone. He bellowed with laughter, playfully ruffling Shanks' straw hat. Now, Shanks, as a man, you mustn't wear such a woeful expression. After all, you bear my hat and claim you aim to surpass me. A true man should face any challenge with a smile. Should he not? But, Shanks stammered, his heart heavy, hesitating before shifting his focus. Captain, have you truly resolved to disband the crew? Why now? Because I am the Pirate King. Roger replied with a hearty laugh. I have conquered the Grand Line and the 4 seas. As a pirate, I have reached the pinnacle and hold no regrets. But you are young and have a long journey ahead. Your future accomplishments may far surpass mine, and I cannot be the one to hinder your pursuit of dreams. But Captain, Shanks said, sorrow etched on his face, wouldn't it be better to let us accompany you for this last journey together? Why must you disband the crew at this time? Enough, Shanks, Rayleigh interjected sternly. Roger is the captain that we, as his crew, must support every decision he makes. Enough of that, Rayleigh, Roger interrupted, turning to Shanks with a smile. Shanks, this isn't about whether you can accompany me. Even if you choose to stay by my side during this time, what would it amount to? Watching me succumb to my illness, growing weaker each day, until I pass away in my bed. Shanks, I am the king, the Pirate King. How could I possibly meet such a pathetic demise? Therefore, in the days to come, I shall choose my own destiny. Gazing at the audacious Roger, all fell silent, and in this moment, they all understood, including Chu Han. This is the true Roger, a genuine pirate, a sovereign of the seas, who has spent his life pursuing the dream of freedom. He is the lion. He is the eagle. He embodies freedom. He has the power to dictate his own fate, even in death. In the not-too-distant future, he shall pass away with a smile, under the gaze of the entire world, using his own blood to usher in an era of liberty, guiding people in their relentless pursuit of dreams. That era is known as the Great Age of Exploration. Chapter 32. The training of Haki Sabeti Archipelago is a picturesque island situated at the forefront of the Red Line. Nestled within the Grand Line, this island is composed of numerous towering trees, with their roots forming the very ground beneath. These roots release bubbles as a result of respiration. The entire archipelago consists of 79 numbered trees, each adorned with towns and facilities, which is why this collection of islands is referred to as the Sabeti Archipelago. The bubbles are, in fact, a unique natural resin secreted by the roots of the Yarkamancha tree, which expands in the air to form bubbles that ascend into the sky. However, these bubbles can only thrive within the climate of the Yarkamancha tree. Once they depart from the climate of the Sabeti Archipelago, the resin's potency diminishes, causing them to burst. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses built upon bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every corner of Sabeti Island. Hence, Sabeti Archipelago is also affectionately known as Bubble Island at this moment. Several hundred nautical miles southeast of Sabeti Archipelago lies a desolate island, where a small vessel is slowly making its way towards the shore. Have we finally arrived? Once the ship docked, a black-haired youth clad in a white shirt stepped lightly down from the deck. His cold visage, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared remarkably handsome and elegant, reminiscent of a nobleman, exuding an air of aloofness intertwined with boundless nobility. Rayleigh, what is this place? The black-haired youth furrowed his brow as he surveyed the desolate, densely forested island, turning to the middle-aged man who had disembarked from the ship. This island is known as Beast Island, an uninhabited isle not far from the Sabeti Archipelago, and it shall be your residence from now on. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile. Who else could these two be but Chu Han and Rayleigh? As for why Chu Han and Rayleigh had arrived on this deserted island together, the tale begins a week prior, with Roger's announcement of the dissolution of his pirate crew. Upon Roger's declaration, understanding that his time was limited and recognizing his resolute stance, none dared to oppose him. Even Shanks and Buggy nodded in agreement with tears in their eyes. Thus, a farewell feast commenced, a wild celebration where everyone indulged in drink, clinking glasses amidst laughter and tears, for they understood such gatherings would become rare. And this was the final opportunity to drink and revel with their captain, Roger. They wept and laughed, drank heartily, sang, and in their sadness and reluctance, became thoroughly intoxicated. The intoxicated revelers sprawled across the tables, decks, and cabins, as the potent aroma of alcohol lingered like their unwillingness to part, pervading the entire pirate ship. After the feast, the Roger pirates officially disbanded, and the crew members, amidst tears and laughter, each departed from the ship that had accompanied their youth. Shanks and Buggy, under the pretense of returning to their homeland, followed Roger to the East Blue. Everyone understood they simply wished to stay with their captain a little longer, a S for Chu Han. He was brought back to the Grand Line by Rayleigh, under the guise of being untrained, heading towards the small island near Sabeti Archipelago, which is now Beast Island, since I will be residing here. Does this mean you will begin teaching me the ways of Haki? Chu Han's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he inquired. We can start training whenever you like, Rayleigh replied with a smile. As for Haki, at your age, it is generally not suitable for development. But having examined your physique, I discovered it possesses extraordinary strength, comparable to that of elite Navy personnel who have trained in the Six Powers. This is quite unexpected. Therefore, I can indeed impart to you the knowledge of Haki, but you must primarily focus on enhancing your physical capabilities. Remember, even if you learn Haki without sufficient physical strength, it will be of little use. Understood, Chu Han nodded lightly, suspecting that his exceptional physical prowess was likely due to his dragon lineage. Very well, I shall now demonstrate the 3 types of Haki, Rayleigh stated, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Then, just as he had with Luffy, he showcased the renowned 3 types of Haki. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. Boom! 3 minutes later, an enormous mammoth succumbed to the pressure of Conqueror's Haki and collapsed. Rayleigh took a breath, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned to Chu Han with a hearty smile. Do you understand the 3 types of Haki? Almost. Chu Han's gaze was fixed, suppressing his astonishment, and took a deep breath, responding calmly. In that case, begin your training. Remember, do not rely on your devil-fruit abilities. Instead, utilize your physical strength and swordsmanship to push yourself to the brink. Only in the face of life and death will you truly grasp Haki more swiftly. Rayleigh winked, a hint of mischief curling at the corners of his mouth. I shall return in half a year, if you are still alive. That is by the way, I forgot to mention, the beasts on this island are quite formidable. Some as strong as captains in the Navy. Chu Han, you must be diligent. With a mocking laugh, Rayleigh turned elegantly, stepping aboard the vessel and setting sail, leaving behind Chu Han's solitary figure. Death? Do you think these mere beasts pose a threat? How laughable! Watching Rayleigh's retreating form, Chu Han narrowed his eyes, a smirk of derision gracing his lips as he coldly remarked, My life is not for anyone to take, myself included. With that, Chu Han turned with a chill. Gazing into the profound darkness of the forest, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, the sword, Murasame, suddenly unsheathed at his waist, igniting a surge of noble elegance within him. Beasts comparable to captains? Let me witness just how strong you truly are. Gripping the cursed blade Murasame, Chu Han advanced step by step, his calm gaze betraying an air of merciless resolve. Roar, perhaps sensing Chu Han's aura. A thunderous roar erupted from the central forest of the island, followed by a cacophony of roars resonating from all directions, echoing through the sky. Amidst this thunderous uproar was an unmistakable anger laced with a tinge of fear, as if the island's beasts trembled at the arrival of another king. Chapter 33. I grant you death. The relentless gears of time turn on, and the march of eras never ceases as Chu Han set foot on Beast Island. Embarking on his infernal training, The world's landscape was undergoing tumultuous upheaval, with the seas beginning to churn with chaos. With Gold Roger ascending to the throne of the Pirate King, the existing world order began to shatter, plunging the new world into a frenzy. Countless pirates engaged in frenzied battles for territory, while notorious pirates like Shiki the Golden Lion and Edward Whitebeard Newgate united once more to assault Navy bases in the New World, vying for dominion over the seas. Simultaneously, numerous supernovas emerged from the New World, with Kaido the Beast and Charlotte Lin, also known as Big Mom, rallying their pirate crews to attack Navy strongholds scattered throughout the New World. Even several member nations of the world government began to experience insurrections, with 5 nations already having fallen to ruin. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue, pirates fleeing from the New World began forming alliances, launching attacks on various strongholds and kingdoms. Although the Navy maintained order at various key strongholds along the Grand Line, they were increasingly forming organized coalitions. While the threat may seem minimal, their sheer numbers could eventually pose a significant challenge to the stability of the Grand Line and the Navy's rule. It could be said that the world has entered the most chaotic period in its history. Yet, unbeknownst to Chu Han, who remains trapped on Beast Island, even if he were to learn of these events, he would likely only respond with an indifferent smile that he understands that the chaotic darkness will inevitably be rent asunder by the dawn. The earlier turmoil signifies little. It is only the one who emerges victorious in the end who is the true king. Chu Han has always firmly believed that he shall be the one to laugh last. Time flies. Spring gives way to autumn. And in the blink of an eye, 5 months have passed to this moment. Within the depths of Beast Island, the verdant forest stands silent and still. Compared to 5 months ago, the island now exudes an eerie stillness, a palpable aura of death pervading this once vibrant locale. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the heart of Beast Island, beneath a towering ancient tree, stand a ragged, cold-faced youth with dark hair, defiantly poised in his hand. A long blade radiates an otherworldly cold light, continuously dripping with scarlet blood, each droplet splattering upon the ground, resembling blooming blood flowers staining the earth crimson. That a low growl emanates from beneath the feet of this dark-haired youth, and upon closer inspection, one discovers that he stands atop a massive black tiger. This colossal creature, akin to a large truck in size, boasts fearsome, razor-sharp fangs, its ebony hide adorned with arcane and mystical patterns, a prominent white character for king emblazoned across its body, ever showcasing its ferocity and menace. Yet this formidable tiger is now marred with blood, its body riddled with deep gashes, crimson blood gushing mercilessly from its wounds, soaking the ground. The once mighty head of the tiger now bears a ghastly expression, its wide-open eyes filled with unending hatred as they fixate upon the dark-haired youth above, as if intending to devour him whole. However, regardless of its desperate thrashing and low growls, it remains utterly immobilized, as if pinned down by a foot imbued with the weight of 1,000 mountains. Observing this, the dark-haired youth lets out a soft exclamation, narrowing his eyes as he gazes down at the wildly struggling but motionless black tiger. A smirk curls at the corner of his mouth as he coldly remarks, "Indeed, you are the king of beasts on this island, displaying such tenacity in life. Despite your grievous wounds, you have yet to succumb. Are you attempting to fight like a cornered animal?" After a brief pause, a glint of cold light flashes in his eyes as he continues with a chilling laugh, "But can you truly contend with me? From the moment you fell to my blade, your fate was sealed. For a king, any defeat exacts a toll that is nothing less than his life," as if comprehending the murderous intent behind the youth's words. The black tiger's visage contorts with a flicker of fear, leading it to struggle even more fervently. Yet to no avail. It remains as still as a statue. "Ah, are you frightened? Such a sentiment hardly befits your regal stature as the king of beasts." How unbecoming. The dark-haired youth shakes his head in disappointment, lamenting, "It would be better for you to perish with your dignity intact. I grant you a merciful death." Clang! A spectral light flashed as the blade traced a resplendent arc through the air, followed by the heavy thud of steel piercing flesh and bone. Blood erupted in a torrential spray as the massive head of the tiger, marked by an expression of utmost ferocity and defiance, suddenly ascended into the air before crashing down with a resounding thud. Chapter 34. The Lament of Blood. 15. Seeking collections. In the Grand Line, on Beast Island, the night is cool as water. A resplendent full moon suspended in the deep blue sky, casting a delicate golden glow over the entire island. Such a beautiful evening would typically evoke feelings of tranquility. However, the scene before one's eyes appears somewhat sinister. Should anyone witness this horrifying tableau in the dead of night, they would undoubtedly be struck with terror. Corpses, an endless array of them. Under the cold moonlight, this island, once lush and teeming with life, now lies silent and still, the vibrant greenery of the grass stained with the bodies of fallen beasts, grotesque heads scattered about, blood and entrails staining the ground. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the number of corpses sprawled across the ground exceeds 1,000, each having met a gruesome end, severed by a single blow. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At this moment, from within the shadowy thicket, a tall, cold-faced youth with dark hair slowly emerges. His dark blade slick with blood, the viscous crimson liquid cascading from the blade like pearls strung together. The faint sound echoing loudly in the oppressive silence of the forest. At last, tranquility has descended. Chu Han, wielding the demonic blade Murasame, stands resolutely on the sandy shore of the island, gazing at the calm sea and the night sky. A hint of relief flickering in his narrowed eyes, as if reflecting on something profound. This marks the 5th month since Chu Han arrived on Beast Island. Throughout these 5 months, he has been in a constant state of life and death, having promised Rayleigh not to utilize his voice of all things, striving instead to hone his Haki. Thus, in the relentless battles against the beasts, he has refrained from employing his voice, relying solely on his swordsmanship and physical prowess. It is precisely this choice that has repeatedly pushed Chu Han to the brink of death, for as Rayleigh stated, the beasts on this island are not ordinary creatures. They possess formidable strength and considerable intelligence. The weakest of these beasts is several times stronger than an average marine, and the mightiest among them rivals a rear admiral. Yet, it is precisely because of these fierce encounters over the 5 months that Chu Han's strength has grown exponentially, both in physical capability and swordsmanship, with the most crucial development being his mastery of Haki. Moreover, just yesterday, he beheaded the strongest beast king, severing its noble head. Is this the power of armament Haki? Chu Han gazes down at his fist, now shrouded in the darkness of Haki, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Even the most rudimentary form of armament Haki amplifies my attacks severalfold. Indeed, Haki is truly formidable. With that, Chu Han turns to survey the ground littered with the corpses of beasts he has slain, their grotesque heads filled with resentment and hatred, staring unyieldingly at him. In this eerie stillness, an unsettling atmosphere lingers. My training dummies for Haki. Your deaths hold great value, that if you must place blame, let it be on your own weakness. In this world, the weak have no right to survive. He remarks coldly, devoid of any trepidation or guilt at the sight of the grotesque visages. The bloodline coursing through Chu Han's veins sets him apart from Luffy. While Luffy can forge friendships with the beasts during his Haki training, Chu Han cannot. His character and lineage have destined him for a solitary path, much like a king seated upon a throne, gazing down upon his dominion in proud isolation. This solitude, too, may be termed the Lament of Blood. However, it seems time has moved ahead of schedule. The agreed-upon rendezvous with Rayleigh is still a month away, presenting a bit of a conundrum. Chu Han gazes out at the deserted sea, a trace of vexation flashing in his eyes. At this juncture, only 5 months have elapsed since Rayleigh's departure, and with a half-year timeline still a month away, it implies that Chu Han must remain on this island for an additional month before he can reunite with Rayleigh. Yet this island holds no further value for him. Given Chu Han's nature, he would never squander a moment on futile endeavors. Thus, he must depart from this place. The Sabaody archipelago, it seems only a few hundred nautical miles away. Surely, he can swim there. Chu Han furrows his brow as he gazes towards a small black in the southeast, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes as he silently resolves. As long as my physical abilities are extraordinary, traversing the ocean is not a mere fantasy. Although my physical prowess may not yet rival Rayleigh's, a mere few hundred nautical miles shall pose no challenge. As for the sea kings that may obstruct my path, they shall be cut down. Splash. Accompanied by the sharp sound of splashing water, a shadow vanishes from the spot, as if it had never existed. Only the eerie and tragic sight of the scattered beast heads beneath the moonlight bears witness to the fact that someone has indeed passed through. Chapter 35. Annia's Shakedown BAB 25. Seeking donations. In the Shambadi Archipelago, District 10, torrential rain lashed the ground, the dense downpour striking the earth with a cacophony of sound. This moment, the streets, typically bustling with tourists, lay desolate, as most had retreated to the shelter of their homes. However, the bars provided a perfect refuge from the rain, resulting in an unusually lively atmosphere in the numerous establishments scattered throughout District 10. The air was filled with the pulsating rhythm of fervent music, bodies swaying with abandon, and perspiration dripping profusely. Bottles of beer were opened one after another, and amidst laughter and song, patrons downed their drinks with wild enthusiasm. Noise and passion were the eternal themes of this place. Hey, have you heard? It seems like District 13 has been quite tumultuous lately, with pirates causing quite the ruckus. The bartender casually remarked to the patrons gathered at the bar counter. Came the brief reply from a solitary young customer, who stood out in the bar filled with burly men that he appeared to be in his teens. Youthful in appearance, yet strikingly handsome. One could only wonder which noble family he hailed from. Many of the scantily clad waitresses and female patrons, noticing the dashing young man, gravitated towards him, though none dared to initiate a conversation. The reason for this hesitation was evident. He exuded an aura of chilliness. With his flowing black hair and a face chiseled with determination, he resembled a masterpiece sculpted by a renowned artist. His thin lips met the rim of a glass, and he consumed a potent vodka that could intoxicate even the most seasoned drinker. Yet his youthful visage betrayed no sign of inebriation, as if he were merely sipping water. His expression was devoid of any unnecessary emotions. Any display of feeling would seem superfluous on his countenance. A palpable coldness surrounded him, deterring anyone from daring to sit beside him. He resembled a solitary monarch perched upon an empty throne, with no one brave enough to approach, judging by his appearance. One could surmise he was a newcomer to the Shambadi Archipelago, a solitary traveler seeking solace in the bar on this rainy night. "Are you here for sightseeing?" the bartender inquired, shaking a cocktail shaker as he observed the young man sipping his drink. "I'm here to do something," the black-haired youth replied nonchalantly. "Something? Perhaps I could offer you some information," the bartender suggested with a grin, though a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. What significant business could an underage boy possibly have in such a chaotic place? "I'm looking for someone," he stated tersely, his frosty demeanor making him all the more enigmatic and intriguing. "Have you found them?" the bartender asked, perplexed. "I hadn't, but now I have." The young man suddenly rose, nodding to the bartender and placing several bills on the counter. "I must take my leave. Consider the rest a tip." With that, he grasped a black long knife resting nearby and turned to exit. That moment, the bartender finally noticed the weapon the young man had been carrying. Recognizing its potential worth, "Sir, it's pouring outside. Would you like an umbrella?" the bartender asked, recovering from his astonishment and bending down to retrieve a black umbrella from beneath the bar. However, when he looked up again, the black-haired youth had vanished into the night, leaving behind a group of wide-eyed women. Stepping out into the downpour, the young man tilted his head up to gaze at the cascading rain. His dark eyes narrowing, he made no effort to shield himself from the rain. Resolutely heading towards District 13, the raindrops fell upon him, only to mysteriously evaporate, as if some unseen force rendered him impervious to the deluge. Regardless of the intensity of the storm, he remained untouched, enveloped in an invisible barrier. Annia's Shakedown bar. Indeed, it lies within District 13. Chu Han mused, observing the establishment perched on a hillside, its sign boldly proclaiming Annia's Shakedown BAB. A sight most captivating. This black-haired youth could only be Chu Han, who had just arrived on the Shambadi Archipelago. Since departing from Beast Island, he had embarked on a quest to locate Rayleigh. However, the vastness of the archipelago made the search for a single individual seem almost insurmountable. Thus, Chu Han set his sights on a woman he believed was already settled on the island. A woman deeply connected to Rayleigh that, if he could find her, discovering Rayleigh would be but a small task. Regrettably, the memories of his past life were distant, and while he retained a general understanding of the Pirate King's narrative, many details had faded from his mind. Fortunately, upon hearing the bartender mention District 13, he had quickly recalled the information he sought. The bar owned by the woman was indeed located in District 13. With a crisp sound, Chu Han slowly pushed open the door. Upon entering, a striking young woman with short black hair and a slender figure immediately caught his eye. However, to his astonishment, this beautiful young woman was engaged in an act of violence that starkly contrasted her appearance. With a resounding thud, she kicked a brutish man across the room, while simultaneously stomping down hard on the head of another, causing the ground to fracture and blood to splatter, staining the floor crimson. Trying to dine and dash? You ought to inquire about who I, Aunt Xia, truly am, the young woman declared, taking a deep drag from her cigarette and flicking away the ash, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. If you can't pay up today, then you can lie here until you rot. She then turned her attention to Chu Han, who stood at the entrance, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. And you there? What's your business? If you want a drink, wait your turn. Xiakuyaku. Indeed, an intriguing woman, Chu Han remarked, his gaze narrowing slightly, a smile gracing his lips. However, it seems I may have arrived at an inopportune moment. The woman known as Aunt Xia was none other than the notorious pirate Xiakuyaku, who had sailed alongside Roger. Chapter 36. A choice awaits you. 35. Seeking collections. Xiakuyaku? Truly, an intriguing woman, Chu Han observed, his eyes narrowing as a smile crept upon his lips. However, it seems I may have arrived at an opportune moment. This woman, Xiakuyaku, was indeed a legendary pirate who had sailed alongside Roger. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had chosen to abandon her former life and establish a bar on the Shambadi archipelago, engaging in the art of extortion. The fact that her victims were predominantly pirates, who dared not retaliate, had rendered her quite notorious throughout the archipelago. After all, how many ordinary individuals could successfully extort pirates and live to tell the tale? You know me. Upon hearing Chu Han utter her name, Xiakuyaku paused, her beautiful eyes flashing with a glimmer of coldness as she fixed her gaze upon him. Who are you? Having lived in seclusion on the Shambadi archipelago for several years, she had meticulously concealed her past. Neither neighbors nor regular patrons were privy to her true identity, let alone her name. Yet, this black-haired youth had boldly called her by her former name, leaving her astonished. The only individuals who knew of her past were either the Navy or pirates she had previously encountered, and the young man before her could potentially belong to either camp, which was the root of her wariness. Do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy, Chu Han reassured her. Noting her outward calm belied a heightened sense of vigilance, he narrowed his eyes and smiled, directly stating his purpose. I am actually Rayleigh's apprentice. I mean you no harm. You are that old coot's apprentice? Xiakuyaku scrutinized Chu Han with skepticism, but, upon seeing his unfeigned demeanor, relaxed her guard somewhat. Fine, you may be his apprentice. But what brings you here? I seek Rayleigh. I came to inquire about his whereabouts, Chu Han replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Xiakuyaku took a deep drag from her cigarette, a hint of impatience crossing her face as she waved her hand dismissively. We can discuss your matters later. Can't you see I'm busy? Hey, you've had ample time to consider. Are you ready to pay up? Xiakuyaku gazed down at the burly man beneath her feet and inquired coldly. We are pirates. What jest is this? Have you ever seen a pirate paying for a meal? If we don't rob you, consider yourself fortunate. The two fallen pirate brutes, upon hearing Xiakuyaku's words, showed no signs of fear and laughed heartily. So? You mean to say you won't be paying? Xiakuyaku smiled, though the chill in her eyes grew ever more intense. Ha, filthy wench. What can you do if I refuse to call you? At this moment, another pirate, who had been lying on the ground, rose with a menacing expression and approached Xiakuyaku, baring his teeth in a threat. Let me tell you, filthy wench, our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million. How dare you ask us for money and even injure us? Do you wish to court death? Be sensible and release my brother. Then perhaps we can have a bit of fun together. Maybe we might even consider sparing you. Why are there so many foolish individuals in this world who overestimate themselves? Upon hearing this, Xiakuyaku placed a hand to her forehead, feigning exasperation. People are like this. They think having a bit of power makes them invincible, oblivious to the fact that they remain mere frogs at the bottom of a well. In the eyes of true strength, they are even less than insects. Beside her, Chu Han chuckled lightly, his disdain evident as he looked at the two pirates next to Xia Kayak and said with a faint smile, "Do you need assistance? I would be more than willing to oblige." "Oh, what an amusing little fellow," Xia Kayak remarked upon hearing Chu Han's words, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in her eyes. She lifted her foot from the pirate's head and turned back towards the liquor cabinet. "Since you wish to assist, then do so. However, I am curious. How do you intend to deal with these two?" Returning to the liquor cabinet, Xia Kayak opened a bottle of wine, sipping delicately while observing Chu Han. "How about I break one of their legs? What do you think?" A slight curve appeared at the corner of Chu Han's mouth as he replied with a calm smile. "What a ruthless little brat. But I like it," Xia Kayak chuckled softly. "Huh, are you jesting? You think this little brat can break our legs?" "Ridiculous." The two pirates, now back on their feet, displayed mocking expressions, laughing arrogantly. "Little boy, have you weaned yet? You think you can break our legs? Dream on." The two pirates, their faces twisted with malevolence, slowly approached Chu Han, grinning maliciously. "Let the uncles take good care of you," in the face of their ridicule and disdain. Chu Han remained unfazed, his expression calm, devoid of anger, for in his eyes, these two were less than insects. "Let me present you with a choice," he said, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the approaching duo. "What?" The two pirates were momentarily taken aback. "You can choose which leg you want me to break." Chu Han's eyes suddenly widened, a flicker of golden flame igniting within his gaze as he stepped forward, slowly drawing the wicked blade Murakumo from his waist, coldly regarding the two. "Left leg, right leg, or perhaps your third leg?" Chapter 37. The Demeanor of a Hero, 45, Please tip. On the Sabedi Archipelago, in District 13. Xia Kayak was collecting debts at the B&B bar. Crack, crack, accompanied by two excruciating sounds of bones breaking. Chu Han, with an impassive expression, pushed open the bar's door once more, utterly ignoring the wails of agony behind him as he strode directly towards the liquor cabinet. "Is the matter resolved?" Xia Kayak flicked the ash from her cigarette, gazing at the black-haired youth seated opposite her with a smile. Chu Han nodded lightly, casually pouring himself a glass from the bottle Xia Kayak had opened and downing it in one go. "I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. That kind of fracture is permanent. Those two will likely be disabled for life." Despite saying this, Xia Kayak's tone held no trace of reproach. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Isn't this what you wanted to see?" Chu Han's gaze sharpened as he chuckled lightly. "Now, can we discuss my matter?" Still the same question. "Do you know where Uncle Rayleigh is gone?" Xia Kayak replied, taking a sip of her drink while gazing at Chu Han with a teasing expression. "That old codger is not someone I keep tabs on. He can go wherever he pleases," she continued. "Besides, even if I knew where he was, what reason do I have to tell you? Just because you claim to be Rayleigh's apprentice? What do you intend to do?" In the face of Xia Kayak's sudden shift in demeanor, Chu Han's expression remained unchanged as he replied with a faint smile. Noticing this, Xia Kayak was momentarily taken aback. She had expected this boy to be angered by her abruptness, yet his demeanor remained steady, and his gaze held a playful glint, as if he were watching a performance. "Humph. If you want information, you certainly have to pay for it. This is a simple principle you should understand," Xia Kayak said, suppressing her anger as she regarded Chu Han with a cold huff. "I have no money." Chu Han took another sip of his drink, shrugged, and smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Xia Kayak felt her temper flare. Snatching back the beer placed before Chu Han and retorting coldly, "If you have no money, what right do you have to drink? Do you not realize that consuming alcohol requires payment? Do you intend to dine and dash?" Seeing this, Chu Han shook his head in resignation. The Xia Kayak before him was indeed not as seasoned as she would be 2 decades later. She was easily provoked, suggesting her pirate nature had yet to be dulled. "While I may have no money, I can help you resolve a troublesome matter next, as payment for the information and the drinks." Ignoring Xia Kayak's murderous glare, Chu Han smiled faintly, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "Troublesome matters? What kind of trouble could I possibly have, you little brat?" Xia Kayak initially bristled, but then her voice trailed off as a realization dawned on her. Her eyes widened with intensity as she glared at Chu Han. "Could it be that you had this all planned from the start? That's why you didn't kill those two, but chose to break their legs instead? You could take a guess. Chu Han replied with a light-hearted smile. I would estimate that those two should be returning by now. Take a moment to ponder. That group will soon come looking for trouble, and I doubt you want to stir up unnecessary complications in a place where the Navy is stationed. You're quite ruthless, Xia Kayak shot Chu Han a sharp look, replying coldly. This deal is done. Brad, if you fail to resolve this matter satisfactorily, don't bother returning. As she spoke, a bitter smile rose within her. Was it truly necessary to devise a scheme against her, a mere woman, simply to ascertain the whereabouts of that old man? From the moment Chu Han mentioned a troublesome matter, Xia Kayak had pieced everything together. Earlier, those two pirates had boasted about their captain's bounty of 100 million, which Xia Kayak had initially dismissed. Then, when Chu Han offered his assistance, she had been eager to test his strength, thus reluctantly agreeing. However, upon reflection, it was clear that this little brat had already begun scheming at the moment he proposed to help. Had she acted, she would have merely dealt a blow to those two, leaving them disgruntled yet reluctant to report being bested by a woman to their captain. Yet, Chu Han's approach was entirely different. His strikes were not only brutal, but resulted in permanent injury, which would undoubtedly incite the pirates to seek revenge from their captain. For Xia Kayak, who had only recently sought refuge, this kind of trouble from a notorious pirate would undoubtedly attract the Navy's scrutiny, risking exposure of her identity and potentially leading to her being hunted down again, thereby shattering her newfound peace. Each step of his plan had been meticulously calculated, even factoring in her psychology. This little brat was far too cunning. As you wish. Upon hearing Xia Kayak's concession, a triumphant smile graced Chu Han's lips as he turned and exited the bar, following the trail of the two pirates. Watching his departing figure, Xia Kayak took a deep drag from her cigarette, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes as she mused, such a ruthless hand and profound scheming. He embodies the demeanor of a true hero. If this boy survives, this chaotic era is sure to witness a seismic shift. Chapter 38. A forceful arrival, 55, seeking flowers, on a bustling street in the Shambadi archipelago, District 11, all amusement venues and shops were tightly shut, leaving the road devoid of pedestrians at that moment. Hundreds of pirates and Navy personnel had congregated on this street in District 11, that although the street was sufficiently wide, the throng of over 1,000 pirates and Navy members formed a line stretching several hundred meters. The captain of the twin-gun pirates, Shakedown, notorious with a bounty of 100 million berries and infamous for ravaging multiple small towns, had drawn the attention of a white-clad rear admiral in the Navy. With a cold gaze, he fixed his eyes on a menacing-looking man leading the opposing group and spoke in a chilling tone. Your crimes end here. If you are wise, surrender obediently, and perhaps I might spare your life. What? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Shakedown, the captain of the twin-gun pirates, tilted his head, ears perked, and replied earnestly to the hundreds of armed Navy personnel before him. How audacious! Do you seek death? Pirate, we are merely the innocent civilians you have slaughtered at will. Even if you are a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, you shall not escape this time. Calm yourself. You are members of the headquarters elite Navy. How can you lose your composure over a pirate's provocation? You must realize that the man before you is no ordinary character. The white-clad rear admiral intervened, restraining a furious Navy officer eager to charge forward. Afterward, the admiral turned his attention to the hundreds of pirates amassed ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he had anticipated this, the congregation of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million and his crew was indeed quite overwhelming. Charging ahead with his men would be tantamount to seeking death. What is happening? Wasn't it said that a vice admiral would be coming to inspect this island? Yet, not a single shadow has been seen thus far. The admiral's expression darkened as he pondered this. He had led his troops here with great enthusiasm upon hearing of Shakedown's arrival, hoping to showcase his capabilities before the soon-to-arrive vice admiral, fully relying on the promised support. However, the current situation was far beyond his expectations. The supposed vice admiral had yet to appear, meaning he would have to confront this infamous pirate crew with his hundreds of subordinates. Regardless of the outcome, the losses would be substantial, an endeavor fraught with peril and no gain. Are you speaking of us? Upon hearing this, Shakedown stepped forward, twirling his twin revolvers with a sinister grin. His words triggered a wave of laughter from a portion of the pirates. Even those at the back who had not heard the previous exchange joined in the mirth. So, you lot are hiding here. I had a hard time finding you. Just then, a voice as cold as ancient ice reverberated through the street, carrying an undeniable tone of command. In an instant, the laughter of the hundreds of pirates, along with their captain Xiao Dinois, ceased abruptly. Who is it? Xiao Dinois' eyes glinted with a cold light as he gripped his revolvers tightly, surveying the surroundings with a fierce expression, bellowing, "Which bastard just spoke? Show yourself." Meanwhile, the white-clad admiral and the elite Navy personnel exchanged glances, questioning whether that commanding voice had indeed come from one of their OWN. It was simply too domineering. "Mind your words, you scum." Boom! Just as Xiao Dinois' roar echoed, a shadowy figure suddenly descended from a rooftop to stand firmly at the boundary between the Navy and the pirates, with a handsome face that bore a hint of disdain. He coldly regarded Xiao Dinois, holding two severed heads that dripped with blood. Xiao Dinois immediately recognized the grim trophies in the hands of the black-haired youth before him. They belonged to his most trusted subordinates. "Who are you?" Initially, he had expected someone of great renown to quell the pirates with a single utterance, but to his dismay, the newcomer was merely a young boy. Xiao Dinois' face involuntarily twitched. Yet he maintained his composure and retorted coolly, "You are not worthy to know my name, but these two belong to your crew, do they not?" The black-haired youth, Chu Han, who had tracked down the two pirates, regarded Xiao Dinois with a frown. He casually tossed the bloodied heads at Xiao Dinois' feet, declaring with authority, "Since you choose silence, I shall take your life. You seek death, boy." Had the black-haired youth been a subordinate of a notorious pirate, Xiao Dinois might have spared him, but upon hearing his next words, Xiao Dinois erupted in rage, swiftly spinning his revolvers and firing at Chu Han. Bang! Without allowing anyone a moment to react, a bullet hurtled towards Chu Han. Chapter 39, Conqueror's Haki. Bang! Without allowing anyone a moment to react, a bullet hurtled towards Chu Han. Seeing this, Chu Han's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of golden light flashing in his eyes. Rather than evading, he lowered his voice and declared, "Word spirit. Monarch flame." Boom! As the profound and sacred words of the divine echoed from Chu Han's lips, the two speeding bullets abruptly halted just 1 meter from him, detonating in a spectacular explosion, scattering fragments that transformed into a blaze, vanishing without a trace. With a resounding crash, the Navy personnel, aware of Xiao Dinois' marksmanship, were left astonished. However, upon reflection, they dismissed the incident, thinking they could easily evade Xiao Dinois' shot. Yet, among the pirates present, those who truly understood Xiao Dinois' skills were wide-eyed in disbelief as they gazed at the black-haired youth. They knew all too well that whenever Xiao Dinois fired, he aimed for the head, relishing in the explosion of his target skulls. Furthermore, the bullet could not be obstructed by any force, or would instantly detonate. How had this boy managed to stop the bullet mid-flight and cause it to explode at a distance? They pondered the possibility of a devil fruit, but quickly dismissed it, knowing that the bullet was coated with sea stone, significantly diminishing the effects of any devil fruit abilities and ensuring an immediate explosion. Thus, it was impossible for the boy to have used a devil fruit's power, leading them to conclude that he must possess an unknown power that had triggered the bullet's explosion or had cleaved it apart with an unseen speed. Be cautious. This fellow is no ordinary adversary. Xiao Dinois understood the gravity of having his bullet neutralized far more acutely than the others. Cold sweat trickled down his back, in just this brief skirmish. He realized he was absolutely no match for this individual. If the boy wished to kill him, it would not take more than 3 exchanges. Fortunately, surrounded by numerous subordinates, Xiao Dinois believed that even if he could not defeat this man, he could at least avoid being vanquished. My brother, thank you for your assistance. May I ask if you're a pirate hunter? The white-clad admiral in front of the Navy crew squinted slightly, speaking with admiration. Apologies, but I am not a pirate hunter. I am a pirate, Chu Han replied. Shaking his head slowly, he then drew the demon blade Murasame from his waist, its blade glinting like a tranquil autumn lake, harmonizing with his golden-hued pupils, creating an enchanting spectacle. If you all wish to capture me, then come at me together. I am eager to test my current strength. Chu Han caressed the shimmering blade of Murasame, squinting slightly with a mischievous grin. Do not be so arrogant, boy. Do you think you can handle us all on your own? The pirates and Navy personnel roared in unison. What do you mean by together? How dare you look down upon us? Do you think you are an admiral? Yes. What of it? Upon hearing these words, Chu Han offered a faint smile. His narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and a breathtaking golden light surged forth in the midst of street, illuminating the terrified and crumbling faces of all present. Both the Navy and the pirates were instantly overwhelmed, feeling as if they were being targeted by an ancient dragon, a sensation that left them breathless and on the verge of kneeling. Fortunately, most of the pirates and Navy personnel were seasoned warriors, resilient in their spirits. They momentarily froze, but quickly regained their composure. After all, they were numerous in number and could not possibly be bested by this young boy. It seemed that the Haki they had trained under Rayleigh had finally found a worthy test subject, observing the shifting expressions of the opposing figures, one moment smiling, the next darkening. Chu Han remained composed, a slight curve appearing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was almost imperceptible. He mused that in order to obtain intelligence about that woman in the future, he must resolve this matter thoroughly. Thus, the Navy and the pirates could not be spared, as the expression of the formidable pirate Shinobi, alongside the white-clad major, shifted from amusement to dread. They became acutely aware of the terrifying power before them. Suddenly, Chu Han's gaze sharpened, his golden pupils igniting as an unannounced, overwhelming aura erupted from his diminutive frame, sweeping across the throngs of pirates and Navy personnel crowded in the street. With the unprecedented force of this aura, everyone, no, the entire island, quaked under its weight, trembling for a full 5 seconds before the disturbance gradually subsided. Chapter 40. Major Kazan. Sabedi Archipelago at the moment when Chu Han's immense Haki exploded forth. In a prison within an auction house in Zone 9, a disheveled and ragged middle-aged man suddenly lifted his head, his sharp eyes flashing with astonishment. This aura, recognized instantly by Rayleigh as that of the Conqueror's Haki, was familiar to him. He quickly activated his observation Haki. Though he had only taught Chu Han about Haki for a few days, Rayleigh had already memorized his presence. How did that brat arrive on this island? And how could he wield the Conqueror's Haki? Could it be that he possesses the qualities of a king? Much like Roger, filled with shock, Rayleigh could not help but worry for Chu Han. Based on his understanding of Chu Han's abilities, only someone of rear admiral rank or higher could compel him to use this newly learned Haki. Otherwise, no one else would stand a chance. Had Chu Han gotten himself entangled with someone of that caliber? It seemed he had no choice but to intervene immediately. Otherwise, if that boy were to perish, how could he face Roger? A glint of determination flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as he chuckled softly and strode toward the prison door. Crack! With a resounding snap, a bar as thick as a fist was suddenly broken by Rayleigh, who then stepped through the opening with a towering presence. How did you escape? At that moment, the guards, astonished by Rayleigh's emergence from his cell, encircled him with firearms drawn. Stand down, or I shall fire. Do not obstruct my path. I have no time for your petty games. Before the guard could finish his threat, Rayleigh mercilessly interrupted him. With a fierce glare, Rayleigh unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki that was even more intense than Chu Han's, overwhelming everyone in the cramped cell, rendering them unconscious. I warned you not to block my way. Rayleigh sighed as he glanced at the guards now sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, and nonchalantly exited the cell. Meanwhile, several hundred nautical miles to the east of the Sabedi Archipelago, the previously calm sea was suddenly stirred into a frenzy by the eruption of Chu Han's immense Haki, waves crashing violently as if repelled by some unseen force, creating a magnificent spectacle. A young man riding a bicycle from a distance seemed to sense something. He lifted his eye patch and furrowed his brow at the approaching tumultuous waves, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this the aura of Conqueror's Haki?" This young man, tall and clad in a white vest with a deep blue shirt, donned a green eye patch. His demeanor appeared languid, yet he exuded an icy aura, akin to a block of ice, perpetually radiating a chill. How could a wielder of Conqueror's Haki suddenly appear in the Sabedi Archipelago? Had some of the prominent figures from the New World left their territory, unfazed by the impending waves? The young man's eyes gleamed with intensity as he slowly retrieved a den mushi from his pocket. Boom! Just then, the tsunami-like wave crashed down upon him, akin to an avalanche tumbling from a snow-capped mountain. Such a nuisance. The young man displayed no hint of panic on his face. Instead, he sighed softly, bent slightly, and placed his hand upon the surface of the sea, disregarding the crashing waves. Ice Age, a chilling voice echoed across the waters. And in an instant, countless ice shards spread from the young man's hand, freezing the oncoming waves, and indeed, the entire sea in a matter of moments. In the midst of the unending cold, the young man stood proud, resembling the king of ice, frowning as he gazed toward the visible Sabiti archipelago. After a moment of contemplation, he returned the din mushy to his pocket. Forget it. The destination is not far. I'll check it out first. Otherwise, I might incur the wrath of that old man Garp, he muttered, shaking his head in frustration before mounting his bicycle and proceeding across the endless ice, heading toward the Sabiti archipelago. If any Navy personnel were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that this young man, capable of freezing the entire ocean with a mere gesture, was none other than the recently rising naval supernova. Rear Admiral Kazan, Chapter 41. The Slaughter. Please collect and send flowers. As Rayleigh and Kazan hastened toward the Sabiti archipelago in response to the sudden surge of Conqueror's Haki within Zone 11. The streets were filled with an overwhelming throng of pirates and Navy personnel. The instant the Conqueror's Haki swept through, all those unable to withstand its dominion were rendered unconscious, their eyes turning white as they collapsed to the ground. Among the few who could endure the Haki, most were stripped of their combat capabilities, as the mental strain of resisting such a potent force felt akin to having labored for 10 days and nights without rest. Only a scant 100 elite Navy personnel remained alert and capable of fighting. On the other hand, the hundreds of pirates from the Twin Guns pirate crew were in a dire predicament, either collapsing into unconsciousness or losing their will to fight, desperately struggling in despair. Yet, amidst this chaos stood one towering figure, the captain of the Twin Guns pirate crew, Shinoda. What is happening? Shinoda gazed incredulously at his fallen crew, his hands clutching his twin guns, trembling with anxiety as he stared at the proud young man with black hair before him, fear etched into his features. Could it truly be that this young boy was the cause? If so, then this child was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. How could it be that the hundreds of pirates and their allies had all fallen while that singular figure remained standing? Meanwhile, the remaining elite Navy personnel stared in wide-eyed confusion, struggling to comprehend the bewildering scene before them. Though they understood that there were 3 types of Haki, they were at a loss regarding the effects of the Conqueror's Haki, their minds swirling with questions. Could this be the legendary Conqueror's Haki? The white-clad major speculated, his complexion pale and pupils constricted as he gazed at Chu Han. Although he found it hard to believe, everything pointed to the fact that this was indeed the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. Impossible. The Conqueror's Haki is a trait of those destined to stand above millions. Once fully developed, it possesses the power to alter an era. How could such an ability manifest in a mere child? Though the white-clad rear admiral found it hard to believe, the truth lay starkly before him. The legendary Conqueror's Haki indeed emanated from this relatively youthful boy before him. As this realization dawned, the rear admiral's gaze turned cold and menacing as he regarded Chu Han, his eyes brimming with an intense, murderous intent. This animosity stemmed not only from the fact that Chu Han was a pirate, but also from a profound sense of jealousy. Such is the nature of humanity. When one cannot attain something, they cannot bear to see others possess it, and if others do possess it, they seek to destroy it. Meanwhile, after unleashing the Conqueror's Haki, Chu Han activated the observation Haki he had just comprehended, soon realizing that aside from the pirates on the streets who were affected, the rest of the island remained unscathed. However, recalling the tremors that had shaken the Sabiti archipelago moments ago, he felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared he still could not adequately control the magnitude of the Conqueror's Haki he had just mastered. After all, it was merely the nascent stage of this powerful ability. Yet after this fleeting disappointment, a spark of joy flickered within him. The mere release of the Conqueror's Haki had demonstrated such immense power. If paired with the Golden Eyes, the potential devastation could be unimaginable. For within the Golden Eyes lay a unique linguistic spirit, an emperor. This spirit could suppress humans of lesser bloodlines, and when combined with the Conqueror's Haki, even those of Rear Admiral caliber would likely falter. Do you truly believe your numbers grant you strength? Chu Han's gaze was icy as he surveyed the multitude of pirates sprawled unconscious around him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he taunted. Observing the disdainful expression on Chu Han's face, as well as the way he regarded their group as mere insects, both Shueitino and the white-clad Rear Admiral felt a deep sense of humiliation swell within them, accompanied by an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent. Although they were astonished by the presence of the Conqueror's Haki in front of them, it did not equate to divinity or invincibility. That I concede that your strength is formidable. None among us here can match you individually. However, if we unite, even a Vice Admiral standing before us would be at risk, let alone someone of your unremarkable status, Shueitino retorted, raising his firearm defiantly. As he spoke, he turned to the white-clad Rear Admiral, and their eyes met, each discerning the intention to join forces and a flicker of irrepressible killing intent in the other's gaze. Witnessing the apparent alliance between the two, Chu Han let out a cold laugh, dismissing their efforts with disdain. How laughable! Do you truly believe that a disparity in strength can be mitigated by mere numbers? Humph! It is only after battle that the truth reveals itself. Upon hearing his retort, Shueitino scoffed, refraining from further rebuttal. As he finished speaking, his entire demeanor shifted. A second firearm materialized in his other hand, aimed directly at Chu Han's forehead. Boom! In that instant, as Shueitino pulled the trigger, the white-clad Rear Admiral also sprang into action, his footfalls echoing like thunder as he lunged toward Chu Han with the swiftness of a hawk. Mid-flight, his form underwent a dramatic transformation. His garments tore asunder. A wild mane of white hair erupted forth, and his once handsome visage morphed into that of a monstrous beast, fangs bared, an overwhelming aura bursting forth. The white-clad Rear Admiral was revealed to be a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Childish, observing this, Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of cold light passing through them. He stepped forward, and in a flash of shadowy brilliance, the cursed blade Murakumo was drawn from his waist. The recently mastered armament Haki erupted forth, enveloping the blade in a protective shroud, enhancing its hardness and emanating an intimidating aura of darkness. Boom! In an instant, an invisible domain erupted, and Chu Han transformed into a shadow, advancing rather than retreating, directly confronting the two assailants. The bullets fired at him disintegrated in the searing heat of Jun Yan, erupting into a dazzling inferno. That moment, amidst the conflagration, the three figures brushed past one another, each landing deftly. When did you all develop the delusion that you could defeat me? Moments later, Chu Han sheathed the cursed blade Murakumo, casually flicking it, droplets of crimson blood cascading through the air. Falling to the ground, drip, under the glaring sun, Shueitino and the white-clad Rear Admiral clutched their necks in disbelief, turning their heads as if to utter something, yet no words escaped their lips. Bang, bang! In an instant, two heads tumbled to the ground, twin geysers of blood shooting skyward, countless droplets splattering onto the earth. Under the sun's rays, their crimson reflections shimmered like glaring rubies, adding a somber tint to the already brutal atmosphere. Chapter 42, Demon. Seeking rewards. Bang, bang! In an instant, two heads tumbled to the ground, twin geysers of blood shooting skyward, countless droplets splattering onto the earth, their reflections glimmering in the sunlight, enhancing the chilling ambience. This is impossible. Gazing at the twin geysers of blood, the expressions of both pirates and Navy personnel alike turned blank, murmuring in disbelief. Could a mere child truly vanquish such a multitude of powerful pirates and a Rear Admiral with a single strike? As this thought crossed their minds, fear crept into the eyes of the pirates and Navy alike as they instinctively took a half-step back, as if confronting not a child, but a fearsome dragon. In the face of the astonishment and dread of those present, Chu Han's expression remained calm, his indifferent gaze betraying a hint of scorn that he stepped forward, sheathing the cursed blade Murakumo, and coldly declared, "There is nothing impossible here. It is merely that your hearts have deceived your eyes. Humanity is foolish, instinctively retreating in the face of the unknown and the fear it evokes. but facts are facts, and blood serves as evidence. Moreover, since your leader has perished, there is no reason for you to linger here. Would it not be better to join them below? Standing tall in the center of the street, Chu Han faced the wind with poise. His hand slowly rose, elegantly brushing across his forehead, a sinister smile forming at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, the bangs that had obscured his forehead swept back, revealing an even more handsome visage. His hair cascaded smoothly behind him, and with starry eyes and sword-like brows, his clear and spirited gaze, exquisite features, and noble demeanor exuded an innate dominance. The harmonious blend of these attributes rendered Chu Han seemingly perfect, radiating an unparalleled allure. However, to the pirates and navy on the street, this sight appeared as the smile of a demon. His clear eyes brimmed with contempt for life, and the smirk on his lips was laden with cold, killing intent, revealing that this figure was no angel, but a demon. "Do you intend to slaughter us all?" A pirate gazed at the proud and imposing Chu Han, his eyes filled with terror, trembling as he exclaimed, "Demon? You are nothing but a demon." Ultimately, fear overpowered reason, and this pirate, unable to withstand Chu Han's frigid gaze, collapsed inwardly and turned to flee. His flight triggered a deluge, as the panic-stricken pirates scattered like a broken dam, racing toward the street's exit, utterly disregarding their fallen comrades. What a farce! This demon has defeated their captain with a single blow, displaying strength unparalleled. Even if they banded together, survival was not guaranteed. Thus, fleeing seemed the wisest choice, for with so many present, it was unlikely he could slay them all one by one. "You demon, we shall avenge the rear admiral in the name of justice." Unlike the panicked pirates, the elite navy personnel were undeterred by Chu Han's presence, instead shouting furiously. Though they too were gripped by fear, years of indoctrination and justice forbade them from fleeing. After all, they were the righteous navy. How could they fear a mere pirate? A demon. The so-called demon is merely a scapegoat fabricated by people to bear the burdens of their malevolent thoughts and actions. Observing the fleeing pirates, Chu Han cast them a fleeting glance, choosing to ignore them. With one hand gripping the hilt of the cursed blade Murasame, he strode forward with an air of elegance, exuding a noble aura as he approached the advancing navy. "However, I must say, I do admire your resolve. Has your so-called justice blinded you to your fear?" Chu Han's expression remained cold as he spoke. Then suddenly his narrowed eyes flared wide, the darkness in his pupils igniting with the brilliance of the golden eyes. An overwhelmingly oppressive aura erupted forth, and his icy voice resonated. "But tell me, who bestowed upon you the courage to draw your blades against me? Those who dare to raise their swords against me must prepare to descend into hell. Are you prepared?" Linguistic spirit, Jun Yan. In an instant, an imperceptible realm abruptly unfolded, as the chilling, bone-deep sound reverberated, instantly enveloping the entire street. Under an inexplicable force, the temperature in the air surged dramatically, igniting all combustible materials, including the hundreds of pirates and the advancing navy personnel who had yet to escape the street. Boom! 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 It was as if dozens of gasoline tanks had exploded simultaneously, engulfing the street in a torrent of flames. The harrowing screams echoed through the sky, and the figures struggling amidst the inferno instilled a profound sense of dread. Killing and arson. Sometimes it is that simple. Amidst the cacophony of explosions and flames, the silhouette of Chu Han gradually faded away, akin to a demon unfurling its wings, departing from this bloody arena. Mere seconds ago, the place had been teeming with life, but minutes later, all lay on the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh and the faint metallic tang of blood, fire illuminating the scene, rendering the street an indistinguishable expanse. Chapter 43. The bounty notice that shocked the world. Sabati Archipelago. District 11. Flames soared skyward, smoke billowing. The once thriving street transformed into an inferno. Countless figures writhed in the flames, their wails chilling the spines of those within 100 miles, causing hair to stand on end. Yet, the blaze was overwhelming. Even those who had rushed to assist in extinguishing the fire could do nothing but watch helplessly as the inferno mercilessly consumed the entire street. "What is happening?" At that moment, a faint voice emerged from behind the crowd. Turning around, they discovered a young man had appeared on a bicycle, his expression solemn as he gazed at them, an undeniable air of authority emanating from him, making it difficult to breathe. This suddenly materialized young man was tall, clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt, sporting a green eye mask. His demeanor exuded a languid yet frigid quality, akin to a shard of ice, perpetually radiating a chilling aura. This frosty young man could only be Vice Admiral Kazan, but who else could he be? We are unsure of the circumstances. We merely heard that pirates and the Navy were clashing here. By the time we arrived, the fire had already begun. Many, upon catching sight of Kazan's naval insignia, instinctively took a step back, their voices trembling to, "Oh, pirates!" Hearing this, Kazan furrowed his brow, scratching his head, and sighed. "This is a bit troublesome." Violent mouth. The next moment, Kazan's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide, a glint of brilliance flashing through them. The tremendous aura erupted from him as countless shards of ice coalesced around his right arm. With a cold grunt, a bird made entirely of ice shot forth from his arm, swiftly soaring into the inferno. Boom! As the ice bird entered the flames, the fires it traversed were immediately extinguished. Ice spreading with visible rapidity across the street, soon freezing the entire area, including the few Navy personnel and pirates still struggling in the flames. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary scene before them, their faces displaying a look of dazed disbelief. "What are you still doing? Hurry and rescue the people." Seeing this, Kazan frowned and barked coldly. Following his directive, several badly burned Navy personnel were rescued, while the others had turned into charred corpses. Who could have done this? Such ruthless methods. Gazing at the unconscious, severely burned Navy personnel, a murderous glint flashed in Kazan's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "This matter must be thoroughly investigated if I find the person responsible for harming these Navy soldiers. I will not let you off lightly. In the name of Navy justice." A few hours later, at Navy headquarters, Marineford, the door to the Admiral's office was suddenly flung open, and a colonel, clad in Navy officer attire, rushed in. Holding a document with an anxious expression, he looked at Admiral Sengoku, who sat in the command chair, and declared, "Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Kazan, who is dispatched to patrol the Sabeti archipelago, has sent an urgent message that requires your immediate attention." "Oh, a message from Vice Admiral Kazan? Hand it over." Sengoku, temporarily filling in for Admiral Steelbone, who had gone to the World Government headquarters at the behest of the Five Elders, frowned upon hearing this. "Yes." The colonel respectfully handed the document to Sengoku. Upon receiving the document, Sengoku glanced at it, and his previously half-closed eyes snapped wide open, a flicker of shock crossing his face as he exclaimed. This is perhaps realizing his momentary loss of composure. Sengoku forcibly regained his demeanor, looking up at the colonel and coldly stating, "All right, it's nothing. You may leave now." "Yes." Watching the colonel exit, Sengoku plopped back into the admiral's chair, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "Sengoku, what news could Kazan have sent that has startled you so? Could it be that Whitebeard has left the New World?" Garp, munching on a donut nearby, teased. "Take a look for yourself," Sengoku replied irritably. "Fine, I shall look." Garp snatched the document from Sengoku, and, upon reading it, a look of astonishment emerged on his previously indifferent face as he queried, "Is this really that kid from the Roger Pirates?" Sengoku, rubbing his temples in resignation, sighed. This information was gathered by Kazan from surviving Navy personnel, and according to Sakazuki's last report, that kid's appearance and peculiar abilities matched the black-haired youth involved in this massacre. It is highly likely he is the one. I never expected the Roger Pirates, having been silent for months, to suddenly resurface. I thought they had vanished. Garp, finishing his snack, wiped his mouth and inquired, "What do you plan to do next?" "Issue a bounty notice, slaughtering hundreds of Navy soldiers and a Navy major, coupled with his affiliation with the Roger Pirates, amounts to heinous crimes." Sengoku's tone was grave. "Did Army going to search for that kid?" Garp asked, puzzled. "There isn't enough time or energy for that. After all, there are countless pirates still needing to be dealt with. Moreover, the New World is beginning to stir. This kid can be left to those treasure-hungry bounty hunters." Sengoku's gaze turned icy as he spoke coldly. Before long, a freshly minted bounty notice was dispatched from Navy headquarters at breakneck speed, creating quite a stir across the globe. New World, aboard the Moby Dick, flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. Old man, it's incredible. A newcomer has risen, and he asked one of Roger's crew. A captain named Marluck presented a newspaper to Whitebeard. Kula la la la, truly a remarkable newcomer. Whitebeard exclaimed heartily upon reading the bounty notice. It's a pity he asked one of Roger's lot. Otherwise, he'd have the qualifications to be my son. Kula la la la. East Blue, on a small island. A red-haired woman, slightly pregnant, approached Roger, who was enjoying breakfast, and said with a smile, Roger, this morning's newspaper has news about the crew member you mentioned. Roger took the newspaper and scanned it, breaking into a hearty laugh. Ha! I knew that little brat, Chu Han, would not settle for mediocrity. It hasn't been long since we parted, and he's already made such a splash. Come, Lucio, let us celebrate, with a boisterous laugh. Roger scooped up the red-haired woman and headed toward the bedroom. How infuriating. Meanwhile, the world buzzed with excitement. Crew member of the Roger Pirates, King Chu Han, stormed the Sabeti archipelago, killing a Navy major and slaughtering over 500 Navy soldiers, and for reasons unknown, bloodily wiped out the double-gun pirates before fleeing. The Navy headquarters has deemed him extremely dangerous, placing a bounty of 110 million berries on his head. Chapter 44. The Furious Shuka Sabeti Archipelago. District 13. While the world marveled at Chu Han's meteoric rise, he had already returned to Aunt Xia's bar, where he found someone waiting for him. Uncle Rayleigh, what brings you here? The moment Chu Han pushed open the door, he spotted Rayleigh seated at the center of the table, indulging in his drink. Ha ha, Chu Han, I've been waiting for you for quite a while, but how is it that you've suddenly left the Beast Island? I recall we had agreed to meet in another month, Rayleigh exclaimed, downing his beer in one go, laughter resonating in his voice. There's no point. The creatures on that island no longer pose a challenge to me, and staying there would simply be a waste of time, Chu Han replied, taking a few steps forward to sit on the opposite side of the table, regarding Rayleigh with a faint smile. So, does that mean you have fully mastered Haki, including the Conqueror's Haki? A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as he scrutinized Chu Han intently. Indeed, he stated firmly, in the face of Rayleigh's penetrating gaze. Chu Han maintained his composure, offering a slight smile as he reached for the beer before him, drinking a cup before responding, I suppose so, but I've only grasped the basics. After all, the time has been rather limited. At his words, Rayleigh's pupils constricted slightly. Although he had already sensed the aura of the Conqueror's Haki owner through his observation Haki and recognized it mirrored Chu Han's, hearing Chu Han admit it outright still astonished him. It is known that the Conqueror's Haki signifies a king's qualifications, standing above millions. Anyone possessing this power, as long as they do not perish prematurely, has the potential to change the course of an era. According to Rayleigh's knowledge, the number of individuals with Conqueror's Haki in this world does not exceed a mere handful. Each of these figures is renowned, including Vice Admiral Garp, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Roger himself, along with Rayleigh. While there may be other potential wielders of Conqueror's Haki, their numbers are so few as to be negligible. This fundamental truth is what astonished Rayleigh. The rarity of those possessing Conqueror's Haki in comparison to the world population is staggering. He had never anticipated that the young boy he rescued would also be a wielder of this extraordinary power. With him and Roger, their pirate crew astonishingly boasted 3 individuals with Conqueror's Haki, a feat unprecedented in the history of any pirate crew. Congratulations, Chu Han, Rayleigh said, suppressing his astonishment, a look of admiration gracing his features as he laughed heartily. Thank you, Chu Han replied, nodding lightly in acknowledgement while drinking, seemingly indifferent. Unlike Rayleigh, who was astounded by Chu Han's awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Chu Han had known from the beginning that this power was inherently his. Conqueror's Haki, unlike observation Haki and armament Haki, is a gift bestowed upon those born with the qualities of a king, which cannot be acquired through training or inherited by lineage. It is solely determined by bloodline. Chu Han, possessing the blood of dragons, a lineage of supreme status far beyond the mundane bloodlines of this world, found it trivial to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Even the proud lineage of the celestial dragons pales in comparison to that of dragons. Enough of this, young one. How long do you intend to converse with that old man? At that moment, a chilling voice abruptly resonated within the bar. Chu Han and Rayleigh turned to see Sakia standing there, her expression dark as she glared at them. "Kid, we need to discuss matters concerning the two of us," Sakia declared, stepping out from behind the bar, her fair hands cracking audibly as she tightened her grip. Her beautiful eyes narrowing into slits as she glared at Chu Han through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Chu Han furrowed his brows, casting a puzzled glance at Rayleigh, who merely responded with a wry smile. "I've heard from Sakia about your situation. You have indeed gone a bit overboard. How about this? You have a proper discussion with Sakia, and once your matters are resolved, come find me that I have things to tell you as well." With that, Rayleigh offered Chu Han a look that conveyed, "Good luck," before hastily leaving the bar under Sakia's icy gaze. Clearly, even Rayleigh dared not provoke the wrath of Sakia. "What do you mean, woman?" as he watched Rayleigh's departing figure. Chu Han frowned and turned to face Sakia, his voice cold. "What do you mean? Is this what you call a satisfactory resolution?" Sakia's impatience only fueled her anger further, her emotions surging as she waved her hand, sending a golden piece of paper flying toward Chu Han like a dart. Chu Han remained unfazed, his fingers darting up like lightning to catch the incoming paper, glancing down to reveal a hint of surprise as he let out a soft exclamation. "So, this is what you refer to." After a moment, Chu Han set the paper down, sipping his drink with a playful glint in his eyes. "However, it seems this matter has little to do with you." "Does it?" Chapter 45. News of Roger. Third update. Please collect tickets. "This matter has little to do with you." "Does it?" The paper that had flown from Sakia's hands was none other than the bounty notice recently issued by the Navy regarding Chu Han. The notice prominently displayed the words King and 1.1 billion, while the accompanying photo was from 5 months ago, depicting Chu Han's initial appearance during the Navy's encirclement. In the image, his brilliant golden eyes, proud demeanor, and the enchanting sword Murasame, along with his composure even when surrounded by hundreds of elite Navy personnel, painted him as a king unyielding in the face of thousands. Anyone who laid eyes on the bounty would find the title king fitting in every regard. Little did Chu Han know that the Navy had initially intended to avoid using this photo. However, due to the overwhelming casualties in the battle at Sabeti Archipelago, no one had captured his true likeness, forcing them to resort to this 5-month-old image recorded among Roger's crew. "What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? You have brutally slain hundreds of Navy personnel, and now you have a bounty that high. Whether it be the Navy or bounty hunters, they will stop at nothing to hunt you down. With a little investigation, they will undoubtedly trace you here. Does this not concern you?" Sakia retorted angrily. "I see," Chu Han replied with a slight smile, standing up and casting a disdainful look at Sakia. "From the very beginning, the premise of our agreement was for you to help me find Uncle Rayleigh. Now that he has appeared on his own, it means our deal has failed. Therefore, anything I do is of no concern to you." That a hint of amusement flickered at the corners of Chu Han's mouth. Though he had previously promised to resolve this matter satisfactorily, he had not anticipated that a few loose ends would lead to his information being leaked to the Navy and a bounty placed upon him. However, if Sakia thought she could make him bow his head over this, she was sorely mistaken. Neither his inherent nature nor the dragon blood within him would allow him to concede. Much like ancient emperors, he would never be wrong. If there were errors, they lay with the world itself. Sakia's fury reached its peak as she glared at Chu Han, unable to contain her exasperation at his audacity. In a fit of rage, her pirate instincts flared up, and she suddenly produced a pistol, aiming it directly at Chu Han's forehead. "Kid, I don't want to argue with you, since you've brought me this trouble. You must apologize, otherwise I will ensure you pay dearly, regardless of whether you are Rayleigh's disciple." Sakia's eyes narrowed, her voice icy as she threatened him. "Put it down." Chu Han's brows knitted together as he spoke coldly. "What?" Sakia, expecting Chu Han to back down, was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly think she wouldn't dare to pull the trigger? "I said, put it down." Just then a voice cold as ice pierced through the air, and Sakia felt a chilling wind wash over her, enveloping her entirely. It was as if an emperor spoke. The chilling authority of the voice carried with it an overwhelming sense of intimidation, like a command from a superior to an inferior. The figure speaking seemed not of this world, but of something far greater. Suddenly, a blinding golden light illuminated Sakia's pale face, I have stated before that anyone who raises a blade against me must be prepared to meet their end. Do you think I would hesitate to kill a woman with fiery golden eyes that burned with intensity? Chu Han's handsome visage bore no trace of emotion. The demon blade, Murasame, was slowly drawn from his waist, exuding an aura of lethal intent as he fixed his gaze upon Syakuyaku, uttering a cold snort. Upon witnessing Chu Han's divine golden eyes and the unmasked chill of his murderous aura, Syakuyaku felt as though she had been transported back to her first encounter with death, overwhelmed by a paralyzing fear. Her countenance turned pale in an instant, and she instinctively stumbled back half a step, collapsing onto the ground. Such a tiresome woman, Chu Han remarked with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, sheathing Murasame with deliberate slowness before turning to leave. However, just as he was about to exit the bar, an unbidden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to abruptly pivot and furrow his brow as he regarded the crumpled Syakuyaku, causing her heart to race with trepidation. "W, do you want?" Syakuyaku stammered nervously, in response. Chu Han slowly shook his head, his voice devoid of warmth. "I have no intentions, merely a reminder, given your connection to Uncle Rayleigh." "What is it?" "Your underwear is showing." With that, Chu Han turned and strode out of the bar, leaving Syakuyaku in a state of utter disarray. "You little brat, I will kill you!" A moment later, a thunderous roar erupted within the bar. Startling Rayleigh, who was seated outside, sipping his drink, he stared in astonishment at Chu Han as he emerged, exclaiming, "Chu Han, you didn't do anything to Syaku, did you?" "Absolutely not," observing the playful glint in Rayleigh's eyes. Chu Han furrowed his brow, interrupting him with a cold tone. "Uncle Rayleigh, let us discuss the matter for which you summoned me to, very well." Rayleigh paused, regarding the composed Chu Han, before sighing. "What I wish to discuss concerns Roger." "Captain Roger's whereabouts?" Chu Han's brow knitted slightly as he inquired. You might find it hard to believe, but Roger is currently living a blissful life with his wife on a small island in the South Sea." Rayleigh chuckled heartily. "Captain Roger is married?" Chu Han exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. I hear his wife is a woman named Portgas de Rouge. Quite an extraordinary woman. She managed to capture Roger's heart effortlessly. I truly wish to meet her someday." Rayleigh mused wistfully. "Portgas de Rouge?" Chu Han squinted, lost in thought before asking, "And how is Captain Roger's health?" "What else can it be? Same as always. I fear he won't last much longer." Rayleigh's expression darkened, his tone laced with melancholy. "However, it is a consolation that in his final days, Roger found true love. It is a bittersweet affair for that woman, alas." Chu Han nodded, his face betraying little, yet his mind was a tempest of thoughts. He recalled Kuroka's words, stating that given Roger's condition, he could last at most 6 months. With 5 months already elapsed, it was clear that Roger would undertake that monumental task before succumbing to his illness. Chu Han's expression remained calm, but internally he vowed, that world-shattering event that would ignite the entire world. "Roger, you are indeed a king of your era, willing to use your death to spark a revolution." Chu Han's eyes gleamed with intensity, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet a dead king is no longer a king. The departed fade like water and will ultimately be forgotten, while your throne shall inevitably become mine. With that thought, Chu Han's gaze returned to tranquility, and he turned to Rayleigh with a gentle smile. "Uncle Rayleigh, I wish to journey to the South Sea to see the captain. You intend to leave the Sabati archipelago?" "Absolutely not." Rayleigh's brow furrowed, his voice stern. He was acutely aware of the monumental event his old comrade was preparing, one that would reverberate throughout the world and herald the dawn of a new era. Inevitably, powerful figures would converge, and with Chu Han currently under the Navy's watchful eye, any mishap could lead to dire consequences. "Are you concerned for my safety? Or perhaps worried that the captain's affairs might implicate me?" Chu Han replied with a serene smile. "Oh, already know?" Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock as he regarded Chu Han response. Chu Han shook his head lightly, smiling. "I'm not as dense as Shanks and Buggy. And I understand the captain's character well. He is not the type to resign himself to a quiet death. He would rather die in a blaze of glory. I suspect that once the news reaches the crew, they too will come to so. Uncle Rayleigh, please do not hinder me." "Must you go?" Rayleigh's voice was grave. Chu Han remained silent, but the determination etched on his face spoke volumes about his resolve. "Very well, I will permit your journey." Rayleigh relented, gritting his teeth. But promise me, do not interfere with Roger's matters. Merely observe from the sidelines, for this is Roger's final wish that I promise you. Uncle Rayleigh, Chu Han affirmed with a nod. Then, before you depart, allow me to impart some final teachings to you. Lest you venture to the South Sea only to be cut down, Rayleigh said, his worries easing somewhat, and he laughed heartily. What shall you teach me? Swordsmanship? Chu Han furrowed his brow. That of course not. Every individual's swordsmanship is unique. Only that which suits oneself is the best. Even if I impart my skills to you, you would not be able to harness them. Thus, I intend to teach you Haki, Rayleigh replied solemnly. Haki? Chu Han questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. But I already know how to use Haki. Ha! What you possess is merely the nascent awakening of Haki. You have yet to grasp its techniques. This time, I will ensure you truly master it. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Then I shall rely on you. Chu Han replied with a calm smile. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no thanks were necessary before turning serious. Haki is divided into 3 categories: Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki. You are aware of these, correct? Yes, Chu Han nodded. However, you may not know that Haki is also graded. Depending on its depth, it is classified into initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfected stages, Rayleigh explained. The Haki you currently wield is at the initial stage, meaning your journey is still long. How do we differentiate the stages of Haki? Chu Han inquired, unfazed by Rayleigh's teasing. Rayleigh chuckled. Take Observation Haki, for example, the initial stage. It merely heightens sensitivity and enhances the 5 senses. With a limited range at the intermediate stage, the coverage expands significantly. Approximately 100 miles with a marked enhancement of the 5 senses. The advanced stage, known as Kinbunchaku, allows one to foresee an opponent's movements. Even red minds, as for the perfected stage, I have only witnessed one achieve it. Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things. As for Armament Haki, its stages are determined by the area covered by the hardened Haki. When your Armament Haki can entirely envelop your body in hardening, that signifies perfection. However, even Roger never reached this realm. So it remains a legend. Conqueror's Haki, on the other hand, is assessed by its coverage and control. The higher the stage, the deeper the control. Half a month later, upon the East Sea, the weather was serene. The sun shining brightly, an undeniably splendid day. A luxurious ship sailed smoothly across the tranquil waters, its opulent exterior unmistakably signaling it as a passenger liner. Dear guests, we have arrived in the East Sea. Should any guests wish to disembark here, please inform us, and we will safely escort you to your desired island. A young attendant dressed in service attire announced respectfully outside a cabin within the lavish passenger ship. Understood. After a prolonged silence, a plain voice emerged from the confines of a closed room, seemingly belonging to a youthful individual, resonating with a crisp and tender quality. Please continue to rest, esteemed guest, the voice remarked. Unperturbed by the unremarkable utterance, the server turned to leave, for he was unaware of the countless years he had spent aboard this vessel, encountering a myriad of passengers, some lecherous, some irritable, some rude. Compared to them, the solitary figure before him was merely a tad reclusive, which was still quite tolerable. Moments later, the previously sealed door was abruptly flung open, and a strikingly handsome young man with black hair stepped forth. His slightly pallid complexion suggested a prolonged absence from sunlight, bestowing upon him a unique allure. Have we finally arrived at the East Sea? He murmured, squinting against the long-missed sunlight on the deck. It seems I shall reach the southern island where Roger resides in merely a few days. How swiftly time passes. This black-haired youth was none other than Chu Han. After acquiring knowledge about Haki division and some minor techniques from Rayleigh in the Shambadi archipelago, he stealthily boarded a luxurious cruise ship destined for the seas on that very night. That he had found a passenger of similar stature, cast him into the ocean, and assumed his identity to officially embark on this voyage. During the subsequent fortnight, to avoid attracting attention and evading inspections from naval fortresses, Chu Han remained sequestered within his quarters, shunning sunlight. At last, after half a month, the cruise ship had traversed the Grand Line and reached the East Sea. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted behind Chu Han. He turned to witness a colossal cannonball plummeting onto the deck behind the cruise ship, causing it to lurch violently, inciting panic among the passengers. Meanwhile, a massive pirate ship hastened from the distance, swiftly closing in on the cruise liner. Countless pirates hurled grappling hooks and clutched swords in their mouths, rapidly climbing aboard, their faces contorted with ferocity as they lunged toward the terrified passengers. Strangely, not a single naval escort emerged to intervene. "Everyone down. Hand over your valuables, or none of you will leave this place alive." A young man donned in a dance outfit and heart-shaped glasses stood at the bow, looking down upon the quaking passengers with an air of arrogance. "How could this happen? Why are we being attacked by pirates? We're the Navy." Among the throng, someone, gripped by fear, cried out in despair. This cruise ship was supposed to be accompanied by elite naval escorts. Otherwise, how could an ordinary vessel safely navigate between the Grand Line and the various seas? Yet, despite the presence of a navy, these pirates had stealthily launched their assault, and still, not a single naval officer was in sight. That a sense of foreboding crept into the hearts of the passengers. If this were indeed the case, they might be facing inevitable doom. "Are you referring to these individuals?" A cool voice resonated from the cabin, and a young man dressed in a server's attire and sporting glasses slowly emerged. His refined visage bore a gentle smile, exuding an air of politeness that instantly endeared him to others. However, as the crowd's gaze fell lower, terror filled their eyes, for in the seemingly courteous young man's hands were two severed heads, instantly recognizable to the passengers, those of the ship's captain and the naval commander. Behind the young man, a door swung open, spilling forth a torrent of blood that pooled onto the deck. Peering inside, the horrified onlookers beheld a gruesome scene replete with the corpses of sailors and marines, their heads severed and entrails staining the cabin crimson. Gagging at the sight of such carnage, the passengers were overtaken by waves of nausea. Since you seek these individuals, allow me to return them to you," the young man sneered coldly, tossing the heads into the crowd, inciting screams and chaos. "Captain, you are truly clever. If it weren't for your infiltration of this cruise ship and your poisoning of the Navy, we could never have taken it so easily." The man with heart-shaped glasses, named Zhang Ao, chuckled as he approached the young man, clutching the spoils of their plunder. "Enough chatter, Zhang Ao. Let us finish this task swiftly." The young man adjusted his glasses, his eyes glinting coldly. The captain sent a distress signal to the nearby Navy before his demise. "I estimate that a contingent will arrive within half an hour." Notably, the young man adjusted his glasses in an unusual manner, using his palm rather than his fingers, which appeared rather peculiar. "Yes." Zhang Ao trembled slightly at the young man's tone, his face displaying a forced smile. "And what are these people?" Zhang Ao gestured toward the trembling passengers on the deck, speaking in hushed tones. I need to instruct you on such matters." The young man smirked coldly, his aura menacing. "Of course, we shall eliminate them all and seize every valuable item. Leave nothing for the Navy." "Understood." Hearing the young man's ruthless decree, Zhang Ao's eyes flickered with fear as he nodded, then turned to the pirates on the deck. "Bellowing, lads, let us get to work swiftly." Boom! At that moment, a massive figure suddenly crashed down from the side, landing with a resounding thud at Zhang Ao's feet, sending dust and debris flying. "What is happening?" As the dust settled, the young man regarded the shapeless corpse before him with a cold expression, directing a frosty gaze as "I don't know." Zhang Ao stammered, panic rising within him. "But this person was one of my subordinates sent to gather the treasures." "Who could have done this? Could there still be Navy personnel aboard?" "Impossible. I dealt with all 100 Marines on this ship. There are no survivors, so it cannot be the Navy." The young man adjusted his glasses, brow furrowed in contemplation. "But who could it be?" "It is I." A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air from behind the young man and Zhang Ao. They turned to see a tall, striking black-haired youth, armed with a long blade, approaching them. It was evident that the voice belonged to him. "May I inquire who you are?" the young man asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Exercising caution, he refrained from making any aggressive moves, instead offering a polite smile. "Who I am is of no concern to you," Chu Han replied, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the seemingly courteous young man. "However, I am quite intrigued by your identity. If I am not mistaken, you are Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, are you not?" "You know me?" The young man, Kuro, adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with curiosity. "Now that you have confirmed it, Everything becomes much simpler. Chu Han's lips curled into a sly smile, his demeanor calm. This young man was none other than Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, whom Luffy had encountered in Usopp's hometown in the original storyline. What piqued Chu Han's interest further was the fact that in the SBS, Eiichiro Oda, the creator of One Piece, had remarked on this man's extraordinary intellect, second only to Shanks' first mate, upon being unmasked by Chu Han. The demeanor of Kailu shifted noticeably, his tone growing markedly more aloof as he stated, "If you are perturbed due to the recent incident, I extend my apologies on behalf of my subordinate. Consider this a token of reparations." Kailu offered a slight bow, a faintly apologetic smile gracing his face. Were it not for the familiarity of those who knew him, one might indeed be deceived by his courteous facade, mistaking him for a noble gentleman. Yet, it was only Zhang beside him who understood the true horror concealed within this seemingly affable captain. The more radiant his smile, the heavier the murderous intent that lurked within. He was the epitome of smiling tiger. Such trifles do not captivate my interest, nor is there any need for further probing. If I were to graciously accept these valuables, I would likely find myself ambushed in the next moment. Chu Han remarked, casting a dismissive glance over the gold and jewels before him, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. You truly have a penchant for jest," Kailu replied, forcing a laugh that lacked sincerity, his eyes betraying a growing wariness toward Chu Han. For he alone comprehended that his earlier intentions, as Chu Han had surmised, were to test the veracity of the latter's strength, while simultaneously setting the stage for an ambush. To his chagrin, Chu Han had seen through his ruse. Could it be that this boy possesses the ability to read minds? This was no mere jest. Kailu's eyes had indeed revealed his true self. Regardless of how one might disguise themselves, the essence concealed within their gaze cannot be obliterated. In that moment, Chu Han discerned a profound murderous intent and a flicker of trepidation lurking deep within Kailu's eyes. "I trust one am not mistaken," Chu Han stated, shaking his head slowly with a faint smile. "You truly understand me well," Kailu replied, betraying no hint of panic as he adjusted his glasses, a glint of coldness reflecting in his eyes. "However, your demeanor suggests you are no ordinary individual. If you wish to depart, it would be a simple matter. Yet, why? Are you inquiring why I have suddenly positioned myself before you?" Chu Han interjected, a smirk gracing his lips. "The reason is quite simple. I realize that I am in need of a steward." And then, Kailu questioned, puzzled. But thereafter, Chu Han fell silent, his gaze upon Kailu, speaking volumes, as one whose intellect matched that of the future vice-captain of the red-haired pirates. Chu Han certainly entertained the notion of enlisting him. After all, even a king requires servants, does he not? You do not mean to suggest that I am to be your steward, do you? Kailu, perceiving the depth of Chu Han's gaze, chuckled awkwardly before abruptly turning away, the smile on his face vanishing, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Eliminate him. Captain, you ought to have done this long ago. Why exercise caution before a mere child? Just kill him." Zhang, grinning lewdly, turned to the pirates brandishing their swords upon the deck, bellowing, "Men, charge forth, slay this pretentious brat, and let him know that the Black Cat Pirates are not to be trifled with." "Yes," echoed the chorus of over 100 pirates, brandishing their blades with fervor. "Such a trifling child, capable of inciting the captain's wariness. I shall see what abilities you possess." One pirate sneered. "What could you possibly be capable of? Perhaps you still suckle at your mother's breast? The multitude of pirates from the Black Cat Pirates jeered, their expressions twisted with malice as they surged towards Chu Han, their eyes devoid of any caution, clearly regarding him as nothing more than an inconsequential child, utterly dismissible. Meanwhile, Chu Han surveyed his surroundings, his gaze unfocused, utterly indifferent to the ferocious pirates around him. He held no regard for these insignificant pests. Would a deity surveying the world truly fixate upon every passerby? When one possesses the power to effortlessly reduce an individual to ashes, does their existence truly warrant concern? Kailu, I find myself increasingly satisfied with you. Even at this juncture, you refrain from direct confrontation, opting instead to dispatch these pawns to test my strength. Would one label you cautious or merely fearful? Chu Han's gaze settled upon Kailu, his disdain palpable. Yet do you believe that mere pawns are sufficient to gauge my prowess? Childish. Chu Han's brow furrowed slightly as he scoffed, his dark pupils abruptly transforming into an otherworldly golden hue, reminiscent of a lizard or serpent's gaze. The golden filaments radiating across his irises resembled veins of blood coursing over the surface. In an instant, the golden eye ignited, unleashing an overwhelming aura that erupted from Chu Han, the majesty born of dragon's blood sweeping forth like a tempest, altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. What in the world is this? The sight of Chu Han's eyes suddenly igniting with a golden glow left all present pirates aghast. They felt as though their feet were shackled with heavy chains, unable to resist the compulsion to submit. The golden pupils harbored the essence of an ancient demonic deity, compelling any defiant pirate to kneel in submission. This sensation was even more terrifying than facing a frenzied captain. The multitude of pirates trembled uncontrollably, quaking beneath the oppressive authority of the golden eye. The chilling aura penetrated to their very bones. Far more daunting than their encounters with Keilu, if Keilu was an immovable mountain to the pirates. Then at this moment, Chu Han stood as a god upon the clouds, lofty and untouchable, sacred and inviolable. Chu Han slowly drew the enchanted blade Murasame from his waist, pointing it at one of the kneeling pirates. He was a nondescript, burly man with a scar running across his face, who had previously been the most vociferous in his insults. Me, the burly man responded involuntarily, though he wished to refrain from answering, knowing that such a response would incite the wrath of this imposing child. Yet from several meters away, he beheld the searing golden gaze of Chu Han. That was a gaze from above, imbued with an indescribable pressure, as though an invisible hand gripped his heart. Should he refuse to answer, that heart would surely be crushed. Were you not reveling in your insults a moment ago? Why the silence now? Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward, observing the fear-stricken man who dared not speak. A cold smile crept across his lips as he remarked, "One must pay the price for their reckless words. Would you not agree?" The pressure intensified, crashing down upon the burly man like an avalanche. "Spare me." Faced with this, the man's fear deepened, and he opened his mouth to plead for mercy. But his voice cracked under the weight of terror. Yet this very terror incited a frantic struggle against the mental oppression of the golden eye. The man's limbs trembled violently, and under its gaze, he felt utterly drained, akin to a prey ensnared in a spider's web, feebly thrashing in futility. Perhaps seeking an easier path, the burly man chose to kneel, prostrating himself before Chu Han, whose golden eye blazed before him. This tableau resembled that of an ancient subject bowing before an emperor, appearing entirely natural and fitting. Sin and punishment. If there is guilt, then there must be retribution. Would you not agree? Observing the man kneeling before him, his demeanor betraying a hint of incontinence. Chu Han's eyes flickered with disdain as he coldly sighed. No punishment is more profound than the loss of life. Would you not concur? Perhaps sensing the murderous intent reflected in Chu Han's eyes. The kneeling man's expression morphed into one of abject terror as he sought to beg for mercy. But alas, he found no opportunity to do so. Hiss! The cold blade traced a brilliant arc through the air, followed by the heavy thud of steel piercing flesh and the eruption of a crimson geyser. Boom! Amidst the splattering of blood, a massive head soared through the air before crashing to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to rest at Keilu's feet, pallid and devoid of life. Are you now satisfied with this trial? Chu Han stood proudly, lightly waving the sword in his hand. Murasame, as a spray of blood erupted onto the deck. With an expression of serene indifference, he gazed into the distance at Keilu, a faint smile gracing his lips. You looked down at the rolling head beneath your feet, and Keilu's countenance shifted dramatically, his former elegance vanishing without a trace, replaced by an uncontainable ferocity. Kill him, all of you, together, for reasons unknown. Facing the ever-smiling Chu Han, Keilu suddenly felt a surge of crisis within him. If he failed to eliminate this brat today, it was likely that he would be the one to perish. As Keilu, with a grotesque visage, advanced, the pirates began to stir uneasily, retreating several steps to distance themselves from both Keilu and Chu Han. Ignoring Keilu's command to owe them, whether it was the enraged Keilu or this imposing young man, Neither was a foe they dared to provoke. Moreover, an instinctive voice within them warned against challenging this young man, suggesting that the consequences would be dire. Thus, they chose to defy Keilu's orders rather than risk advancing even a single step. "You worthless fools!" Seeing this, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Keilu's eyes as he swiftly dispatched the pirate blocking his path. Stepping forward with a menacing demeanor towards Chu Han, drenched in blood, "Boy, although I know who you are far from being worthy to subdue me." Keilu licked the blood from his claws. His gaze icy and malevolent. "Do not speak so arrogantly, for such words will only reveal your cowardice. Besides, worthy or not, you will find out soon enough. Why waste breath on trivialities?" Chu Han's eyes sparkled like lightning, exuding a forceful yet calm assertion. "Humph, you certainly spout a lot of nonsense," Keilu scoffed, raising his claws slightly, the sunlight glinting off them with a chilling gleam. "Step forward." At the sound of this icy command, Keilu transformed into a shadow, lunging towards Chu Han with ferocity. The 10 claws of his cat-like hands sliced through the air, creating a cacophony of piercing sounds, resembling a predatory cat, both agile and merciless. Not bad speed, but it is still insufficient. Chu Han remained unruffled, a smile tugging at his lips, his initial observation Haki enveloping him. He effortlessly evaded Keilu's icy claws, chuckling softly. With rapid movements, Keilu attempted to strike several times, failing to even graze the hem of Chu Han's garment. Frustrated, he halted, panting, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded the calm Chu Han, muttering, "How is this possible? My movements made no sound. How did you perceive and evade them? Is it the power of a devil fruit?" "Guess." Chu Han shook his head slowly, maintaining his gentle smile. "Humph. If you refuse to speak, then you shall never reveal it." Keilu's face darkened, his teeth clenched. "Spoon." In response to Chu Han's disdain, Keilu unleashed his most potent technique, a silent step that enabled indiscriminate attacks, utilizing his high-speed movements and claws to annihilate numerous foes that it was said to rival the speed of the Marines' 6 styles. So swift that even the attacker was unaware of what they would strike. An impressive technique, Keilu. Your speed surpasses even the Marines' 6 styles. You truly continue to impress me. To develop such a powerful move without any guidance speaks volumes of your intellect. Observing Keilu's sudden disappearance, Chu Han remained composed, his eyes glinting with satisfaction as a smirk formed on his lips. However, no matter how fast you are, if you cannot make contact, it is all in vain. With that, the golden light in Chu Han's eyes ignited once more, an aura erupting from him like that of a divine being. He raised his right hand abruptly, striking leftwards with the speed of lightning. Boom! In the next moment, a clawed wrist was unexpectedly seized, a shocked face appearing on Chu Han's left side, the sinister grin frozen in astonishment. "T last, I've caught you, my Keilu butler." Chu Han smiled slightly, his grip revealing a ghastly, iron-blue hue, entirely transformed, with protruding bones and dense, iron-blue scales covering the back of his hand, sharp claws enveloping his fingertips. As Chu Han silently exerted pressure, the bones in Keilu's wrists emitted a sound as if they were about to snap. Chapter 50. Submit or be destroyed? Ah! Feeling the excruciating pain in his wrist, Keilu let out a cry, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the smiling youth before him. How is this possible? The turmoil within Keilu surged as he grappled with the reality of being captured by his own ultimate technique, a move he rarely revealed, yet had been utterly confident in its effectiveness. He had never encountered anyone who could match his speed. Yet today, the technique he had always prided himself on was effortlessly countered by an obscure brat, leaving him in disbelief. As he pondered, a hint of madness and bloodlust flickered in Keilu's eyes as he raised his head, only to be struck by Chu Han's gaze. I could see that moment. Chu Han also slowly lifted his head, his golden eyes, brighter than the sun, shone upon Keilu like 2 radiant lanterns. Though they were merely eyes, the golden pupils held an overwhelming power, akin to the gaze of a deity, noble and imposing. Keilu's eyes filled with terror. An instinctive urge to kneel overtook him, reminiscent of ancient subjects before their emperor. Crack! Just then, Keilu felt the grip on his wrist suddenly loosen, but before he could comprehend, an icy hand clutched his throat. The immense strength threatened to fracture his neck, and he felt no warmth of humanity from that hand. He thought he was truly going to die. The golden pupils before him radiated coldness, devoid of any mercy. The crackling sounds of his neck filled his ears, and Keilu had never imagined that the sensation of his own neck breaking could be so horrifying. Enough, a sigh resonated. And in that instant, Keilu sensed the grip loosen, the touch transforming from steel to human skin. With your current strength, you cannot hope to touch my body. Now, let us discuss matters at hand. Submit? Or be destroyed? Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly, his calm demeanor laced with an assertive intensity, akin to a sovereign delivering a decree that resonated deeply. Why do you seek to subdue me? With your strength, you could easily conquer far more renowned pirates. Why have you chosen me? Keilu's voice, strained and hoarse, echoed with a multitude of emotions. Despair from defeat, frustration at his inexplicable encounter with this killer, and a flicker of hope that the other might relent. His gaze was sharp yet concealed an undercurrent of expectation. For reasons unknown, Chu Han's eyes seemed to promise an answer. Do you wish for a specific reason? No, there is none. It is merely my fleeting interest. Chu Han replied with a tranquil smile, as if defeating Keilu and declaring his intent to subdue him was merely a capricious whim. Though Keilu's intellect was among the finest among pirates. What did it matter now? To Chu Han, he was simply a capable strategist and subordinate, an embellishment rather than a necessity. For Chu Han had always believed that with overwhelming strength, any cunning scheme would crumble. Impossible! If it were merely a whim, then why did you exude such a chilling intent just moments ago? What? I must have misheard! Keilu exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Chu Han's perpetually placid smile, struggling to comprehend that everything had merely been a spontaneous surge of emotion. Was he mocking him? A bitter smile flickered across Keilu's lips, but he remained silent, feeling a persistent pressure standing before Chu Han. For reasons unknown, this seemingly youthful figure evoked an unquantifiable depth within him. Especially the contempt hidden beneath those calm eyes, akin to a lion surveying the territory of its pride, or an eagle soaring through the skies, surveying the vastness of the earth. Everything felt so natural, so reasonable. Keilu even experienced a fleeting illusion that perhaps within this youthful form lay a noble soul, aged for centuries. Even this supreme being, casting a disdainful gaze towards him, nonetheless regarded him with a certain significance. His piercing eyes were an intangible deterrent. So, what have you considered? Which path do you wish to choose? Submission or annihilation? Chu Han's profound gaze bore down on Kluo, instilling within him an acute sense of existential peril. Under the weight of that godlike stare, Kluo dared not utter a sound, shrinking into a timid silence. For reasons unknown, the invisible pressure radiating from Chu Han kept him from lifting his head. Moreover, the authority embedded within Chu Han's eyes was undeniably compelling. Thus a conundrum lay before Kluo, the choice between life and death, submission or demise. Contemplating this, Kluo clenched his jaw, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His thoughts were ensnared in a dilemma. With every passing second, he felt Chu Han's murderous intent intensifying. Should he acquiesce to the orders of an inexplicable specter, sacrificing years of freedom, or choose death and abandon his dreams of a promising future? This time, Kluo found himself at the crossroads of fate, burdened with resentment and regret, reluctantly making a choice that, I promise you, the yearning for life and the hope for the future ultimately triumphed over reason. With a heavy sigh, Kluo yielded to Chu Han's demands. What troubles you? You appear discontented. Are you truly satisfied with your current self? Do you not aspire to wield greater power and ascend to a higher realm? Each of Chu Han's inquiries struck Kluo's heart like a hammer, causing his convictions to falter and his stance to waver. Or do you genuinely believe that, with your abilities, you can survive in this cruel ocean with these worthless subordinates? I suspect you live in constant fear of the Navy's pursuit, trembling at the thought that, is this the life you wish to lead? Chu Han's gaze flickered, and his final words fell like the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, shattering Kluo's long-standing self-assurance. Indeed, Chu Han's assertions held a ring of truth. Cluo had long grown weary of the pirate's life, tired of the incessant worry for his crew and the relentless attacks from the navy and bounty hunters that followed his fleeting fame. You speak wisely, but why should I trust you? After I submit, how can I be certain I will escape this life rather than find myself in an equally dire situation? Cluo scoffed bitterly. From your eyes, I see nothing but doubt and negation. Very well. For us, trust is an unnecessary commodity. With a flicker of thought, Chu Han's golden eyes ignited with fervor, coalescing into a tangible manifestation of Conqueror's Haki, descending upon Cluo once more. Without resistance, Cluo's spine was forcefully broken beneath the weight of it. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, gripped by a suffocating sense of impending doom. You need only obey and follow my commands without defiance or resistance. No matter how formidable the pirates or navy seeking your life may be, until I give my consent, none shall take your life. Any enemy daring to defy my will shall be vanquished by my blade. It is as simple as that. If there are no further questions, let us depart, my butler Cluo. Upon finishing, Chu Han sheathed his enchanted blade, observing the wavering gaze of Cluo with an indifferent smile as he elegantly strode away. Exuding an air of nobility, watching Chu Han's imposing silhouette, a flicker of resolve ignited within Cluo. As if he made a firm decision, he slightly bowed, performing a proper gentleman's salute, and respectfully declared, "At your command, my master." 3 days later, a morning newspaper was delivered by seagulls to households around the globe. Upon seeing the headline, the world erupted in chaos. The front page news read, "The Pirate King Joel D. Roger has been captured by the Navy and will be publicly executed in Rog Town in 1 week. The capture of the Pirate King. How could this be?" The world plunged into turmoil, with some rejoicing, others mourning, but the majority filled with skepticism. Meanwhile, in a serene expanse of the South Sea, the sun shone brightly, and the gentle breeze graced the day. The azure sky was free of clouds, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. At that moment, a pirate ship adorned with a cat skull flag sailed leisurely through these waters that on the deck, an exquisitely handsome young man with black hair lay upon a sun lounger. Basking in the sunlight, his eyes closed in repose. "Master, here is today's newspaper." Just then, a gentle voice broke the silence, causing the young man to abruptly open his eyes, revealing a pair of deep, dark orbs. In that instant, the young man's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The previous laziness, charm, and warmth vanished, replaced by an endless coldness, akin to a lion awakening from slumber. "Cluo, has any significant news arisen?" The black-haired youth regarded the young man beside him. Dressed in butler attire, squinting slightly as he accepted the morning tea, taking a delicate sip before speaking blandly. Upon hearing this, the butler, Cluo, revealed a gentle smile, adjusting his glasses, and with a glint of excitement in his eyes. He respectfully stated, "Master, if we're to speak of significant matters, it seems there is indeed one that according to today's newspaper, the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, your captain, has been captured by the Navy, who have announced that he will be executed in Rog Town in 3 days. With that, Cluo respectfully handed the newspaper to the black-haired youth, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and admiration as he gazed upon him. In the past 3 days, he had come to understand the true grandeur of the master to whom he had submitted. The title of king, a slayer of Navy commodores, and the captain of a notorious pirate crew, with bounties exceeding millions, was deemed an extremely dangerous figure by the Navy. Most importantly, his master was a member of the Pirate King Roger's crew. Upon learning this news, Cluo was struck with astonishment, and any lingering doubt or resentment within him dissipated entirely. To serve such an esteemed figure in a world that idolizes strength was an honor. And Cluo was no exception to So this event has transpired, Chu Han remarked, briefly scanning the article before a flicker of brilliance danced in his eyes, his demeanor remaining unfazed. This marked the 3rd day since Chu Han had claimed Cluo as his own. Following Cluo's submission, Chu Han commanded the ship to set sail for the South Sea, hoping to encounter Roger. Yet upon their arrival, they were met with the news of Roger's capture, leaving Chu Han momentarily taken aback. Though he also felt it was to be expected. After all, given Roger's deteriorating health, it was unlikely he could endure much longer. Thus, it was inevitable that he would seek to fulfill that monumental task before his demise. And his surrender was merely a recent development. Chu Han's timing had been unfortunate. Had he arrived a few days earlier, he would undoubtedly have met Roger. Alas, fate had conspired against him, causing him to miss this encounter. But Chu Han had anticipated such a turn of events, which is why he remained so composed upon receiving the news. Kluo immediately instruct the crew to set course for East Blue's Rog Town. Chu Han declared, dropping the newspaper, his expression icy as he addressed Kluo. Yes, Kluo bowed graciously, responding with respect. However, the day of the Pirate King's execution would surely attract a tumultuous crowd, and given your unique identity, my master, it would be unwise to venture forth so carelessly, Kluo cautioned, having quickly considered the implications. Not concern yourself with such matters. Simply attend to your duties, Chu Han replied, his gaze sharp as he shot Kluo a stern look. Yes, my apologies for speaking out of turn. Kluo adjusted his glasses, a hint of a wry smile forming on his lips as he expressed his regret. However, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to Rog Town? If permissible, I would be glad to offer my counsel to this. Chu Han narrowed his eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within them. He turned to face the blazing sun, raising his palm as if to grasp it, and smiled faintly. To witness the fall of the king and the dawn of a new era, is that not a most intriguing endeavor? Indeed, Conqueror in just 2 days at Rog Town, ever since the newspaper announced the capture of the Pirate King, who is to be publicly executed in Rog Town. The entire world has been thrown into a frenzy. Curious commoners, pirates from the New World, and countless noble aristocrats have flocked to this small town, all eager to witness the fall of the first Pirate King. This moment, the streets of Rog Town are teeming with people, a cacophony of excitement, while Chu Han walks slowly through the throng, accompanied by Conqueror, who assumes the role of his butler. Rog Town? I recall my last visit was 5 months ago. Observing the familiar architecture and scenery, a faint smile graces Chu Han's lips as he sighs. Alas, time changes all. Even a king of an era cannot escape the guillotine's fate. What a pity for Roger. Every person has their destiny, master. There is no need for sorrow. It is most essential to live on with hope, Conqueror offers. Mistakenly believing Chu Han mourns for his captain's impending demise. In response, Chu Han gently shakes his head, choosing not to argue, and shifts his gaze into the crowd. Within the multitude, he recognizes many familiar figures, including future Shichibukai such as Don Quixote Doflamingo, Dracula Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, and Marine Colonel Smoker. Naturally, he also spies several members of the Roger Pirates, though many remain hidden in the shadows, including Shanks and Buggy the Clown, each bearing an expression of somber gravity. As anticipated, the members of the Roger Pirates have indeed arrived. Silence. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice suddenly booms through the street, suppressing all the surrounding clamor. The crowd turns in unison to find a robust, middle-aged man striding from behind the execution platform into view. Boom! With each step this imposing man takes, an invisible force ripples through the air, creating shockwaves that resonate outward. These waves affect everyone present, like a mesmerizing rhythm that strikes at the heart, causing breaths to quicken and blood to boil. Chapter 52. The Death of Roger Boom. As this stalwart figure advances, each footfall sends tremors through the atmosphere, reverberating with an almost palpable energy. The man, sporting a mohawk and a distinctive M-shaped beard, possesses a robust physique and wears a coat emblazoned with the word justice, akin to that of the Marines. This individual is none other than the current fleet admiral, Sakazuki. Known as Steelbone, he is poised to become a commander-in-chief of the world government 20 years hence, a figure of immense stature. Second only to the Five Elders. With Steelbone's sudden emergence, the crowd feels the weight of his authority for the first time. Their gaze is a mixture of admiration, fear, and solemn reverence for this paramount figure of the Marines. Cough! Observing the densely packed throng below, Steelbone furrows his brow slightly before emitting a light cough. That seemingly trivial sound reverberates in every ear like thunder, causing an involuntary shudder within each individual. Subsequently, his calm gaze sweeps across the street, each person feeling the intensity of his scrutiny, akin to standing beneath the blazing sun. Unable to meet his gaze, The unintentional aura he exudes presses down upon them like a mountain, rendering breath shallow. The might of an admiral is truly formidable. This is the power of a marine admiral. Indeed, terrifying. This aura rivals that of Roger himself. Chu Han muses, his expression unchanged, unfazed by the overwhelming presence. At Chu Han's level of strength, the intimidation of ordinary pressure holds little significance. Only the full unleashing of Conqueror's Haki, specifically aimed at a single individual, might induce a sense of oppression. Yet such tactics are trivial compared to the innate intimidation stemming from his dragon lineage. No one in this world can overshadow him in terms of will and presence, as the awe inspired by his bloodline renders Conqueror's Haki a mere immature manifestation. However, it is unexpected that the Marines would place such emphasis on this execution. Dispatching a significant portion of their forces, are they anticipating some unforeseen event? Chu Han narrows his eyes, observing the imposing figures clad in marine attire, standing beside Steelbone, pondering the implications. Among them are the current marine admirals, including Sengoku the Buddha, Black Arm Zephyr, and the formidable Vice Admiral Garp, alongside the recently ascendant trio of supernovas, Akainu, Kazan, and Borsalino, along with over 10 lesser-known vice admirals, an assembly that could be deemed terrifying. Consider that during the Summit War against Whitebeard 20 years later, the Marine headquarters never committed such an overwhelming force. This indicates a greater level of concern and fear towards the voluntarily surrendering Joel D. Roger than towards Whitebeard, lest he incite any unforeseen incidents. For Joel, Roger is a king. Even at the brink of despair, he radiates a commanding presence that cannot be underestimated. Clink, clink. At this juncture, a series of sharp clanking sounds suddenly pierce the silence of the street. As the crowd turns to investigate, they quickly spot a disheveled middle-aged man, his eyes fierce, hands and feet shackled, being escorted by 2 Marines, dragging heavy chains as he makes his way toward the execution platform. Upon recognizing the disheartened figure, excitement spreads across the faces of the onlookers, for they immediately identify the man as the notorious pirate king, Joel D. Roger, the true star of this execution spectacle, despite his disheveled appearance. As he approaches the platform, Roger's gaze remains sharp, his posture upright, and his steps light, exuding an air of ease, as though he were embarking on a new journey rather than facing the end of his life. Upon reaching the platform, Roger squints slightly, a smile playing upon his lips as he surveys the crowd, his eyes unfocused, as if admiring a landscape. I can see that moment. Chu Han raises his head, and their eyes meet. In that silent exchange, neither utters a word, nor do their expressions shift, yet an unspoken understanding passes between them, conveying a message only they can comprehend. Roger's gaze briefly glimmers with appreciation before he diverts his attention, his demeanor resuming its relaxed demeanor. Roger, I wish you success. Watching Roger's proud figure, Chu Han's eyes narrow, a flicker of indescribable emotion crossing his features as he sighs. From Roger's eyes, Chu Han discerns an unwavering resolve and excitement, indicating that Roger approaches this moment with steadfast determination, willingly facing death for the sake of his dream, unyielding to any changes or retreat. All Chu Han can do is wish him well, for this is his highest tribute to a final king. At that moment, with a slight nod from Steelbone, the executioners on the platform recognize that the time has come, their expressions devoid of emotion as they position 2 sharp blades against Roger's neck. Ha ha! Just then, faced with the blades poised against him, Roger remains unfazed, throwing his head back in raucous laughter, his mirth radiating a sense of unparalleled bravado that sends ripples of exhilaration through the crowd. Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden your treasure? Instantly, a voice erupts from the crowd below, its urgency amplified by a flash of lightning in the sky, shocking everyone into silence, holding their breath as they gaze fervently at Roger, hoping he might disclose the whereabouts of his legendary treasure. Quickly, proceed with the execution, Steelbone shouts from a distance, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. But it is too late. Ha! It seems I have finally awaited the moment. Excitement gleams in Roger's eyes as a triumphant smile spreads across his face, and he exclaims, "Want my treasure? If you seek it, then go ahead and find it. I have hidden it all there." Click! At that moment, a cold glimmer interrupted Roger's words. blood gushed forth, and his head rolled away, still bearing a faint smile. In that instant, the executioner grasped the gravity of Roger's life, although Roger's sentence remained unfinished. It sufficed. Mere seconds after Roger's proclamation, the arena fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a frenzied uproar as everyone erupted in excitement over Roger's final declaration. I shall become a pirate and seek the treasure of the Pirate King. Pirate King, your treasure shall surely be mine. In that moment, all were jubilant, lost in the fantasy of sailing forth as pirates in search of treasure, with nary a soul paying heed to Joel D. Roger, the once mighty king, now seemingly forgotten. Yet perhaps there remained one who still gazed upon him. That person was Chu Han. Captain Roger, this shall be the last time I call you captain, Chu Han murmured, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Roger's severed head upon the execution platform, but a smile crept upon his lips, his eyes flickering with a glint of brilliance as he spoke softly. The path ahead is mine to forge. The era you so valiantly ushered in shall be conquered by me. Chapter 53. The Abrogation of the Accord. Subscription requested. EC. Rog Town. At this moment, the sky was ablaze with flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. The crashing waves deafening as ominous clouds loomed, heralding the approach of a tempest. Boom! Crash! A silver bolt of lightning struck down, unleashing a torrential downpour upon the small town. The king has fallen. Heaven and earth mourn. It seemed as though the heavens wept for Roger's demise, as the raging waves and ceaseless thunder formed a heavy, sorrowful requiem. This was the final farewell for Roger. However, the inhabitants of Rog Town appeared oblivious to the deluge. Amidst the torrential rain, they reveled and cheered, lost in the fantasy of seeking treasure upon the high seas. Witnessing this scene from afar, Chu Han realized that Roger had succeeded with the last embers of his life. He had ignited a world steeped in decay. From this day forth, the world would usher in a new era, a grand age of piracy, a time for individuals to freely pursue their dreams. They will pass down through generations, the tides of time, and the unceasing aspirations of humanity would not be stifled. The golden age was on the horizon, and the grand era was officially commencing. Yet only Chu Han understood that his own journey had merely begun. Roger, watch over me from above. The era you have birthed, the vacant throne, all of this shall belong to me. Contemplating this, Chu Han's gaze grew resolute, an unprecedented determination shining in his eyes. An aura of indomitable spirit radiated from him, transforming his presence as if he had undergone some profound metamorphosis, akin to a sword unsheathed, its sharpness startling those nearby, including Kuro. Let us go to... In the next moment, this imposing aura vanished, as if it had never existed, causing Kuro, who had been sweating nervously, to breathe a sigh of relief. He gazed up at Chu Han's retreating figure, nodding in compliance. Watching Chu Han's cold silhouette, Kuro was aware that he had not misinterpreted the earlier sensation. The fierce determination that had erupted from Chu Han bore an uncanny resemblance to the relentless spirit of the executed Pirate King. While the reason for its abrupt disappearance eluded him, Kuro was certain of his perception. In truth, Kuro may not have comprehended the concept of restraint, much like a concealed sword, unadorned yet potent. When unleashed, it would surely cast its brilliance across the world. At that moment, Chu Han embodied the epitome of a latent blade. Motionless, yet when in action, it would astonish the realm. Meanwhile, on another front, damn it, to have been outmaneuvered. Roger, you are indeed deserving of death. Steelbone clenched his fists in frustration, glaring at the throng stirred by Roger's last words. If he still failed to grasp Roger's intention behind surrender, then his years as a fleet admiral had been in vain. He could foresee that from this day forward, the world would undergo cataclysmic changes due to Roger's dying proclamation. If mishandled, the entire world could descend into chaos, plunging the Navy into an unprecedented era of darkness. Upon this realization, the fleet admiral harbored a desire to slay Roger himself. But alas, Roger was already dead. Otherwise, Steelbone would have ensured his demise was a torturous one. Truly worthy of being my lifelong rival. Even in death, you managed to stir such upheaval. Roger, you never cease to amaze. Garp exclaimed with a hearty laugh, though a trace of unshakable sorrow lingered in his eyes. Cough, cough, Garp, do restrain yourself. Let us not forget. You are still a Navy officer, Steelbone reminded, his voice tinged with admonition that what's done is done. What difference does it make if I speak? Garp retorted, disregarding Steelbone's icy glare. Sighing, Steelbone recognized the truth in Garp's words. Since events had transpired, it would be futile to direct his ire elsewhere. The consequences wrought by his negligence must be addressed by himself. Yet, did Roger truly believe that he could so easily outwit them? Since he had broken the pact first, they were under no obligation to uphold a shattered agreement. Steelbone's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he turned to Sengoku, speaking in a chilling tone. Sengoku, I am assigning you a task. Immediately search for members of the Roger Pirates within this town and execute them upon discovery. I am certain they will come to pay their respects after Roger's execution. Understood, Sengoku, the strategist, responded with clarity, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Upon hearing this, Garp was momentarily taken aback, then filled with rage as he blocked Sengoku's path, glaring at Steelbone. Steelbone, what do you mean by this? We promised Roger that we would spare his crew if he surrendered. Are you now planning to go back on your word? It turned out that prior to Roger's surrender, an agreement had been forged. If he turned himself in, the Navy would spare the remaining members of the Roger Pirates, granting them amnesty for past transgressions unless they committed acts that endangered the world. The Navy had reluctantly acquiesced to Roger's demands, fearing the secrets he held and the stature of the Pirate King. This explained why, after Roger's death, the members of his crew remained unharmed, exemplified by the Navy's knowledge of Rayleigh's presence in the Sabaody archipelago and Kuros at the entrance of the Grand Line. Yet they did not pursue them. However, in that moment, the Navy was poised to violate this accord, disregarding their promise and targeting the crew of the Roger Pirates, which explained Garp's fury. Garp, calm yourself. Though he had an agreement with Roger, he also pledged to comply and meet his end without causing a ruckus. Yet he has stirred such chaos. He violated the pact first. Why should we adhere to a broken agreement? Sengoku replied, attempting to temper Garp's anger. Moreover, do you not recall the bounty placed on that crew member of Roger's? I believe his name was something like Chu. But what does that matter? Garp retorted, momentarily taken aback before glaring at Sengoku. In response, Sengoku shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. You comprehend the severity of the consequences that Roger's actions will engender. This signifies that countless individuals will be tempted by Roger's treasure, taking to the seas as pirates, thus ushering the entire world into an era of piracy. The recently bountied pirate, the new king, Chu Han, is one of Roger's crew members. This individual not only possesses formidable strength, but also exhibits remarkable potential. If allowed to develop freely, it is difficult to guarantee he will not ascend to Roger's heights. Moreover, as a new age of pirates is about to commence, numerous pirates will emerge at that time. Should this young man, bearing the title of a Pirate King's crew member, raise his voice, it is likely that countless pirates will rally under his banner, creating an immense force that would pose a significant challenge for the Navy to eradicate. Most importantly, the Roger Pirates are not solely comprised of Chu Han, that if my memory serves me correctly, there are two other young men as well, that if these two share similar potential with Chu Han, the future may witness the rise of three formidable pirate scourges. Furthermore, if any among them can reassemble the Roger Pirates, the emergence of a second Roger would merely be a matter of time. You must understand how difficult it was to eliminate Roger and the considerable turmoil he caused for the world government. Should a second Roger arise, it is likely that our Navy could face annihilation. Sengoku's words left the furious Garp utterly stunned. Once he regained his composure, Garp pondered and realized that Sengoku was not merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric. Following the events surrounding Roger, the three young men previously overlooked truly possess the potential to threaten global stability, especially after witnessing Chu Han's emergence and his extraordinary potential, which underscores this reality. However, even with this understanding, Garp found it challenging to easily discard his promise to Roger. With a heavy heart, he sighed. But, Garp, there is no room for discussion. This matter cannot be altered, that if we do not thoroughly eradicate the pirate crew, our Navy's reputation will be utterly tarnished. Steelbone interjected, decisively interrupting Garp. Sengoku, you must act immediately. We must ensure that the Roger pirates do not return, severing this source of evil completely. Understood. Chapter 54. The second side quest, subscription requested, amidst the rain, at the edge of the street. Shanks and Buggy, gazing at the execution platform where Roger's lifeless body lay, were reduced to tears, while the rest of the crew bowed their heads, weeping uncontrollably that a man may shed tears, but only when the heart is truly wounded. They had no right to obstruct the path chosen by Roger. They could only watch helplessly as their most revered captain perished before their eyes. This agony, unknown to outsiders, was enough to rend their hearts. In this moment of helplessness, they could only bid farewell to their captain with their tears, a profound sorrow indeed. Shanks, at that moment, a familiar, cool voice resonated in Shanks' ear. Lost in sorrow, he numbly turned his head to see Chu Han approaching, accompanied by a young man of elegant demeanor, reminiscent of a butler. Chu Han, the captain is dead. Shanks, gazing at this companion with whom he had shared a brief yet deep bond, could no longer suppress his grief and began to wail. I saw it all. Chu Han inhaled deeply and spoke calmly. Chu Han, how could such a wonderful person as our captain die? Why did he choose to surrender? If he had not, he could have survived. Shanks wiped away his relentless tears, his tone tinged with resentment. Who says Uncle Roger is dead? Observing the sorrow enveloping those around him, Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. As he smiled subtly, his words left everyone present in shock, their expressions frozen as they stared at this companion, whose calm demeanor and faint smile seemed to convey an understanding of everything, rendering them momentarily dazed, as if the individual before them was not the taciturn Chu Han they had known, solely devoted to training. Chu Han, what do you mean? Are you saying the one who was killed was not the real captain? Upon hearing Chu Han's statement, Shanks momentarily faltered, holding onto a flicker of hope, his gaze expectant as he looked at Chu Han. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Han's indifferent shake of the head ruthlessly shattered Shanks' lingering hope. I never claimed that the person standing there, just now, was not Uncle Roger. Ignoring Shanks' hopeful eyes, Chu Han shook his head and smiled faintly. I merely said that Uncle Roger is not dead. Chu Han, what do you mean? Uncle Roger has clearly died, so why fabricate such a lie? Is this amusing to you? Buggy, unable to tolerate the situation, interjected angrily, staring at Chu Han. Upon hearing Buggy's words, the other members of the Roger Pirates regarded Chu Han with suspicion. If what Buggy claimed were true, then Chu Han was trampling upon the spirit of their deceased captain, a sacrilege they could not abide, even from their own comrade. Chu Han, is what Buggy said true? Were your words just a deception? Speak. At this moment, the usually oblivious Shanks also came to his senses, glaring at Chu Han with fury, and threw a punch towards him, exclaiming, Today, I will make you awake from your delusion of disrespecting our captain's spirit. In response, Chu Han remained composed, his expression unflinching, showing no sign of panic. Shanks' fist came crashing towards him. Chu Han did not move. He simply raised his hand, and in the next instant, seized Shanks' fist, rendering him unable to move despite his struggles. Let me go, Shanks bellowed. Enough, Shanks. Chu Han sighed softly, releasing Shanks' hand out as he observed Shanks' intent to charge again. He spoke coldly. Tell me, Shanks, do you know what true death is? Shanks was momentarily taken aback. Death does not occur merely when one stops breathing. A person dies 3 times. The first is when they cease to breathe, biologically marking their death. The second is when they are buried. People gather to attend their funeral, reminiscing about their life. And socially, they die, as their place in society is forever lost. The third death occurs when the last person who remembers them forgets them. Only then do they truly die. Today, Uncle Roger, with the last remnants of his life, ignited the entire world, heralding a brand new era, an age of great pirates. His name will resonate throughout the world, remembered by all, transcending through the ages. Chu Han paused, then solemnly declared, Thus, I assert that Uncle Roger cannot die, for from this moment forth, he will live on in the hearts of everyone. His powerful words echoed, leaving Shanks and the other members of the Roger Pirates momentarily speechless, tears welling in their eyes. In that instant, they seemed to remember a phrase Roger had spoken before his surrender. I will not die. Through Chu Han's words, they finally grasped the true meaning behind Roger's statement. Indeed, Roger would not perish. He would forever remain a king, eternally alive in the hearts of the people, continually inspiring them to pursue their dreams, muster courage, and forge ahead. Chu Han, you are right. Our captain is not dead. He will forever live in this world. In the pouring rain, Shanks shouted jubilantly, tears mingling with his laughter. Perhaps this is the essence of growth. Having experienced the agony of helpless tears, ultimately regaining confidence, and as a man, continuing to move forward. Captain, I understand your will. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly pass on this spirit. The march towards our dreams shall never cease. In that moment, Shanks matured, his face radiating the aura befitting a future emperor, a smile reminiscent of Roger's in life gracing his lips, his presence becoming increasingly formidable. Witnessing this transformation, Chu Han's eyes revealed a hint of intrigue. He had not anticipated that a single statement could incite such a profound change in Shanks, who now bore an echo of Roger's spirit, a development he had not foreseen. Originally, Chu Han sought merely to win the favor of the other members of the Roger Pirates, intending to consolidate this power for his own future endeavors. Little did he know he was inadvertently shaping a future emperor. However, this only made the journey more intriguing, did it not? Chu Han fixed his gaze on Shanks, a fierce battle spirit igniting within him, his blood surging with excitement. I end the pursuit of kingship. What would be more tedious than lacking worthy adversaries? Ding! Triggering a plot. A side quest has commenced. Side quest 2. Ensure the safety of the members of the Roger Pirates and successfully escape the encirclement of the Navy. Quest reward. Bloodline upgraded to A class. Randomly activate a type of speech spirit. Failure penalty. Bloodline downgrade. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Chu Han's mind, causing him to momentarily pause at a second side quest. Intriguing, but what does it mean by the Navy's encirclement? Chu Han narrowed his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing within that if memory served him correctly, according to the original plot, the Roger pirates who had come to bid farewell should not have encountered any danger. Yet, the system had abruptly indicated a Navy encirclement. Could it be that the course of history has been altered by my arrival? They are here. Quickly, come over. Surround them. Do not let them escape. Simultaneously, a cacophony erupted. As countless Navy soldiers materialized from all directions, before the members of the Roger Pirates could react, they were already completely surrounded. Chapter 55. Do not kill Zifa. Subscription requested. They are here. Quickly, come over. Surround them. Do not let them escape. At the same time, a clamor broke out as numerous Navy soldiers appeared from all sides. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically upon seeing the sudden appearance of the Navy. Exclaiming in shock, engulfed in the sorrow of Roger's demise, they had let their guard down, completely unaware of the Navy's approach. Master, should we face this situation? Kuro's expression drastically changed, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He drew forth his blade-gloved hands, radiating a murderous intent as he glared at the encroaching Navy, whispering to Chu Han, not act rashly for now. This matter is not so simple. Chu Han shook his head, his expression icy as he regarded the increasingly numerous Navy soldiers before him, stating coldly, "You leave here first." Then, in a barely audible voice, he conveyed the rest of his message. Kuro's expression shifted, a glint of understanding crossing his eyes. Before he slowly retreated behind the others, in a flash, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared that moment. All the Navy's attention was focused on Chu Han and Shanks standing at the forefront. Moreover, the newly arrived Navy's strength was relatively weak, and not a single one noticed Kuro's departure. Chu Han, what should we do now? Shanks approached with a vigilant demeanor, drawing his saber and solemnly looking at Chu Han. Should we fight our way out? At this point, do you think you still have a chance to escape? Just as Chu Han was about to speak, a booming voice suddenly rang out, and the encircling Navy parted to allow a group of individuals to enter. It's you, Sengoku. All the members of the Roger Pirates recognized the middle-aged man at the forefront, wearing a cold smile. This was none other than the Navy Admiral Sengoku, who had previously joined forces with Garp to encircle the Roger Pirates, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Following Sengoku were the future Navy Admirals Akainu, Akiji, Kazuru, as well as the current Admiral Zifa and several Navy Vice Admirals. This formidable lineup was utterly terrifying. Witnessing this scene, the crew of the Roger pirates turned pale, their grips on their weapons tightening, and beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Such a display of power would likely deter even Roger himself from claiming he could escape unscathed, let alone them, who were bereft of their captain and Rayleigh, severely lacking in high-end combat strength. Facing this gathering of nearly all the Navy's elite forces, escaping from Sengoku and his entourage seemed an insurmountable challenge. The most probable outcome was total annihilation. At this thought, even the usually carefree Shanks wore a sorrowful expression, not to mention the clown Buggy, who could barely stand, while the others appeared ashen-faced, heavy-hearted, except for Chu Han. Sengoku, do you intend to utterly eradicate the Roger pirates? Facing the terrifying faction of the Navy, Chu Han remained unperturbed, his gaze seemingly imbued with a profound meaning as he fixed it firmly on Sengoku. Speaking with calm composure, if I remember correctly, your name should be Chu Han, right? A crew member of the Roger pirates, the perpetrator of the massacre at Sabati Archipelago a month ago. To be honest, when I first heard about you, I was somewhat taken aback. Who would have thought that the one responsible for the slaughter of over 1,000 people would be this mere child before me, who appears to be no older than 10? Sengoku did not respond to Chu Han's question, instead narrowing his eyes as he regarded him, exclaiming, "What? This child is the notorious perpetrator of the Sabati Archipelago massacre. Chu Han, even so, can he truly be under 10 years old? He looks at least 15 or 16 yet. Admiral Sengoku would not lie. If that were the case, this child is terrifying indeed to possess such strength at such a young age. He is nothing short of a monster." Sengoku's words fell like a gigantic stone into water, stirring up waves of astonishment among the gathered Navy personnel, who exchanged whispers, their gazes towards Chu Han tinged with a sense of viewing a monster. Noticing this, Chu Han furrowed his brow. He knew that due to his dragon blood, he had matured relatively quickly. Although still young, his appearance was no different from that of an ordinary adolescent. However, that hardly justified being regarded as a monster for public display. "Umph." A chilling voice suddenly cut through the air, slicing through the murmurs of the Navy like a winter wind, sending shivers down their spines as if they had plunged into an ice cavern. Ignoring the now silent Navy, Chu Han's expression turned icy as he turned to Sengoku, his tone unfriendly as he remarked, "Sengoku, your words are excessively verbose." Upon hearing this, Sengoku smiled slightly, showing no signs of anger. A glimmer of surprise and regret flickered in his eyes as he commented, "Such a presence. I certainly did not possess such strength at your age. You are indeed a genius. However, it is a pity that with your talent, you have chosen the path of a pirate. Nevertheless, it matters not. Your journey ends here today. A genius whose potential is cut short shall never be a genius again. You are correct. Today, I have come to eradicate you remnants. Those who are sensible should surrender obediently. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, Sengoku's eyes narrowed before suddenly widening, filled with a menacing killing intent, locking on Chu Han as a tremendous aura erupted from him, overwhelming Chu Han with its sheer force. "Surrender? Do you believe you are worthy of that?" Faced with a vast and unrestrained pressure, the golden pupils in Chu Han's eyes ignited fiercely, and he stepped forward, unleashing a fierce aura of his own, unwavering as he glared back at Sengoku, coldly declaring, "Indeed, Chu Han is right. You think we, the Roger pirates, would ever surrender?" Looking at the imposing Chu Han, Shanks stepped forward as well, laughing heartily. "You must understand that our captain is the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, and that's his crew. How could we bring shame upon him? So let me tell you, Sengoku, not a single one of us in the Roger pirates is a coward. We would rather stand and die than kneel and live. That if you wish for our surrender, go dream elsewhere." Go dream elsewhere, Sengoku. The crew members of the Roger pirates, stirred by the fervor ignited by Chu Han and Shanks, also stepped forward, their expressions mocking as they gazed at Sengoku and laughed heartily. "You fools, still boasting as death looms over you. Let us see if you can still laugh after this." Although Steelbone had issued a kill order, Sengoku, wishing to avoid unnecessary losses, still held onto the thought of persuading them to surrender. However, upon hearing those words, a flicker of anger crossed Sengoku's face. With a cold snort, he raised his right hand, preparing to give the command to attack, but was interrupted by a voice. "Ha, Sengoku, since you wish to capture these pirates alive, let me take charge. Capturing them alive is my specialty." At that moment, a tall figure stepped forth from behind Sengoku, looking at the fervent Roger pirates with a hearty laugh. This was none other than Zifa, one of the current Navy's 3 admirals, known for having never killed a pirate, earning him the title of the man who does not kill. Chapter 56. A 3-minute morning for Zephyr, subscription requested. In the East Sea, at Rog Town, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, exuding a palpable aura of death. The rain, cascading down in sheets, took on an eerie red hue amidst the flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder. Resembling a severed neck gushing forth blood, that moment. The torrential downpour seemed transformed into a sanguine deluge, relentlessly assaulting the senses of everyone in Rog Town. The formidable black arm, Zephyr, suddenly emerged. The atmosphere became tense to an unprecedented degree. All eyes turned towards the Admiral, glimmering with a myriad of emotions. Since Zephyr was eager to take action, it would serve well to gauge the strength of this motley crew. Observing Zephyr stride forth, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning as he chuckled. "Very well, Zephyr. If you wish to engage, then by all means proceed. But do exercise caution. These individuals are no ordinary pirates. They're the remnants of the Pirate King. Haha, remnants of the Pirate King. In my eyes, they are merely pitiful wretches without a captain, utterly worthless. I do not fear them in the slightest," Zephyr retorted. Yet as he gazed upon the battle-ready members of the Roger pirates, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. "Old man, who are you calling a wretch? Hold on, Shanks. Falling for someone's provocation so easily will only earn you ridicule from Uncle Rayleigh." Chu Han interjected, extending a hand to halt the furious Shanks who was poised to charge forward. With a faint smile, he continued, "Now, let's not focus on your embarrassment, but rather on Zephyr over there." Turning to face Zephyr, Chu Han's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. He slowly drew the enchanted blade Murakumo from his waist and gestured elegantly towards Zephyr, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Zephyr, is there any merit in your words? Wouldn't it be more prudent to test whether you are indeed a wretch, or are you merely spouting bravado to mask your true fears?" "Humph, arrogant brat." Zephyr scoffed, his right foot crashing down, fracturing the ground beneath him as he propelled himself into the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards Chu Han. "You dare mock me? A mere child? You must be tired of living." In mid-air, Zephyr roared, his right arm enveloped in armament Haki, unleashing a formidable aura. To mistake the surface for reality is the greatest folly of mankind. Unfazed by the imminent threat, Chu Han remained calm, stating, "In the face of Zephyr's murderous intent, I see no need to panic." The astonishment of Zephyr, Chu Han made a provocative gesture, sheathing his sword and choosing not to draw it. Despite his tranquil demeanor, a contemptuous glint lingered in Chu Han's eyes, igniting Zephyr's rage. Boom! Without warning, Zephyr vanished from sight. Sixth form, moonwalk, to be able to alter one's trajectory in mid-air. Quite an impressive technique, Chu Han mused, maintaining his composure as a smirk played on his lips. Boom! In an instant, Zephyr reappeared behind him, his armored black right arm mercilessly aimed at Chu Han's forehead. "You are still too inexperienced." "Is that so?" Chu Han replied with a chuckle, closing his eyes in serene indifference. Seeing this, Zephyr felt a flicker of doubt. He could not fathom how Chu Han remained so composed, even with his Haki-infused iron fist hurtling toward him. "Dare to underestimate me. You shall perish." Zephyr bellowed in fury, his dark right arm descending with lethal force toward the unyielding Chu Han's temple. "Watch out. Chu Han, dodge." The members of the Roger pirates, witnessing this unfolding scene, wore expressions of alarm, rushing forward in a state of panic. Alas, Zephyr's speed was unmatched. Even with their utmost efforts, they could not intervene in time. Realizing this, a sense of despair washed over them, their eyes closing in resignation. Unwilling to witness the gruesome fate that awaited their comrade, The same moment, as Zephyr's attack loomed imminent, Sengoku's eyes gleamed with a spark of insight, but a wave of unease washed over him. It was then that Akainu's furious shout shattered the tension. "Admiral Zephyr, retreat from that brat." Akainu's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the calm Chu Han, a sudden realization dawning upon him. His expression transformed, and he shouted at Zephyr with urgency. "What?" Zephyr faltered at Akainu's words, confusion etched on his face. "Why should I retreat from this child? I am on the verge of defeating him." A surge of doubt flooded Zephyr's mind. He sensed something was amiss. This child was unervingly calm, too calm for someone about to meet their end. Was there some hidden scheme at play? Just as Zephyr contemplated withdrawing, a dark hand unexpectedly seized his outstretched right arm, stalling his movement. Isn't it a tad late to reconsider? Unbeknownst to him, Chu Han's previously half-closed eyes snapped open, revealing piercing golden irises that burned with intensity. The ancient and commanding aura erupted forth. Akin to an awakening primordial dragon, with a slow, composed smile, he declared, "Word Spirit." Monarch's flame. In the blink of an eye, a visible glimmer erupted from Chu Han's brow, rapidly expanding hundreds, even thousands of times. It was a domain. The domain of the Dragon Clan's Word Spirit. Boom! Instantaneously, a torrent of heat radiated from Chu Han, spreading wildly in all directions. Although sudden, the temperature of the monarch's flame soared to nearly several hundred degrees within mere milliseconds, expelling the moisture that lingered in the air. Moreover, this terrifying heat showed no signs of abating. As the domain surrounding Chu Han continued to contract, the temperature within surged uncontrollably. When the domain compressed to a radius of half a meter, the temperature of the monarch's flame reached a staggering 10,000 degrees. Sizzle! At that moment, the ground beneath Chu Han's feet melted under the searing heat, waves of scorching air emanating from him in all directions. Both the Navy personnel on the streets and the members of the Roger Pirates, upon feeling the blistering waves, recoiled instinctively. As they encountered the intense heat, it felt as if they had stepped into a volcano. The surrounding air was excruciatingly hot. Their hair and clothing threatened to ignite. If the air was this scalding, the temperature at the center must have been utterly terrifying, surely exceeding 10,000 degrees. In that instant, despair filled the hearts of those witnessing Zephyr, ensnared by Chu Han's grasp, standing amidst the inferno. An unspoken thought echoed within them. At this temperature, Admiral Zephyr is but a moment away from becoming a roasted duck. This is utterly tragic. Chapter 57. Confronting the Future Admirals. Subscription requested. A blood-curdling scream suddenly reverberated through the skies of Rog Town. In that moment, all who heard the cry felt a tightening in their chests, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of sympathy. What kind of torment could elicit such a wretched wail? Oppression, agony, and despair. The owner of that voice seemed to be trapped in the depths of hell. Damn it, what is this monstrous power? A devil fruit ability. At this moment, Zephyr found himself ensnared in the depths of hell, beneath the searing temperatures of the Emperor's flame, which soared into the thousands of degrees. He felt as though his internal organs were on the verge of being boiled, while his clothing and hair were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Despite his utmost efforts to wield armament Haki to shield the majority of his body, even that formidable power proved futile against such terrifying heat. He felt as if he were trapped in a volcanic inferno, enduring unimaginable agony. Little did Zephyr realize that, for a hybrid of the Dragon Clan like himself, the potency of his innate abilities intensified in a smaller domain. The Emperor's Flame, being a perilous ability, was particularly formidable. Its temperature could reach tens of thousands of degrees within a mere half-meter radius. Such heat could effortlessly meld even the hardest steel, let alone the comparatively robust armament Haki. Although this compressed domain required substantial stamina, with Chu Han's current strength, he could only maintain it for a minute. However, under such horrific temperatures, even a minute was sufficient to vaporize anything, including Zephyr himself. "Release me at once, or I shall take your life." Zephyr's brow furrowed in desperation as he struggled relentlessly. Yet, no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not break free from Chu Han's grasp. Instead, it tightened further. The terrifying might of the Emperor's Flame instilled a profound fear within Zephyr. who felt as if he were melting away, casting a wary glance at Chu Han. Nonetheless, the fierce will to survive overpowered his trepidation. With a bellow of rage, he launched a barrage of punches and kicks at Chu Han, desperate to compel him to relinquish his hold, hoping to escape this nightmarish hellscape. Such bluster only serves to highlight your weakness. Witnessing this, Chu Han shook his head in disappointment, his form flickering effortlessly within the realm of observation Haki. Despite Zephyr's fervent attacks, he remained untouched, as if he were a ghost. Suddenly, a sizzling sound erupted from Zephyr's body, accompanied by a rich aroma of roasting meat wafting through the streets, reaching the nostrils of all nearby. Damn it! Zephyr glanced down in horror, his expression shifting dramatically as he cursed internally, urgency flooding his eyes. He struggled more fiercely, resembling a fish floundering in a pot. The armament Haki that enveloped most of his body was emitting the scent of cooked flesh, as if it were being roasted alive. Even the so-called armor of armament Haki could not withstand the melting onslaught of such intense heat. If I do not escape soon, I shall perish at the hands of this wretch. Zephyr's face darkened as he gazed at the young man before him, who remained untouchable despite his every assault. A fierce determination ignited within him. He thought, I cannot die like this, for the Navy's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Therefore, I must crack. Accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing and flesh tearing, a jet of blood erupted forth, instantaneously evaporating in the oppressive heat. In the next moment, a shadowy figure surged upward, leaping into the air. A severed limb for survival? Truly, a commendable resolve befitting a Navy admiral. Chu Han observed with narrowed eyes as he clutched the severed arm, his brows furrowing slightly. With a swift grip, the limb was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the ether. Yet at this juncture, did he truly believe he could flee? A smirk crept onto Chu Han's lips as he unsheathed the demon blade Murasame from his waist, directing a chilling sweep at the fleeing Zephyr, who was utilizing moonwalk to evade capture. A razor-sharp black sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air toward him. Blast of fire! Just then, an icy roar erupted, and in an instant a colossal fist composed entirely of molten rock materialized, crashing down upon the black sword energy with the force of a falling sun, potent enough to obliterate a massive iceberg in an instant. Boom! The black sword energy shattered under the impact of the gigantic molten fist, which then plummeted to the ground, seemingly calculated to land precisely where Chu Han stood. Humph! Gazing at the descending molten mass, Chu Han's brows furrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. With a contemptuous snort, the previously condensed Emperor's flame realm erupted, dispersing in a massive explosion that sent shockwaves skyward. Rumbling. As the Emperor's flame collided with the meteor-like molten rock, a thunderous roar resonated, and countless streams of lava that entered the realm were instantaneously vaporized, as if something was being incinerated. This caused the molten fist to undergo tremendous upheaval, seemingly unable to contain its own power, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that echoed through the air. The massive lava fist detonated, showering the crimson molten rock in a rain of devastation upon the distant Navy ranks, eliciting cries of agony from those caught in its wake. Ah, it's so hot. Admiral Sakazuki, save us! Beneath the torrid rain of lava, countless Navy personnel writhed in pain, struggling and screaming as if they were in the depths of hell. Sakazuki, look at the mess you've created. From a distance, a tall young man clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt, donning a green eye patch, glared with displeasure at the chaos, his gaze fixed on the falling molten rain. He raised his right arm slowly. Violent bore, the young man's aura erupted, and numerous shards of ice coalesced around his right arm. With a disdainful huff, an ice bird, entirely forged from frost, soared forth from his arm. Hastening toward the molten rain above it, as the ice bird passed, a trail of chilling air followed, instantly freezing the falling lava into hailstones that plummeted to the ground. Sakazuki, long time no see. Meanwhile, Chu Han regarded the approaching young man, whose expression was grim, with a hint of amusement dancing on his lips. With that, the Emperor's flame realm around Chu Han gradually dissipated. Murasame returned to its sheath, and he stood with an air of indifference. arms crossed, observing the young man who had halted his advance. "Do not feign familiarity, for I am no friend of yours." The approaching Sakazuki, incensed by Chu Han's calm demeanor, retorted coldly, "You, who tarnish justice, shall be sent to hell by my hand today. Alone, you cannot kill me. You must wait until your comrades have arrived in full. Would you not agree, Admiral Kazan?" Chu Han slowly shook his head, diverting his gaze from Sakazuki to the other young man approaching. A faint smile gracing his lips. "Alas, this is quite troublesome. Your abilities seem tailored to counter mine. If possible, I would rather avoid a confrontation." Kazan adjusted the eye patch on his forehead, weariness evident in his expression as he replied, "However, I cannot abstain from this battle, for I have vowed to avenge the hundreds of Navy personnel you have slaughtered. Thus, you shall remain here." As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Kazan's eyes, an aura of extreme cold emanating from him, transforming his previously languid demeanor into one of icy ferocity. Magma, fruit Sakazuki, ice fruit Kazan, two of the three emerging Navy supernovas. You must also surrender the third. In the face of Kazan's murderous intent, Chu Han remained unfazed, smiling serenely. Boom! Just then, Chu Han's brow furrowed sharply as he moved slightly, a golden light suddenly arcing from his left ear, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. How curious indeed. "Are you searching for me?" A middle-aged man, with black curly hair, donned in a yellow and white striped suit, sporting a circle of facial hair and sunglasses, hovered in the air, observing Chu Han below with a grin. Light fruit, Borisolino. The three supernovas have finally gathered. Upon witnessing this, a smile crept onto Chu Han's lips, his golden eyes igniting once more. Exuding an ancient and majestic aura, he slowly unsheathed Murasame from his waist, coldly sweeping it to the side, lifting his gaze to regard the three with fervor. "Then let us battle. I am eager to witness the true strength of the future three admirals." Chapter 58. A Surge of Blood. Subscription requested. "Then let us battle. I am eager to witness the true strength of the future three admirals." Chu Han's lips curled into a faint smile, and the golden pupils in his eyes ignited once more. Emanating an aura of ancient majesty, the blade, Murasame, slowly unsheathed from his waist, and with a cold flick of his wrist, it lay horizontally at his side. He raised his head, his scorching golden gaze fixed upon the three individuals before him, and remarked with a gentle smile, that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes were drawn to him, a flicker of astonishment crossing their faces. Could this young boy truly intend to confront all three formidable nature users simultaneously? How audacious! Faced with the questioning gazes surrounding him, Chu Han maintained an air of indifference, standing gracefully and composed. A gentle breeze caressed him, his silky black hair flowing with the wind, reflecting an extraordinary demeanor. "I cannot pretend I did not hear that," floated a lecherous smile from Borisolino in midair, his tone laced with astonishment. "What an audacious little brat, declaring he will take us on alone to Oh, you truly believe you stand a chance of victory? At times, is it not better to let facts speak for themselves?" With Murasame raised before him, Chu Han gently brushed his pale fingers across the blade, producing a resonant sound. The glimmer of disdain flashed in his fiery golden eyes as he replied with a light-hearted smile. "Are you suggesting that you are afraid? Kazan, Borisolino, step aside. This brat is my responsibility." Seemingly perceiving the contempt in Chu Han's gaze, Sakazuki felt a surge of anger rise within him. His expression turned icy as he leapt forward, shouting furiously, "You little wretch! 3 months ago, I let you escape, but today I shall eradicate you, the remnant of evil, in the name of absolute justice." Great eruption. As the chilling voice reverberated, Sakazuki's right side transformed completely into molten lava. Countless streams of lava coiled like fiery serpents around his right arm, and in an instant, a searing fist of lava materialized, vast enough to encompass everything in its vicinity. "You impeding justice, prepare to meet your demise." Sakazuki's face contorted in rage as he roared, launching the meteoric lava downwards. "Stop! Major Sakazuki, no! We are still here." The shouts of alarm erupted from the nearby soldiers. "It hurts. Run!" In an instant, the torrent of molten lava crashed down, indiscriminately engulfing Chu Han, Kazan, Borsalino, and the nearby Navy soldiers. Hold on, Sakazuki. Do not unleash your widespread attack here. Are you intent on slaughtering everyone in Rog Town? Seeing this, Kazan's eyes glimmered with anger as he exclaimed loudly. Stepping forward to shield the soldiers who had yet to escape, he extended his right hand, unleashing a wave of frigid air, and coldly declared, Ice Age. Boom! The clash between countless ice shards and the descending lava erupted. The forces of ice and fire colliding violently, generating a cloud of steam as the lava was rapidly encased in ice. Kazan, how dare you obstruct me? Are you contemplating betrayal against the Navy? Sakazuki's voice turned cold. It is their honor to eradicate evil and sacrifice for justice. As long as the Roger pirates are obliterated, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Even my own. Sakazuki's face twisted in a grotesque expression, the lava on his right arm boiling, as he coldly warned, So, should you hinder me again, I will not hesitate to eliminate you along with him. Anyone who impedes justice deserves no place in this world. Enough! Have you two caused enough trouble? Do you wish for everyone to witness the Navy's disgrace? At that moment, a voice imbued with authority and anger suddenly rang out, causing both Kazan and Sakazuki to pause and glance over, only to find Sengoku glaring at them with a face full of fury. Instantly, their expressions turned awkward as they fell silent. Regardless of your grievances, today you must cease hostilities that we will discuss this later. The priority now is to eliminate this brat before us by any means necessary, that if you fail to kill him, you will be demoted and confined. Sengoku's voice thundered, filled with rage, while in his arms lay Zephyr, who had recently escaped from Chu Han's clutches. Although Zephyr had severed his own arm to flee from the realm of flames, he had endured immense damage after spending considerable time within that searing domain. Even after escaping, he was grievously injured, his clothes and hair burned away, his form charred black, and much of his body severely scorched. The loss of his arm compounded his injuries, rendering the Navy Admiral unconscious after his escape. Witnessing his former comrade in such a wretched state, Sengoku felt a surge of murderous intent directed at Chu Han. Moreover, Sengoku understood that as the Navy Admiral and representative of the Navy government, Zephyr had been defeated in a single strike by a mere boy today, humiliating the entire Navy and diminishing its reputation. Thus, whether for the sake of restoring the Navy's honor or avenging Zephyr, this boy must die today. Yes, obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. Regardless of how much Kazan and Sakazuki disagree, they must comply with Sengoku's command and unite against the enemy. What a bother. Why not let this old man handle it alone? What do you say? Borsalino smirked as he rubbed his forehead. Be quiet. Both Sakazuki and Kazan shot him a glare, their voices laced with menace. How strange, how curious that I offer my assistance, and yet you reject it. Borsalino feigned surprise, sighing dramatically. Very well, let us join forces then, and see who can slay this brat first. As he spoke, Borsalino gathered photons at his fingertips, and a beam of laser light suddenly shot forth, hurtling toward Chu Han. Upon witnessing this, Sakazuki's voice turned cold. I like this proposal, but that brat's life is mine. Infernal Red Lotus, twin ice javelins, Kazan, unwilling to be outdone, snorted softly as two ice javelins shot forth, a barrage of icy air rushing towards Chu Han. Although Chu Han had severely injured Zephyr with a single strike, the trio did not perceive his strength as particularly formidable. They attributed the outcome primarily to Zephyr's underestimation of him. Otherwise, Chu Han would not have been able to stand against Zephyr. Furthermore, with all three of them attacking simultaneously, even an admiral would be hard-pressed to withstand their combined might, let alone a mere boy. In their minds, Chu Han had already been sentenced to death. Finally, they prepared to strike. Very well, I too wish to test the extent of my current power. Utilizing the future Navy's 3 admirals as a sharpening stone should suffice. Should it not? Meanwhile, Chu Han remained composed, his demeanor unruffled. He regarded the incoming molten fist and piercing ice javelins as though they were inconsequential, his eyes gently closing before suddenly snapping open, 2 beams of golden light erupting forth as he softly declared. Blood Explosion, Chapter 59. Forbidden Power, subscription requested. blood explosion. It is in essence a form of exchange, trading the heart of humanity for the heart of slaughter, much like in myth, where Odin, to gain the might of runes, hung from a tree, exposed to wind and rain for 9 days and nights, sacrificing himself for the gods, his own self at the cost of a single. Those who seek power must offer up their own sacrifices. And at this moment, Chu Han finally unlocked his cage, releasing the heart of the dragon. Blood explosion, a voice of chilling intensity roared forth, and in an instant, the entire street seemed to freeze. The resonant sound echoed in everyone's ears, deafening and commanding, causing an inexplicable panic to flicker across their faces, as if this voice did not belong to a mere human, but to a being of a higher order. That voice was the roar of awakening. Simultaneously, at the moment of unleashing the blood explosion, Chu Han stood boldly at the center of the street, extending both hands. With a powerful incantation, his skin began to transform into an eerie shade of ashen blue. Dense scales piercing through his flesh, blood oozing forth as they grew, his eyes ablaze with fiery intensity. Boom! It was at this juncture that the fierce onslaught of Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borisolino, the future 3 admirals, descended upon him. Molten lava capable of melting steel, frigid air that could freeze all in its path, and beams of light that could pierce through anything. These 3 formidable forces converged in this moment, intent on vanquishing the black-haired youth before them and obliterating the remaining vestiges of the Roger pirates. Roar! As if oblivious to the 3 incoming attacks, Chu Han was lost in the exhilaration brought about by his bloodlust. His golden eyes blazed with an intensity unmatched, and a hint of bloodthirsty excitement graced his features. With a roar that echoed through the heavens, a genuine dragon's roar resonated, heralding the return of a king. Yet in the next instant, Chu Han sprang into action, resembling a colossal awakened dragon. He opened his mouth, and his ivory teeth gleamed with lethal sharpness. In a mere heartbeat, he bent low, gripped his sword, executed a graceful pirouette, and sheathed his blade, all performed with fluid grace in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, a dark and chilling line erupted from his sword, slicing through the air. The oncoming torrents of lava, ice spears, and beams of light were effortlessly cleaved apart, as if this line possessed the power to sever all it touched. The razor-sharp sword aura even extended a remarkable 10 meters away, amidst the cascading lava and shards of ice. Akainu, Akiji, and Borisolino gazed in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them, their eyes betraying a flicker of incredulity. Strange, a true enigma. That boy, a monster. Borisolino floated in midair, his face twisted in astonishment as he exclaimed. In an instant, he simultaneously cleaved 3 powers of the natural element. Could it be that this boy is a swordsman of exceptional caliber? Furthermore, his appearance suggests he has activated some form of Zoan-type devil fruit. Truly a monster. What kind of creature possesses such a fierce aura? Sakazuki, in his report to headquarters, had stated that this boy was merely a paramecia-type devil fruit user. What is happening now? Akiji furrowed his brow, turning his cold gaze towards Sakazuki as he questioned him sharply. This remark. A flicker of annoyance crossed Sakazuki's face as he retorted angrily. How am I to know? You have witnessed the boy's immense power when he severely injured Admiral Zephyr. The searing heat and his inability to elementalize his body are unmistakably traits of a paramecia-type devil fruit user. But how do you explain the scales adorning his body, which are clearly characteristics of some animal? Only a Zoan devil fruit would exhibit such traits. How could one person possibly possess 2 entirely different devil fruit abilities? Has he consumed 2 devil fruits? If that were the case, he should have exploded and perished by now. How could he possibly still be alive? Akiji's brow furrowed deeper, his eyes glinting with contemplation as he spoke coldly. How would I know? Do you think I would falsely report information? Sakazuki snapped back, his voice laced with fury. Enough. What significance does arguing hold at this moment? Our foremost priority is to deal with this boy and salvage the Navy's reputation. Borisolino interjected, sensing the challenge posed by Chu Han. The lewd smirk on his face vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor as he descended to the ground, stating firmly, however, from my perspective, it would be prudent not to act rashly. Let us observe what the boy intends to do and probe the depths of his capabilities. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki and Akiji exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement with Borsalino's suggestion. Yet there was something Borsalino did not voice. For reasons unbeknownst to him, witnessing the monstrous figure of Chu Han and the blazing intensity of his golden eyes stirred an inexplicable sense of fear and dread within him. It felt as though he were confronting not a mere human, but a colossal beast of unimaginable proportions. The sheer force of that fierce and domineering aura was enough to shake one to their core. That it was precisely this instinct that made him hesitant to take the initiative, leading him to propose caution, and he was aware that his two companions shared this sentiment. Thus, these proud individuals consented to his suggestion. In the face of the unknown, fear is a natural human response, is it not? Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Han exhaled softly, his blood surging within him. In his world, countless raindrops cascaded from the heavens, splattering upon the earth. For reasons elusive, the falling rain appeared to move in slow motion before his eyes, as if a blind man had regained his sight, revealing the entirety of existence before him. Crack! Chu Han clenched his fist, savoring the boiling blood coursing through his veins, while observing the shimmering scales on his arm. Reminiscent of metal, that a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and a smile graced his lips as he mused. So this is bloodlust. With his eyes closed, Chu Han felt the tumultuous blood within him and the fiercely beating heart, now pulsating at an astonishing rate of dozens of beats per second. Yet his breathing remained remarkably steady, his visage devoid of discomfort. Power surged from his blood, as though some forbidden strength was being unleashed. P.S. To be continued. The pit I have dug for myself is far too deep, and I am now laboring to fill it. Truly self-destructive. Chapter 60. The Cutting of the Carp's Mouth? Subscription requested. EC. Rog Town, the streets lay silent, save for the sound of torrential rain splattering against the ground. The onlookers held their breath, silently observing the boy who had transformed into a monster at the center of the street, their eyes rife with fear and a tinge of anticipation, as if awaiting the next move from this creature. It is remarkably quiet. Are you all in fear? The blazing golden eyes of Chu Han swept the surroundings, taking in the heavy and slightly fearful faces before him, prompting a silent chuckle from him. Yet this sensation was not unwelcome. With that, Chu Han tilted his head back, extending his arms wide as the downpour cascaded from the gloomy sky, soaking his visage. It was an extraordinarily peculiar feeling. He gazed up at the rain-drenched sky, envisioning the entire expanse reflected in the depths of his pupils. Every droplet falling from the heart of the sky would land in his eyes, evoking a sensation akin to a divine being surveying the world or perceiving existence through the eyes of a deity. And a god is, after all, a construct of humanity's utmost fear, which subsequently transforms into reverence. By the way, are you three planning to remain there indefinitely? Have you not longed to eradicate the remnants of my Roger pirates? Now, I present you with the opportunity. Chu Han turned to face the distant figures of Sakazuki, Akiji, and Borsalino, whose expressions were icy yet resolute, a smirk gracing his lips as he spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. In this world, the delineation of strength has always been nebulous, with no one providing a precise standard. The interplay of devil fruits, swordsmanship, and Haki further complicates the classification of power. For instance, should an ordinary individual consume a Logia-type devil fruit, their strength could dramatically surge, allowing them to potentially defeat a swordsman far superior in skill but lacking Haki. Conversely, a devil fruit user encountering a proficient Haki practitioner may find themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, should that Haki user face a master swordsman, regardless of their lack of Haki, the outcome of their confrontation remains uncertain. Thus, the interplay of these three elements, devil fruits, swordsmanship, and Haki, has rendered the classification of strength elusive throughout history. However, a widely accepted classification of strength exists, correlating to the naval ranks: seaman, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant junior grade, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, rear admiral, vice admiral, admiral, and fleet admiral. If one were to assess strength based on this naval rank system, Chu Han, relying on his swordsmanship, haki, and verbal prowess, would likely be at the level of a rear admiral, specifically at the mid-tier of that rank. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, Akiji, and Borisolino, who are destined to become the 3 admirals, presently possess strength estimated at the mid-tier of vice admiral level, far from their formidable capabilities 20 years hence. As for Garp and Sengoku, Chu Han speculated they might be at the high tier of admiral rank, while Roger's ability to contend with both Garp and Sengoku likely places him at the fleet admiral level. Nothing remains static. Following the eruption of bloodlust, Chu Han's power underwent a profound metamorphosis. If a precise value had to be assigned, it is highly probable that Chu Han has now reached the mid-tier of vice admiral, if not the high tier. Yet, this remains merely his estimation. The truth will only be revealed through battle. This is precisely why Chu Han chose to provoke Sakazuki and his cohorts, for he urgently requires a sharpening stone, an opportunity to gauge his true strength, and what better option than to utilize the 3 admirals as sparring partners? Do you offer us an opportunity? You are rather audacious. Boy, Sakazuki replied coldly. Even if you truly possess 2 devil fruit abilities, it does not guarantee you can stand against all 3 of us. Oh, is that so? Chu Han elegantly draped his hair across his forehead, causing it to glide softly. In an instant, the fringe that once concealed his brow swept back, revealing a strikingly handsome face, cold and captivating. However, the only flaw was the unabashed contempt glimmering in his eyes. Humans often behave this way, resorting to arrogant tones to mask their inner fears, much like you all do now. Subsequently, Chu Han smiled silently. As Jun Yan's domain unfurled quietly, the temperature soaring to its zenith. There was no blinding light. Instead, the intense heat was accompanied by an eerie, faint darkness. Very well, since you refuse to approach, I shall come to you. 3 of you, a storm is about to descend. Lend me your ears. With that, a cruel smile graced Chu Han's lips, and the demonic blade, Murakumo, twisted in his hand, the chilling glint of the blade flashing within his blazing golden eyes. Empowered by bloodlust, his body surged upward, transforming into a shadow that lunged towards the trio like a bullet, its speed astonishingly swift. What? Faced with Chu Han's sudden advance, the 3 were momentarily taken aback, in their memories. Chu Han had always been calm and composed, a figure of high stature who met everything with serene pride, even when confronted by foes. Yet now, this bloodthirsty maniac, exuding a feral intent, was a bewildering transformation. How could one's demeanor shift so rapidly? Little did they know. Although Chu Han's temperament was typically cool and rational, the side effects of his bloodlust were perpetually influencing him. The brutality and slaughter, the desire to annihilate all humanity, filled his heart, rendering him more fervent and bloodthirsty. Chu Han did not suppress this change. For him, the fury of slaughter served as the finest catalyst, maximizing his combat prowess. Scatter. Although shocked by Chu Han's transformation, the 3 were seasoned naval rear admirals. Quickly reacting, they leaped apart, forming a triangular formation, effectively encircling the charging Chu Han like a vast net. Since you have chosen death, do not blame us. With a cold snort, Sakakish's right arm morphed into molten lava. A seething dog head of magma, opening its gaping maw to strike at the oncoming Chu Han. Vicious beak. At that moment, Kazan also responded, a blast of icy air erupting from him as an ice bird suddenly soared forth. Colliding with the magma hound directed at Chun, in an instant, 2 ice daggers appeared in his hands, and he leaped forth, pursuing like a cheetah. The powers of ice and fire, alas, they are of no use to me. Observing this, Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Jun Yan domain around him expanded violently, the terrifying heat transforming into a wave of scorching air that ignited the incoming magma and ice bird, vaporizing them instantly. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, countless flames erupted in an instant, a massive shockwave spreading wildly in all directions, and sneaking an attack from the shadows is hardly an honorable act. Borisolino, amidst the booming explosion, Chu Han's brow furrowed slightly, an unusual expression gracing his cold countenance. He tilted his body slightly, evading 2 beams of light, simultaneously stomping down with a thunderous force, propelling himself backward as he sheathed the Murasame. Aedo, koi no kuchi. In that fleeting moment, the clear sound of the blade resonated throughout the air. Observe. Inhale. Koi no kuchi. Drawl cut. Blood vibrate. Sheath. Concurrently, Chu Han brushed past a yellow figure. In the next moment, the demonic blade Murasame remained in its sheath. Chu Han, maintaining the posture of having just drawn it. Had a powerful observer with advanced Kinbunchika Haki witnessed this scene, they would have noted that in the instant they brushed past, Chu Han had completed an entire set of Aedo cuts, a flawless sequence of 7 steps, as graceful as a dance, adhering strictly to the principles of the art. Strange, truly strange. Tito think he would notice me mid-air. Polysolino's figure suddenly materialized, stroking a certain area of his torso, his expression one of astonishment as he sighed. I never imagined you would understand Kinbunchika Haki. And your sword speed is astonishing. Truly a monster. I have underestimated you this time. Rip? As the words fell, a sound of tearing flesh echoed, and a torrent of blood gushed from Polysolino's torso, cascading down like a mournful, radiant blood flower amidst the air. Chapter 61. Shock to all. 15. Please subscribe. Rip. As the words fell, a sound of tearing flesh echoed, and a torrent of blood gushed from Polysolino's torso, cascading down like a mournful, radiant blood flower amidst the the blood flower descended. The onlookers were left in shock. All present stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Everything that had transpired happened in the blink of an eye. They only witnessed Chu Han turning, sheathing his sword, and taking a sudden step back. When Chu Han landed, Polysolino was unexpectedly injured. What on earth just happened? Isn't Rear Admiral Polysolino a Logia-type devil fruit user, capable of elementalization to disregard any physical attack? How could he be wounded? At this moment, aside from those who understood Haki, all spectators, whether Navy or pirate, were filled with questions, as their belief of Logia being the strongest type of devil fruit was shattered. After all, the ability to ignore any physical attack alone should render one invincible. Yet this understanding was ruthlessly shattered by the black-haired youth on this very day. However, to the eyes of those who comprehended Haki, everything that had just transpired seemed entirely reasonable. This boy, he actually drew his sword the instant Polysolino elementalized. That strike was so fast that Polysolino couldn't evade it. This was no mere display of power. It required both Kinbunchiku and Busashoga Haki to achieve. To think this boy has mastered both forms of Haki. Could he truly be only 8 years old? From a distance, Sengoku gazed at the proudly standing Chu Han, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes that he mused within. Although Chu Han's previous strike was swift, it was still perceptible even under Sengoku's advanced Kinbunchiku Haki. It was precisely because he witnessed that strike that Sengoku felt such shock, as that single blow was enough to elevate Chu Han into the ranks of great swordsmen, but a young boy possessing 2 types of devil fruit powers, proficient in both forms of Haki, and potentially a great swordsman. Most importantly, he was only 8. If such a monster were allowed to grow, it would not be a mere joke to overturn the world. The threat could surpass even Roger's. After all, Roger at that age did not possess such monstrous strength. Today, this boy must not leave here alive, regardless of the cost. With that thought, Sengoku's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with icy resolve as he clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth to this moment, the chilling, murderous intent radiating from Sengoku caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, leaving the nearby Navy soldiers trembling in fear, glancing back at the suddenly changed expression of Admiral Sengoku. Instinctively retreating a step. Tiske, what an extraordinarily powerful lad. This is the strength of the Pirate King's crew. In the distance, Doflamingo laughed heartily, a glimmer of something inscrutable flashing behind his sunglasses. Before he smirked, saying, "Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are doomed today. After all, this place is filled with half of the Navy's might. Even if the Pirate King were reborn, he couldn't save you." What a chilling strike, Chu Han. I would love to duel with a swordsman like you. If you survive today. Mihawk's gaze narrowed as he watched Chu Han from afar, a flicker of battle intent flashing in his sharp eyes as he grasped the black blade behind him. Lamenting. While Chu Han's exquisite and chilling strike had astonished all, None present believed that he and his companions could escape the Navy's encirclement. After all, there were still Sengoku, Garp, and Steelbone, three individuals whose power stood atop the world. Each of their combat abilities rivaled that of Roger. Once such formidable forces intervened, Chu Han's current strength would be insufficient. The demise of the Roger pirate crew was merely a matter of time. Chu Han's aggressive display, in the eyes of the crowd, resembled a cornered beast, struggling desperately against its fate. A beast trapped in a net, no matter how ferocious, ultimately cannot escape the fate of death. But is that truly the case? Meanwhile, on another side, Pauliusolino gazed at the ghastly wound before him, inhaling sharply. Had he not elementalized at the critical moment, he had no doubt that blow would have cleaved him in two. Luckily, he had evaded. Is this the taste of blood? It has been quite some time since I consumed the natural fruit, and I have not suffered any injuries since. This is my first encounter. Chu Han, did I admit I have underestimated you. But from now on, I shall not show any mercy. The lecherous expression on Borsalino's face abruptly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, with a piercing gaze directed at Chu Han. He coldly inquired, "Have you ever been struck by a beam? Underestimate? Heh, when did you develop the illusion that I am weak?" Upon hearing this, Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, offering a faint smile as he drew the cursed blade Murakumo from his waist. Giving it a gentle swing, crimson droplets of blood slowly arced through the air, splattering onto the ground. Drip! Illuminated by the flames, the dozens of droplets belonging to Borsalino reflected a blinding red light, seemingly adding a touch of desolation to the mournful atmosphere. In this moment, Chu Han's demeanor underwent a radical transformation, and no longer was he the cold, expressionless youth of yore. His previously placid countenance, unruffled gaze, and the frigid aura that kept others at bay shattered like glass. Dissipating into nothingness, a savage, bloodthirsty essence materialized, a hint of madness twisting his handsome features, his eyes becoming cold and devoid of compassion. A mere calm glance emanated an unmistakable air of contempt. With the demon blade Murakumo in hand, Chu Han advanced step by step. With each stride, Borsalino felt an illusion take hold, as if he were confronting an enraged dragon. Fierce, frenzied, and utterly disdainful of life, a sense of dread began to creep into him, a feeling he had not experienced even when facing the notorious pirates of the New World. It was as if this fear stemmed not from mere intimidation, but from an instinctual recognition of Chu Han's innate ferocity. What is happening? This aura. This is not the presence one would expect from a mere child. You truly are just an insignificant 8-year-old human. At this moment, Borsalino's heart raced with trepidation, sensing a profound fear of life and death emanating from Chu Han. In that instant, he suddenly grasped the truth. The terror he felt earlier was not merely due to Chu Han's sudden display of demonic fruit abilities, but rather a true manifestation of Chu Han himself. Whoosh! At that moment, two icy blades suddenly pierced the air, hurtling towards Chu Han's head. What was most alarming was the freezing aura enveloping those blades, leaving a layer of frost in their wake. Kazan, is it that the Navy has such an affinity for ambushes? That yellow-skinned monkey as well, you included. Observing this, Chu Han's fiery golden pupils narrowed slightly, his body shifting to evade the incoming ice blades. He glanced at the figure emerging from the left, sneering in disdain. There's no way I could let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Wouldn't you agree? Kazan shook his head in resignation. Two more ice blades materializing in his hands. Kazan, why waste words with such a pirate? Just kill him. Suddenly, a crimson figure dashed forward, a searing magma, fist coalescing on his right arm, crashing towards Chu Han's back. Simultaneously, Kazan sprang into action, ice blades in hand, shrouded in a thick veil of cold to counter Chu Han's bizarre temperature abilities, his feet pounding down as he hardened his arms with Haki and charged forth. Light speed kick. Meanwhile, Borsalino, with a cold expression, unleashed dozens of beams of light, raining down upon Chu Han's position. Have you finally begun to take this seriously? Then I shall reveal my true power as well. Boom! Witnessing this, Chu Han's fiery golden eyes brimmed with a chilling battle intent. Instead of retreating, he surged forward. The cursed blade Murakumo moved again, resembling a dragon rearing its head from the river, unleashing 3 simultaneous slashes aimed at Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino. The force behind these strikes was no weaker than the one he had previously directed solely at Borsalino. His energy surged as if a demon had awakened, exuding an unyielding dominance. Seeing this, Sakazuki's expression shifted dramatically, retracting his molten fist as he formed a defensive stance with both hands. Yet, the next instant, the meteor-like lava was effortlessly cleaved in two by a blade of cold light. The Haki-infused edge of Murasame slicing towards Sakazuki's forehead, forcing him to elementalize and retreat hastily. Die brat. Concurrently, Kazan clashed fiercely with the incoming blade, redirecting it slightly before abruptly withdrawing and bending low, with a burst of speed. He transformed into a streak of white light, charging towards the unprepared Chu Han. Timing his move impeccably, true to his reputation for composure, Kazan's half-body became encased in ice, an immense cold erupting from him as he extended his hand like a pair of handcuffs. Seeking to freeze Chu Han instantly, akin to the way he had once frozen Luffy and his crew. Alas, Chu Han was not Luffy. You think you can freeze me? Unfortunately, your ice lacks the necessary chill. Such frost cannot contain me. Realizing Kazan's intent, Chu Han's gaze turned frigid, a scornful smile gracing his lips. He then stomped down, causing the earth to tremble and the air to quiver as the relentless heat of the Jun Yan domain erupted violently. The terrifying warmth clashing with the cold enveloping Kazan. Boom! The searing heat collided with the extreme cold, producing a deafening roar, vapor ascending into the sky, while the temperature of Jun Yan gradually diminished amidst the clash. In that moment, Kazan surged out of the Jun Yan domain, appearing directly before Chu Han. However, as he prepared to strike, his gaze locked onto Chu Han's fiery golden eyes, which bore a regal authority reminiscent of Conqueror's Haki. This formidable gaze momentarily stunned Kazan, as if struck by lightning, allowing Chu Han to seize the moment and deliver a powerful Haki-infused punch, sending him hurtling away, his whereabouts unknown. Boom! In the next instant, Borsalino's torrential beams descended upon Chu Han, overwhelming him. With icy determination in his gaze, Chu Han, having just repelled Kazan, took another step forward, wielding Murasame like a tempest, cleaving through the incoming beams with fervor. Stepping forward, his eyes aflame with murderous intent, he charged straight towards Borsalino in mid-dash air. But to that moment, Borsalino, caught in the frenzy of Chu Han's ferocity, found fear creeping into his heart. In a desperate flurry, he unleashed a barrage of laser beams, roaring, "You shall die." In the air, Chu Han's expression remained cold, his blazing golden eyes laced with fury, akin to a dragon enmeshed in a frenzy of slaughter. Facing the countless incoming laser beams, he revealed a hint of madness, refusing to evade. With Murasame in hand, he charged directly forward, the Haki-infused blade severing every obstacle in his path. Then, a chilling glimmer flashed in Borsalino's terrified eyes as, in the next moment, a golden figure plummeted towards the ground. Unmatched and invincible, this overwhelming ferocity stunned everyone on the street. Just as the crowd was captivated by Chu Han's fearsome power, a Navy soldier rushed towards Sengoku. Panting heavily, reporting, Fleet Admiral Steelbone sent me to convey a message, urging you to swiftly resolve the situation with the Roger Pirates, as for some unknown reason, the live stream we had set up has suddenly been cut off. A live stream? Sengoku was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, the live stream hasn't been cut. How is that possible? Wasn't it planned to terminate immediately after executing Roger in the naval plans? On one hand, there's an intention to establish the Navy's authority, while on the other, a mentality of setting an example through harsh measures prevails. Thus, when it came time to execute Roger, the decision was made to broadcast it live to the entire world. Initially, it was intended to cut the transmission immediately after the execution, but now, unexpected developments have arisen, leaving Sengoku somewhat unprepared. The specific reasons remain unclear. It seems as if there has been deliberate interference. Currently, the Marshal is diligently investigating the matter, and it is anticipated that the truth will soon come to light, declared a naval soldier with respect. The live broadcast has not been interrupted. Therefore, Everything that transpired moments ago has been witnessed by the entire world. At this, Sengoku appeared to disregard the naval soldier's words, his eyes filled with dread as he murmured to himself. Just a moment ago, Sengoku suddenly conceived a terrifying hypothesis. If the broadcast had not been interrupted, then all the actions occurring on the streets must have been visible to everyone worldwide, including the incident where Chu Han severely injured a naval admiral and subdued 3 naval supernovas. Such a scenario would escalate the situation to grave proportions. Sengoku could foresee that if Chu Han were allowed to leave here alive today, the Navy's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, its prestige plummeting. Especially considering that even admirals and supernovas could not subdue an 8-year-old child. This would undoubtedly become a colossal joke at the Navy's expense. With this thought, a heavy murderous intent flickered in Sengoku's eyes. He gazed at Chu Han, who stood defiantly after repelling Akainu and his men, akin to a king, and resolved within himself that even at the cost of being labeled as a bully, he must ensure this little brat remains here. Otherwise, the Navy's honor would truly be beyond redemption. You all move together to assist Akainu and the others. Regardless of the cost, you must eliminate this brat. This is all for the righteousness of a Navy. Do you understand? Sengoku turned to the several rear admirals and commodores beside him, speaking coldly with a chilling resolve. Yes. In response, the rear admirals and commodores straightened their expressions, saluting firmly. Upon this, a scarred rear admiral stepped forward, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chu Han in the distance. With a frown, he suddenly drew his long sword and coldly declared, Akainu and those 3 brats are utterly useless. They can't even handle an 8-year-old child, allowing him to act so arrogantly. Clearly, they lack the experience of youth that I suppose it is time for me to take matters into my own hands. Boom! Just as the rear admiral finished his words and prepared to draw his sword, a bullet whizzed through the air towards his forehead. He slightly tilted his head, evading the bullet, and frowned at the middle-aged man with a rifle who was slowly approaching, coldly stating, "It's you, the sniper from the Roger Pirates?" "Ha ha! Indeed, it is I." The man laughed heartily, leveling his gun at the rear admiral, and said with a light chuckle, "Rear admiral, interrupting a duel among the younger generation is quite impolite. So you might as well stay put. You think that mere remnants of the Roger Pirates can protect this brat and walk out of here alive? Such a delusion," spoke another tall rear admiral, who bore a large sword on his back. However, before he could finish, a middle-aged man wielding twin blades suddenly blocked his path, lightly chuckling. "This road is closed." Another one, "Is this a swordsman from the Roger Pirates? Do you also wish to resist like that brat? Are you truly unafraid of death?" Sengoku coldly queried, observing the newcomers. "Ha, Sengoku, do not misunderstand. We from the Roger Pirates never intended to surrender and live in hiding. As for death, do you think we fear such trivial matters?" Another man from the Roger Pirates stepped forward, gazing at Sengoku with a mocking expression. "Besides, it is quite embarrassing to always have a newcomer standing in front of us. We old-timers should do something. Otherwise, others might think there are no members left in the Roger Pirates." "Ha, well said. It simply won't do to let that brat, Chu Han, steal the spotlight that I, Buggy the Clown, have yet to make my appearance." Laughter erupted as all members of the Roger Pirates, including Shanks and Buggy, stepped forward, standing resolutely before the naval rear admirals and Sengoku, smiles on their faces, their eyes radiating determination, a resolute refusal to retreat. In that moment, every member of the Roger Pirates demonstrated through their actions that the crew was not solely represented by Chu Han. If there was to be a battle, they would fight together. And if death awaited, they would face it together. This was the true spirit of the Roger Pirates, a crew of kings. As the downpour ceased and the dark clouds dispersed, a long-awaited ray of sunlight sliced through the gloomy sky, illuminating the town of Rogue, as if igniting a new hope. With the entire crew of the Roger Pirates now standing together, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving all onlookers astounded. "I recognize that man with the gun. He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million. The sniper from the Roger Pirates, said to have never missed a shot. I know that dual-wielding swordsman as well. He is a renowned swordsman, skilled in the art of dual swordsmanship. Isn't it the navigator of the Roger Pirates? Even he has joined the fray. It appears the Roger Pirates are prepared to battle the Navy to the death." The crowd of onlookers gazed at the imposing members of the Roger Pirates in the center of the street, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and admiration. In this era, the Roger Pirates symbolized a banner of freedom, evoking deep respect and unforgettable memories in everyone. Interesting, truly fascinating, is the Roger Pirates officially going to confront the naval government? I find myself rather eager to witness this. Doflamingo laughed heartily. Another swordsman from the Pirate King's crew? I genuinely hope to face them in battle, Mihawk remarked, his eyes narrowing as he observed the dual-wielding swordsman from the Roger Pirates, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his gaze. Indeed, they are the crew of the Pirate King. Each one is extraordinarily formidable that I hope to catch a glimpse of their prowess, Moria said with a greedy smile, in this moment. As the Roger Pirates made their grand entrance, diverse thoughts ignited within each observer's mind, including the Navy Admiral Sengoku. The emergence of the Roger Pirates at this juncture signifies their intent to engage in battle, Sengoku mused, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Well then, it is the perfect opportunity to eradicate all remnants. Roger, watch from above. The crew you forged with your own hand shall be brought to an end by me. Kill them. Spare none. With this thought, Sengoku issued a cold command, leaping into action with a resounding thud, proclaiming, "As for that brat, I shall deal with him personally." Upon witnessing this, the expressions of all members of the Roger Pirates changed dramatically. While they acknowledged Chu Han's strength, they never considered him to be overwhelmingly powerful. Currently, he could not possibly match Sengoku's might, and Sengoku's disregard for his own reputation by personally intervening signified a death sentence for Chu Han. A flicker of alarm crossed everyone's eyes, and the previously armed sniper instantly aimed his gun at Sengoku, while the swordsmen leaped towards him. Even though they understood they could not overpower Sengoku, they could not stand idly by and witness Chu Han meet a tragic fate, even if it meant provoking Sengoku and facing death themselves. Your opponent is me. Just then, a rear admiral soared into the air, drawing his long sword, and effortlessly cleaved the bullet fired by the sniper in two, allowing the fragments to drift to the ground as he coldly declared, "Get out of the way!" The sniper, anxious for Chu Han's safety, shouted angrily, his aura surging as he bellowed, "If you don't move, I'll kill you." Meanwhile, on another front, the previously leaping swordsman from the Pirate King's crew found his path obstructed by yet another rear admiral. This road is closed," the rear admiral chuckled. Upon hearing this, the swordsman rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. "I never expected you to return this phrase so quickly, but do you truly believe you possess the strength to stop me?" In the next instant, an overwhelming aura of killing intent erupted from the swordsman, his gaze filled with lethal determination, resembling a battle-hardened veteran on the battlefield. Murderous intent palpable. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar. The conflict between the Roger Pirates and the Navy finally erupted. In an instant, all members of the Roger Pirates clashed with the Navy's rear admirals and captains, igniting a fierce melee that moment. Sengoku descended from the sky above Chu Han, crashing down and creating a large crater upon landing. "Kid, long time no see," Sengoku remarked, casting a brief glance around and breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing that Akainu and Kazan were unharmed. He then turned to Chu Han, his expression icy, and stated, "You have caused me significant trouble this time. It seems I have underestimated you." "Sengoku, are you here to kill me?" Chu Han inquired, lightly waving his sword, Murakumo, to rest beside him, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. "Absolutely. If I do not eliminate you today, the Navy will lose all face, and I may even lose my position as a vice admiral," Sengoku nodded, sighing. "You know deep down that there is no hope left. Why persist in futile resistance? Would it not be better to surrender gracefully rather than force my hand into killing you?" As he uttered the last sentence, the calmness on Sengoku's face vanished, replaced by an overwhelming chill and a palpable aura of murderous intent. He stepped forward, his form expanding dramatically, and countless golden lights illuminated the sky. In an instant, a colossal Buddha statue towered over the entire street. Gazing down at Chu Han, its voice resonating deeply, "Kid, it is not too late to surrender now. Do not force me to use my power against you. The so-called encirclement you speak of is nothing but a farce." It is merely a figment of your imagination. The MY resistance serves only to test my strength. And now that I have achieved my aim, there is no need to entertain you further. Words of a man facing death. Sengoku mocked, transformed into the colossal Buddha that if you do not believe me, I shall lead all members of the Roger pirates away before your very eyes. Chu Han replied, his eyes narrowing with a faint smile. Because it is all rather simple. With that, Chu Han smiled lightly, taking a step forward. His blazing golden eyes ignited, and the language of the Emperor erupted with an overwhelming force, merging with a potent Conqueror's Haki, exploding forth like a tsunami, sweeping across all directions and enveloping every corner of Rog Town. From this moment forth, I shall stand at the pinnacle of this era. At that instant, Chu Han stood gracefully, his flowing black hair dancing in the wind. Once his bangs were cast aside, the previously savage and menacing expression on his handsome visage vanished, restoring the aura of extraordinary talent he once bore. The immense Conqueror's Haki surged forth like an unfathomable ocean, profoundly shaking the hearts of all present. After a prolonged suppression, Chu Han's true power could finally erupt without restraint. The formidable presence was akin to a deity descending in an instant. The sky darkened, as if shrouded by an invisible force. And countless dark clouds parted to reveal a vast rift this moment. Everyone in Rog Town paused their actions, expressions of panic and fear spreading across their faces, though most were unaware of the Conqueror's Haki. The soul-piercing pressure evoked shivers down their spines. Under the weight of this tremendous aura, nearly all gazes turned towards Chu Han, filled with confusion, shock, horror, and disbelief. This power, it is the Conqueror's Haki. How could this be? Sengoku's previously indifferent expression abruptly halted, replaced by a grave demeanor. Under the might of this formidable Conqueror's Haki, even he felt trepidation, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. This kid is actually a master of the Conqueror's Haki. Such an extraordinary quality is rare among thousands. Coupled with his mastery of armament and observation Haki, this child surpasses even Roger in terror. At this moment, as shock washed over him, Sengoku's desire to kill Chu Han intensified, the frigid murderous intent in his eyes becoming almost tangible. Understanding the Conqueror's Haki, then you are even more deserving of death. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Chu Han unleashed his Conqueror's Haki within a high-ranking Navy building in Rog Town, Steel Bone's expression changed dramatically. His eyes filled with horror as he rushed to the window, gazing upward. The immense presence of observation Haki surged forth, enveloping most of Rog Town. Damn it, how could Conqueror's Haki manifest in Rog Town? Could it be that the Golden Lion or Whitebeard left the New World because of Roger's execution? Steel Bone's mind raced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Through his observation Haki, Steel Bone pinpointed the source of the incoming Conqueror's Haki to the street in front of the execution platform. There stood a figure, elegant and noble, Chu Han, calmly radiating an unparalleled aura. Under his presence, the surroundings dimmed, as if the entire world revolved around him. It is him. At this realization, Steel Bone's pupils constricted, waves of astonishment crashing within him. He never imagined that this terrifying aura he feared so much originated from this seemingly unassuming black-haired boy. Steel Bone was not well acquainted with Chu Han's background. He only knew that this young pirate was a new crewmate of the Roger Pirates and had recently gained notoriety, resulting in a bounty. Generally, someone of Steel Bone's stature would not pay much attention to rising pirate stars, but given Chu Han's affiliation with the Roger Pirates, he would have likely dismissed the young man's profile altogether. Yet, this boy he had overlooked had today delivered such a monumental surprise, awakening the Conqueror's Haki at such a young age. This would be an achievement even Roger and Whitebeard could not boast of. Furthermore, judging by the current situation, this boy had the ability to compel Sengoku to act personally. Such strength was indeed formidable. If this boy were to survive today, he would undoubtedly become a future threat. For reasons unknown, gazing at Chu Han's cold and commanding figure on the street, Steel Bone felt an ominous premonition. Should Chu Han, with his innate talent for Conqueror's Haki, be allowed to grow, it would not be long before another pirate king akin to Roger emerged. With this thought, Steel Bone clenched his fist, A fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, he turned to the officer standing at the door and commanded, "Go relay a message to Garp. Tell him to take personal action. Under no circumstances can we allow any member of the Roger Pirates to escape today, including that boy named Chu Han." His icy voice was laced with a heavy bloodlust, causing the temperature in the room to plummet, sending chills down the officer's spine. Bowing respectfully, the officer hurriedly left. "Chu Han, a remnant threatening the world's justice is absolutely not permitted to exist in this world. Today, you are doomed." As he watched the officer depart, Steelbone's ferocity faded, and he turned his gaze back to Chu Han's figure outside the window, his expression icy. The teacup in his hand suddenly shattered as he coldly declared, "Your death is inevitable." Meanwhile, on the street, as Chu Han stood at the center of the explosive Conqueror's Haki, an aura akin to divine might surged forth, sweeping through the surroundings. Wherever it reached, aside from a few strong individuals of rear admiral rank or above, both Navy and pirates alike fell unconscious at the mere brush of this overwhelming power. Those few who managed to maintain consciousness in the face of this vast Conqueror's Haki turned pale, as if recovering from a severe illness. In an instant, 99% of the individuals on the street collapsed, leaving only a handful still standing. The fusion of the language of the Emperor and the Conqueror's Haki had unveiled its formidable might for the first time in this world. Its power was insurmountable, impervious to all but those of rear admiral status and above. "Sengoku, do you still believe the so-called encirclement remains?" In the center of the street, Chu Han elegantly caressed the blade of his sword. Murakumo, holding it horizontally in front of him, its sharp edge gleaming as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Sengoku, a mocking smile adorning his lips, gazing at the fallen Navy soldiers and the pale-faced admirals still entangled in battle with the Roger Pirates. Sengoku's expression darkened as he realized, as Chu Han had stated, that the encirclement they had initially constructed had been utterly shattered the moment his Haki erupted. Yet, these individuals could never hope to eradicate the Roger Pirates entirely. "Did you plan this from the beginning? Indeed, such profound scheming. However, young one, even if I were to lose all my naval soldiers, I possess the capability to annihilate the majority of you," Sengoku bellowed with a menacing countenance. "Did you not declare a complete purge earlier? What has caused you to retract your words now?" A flicker of disdain crossed Chu Han's eyes as he maintained a calm demeanor, responding with a faint smile. "Your so-called annihilation is simply impossible, for you lack the opportunity. Possibility is not for you to dictate. Young one, to first strive to survive under my grasp before uttering such grandiloquent claims." Sengoku's colossal form radiated with a golden glow, looking down upon Chu Han with an icy gaze filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, his golden arm shot upward, and a massive golden hand descended like a thunderous stamp, its speed so swift that sparks erupted in its wake. The sound of rupturing air reverberating ominously, an embodiment of unparalleled might. Five-Finger Mountain. "Do you truly believe I am a mere monkey?" Chu Han gazed directly at the enormous hand plummeting from the heavens, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of contempt flickering within them. Yet his expression remained composed, showing no sign of retreat, exuding an air of nonchalance, seeking death. Seeing this, Sengoku's eyes flared with anger. He snorted coldly, hastening the descent of his massive hand, which would soon engulf Chu Han's figure. "Sengoku, attacking my master is not a wise course of action, particularly if you wish for this pig to meet its demise." A soft yet chilling voice suddenly echoed through the street just as Sengoku's hand was about to crush Chu Han into a pulp. Sengoku turned towards the source of the voice, astonishment etched across his face, halting his motion a mere meter above Chu Han's head. "What is this?" The transformed Sengoku gazed down at the approaching figure in the distance, his pupils constricting in shock as he bellowed in anger. "Who are you to dare threaten this esteemed individual? Do you wish to forfeit your life?" At that moment, two figures, one tall and one short, emerged slowly from the opposite side of the street. The taller figure, clad in a tailcoat, exuded an air of refined elegance, while the shorter one donned lavish attire, wearing a bubble-like head cover, his rotund form resembling that of a pig. "Esteemed one, are you referring to this pig in my grasp?" The gentlemanly young man's gaze turned icy as he adjusted his sliding spectacles, a glint of cold light passing through the lenses. With a gentle press of the hand that was wrapped around the neck of the short figure, crimson blood began to trickle forth as he smirked coldly. No. Sengoku, please save me. The short and stout man howled in agony, tears streaming down his face as he looked desperately at Sengoku, pleading for rescue. Witnessing this, Sengoku's expression flushed crimson as he reverted from his giant form, gradually shrinking back to his original size. His face a mask of fury as he glared at the gentlemanly figure before him. Young man, do you have any idea whom you are holding captive? If you wish to live, release this esteemed individual at once. The celestial dragon, I am well aware, the gentleman replied with a slight smile, his tone composed. Then how dare you? Sengoku stared incredulously at the young man, astonished. The celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago. The Alabasta lineage was stripped of their title for refusing to reside in the Holy Land, leaving only 19 kings to inhabit Mariewa. They consider themselves as progeny of the Creator, behaving with unparalleled arrogance. They wear bubble headgear, believing themselves too exalted to breathe the same air as commoners. Given that the 5 elders among the celestial dragons wield supreme authority over the world government, they enjoy all privileges. Should they be offended, the admirals of the marine headquarters are compelled to muster all their military strength in defense. This is precisely why the names of the celestial dragons evoke such fear worldwide, rendering them untouchable, let alone being held captive. Yet today this record has been ruthlessly shattered, which is utterly astonishing to Sengoku. Furthermore, the individual being held captive is acutely aware of the celestial dragon's identity. If that is the case, this is no mere abduction, but a calculated scheme. As these thoughts crossed Sengoku's mind, he could not help but recall the calm and composed Chu Han, who seemed to be the mastermind behind it all. He turned his gaze towards Chu Han, who stood with a blade in hand, a sly smile creeping across his lips as he regarded the young man, holding the celestial dragon captive. Kuro, he called out. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the young gentleman's face lit up with respect as he nodded toward Chu Han, leading the captive celestial dragon toward him. This gentlemanly young man, who had previously vanished, could only be Kuro. You truly know each other. Sengoku seethed with rage at that moment. To prevent Sengoku from suddenly acting against them, Kuro, upon Chu Han's signal, transferred the celestial dragon into Chu Han's custody. Just as the claws relinquished their hold, a cold blade was swiftly positioned against the neck of the still ecstatic celestial dragon. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Kuro's face as he adjusted his glasses. Bowing slightly as he spoke gently, Admiral Sengoku, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Kuro, the steward of Lord Chu Han. A steward, you say? So is indeed you who orchestrated all of this. Sengoku inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his simmering anger as he glared at Chu Han, his teeth clenched. Sengoku, does it even matter to discuss this now? Chu Han replied with an indifferent expression, the blade Murasame glinting coldly in the sunlight as he smiled faintly at Sengoku. Why don't we engage in a more constructive conversation regarding our subsequent matters? A negotiation, you say? That is acceptable. However, I wish to understand how your subordinate managed to abduct this esteemed individual under the protection of 2 commodores. From my perspective, your steward seems to lack the strength befitting a commodore, Sengoku observed, his expression a complex mixture of contemplation and frustration. This celestial dragon is one of the distinguished nobles visiting to witness the execution of the pirate king. As the one in charge, I had personally received him. Yet, considering the significance of the execution, I did not dispatch a vice admiral for protection, opting instead for 2 commodores. Despite this, an incident still occurred, leaving Sengoku perplexed and aggrieved. Hearing this, Chu Han slowly shook his head, smiling in silence. Sengoku was incensed by Chu Han's demeanor, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, yet suddenly a flash of insight struck him. He turned to gaze at the unconscious, elite naval soldiers on the ground, his eyes widening in disbelief as he muttered, could it be that your earlier display of Conqueror's Haki was not aimed at clearing these naval soldiers, but rather to create an opportunity for your subordinate to successfully abduct this esteemed individual? Chu Han's earlier surge of Conqueror's Haki was something Sengoku had felt firsthand. It was an overwhelming presence akin to an ancient dragon, rendering soldiers below the rank of Commodore utterly powerless to resist. Even formidable Commodores would find themselves momentarily dazed and disoriented in its wake. It was likely during this window that his steward successfully breached the defenses of the two Commodores and seized the celestial dragon. With that realization, Sengoku noticed two familiar figures emerging behind Chu Han. They were indeed the two Commodores he had previously dispatched to guard the celestial dragon. Their appearance only confirmed Sengoku's suspicions, causing his expression to darken further. No wonder Sengoku, renowned for his intellect, truly lives up to his reputation, Chu Han remarked, his pupils narrowing slightly, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes as he smiled. Everything unfolded precisely as Sengoku had surmised. Chu Han's prior outburst of Haki was meant to intimidate the two Commodores, creating an opening for Kuro to execute their plan seamlessly. The reason behind this strategy was that Chu Han had recognized from the outset that the greatest obstacle to successfully completing his mission and leading the Roger pirates to safety was not the encircling naval forces, but the three formidable figures within Rog Town, Steelbone, Garp, and Zifa. To safely depart from Rog Town, it is imperative to restrict the actions of these three prominent figures. The celestial dragons serve as the most advantageous trump card. Thus, at the outset, Chu Han dispatched Yelllow to board the celestial dragon ship, which had come to visit Rog Town, to await the opportune moment, while he himself assumed the responsibility of diverting the Navy's attention. As anticipated by Chu Han, the Navy, intent on eliminating him, successively deployed Zephyr and the future three admirals, culminating in the involvement of Sengoku himself. All focus shifted to Chu Han, leaving the celestial dragon largely disregarded, thereby enabling the successful execution of Chu Han's plan. Consequently, Chu Han previously informed Sengoku that the purported encirclement was non-existent from the moment he sent Yelllow away. The so-called encirclement had already crumbled. Every aspect of this situation lay within Chu Han's control, with both the three admirals and Sengoku merely pawns in his strategic game. Chapter 66. The Arrival of Rayleigh, Subscription Request. EC. Rog Town. Very well, Sengoku. Let us now discuss the matters ahead, Chu Han said, regaining his composure, his gaze narrowing slightly as he regarded the visibly agitated Sengoku, a faint smile gracing his lips. Discuss? How do you propose we converse? Sengoku replied through gritted teeth, his desire to eliminate this insolent youth palpable. Yet he found himself restrained by the weight of a trump card in Chu Han's possession, one he dared not provoke. At this juncture, Sengoku had no choice but to forego the use of force and engage in dialogue, hoping to salvage the situation regarding the celestial dragon. For, should anything untoward occur to that celestial dragon, not only would his position as admiral be jeopardized, but the Navy itself could also face the ire of the world government and collective retribution from the celestial dragons. Contemplating this, Sengoku felt a surge of frustration as he turned to his two ineffective rear admirals, his ire boiling to a peak, rendering them pale and trembling. And how shall we converse? Naturally, it involves the Navy withdrawing its encircling warships and escorting the Roger pirates safely away, Chu Han responded, his demeanor unruffled as he pointed at the celestial dragon at his mercy, a playful smile adorning his face. Of course, as a condition of this exchange, once we are safely departed, this pig shall be returned to you unharmed. That is out of the question, Sengoku vehemently rejected, his voice cold. Release this esteemed individual first, and then I shall agree to your departure. In response, Chu Han slowly shook his head, his gaze piercing as he retorted. Sengoku, you must grasp one fundamental truth. You are in no position to negotiate terms with me at present, and I truly cannot place my trust in the Navy's credibility. As he spoke, he tightened his grip slightly, the blade at the celestial dragon's throat pressing deeper, crimson blood oozing forth, prompting the kneeling celestial dragon to howl in agony, simultaneously weeping and cursing at Sengoku. This is unbearable. Admiral Sengoku, I command you to consent to this person's demands, or I shall summon my grandfather to strip you of your admiralty. My grandfather is one of the elders. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression turned shade darker. Internally, he cursed the troublesome ally. His earlier statements had merely been a test of Chu Han's negotiating boundaries. But now this foolish individual had inadvertently complicated matters and exposed their own vulnerabilities, only serving to embolden the audacious youth. With this thought, Sengoku turned his gaze back to Chu Han, only to find the latter's lips curling into a subtle smile, a realization dawning upon him that filled him with dread. Ah, I had not anticipated you to be quite the catch. In that case, another condition shall be added to our negotiations. Chu Han's eyes narrowed, a smile playing upon his lips. I also require the corpse of Joel D. Roger, this constitutes my terms. You have two options. Either acquiesce or refuse that, of course. Should you choose the latter, Admiral Sengoku, I would be more than willing to deliver this pig's head to you. You are delusional. Sengoku's fury surged, perceiving Chu Han's refined smile as nothing short of a devil's grin. He roared, "That is utterly impossible. The corpse of Roger cannot be handed over to you. You would do well to release this esteemed individual, or I shall systematically eliminate each of your companions to Oh, not forget, you are not the only one with hostages." With that, Sengoku abruptly pivoted, casting his gaze towards the distant Roger pirates, who were fiercely clashing with the Navy's vice admirals. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he contemplated departing at, even at this moment, you seek to threaten me. I truly wonder how you earn the title of strategist. Chu Han sighed, shaking his head in exasperation, his eyes filled with disdain as he coldly remarked, "If you make another move, I cannot guarantee my hand will remain steady. Moreover, Sengoku, do not forget, this is still being broadcast live. Should a celestial dragon be slain before the eyes of the entire world, I trust you comprehend the ramifications." Upon hearing this, Sengoku halted abruptly, turning sharply to face Chu Han, his teeth clenched as he hissed, "Are you implying that the broadcast cannot be interrupted? Is this your doing? Have you calculated everything in advance?" Chu Han's expression remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as he chose silence, tacitly affirming Sengoku's suspicions. "Very cunning of you." After a lengthy internal struggle, Sengoku, through gritted teeth, declared, "I hope you do not find yourself in my grasp one day, for if that occurs, I shall ensure you understand the meaning of true suffering." At that moment, Sengoku's hatred for Chu Han surged to monumental levels, wishing to rend him asunder. Yet, reason ultimately tempered his rage as he comprehended the enormity of Chu Han's earlier implication, a monumental threat. For 8 centuries, since the Celestial Dragons established the world government, they have maintained a reign of terror over global powers, instilling fear and reverence rather than loyalty among the populace. Moreover, to uphold their authority, the Celestial Dragons even commanded that in times of peril, the Navy's admirals must rush to protect them, eliminating all who dare offend. This has rendered the Celestial Dragons' authority untouchable, with even the mightiest pirates hesitant to provoke them, lest they invite the wrath of the admirals. All of humanity exists under the oppressive regime meticulously crafted by the Celestial Dragons, with no one daring to resist. However, once the seed of rebellion is sown, it becomes exceedingly difficult to eradicate. If Chu Han were indeed to slay a celestial dragon before the eyes of the world, the carefully constructed fade of invincibility would shatter, revealing the truth: the celestial dragons 2. Fear death. They are human, and they are not beyond the reach of mortality. Such dangerous ideologies, once set in motion, would signify the collapse of the celestial dragon's intimidation tactics. When individuals face oppression from the celestial dragons, the desire for rebellion will eclipse fear. The likelihood of the celestial dragons meeting their demise would drastically increase. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect lies in the fact that the latent forces opposing the celestial dragon's rule would gain public support, swelling in strength and posing a threat to the world government's dominion. While this may sound alarmist, Sengoku understood the likelihood of such events transpiring. For the most frightening element in this world is not sheer might, but rather the indomitable will of the people. Should such a scenario occur, he would undoubtedly become the scapegoat, facing the wrath of the celestial dragons. Suffering 1,000 deaths would be insufficient. This realization compelled Sengoku to reluctantly acquiesce to Chu Han's demands. For he dared not take such a risk, nor did he wish to entertain the notion. "Very well, I shall concede to your conditions." Sengoku inhaled deeply, his voice cold and resolute. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Chu Han's eyes. The tension in his demeanor easing somewhat as he remarked, exchanging the lives of a few pirates for the stability of the world government's rule. Surely that is a worthy trade, is it not? Boom! Just as Chu Han's words lingered in the air, a resounding sound of breaking air erupted behind him, a chilling intent to kill coursing through him like ice, as if he were the prey of a predatory beast. Goosebumps rising along his skin. Simultaneously, two fists, dark as night and enveloped in the aura of Haki, surged into view, one aimed directly at Chu Han's forehead, the other reaching towards the celestial dragon beneath him. One offensive, one defensive, moving with blinding speed, akin to lightning. Are you forcing me to choose? A life or a hostage? Chu Han's eyes gleamed with a cold light, swiftly replaced by a fierce determination. I shall take both the hostage and my life. With that thought, Chu Han released his grip on Murasame, swiftly seizing the celestial dragon by the collar and yanking him back, narrowly evading the incoming hand, while simultaneously raising his other hand to shield his forehead. Chu Han was prepared to risk the loss of a hand to escape this perilous predicament. Boom! At that moment, another fist, similarly enveloped in Haki, collided thunderously with the one aimed at Chu Han's forehead. The clash unleashed a tremendous force, creating a cacophony that echoed through the air, sending waves of energy surging upwards, even tearing a massive rift in the dark clouds above. I never anticipated that the illustrious Admiral Steelbone would resort to such underhanded tactics against a mere youth. It the Dark King, Rayleigh. Upon landing, Steelbone cast a grim glance at a white-haired middle-aged man who had descended alongside Chu Han from a distance, his voice icy as he inquired, "What brings you here?" With the captain absent, it falls upon me, the vice-captain, to step forward. Wouldn't you agree, Steelbone? The newcomer released Chu Han's collar, stepping forward with an imposing presence, his laughter resonating with confidence. This man was none other than the illustrious vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, the Dark King, Rayleigh. Is that really the Dark King, Rayleigh? The realization struck, astonishment spreading across the faces of those present. I hadn't anticipated such a significant figure would also make an appearance. This could prove to be quite amusing. Indeed, I doubt the Navy anticipated his sudden arrival either. Came a hushed whisper, that moment. The pirates who had previously succumbed to Chu Han's overwhelming Haki began to awaken one by one, instantly recognizing the formidable Rayleigh standing at the center of the street, expressions of awe adorning their faces as they began to murmur amongst themselves, "That's the right-hand man of the Pirate King." Rayleigh not only possessed immense strength, rivaling that of an admiral, but his reputation echoed across the seas, marking him as a towering figure among pirates. His unexpected appearance stunned many pirates, altering the atmosphere for the Navy as well. "Rayleigh, I never expected to see you here." Sengoku's expression grew grave as he regarded Rayleigh, his brows furrowing in concern. If I hadn't shown up, I fear my crew would have been slaughtered by you old fogies." Rayleigh retorted boldly, locking eyes with Sengoku. "I fail to comprehend why you would mobilize the Navy against mere youngsters. Do you still have any shame left?" "Youngsters? That so-called youngster has not only severely injured Zephyr, but also dared to take a celestial dragon hostage. If this is considered a youngster, then it seems all the great pirates of the New World are merely novices." Sengoku pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Han, his words laced with derision. "I see you have arrived," Rayleigh said, turning to look at Chu Han, who was firmly gripping a plump celestial dragon. His brows furrowed slightly, and a wry smile appeared on his lips. "Chu Han, what on earth is happening here?" In response, Chu Han offered a calm smile, lifting the celestial dragon with a nonchalant air. "I had no choice. It was a matter of self-preservation. After all, my strength pales in comparison. You are indeed just like Roger, a reckless fellow who stirs up trouble wherever you go," Rayleigh remarked with a resigned chuckle, rubbing his forehead. Yet a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he added, "But this is the hallmark of our pirate crew. Only with a fearless heart can one bravely chase their dreams to Chu Han, you have done well this time." Faced with Rayleigh's praise, Chu Han maintained his composure, unruffled, merely nodding in acknowledgement, though a glint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. The true contest was likely just beginning, Ha ha ha. I didn't expect so many people to be gathered here. It seems I've missed quite the spectacle. Suddenly, a booming laughter echoed from the sky. Filled with an overwhelming sense of bravado, a robust figure descended like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating two massive craters that that Garp. The Iron Fist Garp has arrived. It's Vice Admiral Garp. This is splendid news. He is the man who has cornered the Pirate King on multiple occasions. With his presence, the Roger pirates will undoubtedly find it impossible to escape. At the sight of Garp, the pirates displayed a hint of panic, while the Navy erupted in cheers. For the newcomer was none other than the legendary hero of the Navy, Iron Fist Garp. In that moment, Steelbone, Garp, Sengoku, and the elite forces of the Rog Town Navy had all converged. Garp, why have you only just arrived? I sent someone to fetch you ages ago. Steelbone glared at Garp, his voice filled with ire. Garp scratched his head, unperturbed, and burst into laughter. The messenger you sent was a complete dimwit. He didn't even dare wake me when he found me asleep. Ha ha, that's not my fault. Enough, we'll address this later. First, let us resolve the current situation. Steelbone sighed in exasperation. This situation? Oh, Rayleigh, I didn't expect you to show up as well. Garp exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before turning to Rayleigh with surprise. Rayleigh shook his head in resignation, accustomed to the antics of his old rival. Someone is threatening my comrades. How could I not come? And Garp, I must ask, do you intend to disregard the agreement made between the Navy and Roger? Garp's face flushed with embarrassment, stammering as he finally sighed. I regret that this matter is on me, but if you intend to oppose the Navy, you'll first have to get past me. After all, I am still a Navy M, and as he spoke, Garp's demeanor shifted from disappointment to unwavering resolve, his immense presence erupting like that of a legendary warrior. Oppose? Ha ha. The Roger pirates have never harbored intentions of opposing the Navy. My crew merely wishes to bid farewell to Roger, Rayleigh retorted with a hint of mockery. But now that our goal has been achieved, may we take our leave? We do not have time to indulge in games with you. Think you can leave? Do you believe that is possible? Steelbone could no longer contain his frustration, stepping forward to glare at Rayleigh. Having committed such heinous acts, you still wish to depart. Do you take us 3 old men for mere decorations? Or do you dare to challenge 3 admirals, a dozen vice admirals, and the countless warships surrounding us? Ha ha ha. Are you questioning our courage? Crew, let them know who we are. Rayleigh stepped forward, turning to his fellow crewmates. Exuding an overwhelming charisma, we are the Roger Pirates. They bellowed in unison, laughter echoing through the air. Indeed, we are the Roger Pirates, the crew that conquered the Grand Line, and most importantly, our captain is the Pirate King. Rayleigh unsheathed his sword, pointing it defiantly at Steelbone, his aura radiating power, causing those present to pale in fear. A member of a king's crew, we pursue our dreams freely, yet we shall never cower in the face of battle. If you seek a fight, then the entire Roger Pirates shall gladly join you. How dare you? If you seek death, Steelbone's face turned ashen, but before he could issue an order, Sengoku grasped his arm, their eyes locking in tension. Following Sengoku's gaze, Steelbone caught sight of Chu Han, who wore a devilish grin, raising his weapon, Murakumo, poised to strike that if war is upon us, then the so-called hostage is of no use. Steelbone whispered incredulously, staring at Chu Han, who appeared as a demon. Marshal, this is not the time for such discussions. The world is watching. If a celestial dragon is slain, the consequences are beyond our reckoning. And the 5 elders will surely take this opportunity to pressure the Navy. Sengoku's expression turned icy as he urged caution. But can we simply allow these pirates to escape unscathed? Steelbone retorted defiantly. Sengoku shook his head, uttering 4 words, the greater good. Very well. A flicker of resolve flashed in Steelbone's eyes as he glared at the Roger pirates, his voice cold. I will allow your departure, but only if you guarantee the safety of that individual. Otherwise, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth and eliminate each one of you. In that instant, the atmosphere fell silent, and everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the compromising Steelbone. Moments later, the street erupted in a thunderous roar. The Navy Admiral has actually compromised. Is this truly the Roger Pirates? Remarkable. Ha ha ha. This is what a true pirate is. Brave and unyielding. I have made my decision. I shall set sail and establish a pirate crew akin to the Roger Pirates. This is the freedom I desire, a life of unbridled liberty. Free from oppression. Ha ha ha, a pirate. I am determined to become one. At this very moment, both the pirates on the streets and the multitude of viewers worldwide are engulfed in fervor, inspired by the impassioned words of the Roger Pirates, igniting dreams of freedom and immersing themselves in the tides of a grand epic. This is the allure of the Roger Pirates. They pursue their dreams without flinching, utterly unacquainted with the concept of retreat. In the face of threats, they never compromise, even if it demands the price of blood. The Roger Pirates embody an era, a bygone age of relentless dream-chasing, if Roger's demise heralded the dawn of the great pirate era. Then at this moment, Chu Han and his companions ignite the world with their fervor, illuminating a new direction for the onset of this grand age. Chapter 68. Roger's Funeral. Subscription requested. East Blue. On an unnamed isle, the Black Pearl rests quietly by the shore, as a solemn group bears a stretcher down from the deck, draped in a white cloth, the atmosphere thick with sorrow. Half an hour later, a towering gravestone rises in the center of the isle, crowned with a pirate flag fluttering in the breeze, the stark white skull adorned with two striking black curls. Upon the gravestone hang a hat, a cutlass, and a pistol. These are the final relics of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Old mate, haha, who would have thought you succeeded in the end, ushering in a grand era, awakening dreams, and igniting the world in flames. The decaying age shall ultimately be consumed by your fire, ha ha ha, truly worthy of being our captain. Before the gravestone, Rayleigh drinks deeply, laughing heartily, yet as the laughter fades, the now-aged man's eyes glisten with moisture. Gazing at the mementos upon the gravestone, a faint grimace crosses his lips as he spills some of his unfinished drink at its base, saying, "But today we gather to bid you farewell. May your journey be smooth." The rest of the Roger Pirates, including Chu Han and Shanks, raise their drinks in unison, their voices resonating. "Captain, may your path be blessed." As their words linger, they down their drinks, tears streaming from their eyes, unabashedly weeping. "Roger, may your journey be smooth. The heights you did not reach shall be pursued by me." Chu Han's expression remains calm as he drains his drink, lowering his head, a flicker of profound determination gleaming in his eyes, his grip on the Murasame blade tightening as he silently vows. The gears of the old era have crumbled. A new era has commenced, where heroes clash, ships compete, and countless formidable figures arise, all vying for the throne you left behind. Yet a smile curls at the corner of Chu Han's mouth as he subtly extends his hand, suddenly clenching it as if grasping the entire world, his eyes radiating brilliance, his heart swelling with ambition. "However, the mere throne of the pirate king cannot satisfy me. I seek an era that belongs entirely to me." 3 hours later, a funeral banquet commences aboard the Black Pearl. On the deck, all partake in a raucous revelry, drinking heartily, toasting, and embracing amidst laughter and tears, honoring the captain who, though departed, forever resides in their hearts. They laugh, cry, and sing songs once shared with Roger, succumbing to intoxication, sprawled across the tables, on the deck, and within the cabin, as the potent scent of alcohol mingles with a profound sense of sorrow, lingering throughout the pirate ship, refusing to dissipate. Following the banquet, dusk descends, and the golden rays of the setting sun envelop the isle in tranquil serenity. "Chu Han, are you truly not coming with us?" On the beach, Shanks gazes at the composed Chu Han, his expression laden with complexity. Chu Han shakes his head, responding with a faint smile. "Not for now. I have matters to attend to." Yet Shanks, filled with regret, suddenly brightens as an idea strikes him, saying with excitement, "Chu Han, why not be my first mate? Let us forge a new pirate crew together." "Shanks, I'm afraid I must decline your offer." Chu Han replies, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head, a sly smile gracing his lips as he adds, "After all, neither of us is one to settle for second place. Wouldn't you agree?" Shanks is momentarily speechless. Despite his desire for Chu Han to join him, he understands well the ambition that drives him. This ambition is something Shanks does not resent, as they are kindred spirits. Dreams, in essence, are not so different from ambition. The former sounds beautiful, while the latter often bears a sinister connotation. All right, Shanks, let us not jest any further. Just then, Rayleigh descends from the deck, placing his hand atop Shanks' straw hat with a hearty laugh. You each have your own paths and lives. You should strive to pursue your dreams without being shackled by a momentary farewell. I assent that, right, Shanks? Indeed, Shanks nods, adjusting his hat with a smile. In that case, Chu Han, I want to press you further. However, I have a feeling we may become rivals in the future. When that time comes, don't expect me to go easy on you. If you do go easy, then you're not the true Shanks. Chu Han replies with a faint smile, his gaze piercing as he states, however, that day should not be far off if we become adversaries. I hope you will give it your all. I await your challenge. Absolutely. Shanks affirms firmly, as they exchange determined glances. Both men perceive the unwavering resolve in each other's eyes. Haha. I truly look forward to your future clashes. It will undoubtedly be a thrilling battle. Rayleigh chuckles, his eyes narrowing with delight. However, the hour grows late. We must set sail soon. Shanks, why are you still lingering here? With that, Rayleigh delivers a hearty punch that sends the exuberant Shanks scurrying back to the ship. Though he does not immediately raise the sails, instead, he excitedly discusses crew recruitment with Buggy. Observing Shanks' retreating figure, Rayleigh shakes his head with a wry smile, turning to Chu Han, asking, Chu Han, what are your plans? Are you considering forming your own pirate crew? Perhaps, Chu Han replies, shaking his head slightly, evasively. While I am glad you can continue as a pirate, I must advise you to tread carefully, Rayleigh warns solemnly. Given your recent actions in Rog Town, you have drawn the attention of the Navy's upper echelons. Although they may hesitate to act immediately out of concern for appearances, rest assured, covert operations to eliminate you will undoubtedly ensue to prevent you from posing a threat to their rule. Thus, I suggest you return with me to Sabeti Archipelago and lay low for a while. Lay low? Chu Han blinks in surprise, a hint of derision crossing his face as he boldly asserts. That won't be necessary. If they couldn't subdue me in Rog Town, they certainly cannot do so outside. Moreover, isn't this merely a form of training? It is between killing and being killed that one grows stronger. Don't you think, Uncle Rayleigh? Indeed, only through the crucible of blood and fire can true strength be forged. Rayleigh laughs heartily. Since you've made your decision, I won't say more. However, should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek me out, provided you still regard me as your first mate. Of course. Chu Han replies with a faint smile, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Uncle Rayleigh, if you head to Sabeti Archipelago, what will become of the other veterans? Aren't they concerned about the Navy continuing their pursuit? Those old mates have been away from home for so long. It is indeed time they return to visit, Rayleigh replies. However, your concerns are unwarranted. There exists an unspoken rule between pirates and the Navy. Once our Roger pirates disbanded, we cease to be pirates, as long as we refrain from causing trouble. The Navy generally will not expend effort to hunt us down. This unspoken rule has endured for over a century. Of course, this only applies to powerful pirate crews. Upon hearing this, Chu Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of inscrutable emotion passing through them, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Observing this, Rayleigh assumed that Chu Han was still troubled, and thus he cheerfully declared, You needn't worry about us old folks. Pursue your dreams with peace of mind. After all, the new era rightfully belongs to the youth. With that, Rayleigh patted Chu Han encouragingly on the shoulder. After exchanging a few words, he turned and returned to the ship. As the sails unfurled and the strong winds blew, the group departed. Standing proudly on the beach, Chu Han gazed at the receding Black Pearl, reflecting on Rayleigh's quiet words. His eyes narrowed slightly, and with a light chuckle, he mused, Interesting, is this a reminder not to harbor intentions towards the remaining members of the Roger Pirates? Regardless, it is merely embellishment. One can only ever rely on one's own strength. Furthermore, the time had come. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he spoke coldly. System, ding. Side quest 2 completed. The task reward is about to be issued. Would you like to claim it? The cold, mechanical voice resonated once more. Claim it. As the task reward was dispensed, his lineage ascended to A grade, and the power of words could now be invoked at will. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the word spirit. Chapter 69. Word spirit, Kemaitashi, the enduring will of generations. The evolution of time, and the unceasing dreams of humanity. With the dawn of the great pirate era, the tide of history surged forth, unstoppable and relentless. A new age for heroes was upon us. As the gears of time had been shattered, leaving no path of retreat for anyone. Yet, within such a climate, a striking bounty notice, just 3 days after the momentous events in Rog Town, spread across the seas and the Grand Line, creating a tremendous stir within the currents of this era. What? On the day of the Pirate King's execution, the entire Roger pirates actually showed up and even clashed with the Navy, ultimately retreating unscathed. Truly, they are the Roger pirates. Have you heard? A monster has emerged from the Roger pirates, injuring Admiral Zephyr with a single strike, overpowering the 3 Navy supernovas, and even taking a celestial dragon hostage. What's more astonishing is that this monster is merely 8 years old. 8 years old. 3-color Haki, a dual devil fruit user. This fellow is utterly monstrous. The bounty has reached an astounding 190 million. Good heavens, that surpasses the bounties of most notorious pirates, and is even more terrifying than the former Pirate King. As the news of the Rog Town incident continued to spread, countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions. And the protagonist of this grand event, Chu Han, formally entered the global spotlight, his name resounding across the seas and into the New World, known to all and remembered by none but I in the New World. Ha ha ha! I never would have imagined that even after Roger's death, the Roger pirates would remain so formidable, truly worthy of Roger's legacy. Most importantly, this kid managed to severely injure that old coot Zephyr. He's practically a little monster. Whitebeard, seated upon the deck, laughed heartily while examining the freshly printed bounty notice. The notice depicted a blazing inferno engulfing the street, as Chu Han ignited his golden eyes, his body adorned with dense dragon scales. Standing in the center like a king of flames, with none daring to approach, exuding an immense aura of dominance. Dragon King Chu Han. Bounty. 190 million. Dragon King. Ha ha ha. This little monster indeed possesses a semblance of a great dragon's form and majesty. Coupled with his Conqueror's Haki, this title suits him well. Suddenly rising, Whitebeard gripped his great sword, standing imposingly at the bow of the ship, laughing, ha ha ha. I truly wish to witness this kid in person when the opportunity arises. However, since a new era has begun, children, let us prepare to embrace the waves of this grand age together. Oh, in a floating island within a new world, damn it. Roger, why did you turn yourself in? Golden Lion roared angrily at the newspaper in his hand. And you, kid, being this strong, why didn't you save Roger? Roger can only die at my hands. As the events continued to escalate, Chu Han's reputation soared, drawing the attention of numerous influential figures, all aware that a brilliant new star was rising with unstoppable momentum. Simultaneously, the great pirate era was irrevocably set into motion by the actions of Chu Han and others. Across the Grand Line, countless dreamers and ambitious souls plunged into the tides of this new era, vying for territories, engaging in bloody trades, and igniting a clash between the old and new worlds that sparked the most dazzling flames. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island in the East Sea, Chu Han remained oblivious to the fact that his exploits had spread throughout the world, becoming a focal point for the great and powerful. His entire focus was on the second side quest, specifically the rewards, for they were his capital for rising in this world. System, Chu Han uttered with a cold snort. Ding, side quest 2 completed. The task reward is about to be issued. Would you like to claim it? The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Claim it. As the task reward was dispensed, his lineage ascended to A grade, and the power of words could now be invoked at will. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the word spirit, Kemaitashi, along with an advanced version of blood-sucking scythe. Kemaitashi. Upon hearing this, Chu Han's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within as memories of his past life regarding Kemaitashi surfaced in his mind. Word spirit, Kemaitashi, serial number 59, Sovereign of the Wind. Kemaitashi is a wind demon from Japanese mythology, comprised of 3 brothers who conceal themselves within the wind, delivering swift vacuum cuts to unsuspecting passers-by. One cuts, one drains blood, and one heals. All occurs in an instant, leaving the wounded barely aware of their plight. Named after it, the word spirit allows the user to command the winds within its domain while amplifying their hearing to the utmost. Nothing can escape its surveillance, as long as it emits sound, be it footsteps, breaths, or heartbeats. The wind, as if enslaved, captures the sounds and delivers them to the user. Even in complete darkness, the user sees through the wind. Maintaining dominion over the battlefield. A-grade word spirit. A commendable ability that I wonder how it compares to Roger's ability to hear all sounds, experiencing the surging strength coursing through him due to the enhancement of his lineage. A smirk appeared on Chu Han's lips, his golden eyes igniting with fervor, a colossal aura akin to that of a dragon erupting across the deserted island. Word spirit, Kamaitashi, with the cold, almost sacred voice resonating. A fierce wind suddenly swept through the surroundings, releasing countless wind spirits into the air, with hundreds or even thousands of Kamaitashi completely covering the sky. It was as if one were trapped in the deepest nightmare, where every gaze fell upon desiccated skulls, each pair of eyes gleaming with insatiable hunger. They soared freely across the heavens, their clawed blades slicing through the air, leaving trails of white in their wake. Emitting frenzied sounds, simultaneously, an array of sound was returned to Chu Han's mind by these Kamaitashi. In that moment, Chu Han felt as though he had become the master of the wind. Every sound on this island, be it footsteps, breaths, or heartbeats, was crystal clear to him, allowing him to sense all life encompassed within the domain of Kamaitashi, as if he held dominion over the entire island. The range exceeded that of observation Haki, and the sensitivity was unparalleled. Indeed, it was worthy of the title, Word Spirit. Kamaitashi, Sovereign of the Wind. Chu Han silently reveled in the immense perception bestowed by Kamaitashi, a satisfied glimmer flickering in his eyes. For within the domain of Kamaitashi, he was certain that no one could ambush him, unless their speed surpassed that of sound. Chapter 70. Does every world have a dragon? Time flies, and the passage of time is as swift as a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed since the momentous events in Rog Town. The deeds of Chu Han resonate throughout the world. The globe itself has undergone a seismic transformation with the dawn of a new era. From the East Sea to the West Sea, the South Sea to the North Sea, pirates have emerged like mushrooms after a rain, their dreams and ambitions propelling countless souls onto the perilous path of piracy as they march toward the Grand Line in search of the legendary treasure. The initial segment of the Grand Line has also witnessed tremendous upheaval, with a new generation of pirate elites rising to prominence. Notable figures such as the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo, the Moonlight Moria, and the Sand Crocodile have begun to capture the public's attention, while the New World has grown even more ferocious, engulfed in bloody territorial disputes between pirate crews. The clashes between Kaido, Big Mom, and the remnants of the old pirate crews have plunged the entire New World into a maelstrom of blood and fire. As for the former king of the seas, the Golden Lion Shiki, he led the flying pirate crew to attack the Navy headquarters shortly after the Rog Town incident. Although ultimately captured, his assault inflicted significant losses upon the Navy, resulting in the deaths of numerous vice admirals and rear admirals, while also allowing many elites to rise through the ranks. What has drawn the most attention are the three Navy supernovas who battled Chu Han in Rog Town: Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino. Their dazzling performances during the Golden Line's assault on the headquarters earned them commendations, with Steelbone promoting them to the rank of vice admiral. Notably, the two young men, Kazan and Sakazuki, have become the youngest vice admirals in Navy history. Steelbone, citing the failure to thwart the Golden Line's attack, passed the position of fleet admiral to Sengoku and promoted Garp to admiral, a proposal that was, however, declined. Thus, amidst the collision between the new generation of pirates and the remnants of the old, the Navy has also begun a significant reshuffling, ushering the world into an entirely new era in this new age, who will ultimately rise to claim the throne. Meanwhile, near the last island of the Grand Line, Battleship Island, Chu Han stood aboard the Black Cat pirate cruise ship, gazing out at the serene sea, his mind lost in contemplation. Butler Kuro bent respectfully to Chu Han and said, Young Master, we are nearing Battleship Island. Initially, Kuro referred to Chu Han as Master, but this title proved too ostentatious, hindering Chu Han's movements, leading Kuro to adopt the more discreet title of Young Master, as Chu Han regarded him as a true butler. Especially after Chu Han's recent exploits in Rog Town, defeating a Navy Admiral, vanquishing 3 Navy supernovas, and kidnapping a celestial dragon. These feats alone could send shockwaves through the world. Chu Han merely nodded in acknowledgement, disregarding Kuro's remark. Understanding the cue, Kuro bowed again and retreated, leaving Chu Han to stand alone at the bow of the ship, embraced by the cool sea breeze. Chu Han reminisced about the parting words of Rayleigh after Roger's funeral. A month prior, on the nameless island where Roger lay in repose, as they said their goodbyes, Rayleigh placed a hand on Chu Han's shoulder, his expression serious, and whispered, "I am aware of your ambition. Young one, if you wish to pursue it, do so with your own strength and effort. Do not involve the other members of the Roger Pirates. That is my only request." That Rayleigh's words were a request, not a command. Given Chu Han's demonstrated prowess, he was already on par with a vice admiral, rendering Rayleigh unable to adopt a commanding tone. Under Rayleigh's piercing gaze, Chu Han maintained a stoic expression before eventually nodding in agreement. Chu Han harbored a deep respect for the former vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Had Rayleigh not rescued him, he might have drifted at sea indefinitely, perhaps being devoured by sea kings before regaining consciousness. Moreover, Rayleigh had taught him swordsmanship and the 3 types of Haki, fostering a unique bond between them. Ambition. A flicker of enigmatic light danced in Chu Han's eyes as he lightly caressed the cursed blade Murakumo on his left hand. My ambition is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you. Chu Han understood what Rayleigh implied: the conquest of the Grand Line, ascending to the throne, and becoming the second pirate king. Indeed, this was his goal, but it was far from the entirety of his aspirations. Chu Han aimed not only to conquer the Grand Line and become the pirate king, but also to overthrow the entire world government and eradicate the so-called celestial dragons. This was the task bestowed upon him by the system, and it constituted his true ambition. The celestial dragons, descendants of the 20 kings? But what of it? At this moment, Chu Han, an A-class hybrid, was only 3 ranks away from the Dragon King bloodline. The so-called celestial dragons, in his eyes, were nothing more than contemptible insects. Suddenly, a peculiar glimmer flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he lifted his gaze toward the horizon, where a small island resembling a battleship lay, shrouded in dense forests, obscuring any signs of towns or villages. Yet Chu Han knew that a small town existed on that island. At the same time, an intriguing thought crossed his mind: dragons, according to the lore of One Piece. This last island before the Grand Line, Battleship Island, was said to be the burial ground of dragons. How fascinating! As he pondered, a smirk of derision graced Chu Han's lips. The burial ground of dragons? Absurd! A millennium-old dragon is likely just a high-level reptile or perhaps a sub-dragon. Chu Han doubted the existence of any true dragon species in this world. At most, there might be some hybrid sub-dragons. And the so-called Millennium Dragon was merely a hybrid with a relatively high pedigree. However, Chu Han furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar beneath the sea's surface, something that seemed to draw him in. This familiar aura, could it be the blood of a dragon? His brow furrowed slightly, as the calmness of his demeanor rippled ever so slightly. The ultimate task bestowed upon him by the system, to overthrow the world government and eliminate all celestial dragons, promised the reward of the Dragon King bloodline, a legacy of the Bronze and Fire Dragon King. This was in essence more potent than S-Class, a pure-blood Dragon King lineage, which could be said to surpass even the resurrected Pirate King Roger. However, if a pure-blood dragon truly resided beneath, Chu Han would be at a significant disadvantage. In terms of strength, he possessed little chance against a pure-blood dragon, as their lineage was 2 tiers above that of an A-class hybrid. No matter how powerful Chu Han grew, victory would be nearly impossible. Moreover, pure-blood dragons were exceedingly rare, categorized into 3 generations: first, second, and third, with the Dragon King being the pinnacle. Yet pure-blooded Dragon Kings were exceedingly scarce, with only a handful existing. Furthermore, in the world of One Piece, the existence of pure-blood Dragon Kings was virtually implausible. They were likely just high-blooded dragon species native to this realm. After a calm analysis, Chu Han reached a conclusion that if there were indeed a pure-blood dragon lurking below, his own dragon blood would have boiled upon nearing this vicinity. However, he merely felt a slight warmth in his body, indicating that the dragon blood presence beneath was likely that of a high-blooded dragon's bones or blood. Nonetheless, this affirmed one thing. Dragons indeed existed in this world. Chu Han's expression grew solemn. This revelation was astonishing. Boom! Suddenly, his golden eyes ignited as he activated his newly acquired word spirit, Scythe Gale, for the second time. This A-class word spirit rivaled the mastery of observation Haki, allowing him to hear the essence of all things. As Scythe Gale activated, hundreds of wind spirits materialized in the air, dancing with the breeze, and a cacophony of sounds filled Chu Han's ears, an enchanting phenomenon, as if countless voices whispered in his ear. The sounds of the wind, the crashing waves, distant thunder in the sky, the cries of beasts on the island, and the chatter of residents all melded into a symphony. Hey, have you heard about the incident in Rog Town? Oh, you're referring to the chaos caused by the Roger pirates at the execution ground? Indeed, what a terrifying group they are. Greetings indeed, particularly that little fellow named Chu Han. I've heard that he is merely 8 years old yet possesses such formidable strength. Truly a remarkable prodigy. Yes, it is said that with a single strike he incapacitated an admiral of the Navy and set half of Rog Town ablaze. No, I have heard differently. It was reported that he severely injured the 3 notorious supernovas of the Navy with a single slash. That is not correct. You are all mistaken. It is said that he abducted the world noble celestial dragons and then burst through the encirclement of the Navy with the entire Roger Pirates crew. What an astonishing tale. As this unfolded, a cacophony of voices echoed in Chu Han's ears, chaotic and exceedingly loud. Fortunately, having previously trained in observation Haki, he quickly adapted to the clamor, gradually learning to filter out the unnecessary noise. As the sea breeze caressed him, Chu Han experienced a gentle comfort, as if he could hear every sound in the world, all seemingly obeying his command. How wondrous! Is this the power of the word spirit? Kamaitashi. At that moment, a voice imbued with a sense of ancient gravitas reached his ears, regal and terrifying, akin to a king who has just awakened. Upon hearing it, Chu Han opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked towards the sea. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Was that the roar of a dragon? Chapter 71. The living dragon in the graveyard. In that instant, bolstered by the word spirit Kamaitashi, Chu Han heard a roar, ancient and majestic. Steeped in the essence of time, this. An inexplicable light flickered in his eyes as he suddenly spoke. Kuro, steer the ship towards Battleship Island and make a brief stop to replenish our supplies. Kuro, standing at the bow, appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat peculiar. Had they not just procured supplies in Rog Town? Yet, despite his confusion, Kuro dutifully complied with Chu Han's orders, for he was the steward. And Chu Han was his master. As Chu Han prepared to venture into the sea to investigate the depths before the ship docked, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding! Sensing dragon aura. Please investigate independently. No task rewards. Upon hearing this, Chu Han paused slightly, pondering whether the system was activated due to the presence of dragon energy beneath the SE&O task rewards. How intriguing. Was this an invitation to make my own decisions? Chu Han narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself, with the formidable word spirit, King Flame, and the nearly perfected observation Haki of Kamaitashi, acquiring yet another word spirit could very well elevate his bloodline beyond A-class, possibly even to S-class. However, the system was no longer issuing task rewards, suggesting that its existence was meant to hone his abilities. But what was its ultimate purpose? Fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. Every coincidence may be a design of human hands, and all actions ultimately serve a purpose. Profit, including this seemingly emotionless system. Ultimately, Chu Han's gaze lifted slightly as he stared into the sky, his expression icy, as if attempting to pierce through some hidden truth. Then, with a serene smile, he mused, very well. As long as my power reaches a certain threshold, these so-called mysteries will dissipate before me like fleeting clouds. Fate is something to be trampled beneath one's feet. If you lack the strength to resist it, Simply await your time with courage. However, at that moment, Chu Han was far more intrigued by another matter mentioned by the system, the dragon aura. This was undoubtedly astounding news. Could there truly be a dragon lurking nearby? After a moment's contemplation, he recalled a possibility. The tale of One Piece spoke of a dragon graveyard in the waters near Battleship Island. Could that graveyard be the resting place of the Dragon King? The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed, for in his memory, that ancient dragon graveyard was home to countless sub-dragons. Numbering in the hundreds, such a multitude could only arise from dragons of exceptionally high bloodlines. Otherwise, even third-generation dragons could not produce such a collection. Despite their seemingly lowly status, these sub-dragons and flying dragons were indeed descendants of dragons. Their bloodline levels likely at least B-class. With this thought, a flicker of murderous intent briefly crossed Chu Han's eyes. Dragons? One is sufficient in this world. Master, we have arrived at Battleship Island. Kuro's voice called from below, and as if to corroborate his words, the ship gradually came to a halt. Chu Han was not surprised, having just activated Kamaitashi, and thus he was aware that the vessel had docked. He also knew that on this island, there was a dragon. There is a small town on this island. Purchase some supplies there without disturbing the townsfolk. Then return to the ship and wait for me. Chu Han instructed, dismissing Kuro as he himself strode towards the source of the dragon's roar. Kuro, though somewhat perplexed, did not protest or question, bowing respectfully before heading towards the small town. This was the mark of a wise individual. Ignoring Kuro, Chu Han ascended towards the heights of Battleship Island, activating Kamaitashi to sense every movement around him. After all, the ancient dragon graveyard lay here, yet he did not know how to access it or the means to enter. Suddenly, Chu Han paused, intrigued as he gazed towards the highest point of Battleship Island, where he had just heard the dragon's roar. This was a sound emanating from the depths of his bloodline, perceivable only to those of mixed heritage. This was precisely what piqued his interest. He recalled that only those of exceptionally high bloodlines could accomplish such feats. Could it be that this dragon possessed an S-class bloodline? How fascinating! Feeling the surge of dragon blood within him, Chu Han smiled slightly, his interest in the sub-dragons of Battleship Island intensifying that moment. As Chu Han stood still, his golden eyes radiated a blinding light, and an overwhelming pressure began to emanate from him. Word Spirit. Emperor, activate. It seemed as though the long-slumbering dragon on Battleship Island sensed this and erupted in an enraged roar, the echoes of its roar resonating across the sky, reverberating throughout the entire island. Chu Han tightened his grip on the demon blade, Murasame, bracing himself for battle against the dragon whose bloodline was no less than S-class. He understood well that dragons are inherently proud. Even sub-dragons share this trait, inheriting the most vital aspect of their lineage, pride and dignity, which they will not permit anyone to violate. Chu Han recalled that dragons are not only proud, but also fiercely protective of their territory. This dragon would likely feel the same. Having intruded upon Battleship Island without prior introduction, he suspected that this dragon of no lesser bloodline than S-class would not regard him as kin, especially considering that his recent activation of the word spirit. Emperor might be perceived as a provocation by this highly intelligent, yet equally proud sub-dragon. As expected, the next instant, the dragon emitted an enraged roar, shaking the very foundations of Battleship Island. Chu Han remained standing, unperturbed, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. What was he laughing at? Soon, he provided the answer, you truly believe that such a lowly entity, unworthy even of being called a word spirit, could deceive me? Chu Han's cold gaze fixated upon the highest peak of Battleship Island, as if he could see the colossal creature lurking within. The dragon's roar ceased, and Chu Han remained unfazed, silent and steadfast, fixating on that mountain last. After what felt like an eternity, an ancient voice resonated in his ears, a language profoundly enigmatic, a tongue of the dragons. Who are you? Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, I am Chu Han. The voice fell silent momentarily before continuing, You are human. Why do you possess the blood of dragons within you? This voice conveyed a hint of confusion, evidently perplexed as to why a human would harbor dragon lineage. I am of mixed heritage. Chu Han replied with a subtle smile. The voice fell silent once more. seemingly contemplating the nature of mixed heritage. Before it could respond, Chu Han interjected, adopting the tone of an authority questioning a subordinate. What exactly are you, that you possess such a high bloodline? As he spoke, Chu Han quietly activated the word Spirit Emperor, complemented by the Conqueror's in overwhelming pressure, rivaling that of the Dragon King, surged into the sky, directly assaulting the mountain. Strangely, nothing transpired. Chu Han remained rooted in place, not having moved an inch. The only change was the enormous shadow that loomed before him. This shadow was so vast that it completely obscured the sunlight, as if night had descended prematurely. Chu Han regarded this colossal creature before him with a stoic expression, his right hand already gripping the demon blade, Murasame, poised to deliver a final stroke to this ancient behemoth. The air seemed to crystallize for a moment, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. The massive creature paid no heed to Chu Han's display of weaponry, merely standing there, its lantern-sized eyes fixated on Chu Han's golden pupils, a flicker of confusion passing through its gaze. Chu Han chose not to waste further words. It had already been proven that both the word Spirit Emperor and the Conqueror's Haki were ineffective against this high bloodline subdragon. Indeed, this behemoth was a subdragon of nearly S-rank lineage from the Battleship Island. Moreover, it was a Millennium Dragon. Thus, Chu Han resolved to provide it with an answer through action. Word Spirit. Harvesting Weasel. In an instant, the wind's spirit transformed into a bloodthirsty demon, the formless sound taking shape as a tangible weapon, launching itself toward the subdragon and leaving countless white marks upon its hide. Chu Han was not satisfied with this outcome. From his earlier sensing, it was evident that the subdragon had aged and its vitality had diminished. Yet even so, the word Spirit Weasel could merely leave superficial marks on its scales without penetrating to inflict harm. Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly, planting the demon blade, Murasame, into the ground, then allowing his golden pupils to radiate with a brilliant glow. The scales enveloping the subdragon gradually began to melt, transforming into unknown droplets of liquid. Word Spirit. Sovereign Flame. Chu Han remarked coldly, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the subdragon. Boom! In an instant, an intensely scorching realm of sovereign flame erupted, igniting the surroundings and encasing both of them in a fiery domain. The scales on the subdragon were melting away, yet it appeared oblivious, its gaze fixated on Chu Han. More precisely, on his golden eyes. Chu Han detested being scrutinized in such a manner, even by a creature of such high lineage, but ultimately, it was merely a subdragon and not a true dragon. Close your eyes, subdragon, Chu Han warned, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, suddenly, the subdragon soared into the air, its silhouette obscured by the sunlight, ascending to an unknown height. Chu Han observed the remnants of scales that had melted away on the ground. Pondering the reason behind the subdragon's actions, was it assessing whether I am human or dragon? Huh. Chu Han silently scoffed, finding the notion utterly absurd for a mere subdragon. Wait, a subdragon? How could a subdragon possess such an elevated lineage? Could it be? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chu Han's eyes as he unsheathed the demon blade Murasame, activating the word Spirit Weasel and monitoring the subdragon's movements. Strangely, he heard no sound whatsoever. Not a single whisper. Chu Han finally grew serious, contemplating the reason behind this phenomenon. It must be due to the disparity in lineage. His bloodline was merely A rank, while the subdragon's draconic lineage was nearing S rank, inevitably diminishing the efficacy of his word spirit. As for why the sovereign flame could melt the scales of the subdragon, it was because the sovereign flame was a high-risk word spirit, and in a sense, it belonged to the S rank category. Do you think this renders me powerless? Chu Han sneered, feeling the blood within him begin to boil. Observe closely the distinction between a subdragon and a hybrid, for high lineage means nothing with a swift motion. Chu Han raised the demon blade, Murasame, summoning a column of blood that descended from the heavens, drenching him in crimson. Word Spirit. Sovereign Flame. In an instant, the blood was incinerated. Subsequently, Chu Han swung Murasame again, unleashing a razor-sharp blade of energy that shot skyward, followed by a massive creature plummeting from the heavens, landing before Chu Han. Simultaneously, torrents of fresh blood gushed forth, yet peculiarly, this blood evaporated into gas within a meter of Chu Han. So weak, he mused, unable to even compare to the second generation of true dragons, possessing blood yet lacking power. Is this a consequence of the world's irregularities? Standing resolutely with his blade, Chu Han's icy gaze remained fixed on the Millennium Dragon plummeting from the sky. Pondering quietly. From the outset, Chu Han had dismissed these sub-dragons, for they were not true dragon kings and could not transform into human form nor articulate human speech. The previous exchange had merely relied on the sound transmitted through the shared bloodline, audible only to beings with similar draconic lineage. Boom! Just then, the severely injured Millennium Dragon suddenly soared into the sky, darting toward the outer reaches of Battleship Island with astonishing speed. A hint of gravity appeared in Chu Han's eyes as he tightened his grip on Murasame, then leaped off the cliff, pursuing the direction in which the Millennium Dragon had fled. Chu Han was not idly seeking a fight with the Millennium Dragon. The two were not even on the same tier of existence. Even without activating his bloodline, he could easily dispatch the Millennium Dragon, for the name of Murasame as a demon blade was not mere embellishment. However, he recalled that in the original narrative, the activation of the Millennium Dragon's burial site seemed to require the death of a Millennium Dragon, using its blood as a catalyst to unveil that mystical resting place. Thus, Chu Han intended to employ Murasame and, through overwhelming force, severely injure the Millennium Dragon, compelling it to unlock the burial site. Each Millennium Dragon, upon nearing death, would return to their burial ground to attain rebirth. Suddenly, Chu Han halted, gazing up at the sky, where the Millennium Dragon hovered, spiraling in the air without descending. Chu Han furrowed his brow. Could it be that it wasn't injured enough? As this thought crossed his mind, the surrounding air was torn apart, and the Millennium Dragon emitted a roar, this time a cry of anguish. Yet still, it did not descend. Chu Han seemed to have an epiphany as he surveyed his surroundings. Having been focused on the movements of the Millennium Dragon, he had overlooked the changes around him. Now, seeing the dragon's condition, he felt as though he had grasped an insight. Activating the word Spirit Weasel, he attuned to the environment. This was a cliffside, with the sea below and an expanse of open ground surrounding him. Chu Han opened his eyes wide, recalling the plot of the original One Piece narrative and comparing it to his current location. This was the rear of Battleship Island. Thus, Chu Han looked down, where a crystal-clear sea lay beneath, and above hovered the Millennium Dragon, gravely injured and on the verge of death. If his intuition served him correctly, the seabed below should be the site of the Millennium Dragon's burial ground. This burial site was the true source of the draconic aura sensed by the system. Chapter 73. Unveiling the Dragon's Tomb. 45. Subscription requested. The final island of the Grand Line's last stretch. Battleship Island. This island bore a striking resemblance to a colossal battleship. Legend has it that the island itself was a giant war vessel, transformed into an island after years of neglect. Kuro had complied with Chu Han's instructions, meandering through the small town before returning to the ship of the Black Cat pirates. As there was nothing on this island to pique his interest, is the Millennium Dragon the master's target? Kuro pondered, casting a glance at Battleship Island, curious about Chu Han's deliberate stay here. Earlier, while in the town, Kuro had taken the opportunity to inquire among the townsfolk, discovering that a legend had long been associated with Battleship Island. It was said that a Millennium Dragon resided here, and that its burial ground lay nearby. A Millennium Dragon, the bones of which could grant a lifespan of 1,000 years. How intriguing. Chloe was utterly indifferent to the rumors, merely listening with casual interest. However, he did harbor a certain curiosity regarding the so-called dragon bones, for if they could be auctioned, they would likely fetch a handsome sum. Contemplating this, Chloe's expression darkened. Their treasury of belly was dwindling, especially after their recent procurement of substantial supplies in Rog Town, which had nearly depleted the Black Cat pirates' entire savings. For reasons unknown, Chloe suddenly retrieved a bounty poster, which displayed the image of a markedly indifferent young boy, beneath which lay the staggering reward amount. Long Jun Chu Han, former member of the Roger Pirates, wielder of dual devil fruits, bounty, 190 million belly, no matter how many times he gazed upon it. The shock remained profound. At merely 8 years of age, The world government had placed a bounty of 190 million belly upon him, a sum typically reserved for pirates of the New World. Remarkably, Chu Han had yet to even set foot upon the Grand Line, yet his bounty had already reached such astronomical heights. As Klo scrutinized the poster, he felt increasingly vindicated in his decision. Meanwhile, at the rear of Battleship Island, Chu Han stood by the shoreline, gazing out over the sea, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he sheathed his blade, the demon blade Murasame, and planted it in the sand before turning to face the colossal creature that lay gasping for breath. Remarkably, after enduring numerous assaults from the blood-sucking scythe, it had yet to succumb, not unworthy of its draconic lineage. Chu Han was well aware of the might of the word spirit, Sagarasu, particularly the blood-sucking scythe, a technique on par with the most perilous of word spirits, Jun Yan. While this Millennium Dragon was merely a subdragon, its ability to withstand the onslaught of the blood-sucking scythe astonished Chu Han. Yet considering its status as a subdragon, its innate high defense was to be expected. After all, even the blood-sucking scythe would struggle to pierce its scales unless subjected to the intense flames of Jun Yan. As had just occurred, it was time for this subdragon to fulfill its purpose. Chu Han regarded the Millennium Dragon with a cold gaze, finally ceasing his idle chatter. He directly used the scabbard of his demon blade, Murasame, to lift the feeble dragon, delivering a swift kick that sent it crashing into the sea. The tremendous impact reverberated across the entire island, startling countless individuals. Among them, the townsfolk of Battleship Island and Klo, aboard the Black Cat pirate's vessel, instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. The townsfolk, alarmed by the intensity of the noise, dared not venture closer, remaining frozen in apprehension, uncertain of the cause. Expressions of shock, fear, unease, and confusion played upon the faces of these ordinary citizens. What was happening? Had there been an earthquake or a tsunami? Although this region was near the Red Line, it had always been calm. Where could such calamities arise? Yet someone spoke up, questioning the source of the deafening roar. What if it was indeed an earthquake or tsunami? Well, I just happened to glimpse a pirate ship near the shore. That a pirate ship. In this world, pirates instilled fear in the hearts of common folk. For not all pirates were as benevolent as Roger and Whitebeard, who would not harm innocents. Most pirates thrived on plundering the belongings of ordinary people to navigate the vast oceans freely. Meanwhile, on the Black Cat pirate's ship, Klo anxiously observed the rear of Battleship Island. He was acutely aware that this commotion was undoubtedly orchestrated by Chu Han. No one else on the island could have caused such a disturbance. Not even himself. Klo's intellect shone through as he quickly grasped the crux of the situation, arriving at an accurate conclusion. Indeed, this uproar was instigated by Chu Han, but the true culprit was the Millennium Dragon. With dragon's blood nourishing it, the remains of the subdragon, and a life nearing its end, it was likely enough to awaken the grave. Chu Han fixed his gaze upon the sea, fearful of missing any crucial detail, as this could well explain the extraordinary lineage of a mere subdragon. Yet curiously, nothing transpired. There were no retreating tides, no landmass rising from the depths, nor blood staining the ocean, and anomalies manifested, standing on the beach. Chu Han inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, repeatedly reminding himself to remain composed. After an extended moment, he withdrew the demon blade Murasame from the sand and turned to depart. If there was no grave here, he would have to seek information from the townsfolk on Battleship Island. After all, he detested abandoning his pursuits, primarily because he loathed the notion of failure. Failure had no place in his life. Suddenly, Chu Han paused, slowly turning back to gaze at the tranquil sea, which remained unchanged. But why had he sensed an unusual sound moments ago, akin to a lament? A lament. It suddenly dawned on him, and with furrowed brows, he waded into the water. Upon reaching the depths, he fell silent, pivoted, and with all his might, leapt towards the highest peak of Battleship Island. His speed had greatly increased following the enhancement from Dragon's Blood. This body had grown significantly stronger, but if he were to confront Marine Admiral Zifa again, even without employing Jun Yan's cunning, he would have confidence in facing Zifa head-on. The wind howled past Chu Han's ears as he swiftly ascended to the summit of Battleship Island. Seagulls soared overhead. The blue sky and white clouds framed a serene, liberating breeze that seemed to beckon and guide him. Chu Han paid no heed to these distractions. Instead, he peered down from the highest point, where he could clearly see all of Battleship Island and the sea beyond. Chapter 74. The Breeding Grounds, 55, subscription requested. Earlier, as Chu Han had activated the word spirit, Rasu, he had overheard everything occurring on the island, for he was not entirely at ease leaving Chloe alone on the ship. Moreover, if the lead concerning the Millennium Dragon proved erroneous, he could glean some rumors or intelligence from the townsfolk. This was Chu Han's habit. He believed in retaining a contingency plan for all circumstances. Earlier, from the beach, Chu Han had heard a lament echoing from the depths of the sea. This sound was hauntingly familiar and filled with sorrow, akin to a noble being approaching its end, evoking a sense of melancholy. Yet, Chu Han did not share such sentiments. The source of this lament was one he had slain. The sound had emanated from the Millennium Dragon, and it resonated from the very depths where the dragon had sunk into that moment. A flicker of suspicion had crossed Chu Han's mind, and upon gazing down from his elevated position, he confirmed his suspicions. The waters behind Battleship Island stretched endlessly, crystal clear, resembling an ordinary, tranquil sea. However, if someone were to stand at the highest point of Battleship Island and look down, they would undoubtedly notice a massive shadow lurking beneath the surface. To the naked eye, it was challenging to discern what this enormous shadow was, for the ocean floor lay deep beneath. Had it not been daytime, and for Chu Han's recent endeavors, this shadow might have remained hidden. The grave had finally revealed itself. A flicker of fervor ignited in Chu Han's eyes, for this mattered greatly in terms of elevating his lineage. If a subdragon's bloodline could be enhanced, so too could his. Currently possessing an A-grade lineage, after a blood explosion, he could rival a high-ranking colonel, at the very least a mid-tier colonel. Should he elevate his lineage further, perhaps to an S-grade, he would confidently face the likes of Sengoku and Garp in battle. He was on the verge of entering the Grand Line, and every increment of strength mattered, for the Grand Line posed far greater dangers than the Four Seas. One misstep could lead to death. Previously, he had the protection of the Roger pirates, allowing him to traverse these waters unscathed. Now he was alone, accompanied only by Chloe, whose intellect was remarkable, but whose combat prowess was negligible. Navigating the perilous waters of the Grand Line was indeed fraught with danger. Chu Han furrowed his brow, observing the waters behind Battleship Island. It appeared the grave was rising. Chu Han was somewhat taken aback. He recalled that the so-called Millennium Dragon tomb would only manifest upon the death of a Millennium Dragon. Furthermore, it required the alignment of a specific moment in time and the presence of numerous scattered Millennium Dragons to unlock. Initially, Chu Han had little hope regarding the tomb's appearance and had planned to dive into the depths of the sea to search for it the moment it emerged. He was not like those devil fruit users who would perish upon contact with seawater. However, at this moment, the tomb was inexplicably rising. Was it about to surface? Without dwelling on it further, Chu Han leapt from the cliff. After all, his robust physique meant he would not perish from the fall. Boom! A resonant sound echoed as Chu Han emerged from the forest, returning to the beach to quietly gaze at the sea. He was waiting. Since the tomb was set to appear, all he needed to do was bide his time. He did not know how long had passed when a sharp object gradually broke the surface of the water. And slowly, an island materialized, followed by a continent rising from the depths of the ocean. The entire process was devoid of any commotion apart from the sound of crashing waves, much quieter than the earlier disturbances caused by the Millennium Dragon. Indeed, if he had not witnessed it with his own eyes from the beach, Chu Han would hardly have believed that a continent had simply emerged from the seabed. Was this truly the fabled Millennium Dragon tomb? Standing atop the mountain, Chu Han furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction with this outcome, despite the undeniable beauty of the continent. The verdant glow reached toward the heavens, accompanied by numerous tiny lights that blossomed and floated around, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a paradise on Earth. At first glance, one would never suspect that this was, in fact, a tomb. Indeed, a tomb. Chu Han's disappointment stemmed from the absence of dragon bones, the remains of the Dragon King. Given Chu Han's current bloodline level, even an S-rank subdragon would not suffice to elevate him. Only relics or bones of the Dragon King could aid in that regard. Moreover, the bloodline of subdragons was notoriously chaotic. aside from the dragon lineage. It was uncertain what other peculiar bloodlines might lurk within. Should he inadvertently refine something other than dragon blood, such as the blood of another creature, it would spell dire consequences, potentially leading to his immediate demise. This was also why Chu Han opted to slay the Millennium Dragon outright, rather than extract its bloodline. After all, he was a proud hybrid, uninterested in harboring any strange bloodlines within him beyond that of the dragon. Strangely, why was there no sound? Chu Han frowned, as his linguistic spirit, the scythe weasel, remained activated, yet he heard not a single sound. An eerie silence enveloped the area. This was puzzling. Moments ago, he had distinctly heard a mournful cry. And indeed, he had driven the Millennium Dragon into the depths of the sea. So logically, there should be evidence here. Yet, all he found was a scattering of bones and stones, resembling a graveyard, but devoid of the dragon's remains. Only a multitude of fossilized dragon statues remained. A flicker of insight crossed Chu Han's mind as he gazed at the fluttering green lights in the sky. A contemplative expression gracing his features, he had begun to harbor doubts. These green lights were decidedly unusual, especially given that this was a tomb. Whether a Millennium Dragon tomb or a Dragon King tomb, it was still a burial ground. Thus, such green lights should not be present in a necropolis. What a peculiar force was at play here, capable of transforming a Millennium Dragon-esque corpse into a fossil in such a short span of time. This strange power likely rivaled that of high-tier linguistic spirits. Standing at the mountain's summit, Chu Han's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the central fossil of the Millennium Dragon, marred by numerous cuts, evidence of the dragon he had recently wounded. The green lights surrounding it appeared to be the essence left behind by the dragon after its demise. An enigmatic force enveloped this tomb, converting the Millennium Dragon into fossilized remains and siphoning its life essence, while the scattered bones beneath were likely remnants left by the ferocious beasts consumed by the subdragon Millennium Dragon. Upon witnessing this, Chu Han's frown deepened as his gaze turned icy. Surveying the dragon tomb below, a faint, enigmatic smile crept upon his lips as he mused. Interesting. Siphoning life essence. It seems this so-called dragon tomb is merely a breeding ground. Chapter 75. Dragon, Dragon, Dragon. Seeking subscription. In the waters behind Battleship Island, Chu Han silently observed the ancient tomb that had surfaced from the ocean depths. He remained still, yet his grip on the demon blade, Murasame, tightened slightly. The eerie power enveloping this dragon tomb was precisely why he had yet to step into this Millennium Dragon burial ground. The ability to swiftly petrify a creature. Was it a force of petrification? Or was it the passage of time? Chu Han narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. Just moments ago, the Millennium Dragon had been before him, yet in the blink of an eye, it had been transformed into a fossil. This left only one possibility. The permeating green lights were indeed manifestations of that very Millennium Dragon. From this, it could be inferred that if a creature possessing dragon lineage were to enter, it might be affected by this strange power. Chu Han was unwilling to take such a risk, for it was unnecessary. However, if one believed that merely this Millennium Dragon tomb could halt Chu Han's advance, they were sorely mistaken. Did they truly think they could impede my progress? How laughable. Chu Han's gaze sharpened, his golden eyes igniting with a sudden, overwhelming aura that erupted from his relatively diminutive frame, sending a wave of terror rippling through every living being on Battleship Island. It was as if a sovereign dragon king had awakened in that moment. This was the Conqueror's Haki, Clow, left behind in the bay, collapsed to the ground the instant this aura erupted, though his consciousness remained intact enough to avoid immediate unconsciousness. Having followed Chu Han these past few days, Clow had gained some understanding of various matters, including Haki. Could it be the young master? Someone on this island could provoke the young master's Conqueror's Haki? Clow found himself rendered immobile under the weight of this overwhelming presence. Merely managing to speak was a feat in itself. Clow was not entirely mistaken, for had it not been for the Millennium Dragon tomb, Chu Han would not have unleashed the linguistic spirit, Emperor, combined with the Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, this was the power of the linguistic spirit, Emperor, enhanced by the Conqueror's Haki, enveloping the entire island. Even Clow found himself compelled to submit beneath this force. Meanwhile, Chu Han, having activated the linguistic spirit, Emperor, began to step forward into the Millennium Dragon tomb. Chu Han's eyes shimmered with fervor, his golden pupils flickering like flames. He advanced as if embodying a proud giant dragon. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he was grappling with immense pressure as he progressed. This pressure, originating from an unknown source, caused beads of sweat to form on his brow, dimming the flame-like brilliance of his golden eyes. How absurd! Did they think this would hinder my progress? Ha! In an instant, Chu Han's golden eyes flared back to life, the dragon blood within him boiling as a savage and frenzied aura radiated from his being. First stage, Bloodburst. This marked the second time Chu Han had invoked Bloodburst. The first time, he had effortlessly incapacitated the future 3 admirals of the Navy. This second time, he was resolutely stepping into the Millennium Dragon tomb. Boom! As Chu Han crossed the threshold, a dragon's roar reverberated through the air, and it was not merely one sound. Time passed, and the formidable aura that had enveloped the entire island dissipated. The townsfolk, as if awakening from a dream, gradually stirred from their stupor. What just happened? What transpired moments ago? Ah, my head aches. How strange. I seem to recall seeing a winged monster with eyes as large as lanterns that— Oh, now that you mention it, I believe I saw that too. Did if the Emperor's linguistic spirit, amplified by the bloodburst, had nearly doubled its effect. Every being on the island found themselves haunted by a singular vision in their minds. A dragon. A colossal azure dragon. Simultaneously, the linguistic spirit, Emperor left behind an indelible imprint in their hearts. Submission. With a sudden sound of footsteps echoing through the small town, it became evident that their owner was imbued with a sense of excitement. The residents, just roused from slumber, heard the approaching steps. Yet, curiously, none dared to lift their gaze towards the source. Instead, they instinctively lowered their heads, as if to pay homage to the return of King. The footsteps grew ever closer, ultimately halting at the heart of the town. Still, the townsfolk refrained from looking up, bowing their heads even lower, as if fearful that the owner of the footsteps might catch sight of them. It seemed the figure spoke, yet the words remained indistinct, leaving the crowd oblivious to their meaning, prompting them to bow their heads even further. After a moment of silence, the footsteps resumed. Time passed, and though the sound eventually faded away, the townspeople remained in their bowed posture. Meanwhile, on a cliff overlooking the town stood a young man clad in white, with dark hair flowing elegantly. In his left hand, he gripped a trembling black blade. Undoubtedly, this was Chu Han. Strangely, however, his eyes were shut tight. Upon entering the ancient dragon tomb, he had experienced something inexplicable. All he knew was that, in a fleeting moment, he beheld a dragon, a magnificent and authentic dragon. Its immense form, proud gaze, noble demeanor, and chilling presence all proclaimed its identity. A dragon of unparalleled might, bearing the true bloodline of its kind. In that instant, Chu Han made a swift decision to turn away. For that creature was a being of Dragon King caliber, perhaps even more formidable. With his current strength, facing such a colossal entity would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Life is not a game. There are no resets after a game over. There are no cheat codes or save points. Thus, standing before the specter of life and death, Chu Han prudently suppressed his curiosity and chose to depart. Yet, he vowed that one day he would return, when he had amassed sufficient power. Meanwhile, atop the cliff, Chu Han walked with his eyes closed, attuned to the terrifying auditory acuity of the spirit language scythe. With a single step, he materialized at the base of the cliff, moving as if transcending time itself. A faint smile graced his face as he continued on his way, swiftly returning to the ship of the Black Cat pirates. By the time Chu Han departed the ancient dragon tomb, the powers of the spirit language Emperor and Conqueror's Haki had already dissipated, allowing Kuro to regain his faculties, albeit utterly exhausted. He lay on the deck, breathless and gazing vacantly at the sky, lost in thought that it was only when Chu Han approached that Kuro roused himself, weakly calling out, "Young master." His condition resembled that of a gravely wounded patient on the brink of death. Chu Han did not open his eyes, but seemed to perceive his surroundings nonetheless. With a fleeting glance at the rear of the battleship island, he uttered a parting remark before making his way to the bow. Resting his eyes once more, after a considerable interval, Kuro regained some strength, though he still appeared to be recovering from a severe illness. "Young master, where are we headed now?" he inquired, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to stand. Chu Han's calm voice resonated from the bow. "Set sail, destination." The Grand Line, Chapter 76. The Grand Line. The entrance to the Grand Line lies upon the Red Earth continent. Ahead stretches a realm of dreams for countless pirates. A graveyard of the sea, and the final destination for many. This place is known as the Grand Line, renowned as the graveyard for innumerable pirates, the terminus of the sea. Several years ago, a man with black hair and a distinctive mustache arrived at the Grand Line. From that moment forth, the age of piracy commenced, plunging the world into chaos and fervor. Half a year ago, this man met a glorious end, yet his legacy endures eternally in his final moments. He ignited an era of unprecedented turmoil, the Great Pirate Era. This man was Joel D. Roger. He achieved what no one had in a century. He conquered the Grand Line. He was the Pirate King. Chu Han stood quietly at the bow, markedly different from the other pirates who had entered the Grand Line. He remained calm. Even indifferent, he had kept his eyes closed since departing Battleship Island, a full week passing without a single glance opened. Kuro had once expressed his confusion over this, but Chu Han paid it no mind. For with the spirit language scythe and observation Haki at his disposal, it mattered not whether his eyes were closed. Yet now, a desire to open his eyes and behold the Grand Line, which had moved countless pirates, surged within him. This was not the first time Chu Han had set foot in the Grand Line, but it was his inaugural official entry. "Young master, we've arrived." Kuro stood at the bow, cautiously taking a step back to allow Chu Han the forefront. Chu Han perceived this, feeling a tinge of loneliness, yet he remained unperturbed. The sorrow of blood, the phenomenon experienced by every high-blood hybrid, was no exception for Chu Han. The solitary ruler ascended step by step towards the lofty, suspended throne, surrounded by a sea of corpses, utterly alone, gazing at the Red Earth continent spanning both the seas and the Grand Line. Chu Han felt a profound sense of loneliness for the first time. After a brief silence, he regained his composure and spoke. "Let us proceed into the Grand Line." "Yes," Kuro responded respectfully, bowing slightly before retreating to the helm to navigate their entry into the Grand Line. This was no trivial matter. Many pirates had met their demise due to underestimating the entrance. Once Kuro departed, Chu Han furrowed his brow, releasing a soft sigh, and gradually opened his previously shut eyes just a crack. In an instant, brilliant golden light burst forth, two beams illuminating the dim surroundings. Slowly, Chu Han's eyes fully opened, revealing irises of pure gold radiating a dazzling brilliance. Ever since leaving Battleship Island, his eyes had transformed. The golden eyes perpetually aglow, blindingly bright. The golden eyes that never dimmed. Chu Han understood this trait, yet it should not have manifested in him. The incessant glow was a symptom of excessive blood explosion usage, a result of the overwhelming dragon blood within him. However, this occurrence was unexpected, for he had only invoked the blood explosion twice, which should not have led to such a condition. Yet the trait had appeared, and it seemed to worsen. The golden eyes not only remained aglow, but also emitted an intensifying golden light. Should anyone meet his gaze, they would be momentarily scorched by the blinding radiance. This was precisely why Chu Han had kept his eyes closed. Still unable to close, he furrowed his brow, clenching his fist before releasing it. The inability to close his golden eyes implied that the spirit language could be activated at will, its potency increasing with the duration of its activation. However, this also meant that the activation hastened his dragon transformation. The most evident change was the gradual hardening of his skin, resembling dragon scales. Suddenly, an alert rang out, ding. Apologies due to interference from unknown energy. The spirit language is temporarily inoperative. Chu Han's expression remained impassive, but the concern in his eyes deepened a week prior, upon exiting the ancient dragon tomb. The system's mechanical voice had echoed in his mind, delivering unexpected news that a week ago, at the rear of Battleship Island, within the ancient dragon tomb. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission of exploration completed, as Chu Han contemplated how to deactivate the golden eyes. He momentarily froze, donning a cold expression as he awaited further communication, for he was acutely aware that more words were forthcoming. Indeed, After a brief pause, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more, stating that it had detected an unknown energy emanating from the host, rendering the Yinling temporarily unusable. Even the eternally stoic visage of Chu Han, akin to a 1,000-year-old ice mountain, was taken aback, his pupils narrowing sharply at the implications of this statement. What could it mean that Yinling was unusable? Initially, Chu Han presumed this predicament stemmed from his inability to deactivate the golden eyes. Yet a week had elapsed, and the golden eyes remained aglow, albeit with a somewhat dimmer radiance. The only solace he found was that the brilliance had lessened, though he remained unable to extinguish it. This left Chu Han feeling rather helpless. After all, if the golden eyes could not be turned off, the rate of dragon blood erosion would accelerate, and once it overwhelmed the human blood, he would inevitably become a mindless death servant. This was an unacceptable fate for Chu Han, who, despite being of mixed blood, still identified primarily as human, and he had inherited merely the proud dignity, aloof temperament, and tyrannical strength of a dragon. But that did not imply he desired to transform into a mindless creature devoid of intellect. Young master, it appears that the radiance emitted by the golden eyes has undoubtedly attracted Kilo. Given that the entrance to the red Earth continent in the Grand Line is shrouded in darkness, save for the occasional flash of lightning above, Chu Han replied casually, raising an eyebrow slightly. Kilo seemed momentarily taken aback, yet his mind involuntarily recalled the dual devil fruit abilities displayed by Chu Han in Rog Town. The duality of devil fruits presented a potential to defy established norms, and thus Kilo harbored no suspicions. Instead, he bent slightly and proceeded to the cockpit, stabilizing the vessel before entering the Grand Line. Chu Han kept a watchful eye on Kilo's actions, and once he departed, his previously furrowed brow relaxed. After all, the matter of dragon lineage was exceedingly difficult to elucidate. Chapter 77. Lost. Subscription requested. Chu Han endeavored through numerous methods, yet the golden eyes remained intractable. However, as time progressed, the golden radiance diminished significantly, and the manifestation of dragon transformation also slowed, which could be considered a silver lining. Although his eyes retained their golden hue, they were now difficult to discern unless scrutinized closely. It struck him as peculiar. Why had the golden eyes suddenly spiraled out of control? With the dulling of their glow, Chu Han finally settled into contemplation regarding the phenomena occurring within him. The inexplicable inability to deactivate the golden eyes, while the radiance had lessened, did not alter their fundamental nature. The pace of dragon transformation had indeed decelerated, yet it continued unabated. Should this persist unchecked, he would inevitably transform into a death servant, a creature stripped of reason yet possessing a draconic exterior. Moreover, since the incident on Battleship Island, Yinling had inexplicably ceased to function, and the system's notification of an unknown force interfering. Could it be the power of the Dragon King from the millennium-old Dragon Tomb? Initially, Chu Han had presumed that the inability to deactivate the golden eyes was the cause behind the Yinling's dysfunction. However, if that were the case, then other Yinling, such as Jun Yan, Kamaitachi, and the Emperor, should also be rendered unusable. Yet, just as the glow of the golden eyes began to fade, the other Yinling exhibited signs of usability once more. Furthermore, among his Yinling, only the Emperor had once spiraled out of control on Battleship Island, causing the villagers in the town to prostrate themselves in awe of Yinling's power. However, that was the extent of IT at this juncture. Chu Han had also tested Jun Yan and Kamaitachi, both of which posed no issues and were, in fact, easier to wield. Thus, Chu Han concluded that the problem likely did not lie with his golden eyes, but rather with his dragon lineage. Yinling relied on the dragon blood coursing through his veins. In other words, only those endowed with dragon lineage could possess Yinling. Hence, the inability to utilize Yinling could be attributed to two possibilities. Firstly, the level of Yinling might be excessively high while his dragon lineage remained insufficient, thus inhibiting its use. This was entirely plausible. As Chu Han recalled several instances within the original Dragon Lord, of course, there existed another possibility, though Chu Han deemed it far-fetched. Just then, Kilo's voice pierced through Chu Han's reverie, rousing him from his thoughts. "Young master, we are approaching the entrance to the Grand Line." Chu Han blinked in surprise, retracting his thoughts as a flicker of brilliance danced in his eyes. The Grand Line? I have returned, gripping the demon blade Murasame tightly. His calm visage betrayed no sign of emotional turmoil, yet internally, a ripple of anticipation surged within him. Simultaneously, the Black Cat pirate's vessel sailed into the narrow entrance. Perfectly navigating through, the ship ascended against the current, soaring into the sky as if to take flight. Kilo, unbeknownst to Chu Han, had already positioned himself behind him, bowing his head slightly and standing still. Eyes cast downward, Chu Han gazed, entranced at the wondrous current that surged upward, carrying with it the voices, dreams, and aspirations of countless souls. Freedom, let us soar. Faintly, Chu Han sensed a voice whispering in his ear, a call emanating from the depths of his bloodline. Enticing and intoxicating, uncontrollably, he drew forth the demon blade Murasame, its blade pointed forward, the golden eyes sparkling as if a sovereign had descended. The pirate king, the intolerable interlude of the throne of the sea, must come to an end. Henceforth I shall stand atop the summit and forge ahead. The calm yet resolute words spilled forth from Chu Han's lips, exuding an air of dominance. Yanling, the emperor, involuntarily activated alongside the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, unleashing a formidable aura that radiated from him, causing the surrounding currents to stir with palpable excitement. Behind him, Kilo exclaimed in fervor, "Yes, my master." Though only Kilo responded, it felt as if the entire world echoed Chu Han's declaration. On this day, the Grand Line welcomed a unique visitor, one destined to reign supreme, a sovereign with aspirations to ascend to that coveted throne and become the sole ruler. This is the Grand Line, where countless pirates recklessly converge in pursuit of a singular goal, the treasure of the Pirate King. Joel D. Rogers' ambitions had also been realized, for the world would not forget him, nor the moments leading to his demise that ignited an uproar across the globe. Nearly half a year had passed since Joel D. Rogers' passing, and the influx of pirates entering the Grand Line had surged beyond precedent. Even the New World had begun to descend into chaos as countless powerful pirates vied for supremacy. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, Kaido, the strongest creature on land, Big Mom, and the notorious Moonlight Moria, among others, were all stirred into action following the death of the pirate King Joel D. Roger, eager to contest for the throne. Meanwhile, in an uncharted region of the Grand Line, a dilapidated pirate ship swayed precariously, appearing as if it might disintegrate at any moment. On board, a cold, indifferent youth with black hair and white garb sat with his eyes closed at the bow of the ship, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed, if one overlooked the tattered holes in his garments, he could easily be mistaken for a noble scion. Beside him stood a young man with an exposed torso, his head bowed in respectful deference. Though his face, drenched in cold sweat, betrayed his unease, this was none other than Kilo and Chu Han after their entry into the Grand Line, though their circumstances had taken a turn for the worse. Initially, they had successfully entered the Grand Line, only to be met with ill fortune as a tsunami struck, sweeping them away and leaving them disoriented. Their ship, battered by the waves, had become a wreck. Most critically, they had lost their way. This is also a lapse on Chu Han's part. Due to his prior association with the Roger Pirates, he had overlooked the fact that navigating the Grand Line necessitates a unique compass, which regrettably can only be found within that very sea. Thus, by sheer luck, both Chu Han and Kuro have hit the jackpot. Being adrift in the ocean is an unfortunate predicament, particularly when provisions have run dry. Initially, Chu Han had instructed Kuro to procure enough food for 6 months in Rog Town, yet inexplicably, since the golden eyes could not be deactivated, Chu Han's appetite has become prodigious, in less than a month. The food meant to last for both of them has been entirely consumed, leading the pair to rely on hunting sea kings for sustenance in recent days. However, this is not a sustainable solution. While they may have food, what about water? Chu Han, possessing the bloodline of an A-grade dragon, could endure a month without food or drink, but Kuro, being merely human, is not so fortunate. Moreover, with Chu Han's golden eyes currently unable to close, his physical exertion has been exorbitant, necessitating regular nourishment. Otherwise, he would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Time passed, and suddenly, Chu Han's eyes flew open, gleaming with a golden radiance. He had found it. Chapter 78. Alabasta, subscription requested, in an uncharted expanse of the Grand Line. A year had elapsed since the demise of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Countless pirates have since entered the Grand Line in pursuit of the Pirate King's legacy, seeking the fabled treasure. Consequently, the Navy has been overwhelmed, inundated with countless bounty notices drifting across the world. The turmoil in the New World is equally fierce, as the era of great pirates has commenced, with the New World being the epicenter. Numerous formidable pirates, once firmly established in the Grand Line, have now ventured into the New World, plunging the entire region into chaos, with new stars rising and great pirates meeting their demise, among the myriad of new pirate luminaries. One supernova, who had once stirred the winds of fate, has gradually faded from memory. Supernova Chu Han has been adrift in the Grand Line for a full year, yet they remain lost at sea. 2 months prior, Chu Han had discovered a small island, only to realize that it was, in fact, a colossal sea king. Fortunately, Chu Han acted swiftly, slaying the beast with a single strike, providing sustenance for both him and Kuro for an entire month. Regrettably, their water supply has been depleted. Chu Han, thanks to the enhancement of his dragon blood, has achieved a near superhuman state. Additionally, following their ordeal at Naval Island, it seems his body has undergone further fortification. Thus, even if Chu Han were to go a month without food or drink, he would suffer little consequence, unlike Kuro, whose pallor and vacant gaze betray his condition. Stand up? If you cannot keep pace with me, then you are of no use, Chu Han remarked, raising an eyebrow coldly. Kuro had succumbed to dehydration a fortnight ago and had finally collapsed 3 days prior, frequently falling into a state of unconsciousness. His complexion pale as death. Chu Han found himself at an impasse. Drinking seawater was out of the question, as it would only harm Kuro, given his toxicity and excessive salinity. Nonetheless, Chu Han remained calm. In his perception, a small island lay not far ahead, with voices and laughter echoing from its shores, suggesting the presence of a settlement. This time, he would not err, for the last instance of his golden eyes remaining activated had led to some minor miscalculations during the use of his speech spirit. Under normal circumstances, with his A-grade bloodline, the execution of his scythe technique in conjunction with observation Haki would yield no mistakes. Furthermore, during this extended period of wandering, Chu Han had not returned empty-handed. His dilapidated pirate ship had necessitated the constant use of observation Haki and speech spirit, resulting in a remarkable proficiency in the scythe technique, surpassing even his mastery of the Flame of Kings. Additionally, he had managed to utilize the blood-sucking scythe without triggering bloodshed. Most significantly, his observation Haki had reached an advanced level, nearing the perfected state of Joel D. Roger's listening to all things. Moreover, the lack of food supplies during this time had compelled Chu Han to hunt sea kings for sustenance, providing him with excellent practice for his swordsmanship. Over the course of these months, he had honed his skills to a remarkable degree, utilizing his sword to vanquish every sea king encountered, without reliance on speech spirit. If one were to disregard his age, Chu Han could already be regarded as a master swordsman. This was evident from the trail of blood left in his wake, a testament to the countless sea kings felled by his blade. I distinctly sensed the presence of a small island ahead, where the sounds were audible. Why has it suddenly gone silent? Chu Han furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the cursed blade Murasame. Such peculiar occurrences were unfamiliar to him, yet he felt no surprise. After all, this was the Grand Line, a realm where the extraordinary was commonplace. Suddenly, the sensations had vanished. After a brief contemplation, Chu Han fell into deep thought. As if sifting through memories, after a considerable interval, he lifted his head and once more utilized observation Haki to scan the area where he had previously sensed the island, simultaneously activating his speech spirit to listen for surrounding sounds. Before long, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Could it be? A glimmer of insight flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he pivoted sharply, unleashing a powerful strike that sent a wave crashing against the sea surface. Boom! The tumultuous waves propelled the battered pirate vessel, battered by countless storms, onward toward the unseen destination. The upheaval roused the unconscious Kuro, who weakly inquired, "Young master, where are we headed?" Kuro, lacking Chu Han's formidable physique, had grown exceedingly frail. It was likely that even without external threats, he would succumb to death gradually. Chu Han's expression remained cold as he replied, "To a country where there is water and food." Kuro, too weak to express joy, could only place his right hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. Chu Han chose not to look at Kuro, aware of his fragility, as long as he remained alive. That was sufficient. Even if Kuro were on the brink of death, the dragon blood would sustain his vitality long enough for them to reach an island. After all, Kuro was one of the few astute individuals whom Chu Han valued. He could not permit such a mind to perish. "I can sense it. It is indeed as I suspected." After another decisive slash, Chu Han did not rest, but instead glanced ahead, where the outline of an island was now discernible. Obscured by a veil of yellow mist that even high-level observation Haki could not penetrate. Nevertheless, he had a 90% certainty that this was the place he envisioned. Over the past 6 months, Chu Han had identified 3 islands. The first was when his speech spirit had spiraled out of control, mistaking a colossal sea king for an island. The second occurred recently, when he sensed the presence of a small island, devoid of human life, yet teeming with sea kings. Thus, he had presumed it to be a gathering place for sea kings. Choosing to disregard it, in hindsight, it was highly probable that this was the monstrous garden from his memories. The 2 powerful life forces he sensed earlier must belong to those formidable humans. Given that he had just detected the island shrouded in yellow mist, Chu Han concluded that his instincts were correct. The forthcoming island harbored a nation, the desert kingdom of the Grand Line, Alabasta. Chapter 79. The Sand Crocodile, seeking subscription. In the Grand Line, the desert nation of Alabasta sprawls beneath an expanse of sand, rendering its true nature invisible from an outsider's perspective. Nevertheless, Alabasta is renowned for its lush oases, which, despite the omnipresent desert, offer breathtaking scenery, making it a prime destination for travelers. However, not everyone shares this sentiment. Near the oasis of Yuba, on the outskirts of the capital, a solitary youth traverses the swirling sands of the desert, his flowing black hair framing a visage marked by determination and coldness. Even the sweltering heat of the desert cannot obscure the subtle chill that emanates from him. Alabasta truly lives up to its reputation as a desert nation. He muses softly before tightening his grip on the knife in his hand. The weapon is an extraordinary long knife, emanating an eerie blue luminescence. This is Murasame, one of the 12 supreme blades, also known as the Divine Blade. The black-haired youth wielding it is none other than Chu Han. It has been 2 years since Chu Han entered the Grand Line, and during this time, his power has been steadily rising. Now, he possesses the confidence to defeat Vice Admiral-level naval officers or pirates without even unleashing his bloodline powers. Should he choose to activate them, he believes he could contend with an admiral on equal footing as for the reasons behind his rapid ascension in strength. Chu Han is not entirely certain. However, he has a nagging feeling that it is somehow connected to the incident at the 1,000-year Dragon Tomb on Battleship Island, although he has yet to fully comprehend what transpired during that time. He acknowledges the enhancement of his abilities as a positive outcome and chooses not to dwell on it further. His instincts tell him that pondering it deeper would yield no clarity, so he decides to let it be. After all, the signs of his dragon transformation have ceased. Indeed, the manifestations of Chu Han's dragon transformation had halted 6 months after his arrival in Alabasta. Yet, for reasons unknown, his golden eyes remain open. Despite no longer experiencing dragon transformation, the inability to close his golden eyes results in a daily energy expenditure that is 4 times that of an ordinary person. This is attributable to his possession of 3 language spirits. Otherwise, the toll on his stamina would not be so staggering. Moreover, the most crucial factor is the separation from Kuro a year ago, after sensing Alabasta's location. Chu Han relentlessly wielded Murasame to navigate the dilapidated pirate ship onward. However, it seemed that fate was playing a cruel joke on them, as they encountered a sandstorm immediately upon landing. Chu Han, with his dragon blood-enhanced physique, managed to endure the onslaught of the storm. Yet, Kuro was swept away by the tempest, lost to the winds. Additionally, it seemed that the radar effect of his language spirit, Kemaitashi, was being interfered with, causing him to misinterpret directions and leading him astray in the desert on multiple occasions. Fortunately, his observation Haki remained unaffected. 2 months prior, Chu Han arrived at the famed oasis of Yuba in Alabasta, where he replenished his supplies before setting off alone towards the capital, Alyabarna. Locals at the oasis mentioned that not long ago, someone had found a man caught in a sandstorm in the capital. Chu Han suspected that this might be Kuro, which prompted his journey towards Alyabarna. Moreover, he harbored an undisclosed purpose. Near the capital of the desert nation, Alabasta, Chu Han stood atop a dune swirling with yellow sand. Activating his observation Haki, he sensed a peculiar disturbance in the atmosphere, an ominous fluctuation disrupting the weather. Initially perplexed, he soon deduced the cause. Judging by the timeline, that individual should have been defeated by Whitebeard by now. He narrowed his eyes as he gazed toward Alubarna. Is it the nature-type sand fruit? He scoffed, a disdainful smile creeping upon his lips in the presence of his language spirits. The devil fruit seemed as trivial as a child's toy car racing against an adult's vehicle. Laughably presumptuous. That cannot fall into your hands. It belongs to me. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his radiant golden eyes. He understood why that individual would venture into this renowned desert nation after being defeated by Whitebeard, merely to covet that forbidden object. Regrettably for him, it has already caught Chu Han's eye. Should you wish to contend for it, you must possess the capability to do so, he declared, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, silencing the chaotic sands around him. Alyabarna, the capital of the desert nation Alabasta. Here, the entire island of St. Din is enveloped in sand, yet Alyabarna stands as an oasis devoid of yellow grains, almost a paradise untouched by the desert. This phenomenon is regarded as a miracle by the citizens of Alabasta, who believe it to be the king's blessing. Ruling over this desert nation is the royal family of Nefertari, the current king. Nefertari Cobra is the 12th monarch of Alabasta. Meanwhile, within a bar in Alyabarna, a young man clad in a black coat sits alone in a corner, his countenance dark as he drinks. Damn that old man. Damn the Navy. One day, I shall return for vengeance, he growls, slamming his drink down on the table, oblivious to the stares of those around him. This man had recently encountered Whitebeard at the midpoint of the Grand Line, leading to his fleet's annihilation and his subsequent flight. Little did he know that he would later confront a patrolling vice admiral, resulting in yet another defeat, leaving only him, the captain, to escape in his desperate flight. He arrived in the desert nation of Alabasta, fortuitously targeting the desert kingdom of St. Din. The Nefertari family hides well. He muses, excitement flickering in his eyes as he gazes at his drink, a dangerous glint flashing within. After a prolonged moment, he raises his glass and drains it, striding out of the bar. His gaze fixates on the castle standing tall above, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The forbidden object shall be mine. This man is Crocodile, the sand crocodile, a nature-type devil fruit user and a rising pirate star in the Grand Line, with a bounty of 81 million berries. Chapter 80. Who are you? Seeking subscription. In the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna, Chu Han furrows his brow, scrutinizing the seemingly immortal young man before him, contemplating a solution. When we found him in the desert, he was already in this state. We lack specific information, a lightly armored soldier carefully remarks. Having discerned that the disheveled man they stumbled upon in the desert undoubtedly possesses some noble lineage, prompting the elegantly dressed youth to inquire about his condition. The half-dead man before Chu Han is none other than his steward. Kuro. 2 days prior, upon arriving in Alyabarna, Chu Han easily gathered information about the man who had encountered the sandstorm as anticipated. This man is indeed his loyal steward, Kuro. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Han suddenly inquires, how can the poison in him be cured? The armored soldier is momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by Chu Han's swift response. This is the poison from the crimson-tailed crab hidden within the sandstorm. To treat it, we require a special plant known as the speckled herb, he instinctively replies. Without further ado, Chu Han demands, where can we find it? He did not inquire about where it could be purchased, but rather directly asked where it could be found. Clearly, if this so-called banned grass were indeed available for acquisition, the soldier before him would have procured it to antidote Kalu long ago. After all, they were in the royal capital of Alabasta, and everything present on Saint Island would undoubtedly be found here. The lightly armored soldiers in action only indicated that this item was not something an ordinary person could obtain. Ignoring the soldier's attempt to praise Chu Han, he promptly replied, "Such a rare plant as ban grass can only be found near the royal tomb." Chu Han slightly narrowed his eyes at the mention of the royal tomb. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, he had no time to squander here. If the source of the ban grass were distant, he would need to deliberate on whether to invest time in rescuing Kalu. Fortunately, this did not conflict with his objective, for from the very outset, his aim had been the royal tomb of the Alabaster royal family. "You take care of him, and I shall reward you upon my return," he stated before turning to leave, disregarding the speechless soldier who stood frozen in place. Upon stepping outside, Chu Han raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of helplessness. He had barely entered the Grand Line, only to find himself adrift at sea due to a misdirection, followed by being lost in the desert for a full 6 months. One could only say that the Grand Line was filled with wonders. Thankfully, all these unforeseen events were not too far removed from his goal. It seemed a visit to the royal palace was in order. The flicker of cold light occasionally flashed in his calm eyes. The royal tomb served as the resting place for the successive emperors of the kingdom, and it was likely that the Alabaster royalty would not divulge its location easily. Thus, Chu Han tightened his grip on the cursed blade Murasame, which had not tasted blood in 2 years and was undoubtedly yearning for it. The cursed sword trembled with an almost sentient anticipation. With a faint smile, Chu Han mused aloud, "Are you feeling lonely as well? Then let us create some chaos." After 2 years of arduous training, he was eager to discover the extent of his current strength. In the capital of Alabasta, Albana, at the palace's pinnacle, stood a young man cloaked in a black coat. Gazing down upon the royal capital, his eyes occasionally glinting with a sharp light. This man was Crocodile, also known as Sir Crocodile. He had successfully infiltrated the Alabasta Palace under the pretense of a world government communique. Finding himself in the presence of the Nefertari clan, ancient forbidden objects, "You shall be my secret weapon to eliminate that old man Whitebeard." 6 months prior, in a whirlpool of the Grand Line, Crocodile had encountered Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick. Arrogantly disdainful of the New World's notorious pirates, particularly Whitebeard, he viewed the old generation of pirates, who had coexisted with the pirate king Joel D. Roger as outdated. This era of piracy belonged to them. To Crocodile, once I obtain that item, this era will belong to me, Crocodile. The Marines and Whitebeard shall all bow before me. Crocodile envisioned himself seated upon the throne, exclaiming in excitement, as if he wished the entire world to hear his voice. Sir Crocodile, a user of the Sansan fruit, had once challenged the formidable pirate Whitebeard Edward Newgate, but had been defeated and subsequently recruited by the Marines. Just then, a voice laced with coldness interrupted his reverie atop the palace, startling him from his fantasies. "Who?" Crocodile bellowed, summoning a sand tornado in his hand, ready to transform Sansan fruit. "Alas, it is of no use to me." The voice echoed again, this time dripping with sarcasm, clearly disdainful of Crocodile. Before the words had fully settled, an invisible blade of wind sliced through the air, marking Crocodile's face with a line of blood. His pupils dilated in shock as he witnessed a spout of blood erupt from his own visage, a stinging sensation he had only felt once before, under the punch of Whitebeard, where he had tasted despair. Now, under the hand of this unknown assailant, he felt an icy chill as if a monstrous creature had set its sights upon him. Any movement might spell his doom. "Who are you? Lurking in the shadows? What are you?" Crocodile dared not make a rash move, recognizing that this hidden figure could strike him silently. The voice returned, laced with mockery. "How amusing. Are you afraid? You can't even move. What a disappointment. It seems Sir Crocodile is not as formidable as I thought. No wonder you fell to Whitebeard." I could see these words. An aura of chilling fury emanated from Crocodile, his face darkening as a hint of purple mist began to swirl around the golden hook of his left hand. "Who are you?" The voice fell silent, followed by the sound of footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. For reasons unknown, the sound of those footsteps struck Crocodile like a cataclysm, as if he were being hunted by a fearsome beast. The footsteps ceased, and a figure emerged from the shadows, followed by a chilling proclamation. "Chu Han." As the frigid voice rang out amidst the night, a shadow slowly materialized from the darkness. The figure was not obscured by the night. His face radiated with a golden glow. More accurately, It was his eyes that shone with a golden luminescence. The newcomer was indeed Chu Han. Crocodile gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar youth before him and, for reasons he could not comprehend, felt a flicker of fear as he averted his gaze from Chu Han's penetrating golden eyes. Chu Han, are you a pirate or a marine? In response, Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly and replied with a faint smile. You cannot even meet my gaze. What right do you have to learn of my identity? Since the expedition to the battleship island, the power of the word Spirit Emperor had greatly amplified. Even while adrift at sea, Chu Han had witnessed the tremors of hundreds of sea kings under the influence of the word Spirit Emperor, as if they were in the presence of a sovereign. Crocodile, ignoring Chu Han's derision, furrowed his brow, observing the youth before him, an unsettling sense of familiarity creeping in. The golden eyes seemed reminiscent of something he had seen before. Crocodile had been present during the execution of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, one of the witnesses to the dawn of the great pirate era. The subsequent Rog Town incident left a profound impression on him. He had personally experienced the might of the word Spirit Emperor in conjunction with the Conqueror's Haki. However, after 2 years of Chu Han's absence, coupled with his rigorous training that had transformed him into a taller and more robust figure, he now appeared almost unrecognizable compared to 2 years prior. It was no surprise that Crocodile failed to recognize him. Observing Crocodile's contemplative expression, Chu Han realized that his conspicuous golden eyes were indeed too ostentatious. Anyone who had seen a bounty notice would easily identify him. With a slight shake of his head, Chu Han drew the cursed blade Murasame, executing a swift slash before returning the blade to its sheath, watching intently. The strike was not particularly ostentatious, nor did it radiate brilliance. Yet it exuded an ominous sense of danger. Before Crocodile could fully grasp who Chu Han was, the strike was already upon him, having realized that elementalization would be ineffective against this youth. Crocodile instinctively raised his left hand, wielding the golden hook to block. In that critical moment, Crocodile caught sight of the sardonic smile on Chu Han's lips, causing his heart to race as he summoned a small sandstorm with his right hand. Chu Han smiled silently, his right hand slightly closing around the not yet fully sheathed Murasame. The collision between the golden hook of the sandstorm and the slash echoed throughout the palace, plunging it into silence. Then, 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Poison blade desert. Air collapse. Boom. In an instant, the entire palace crumbled, a crescent-shaped slash engulfing half of Albania, cleaving everything in its path asunder. Simultaneously, yellow sand engulfed the entirety of Albania, conjuring a miniature desert where the palace once stood, and the palace itself had vanished. Wong, the royal palace, what on earth is happening? In an instant, all the citizens of Alabasta were affected. Yet fortunately, there were no casualties. However, the houses split in twain, and the swirling clouds of dust are all too real. On the other side, the once majestic royal palace has been reduced to mere rubble, where man sits quietly amidst the dilapidated structure. Notably, his left hand, which once bore a golden hook, has now morphed into an oval shape reminiscent of a beehive, the original hook shattered and strewn about the young man clad in a white royal robe. Accompanied by a little girl with flowing blue hair, slowly approaches the man. The curious blue-haired girl gazes at the raggedly dressed man, whose left hand is adorned with a peculiar object. He is left. The young man in white suddenly inquires. The man with the beehive-like object on his left hand replies, "Yes, he is a pirate." The young man nods. He too was astonished when that individual sought him out. For the Nefertari clan was once among the 20 royal families that shaped the world, and their information was quite extensive. Thus, he immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. Yet he did not express surprise. Rather, he acquiesced to the audacious request and divulged the location of the Nefertari clan's royal tomb. In return, that individual promised to assist Alabasta with a particular trouble and made a solemn vow. Should Alabasta ever face peril, no matter where he may be, he would come to their aid to the best of his ability. The young man valued this promise greatly, for as the king of the Nefertari clan, one of the 20 royal families that once forged the world, he understood the power and capability that individual possessed. Hence, he agreed. "Crocodile, the navy has arrived. Surrender," the young man said, turning to face the man seated among the ruins. Indeed, he was Crocodile, albeit in a state of disarray, his iconic golden hook shattered beyond recognition, making it difficult for anyone unfamiliar with him to identify him. Crocodile did not respond. Instead, he asked, "Why did he come?" The young man affectionately patted the head of the blue-haired girl and replied, "The Nefertari clan was one of the 20 royal families of the world, naturally guarding certain forbidden artifacts. That must be his aim." The young man candidly revealed the truth to Crocodile, knowing well that Crocodile sought the same artifact. Unexpectedly, Crocodile nodded calmly, brushed off the dust from his attire, and transformed into a gust of yellow sand. Departing from the once grand royal palace now reduced to ruins, the young man made no attempt to stop him. After all, he lacked the power to do so, for Crocodile was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 80 million. A figure who had once challenged the formidable Whitebeard and survived, making it exceedingly difficult for even a Navy rear admiral to apprehend him, let alone someone devoid of combat prowess like himself. "Daddy, who was that person?" the blue-haired girl suddenly inquired after Crocodile's departure. The young man smiled gently and replied, "A very formidable pirate." Indeed, he understood that his daughter was not inquiring about Crocodile, but rather the dark-haired youth who had entered the royal palace with an air of chilling presence without alarming anyone. The blue-haired girl did not press further, merely uttering an "oh" as she gazed expectantly in the direction the dark-haired boy had departed. She would forever remember the boy's golden eyes, shimmering like divine gold. How handsome he was! The young man recognized his daughter's fascination but paid it little mind, affectionately stroking her silky hair. The young man's name was Nefertari Cobra, the 12th Emperor of Alabasta. The blue-haired girl was Nefertari Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta. Chapter 82. An Encounter with the Navy, subscription requested. The Grand Line, a hub of monstrous gatherings. Little Garden, a strikingly handsome figure, clad in a platinum-hued overcoat, with black hair flowing in the wind, emanated a faint aura of chill, resembling a noble gentleman. Indeed, what he sensed earlier was Little Garden. The dark-haired youth, Chu Han, observed the roar emanating from the island teeming with exotic flora and fauna, his eyes narrowing slightly. Having departed from Alabasta, he had made his way to this gathering of monsters, primarily to witness the legendary giants of the giant warrior pirates who once roamed the Grand Line a century ago. What a pity! Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, I would have certainly sought you out for some fun. Chu Han held a profound interest in those two giants. Alas, while in Alabasta, he suddenly recalled something he had inadvertently forgotten. A silent smile graced his lips as he propelled himself into the air with a powerful kick, soaring through the sky. This was one of the Navy's 6 forms, Soru. Soru allows one to tread upon the air, hovering in space through a series of rapid steps. The principle is simple, yet it demands remarkable physical strength, a feat not easily mastered by ordinary individuals. However, for Chu Han, whose physical prowess far exceeded the norm, it posed no challenge at all. During 2 years of rigorous training within the Grand Line, Chu Han had mastered Soru, achieving a level of proficiency that rivaled even the Navy's higher dash-ups, AS for the other 5 forms. He held no interest, for only Soru captured his attention among the SIX. As Chu Han gazed down at the air pressure generated beneath his feet, he mused, "So this is Soru. How wondrous." Indeed, it was extraordinary, as Soru enabled one to remain airborne without any external force, achieving the effect of flight. It was perfect for travel. The faint smile danced upon his lips. Had it not been for the excessive physical drain caused by his inability to close his golden eyes, he would have relished the opportunity to unleash his full potential and discover the limits of his Soru speed. Chu Han exhaled softly, then exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself toward a certain exit of the Grand Line. Meanwhile, deep within Little Garden, 2 immense figures from different directions turned their gaze toward the departing Chu Han, having sensed his presence. A little fellow. Such powerful life force. It's even stronger than our Elbaf warriors. Is yet another monster being born? A resonant voice echoed throughout Little Garden, yet no answer came, for this was the depths of the monster gathering place, a realm even the Sea Kings hesitated to tread. Unaware of the stir he had caused among the ancient giants, Chu Han would not have been overly concerned even if he had, with the only ship having been sent to Water 7 with Crocodile. He now had no choice but to utilize Saru to traverse the waters while keeping an eye out for any pirate ships or naval vessels to commandeer, for relying solely on Saru would exhaust him. Is that a naval warship? Chu Han halted, gazing at a distant navy blue warship adorned with a seagull insignia, unmistakably belonging to the Navy and having departed from the Navy headquarters. What is a Navy headquarters ship doing here? Chu Han squinted, realizing he might be a bit late. Now he could only hope it wasn't too late. After a year adrift at sea, he had been cut off from external information, and his year of rigorous training in Alabasta had left him with scant knowledge of the outside world. Though he had later received some secret information from Crocodile, it did not align well with his recollections of time, and he struggled to remember the specifics. Yet, overall, he believed he was not mistaken. With this thought in mind, Chu Han exerted force beneath his feet and soared toward the naval warship. Meanwhile, aboard the ship that had departed from the Navy headquarters, a figure with short purple hair, draped in a white cloak emblazoned with the word justice and adorned with a gleaming golden star, denoting the rank of Navy Rear Admiral, stood. "Raccoon, what are you pondering?" At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, accompanied by the appearance of a peculiar man. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to a spider, wearing a similar white cloak inscribed with justice and also sporting a golden star on his chest. The Navy officer, addressed as Raccoon by the spider-like man, turned and replied, "I was wondering what Zifa-sensei encountered in the new world to end up so gravely injured." The man, resembling a spider, delicately rested his hand upon the blade at his waist. It was said that he had encountered pirates, and the entire crew of new recruits murmured in hushed tones. The spider-like man tightened his grip on the hilt, his hands trembling slightly, likely fueled by a tempest of rage within. Major General Wussmouse fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze dimmed. After all, this incident was a profound blow not only to the Navy, but also to the entire world government that a month prior, one of the three admirals, Black Arm Zephyr, had led a vessel of naval recruits into the New World, only to be ambushed by pirates, resulting in the slaughter of the entire crew, with only 2 survivors. Among them, the formidable Black Arm Zephyr returned to the Navy headquarters gravely injured. The Navy concealed this event, for Zephyr represented the pinnacle of naval strength, and the revelation of his severed arm would undoubtedly trigger widespread chaos. Moreover, in the aftermath of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger's final moments, piracy had surged, becoming more rampant and numerous over the past 2 years. If news of Zephyr's injury were to spread, it would surely incite pandemonium, leading countless pirates to wage war against the Navy. Stop speculating. Even if you knew, what would it change? Just as the 2 men lapsed into silence, a resonant voice echoed behind them. Both Wussmouse and the spider-like man turned in unison, exclaiming, "Major General Strawberry." The newcomer bore 2 golden stars on his uniform, signifying his rank within the Navy headquarters. "The matter concerning Admiral Zephyr is futile for you to know," Strawberry waved dismissively, locking eyes with Wussmouse and the Spider-Man. The 2 fell silent, for indeed, if even Admiral Zephyr had to pay a heavy price to escape, what could they, mere majors, hope to accomplish? Strawberry regarded them with a hint of admiration, having been taught by Admiral Zephyr himself. Their ascension to the rank of Rear Admiral was a certainty. Thus, he wished to instill a sense of motivation within them. Then, Strawberry paused, turning his gaze towards the top of the mast, stating solemnly, "You, who have been eavesdropping from above for so long, must have heard enough. I assent it time to come down and converse." The voice of Strawberry resonated like a clap of thunder in the ears of Wussmouse and the Spider-Man. Wussmouse tightened his grip on the mouse scythe, one of the 50 finest blades in existence, while the Spider-Man vanished without a trace. However, a glance upward would reveal a humanoid spider swiftly ascending the mast. Strawberry's eyes glimmered with approval. Both men displayed commendable reactions, indicative of capable sailors. Yet that admiration swiftly dissipated, replaced by gravity. "Indeed, I harbor a disdain for reptiles." This chilling voice emerged. The temperature aboard the warship plummeted, reminiscent of an icy winter. The transformed naval major descended from above, crashing onto the deck and creating a gaping hole. The entire vessel trembled from the impact that Wussmouse's pupils constricted as he gazed solemnly at the top of the mast, his right hand trembling slightly, as if struggling to restrain the urge to draw his blade. He clearly observed a footprint on the Spider-Man's face, small yet profoundly deep, that Westmouth's mind raced in disbelief. With just a single step, a naval major had been incapacitated. Who was this individual? Contrasting Westmouth's turmoil, Strawberry remained composed, sitting calmly on the ground without a hint of concern. Did you think I would hesitate to kill you? The voice's owner seemed to have perceived Strawberry's demeanor, a trace of coldness lacing their tone. Strawberry chuckled lightly. If you have no intention of claiming the life of the spider, then you won't seek ours either. A brief silence ensued, as if the speaker was contemplating the truth of Strawberry's words. Westmouse, increasingly anxious, felt cold sweat trickle down his back, his grip on the hilt quaking. He couldn't help but admire Major General Strawberry's calmness. Indeed, he was a rear admiral of remarkable steadiness. However, Strawberry understood he could not defeat this adversary, for he lacked the strength to incapacitate the spider with a mere kick, while the opponent possessed that very capability. Yet, he remained confident. The threat of his backing from the Navy headquarters, the world government, and the entirety of the realm loomed large, but the next action of the voice's owner filled Strawberry with regret. When did you develop the illusion that I wouldn't dare kill you? Strawberry stood momentarily stunned. In the following instant, a buzzing sound pierced the air, and Westmouse witnessed Major General Strawberry, once brimming with confidence, suddenly adorned with countless wounds, his white cloak rapidly stained crimson. Simultaneously, a figure descended from above, akin to a king's arrival, landing on the deck while drawing forth a black demonic blade, which swiftly pierced through the stunned Strawberry's chest. The Navy, the world government, are they truly so formidable? The figure's eyes glinted coldly as they uttered with a faint smile, drawing the black blade with a swift flick, causing vibrant crimson droplets to splatter upon the ground. On the other side, Westmouse sat in shock upon the deck, hardly believing his eyes as he witnessed a major general of the Navy gravely wounded and on the brink of death before him. In an instant, the entire crew of soldiers aboard the warship collapsed, rendered unconscious. All of this transpired due to the black-haired youth, who appeared as a nobleman seated at the ship's bow. Chu Han felt the gentle sea breeze brushing against his face, a sense of relief washing over him. Over the past 3 years, he had either faced the foul stench of sea kings or been engulfed in swirling sands. The serene and beautiful seascape now stirred within him a wave of reflection. Zephyr's injury, the near annihilation of the naval recruits. Who was responsible for this? How intriguing. Chu Han narrowed his eyes, savoring the tranquil sea breeze while contemplating the recent murmurs of the Navy, although not one to show mercy. He could not bring himself to wantonly slaughter hundreds of innocents, as such acts bore no benefit to him. In the New World, Zephyr was gravely injured, and the slaughter of naval soldiers. Perhaps it was a recollection of the Pirate King narrative that prompted him to think of someone, his eyes narrowing slightly, lost in thought. After a while, without turning his head, Chu Han inquired, "Is this vessel headed towards the West Sea, one of the 4 seas?" The only one still conscious was Westmouse. The remaining figures, including the Spider Major and Strawberry, lay unconscious, the former having been incapacitated by Chu Han's single kick, while the latter was grievously injured, his white cloak now soaked in blood. His survival uncertain. The other soldiers aboard the ship had succumbed instantly to the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki and the might of the voice of the Emperor. Only Westmouse remained unharmed. For Chu Han, lacking knowledge of navigation, required a guide to steer the ship. Westmouse hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. This was classified information belonging to the Navy headquarters, and should it be disclosed? Seemingly reading Westmouse's thoughts, Chu Han smirked mockingly. A rear admiral, 2 majors, and 100 elite sailors. This assembly is not unlike a demon-slaying decree. Did you truly believe I was unaware? At these words, Westmouse, emboldened by an unknown courage, exclaimed, "Since you know, why do you even ask, you monster?" Immediately regretting his outburst, Westmouse recalled how Chu Han had demonstrated his indifference toward the Navy headquarters and the world government. Chu Han paid no heed to Westmouse's words. Falling into silence instead, he brushed his fingers over his eyelids, pondering the term monster. While he could be considered one, being a hybrid with dragon lineage coursing through his veins, not entirely human, it was, without a doubt, the king among all monsters. West Sea, I hope I have not arrived too late. That a glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Han's eyes. If he were delayed, the forbidden item he sought might become utterly useless. A prospect he wished to avoid. Therefore, even if the naval forces summoned by the Demon Slaughter Order were on his trail, Chu Han was resolute in acquiring that key. The key to unlocking the forbidden demonic weapons from 8 centuries past. At that moment, in the West Sea, one of the 4 oceans, lay the island of knowledge, O'Hara. Renowned across the seas, this island was a sanctuary of erudition, gathering countless illustrious scholars from around the globe and housing 1/3 of the world's books. Virtually making it the largest library in existence. On the shores of O'Hara, a black-haired girl rescued an injured warrior from the giant race hailing from Elfab, marking the beginning of the island's tragic downfall. Meanwhile, 4 extraordinary warships departed from the naval headquarters, traversing the gates of justice towards the West Sea, with their destination set upon the island of knowledge, O'Hara. Chapter 84. The Demon Slaughter Order, 15. Subscription requested. In the unnamed waters near the West Sea, a solitary naval vessel slowly approached the island of knowledge, O'Hara. The ship housed but 2 souls, a black-haired youth appearing to be around 16 or 17, and a purple-haired man steering the helm. It was hard to fathom that such a grand naval vessel could be manned by merely 2 individuals. Yet, neither bore expressions of surprise. One exuded calmness while the other fidgeted with a box at the bow. The black-haired youth was none other than Chu Han, while the other was Wushu, a naval rear admiral whom Chu Han had intentionally retained for manual labor. Chu Han gazed thoughtfully at the red box in his hands, lost in contemplation of its contents. After fiddling with the box for a while, he suddenly inquired, "Do you suppose this box contains an ancient-type devil fruit?" Wushu, standing behind him, momentarily stunned by the question, quickly replied, "Indeed, it contains a precious ancient-type devil fruit acquired by Rear Admiral Scrowberry on a deserted island." Chu Han nodded absently, recalling the plot of the One Piece saga. It seemed that the defector Rear Admiral indeed obtained the devil fruit from a certain Vice Admiral in the original narrative. Just as they passed through the Holy Land Meriawa to reach the 4 seas, Chu Han sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from the warship, as if something were calling out to him. When he casually asked Wushu about any peculiar items aboard, Wushu's anxious demeanor revealed that something was amiss. Thus, he discovered the box containing the ancient-type devil fruit. Chu Han was not particularly concerned about the fruit itself. Even though it was more precious than a natural type, he felt no inclination towards it. After all, he possessed the power of word spirits, which bore no adverse effects, far superior to the weaknesses inherent in a devil fruit. What truly piqued his interest was the unique aura radiating from the devil fruit, akin to encountering a kindred spirit. Under normal circumstances, with a great battle imminent, Chu Han would not allow himself to be distracted by such thoughts. After all, he was to face 5 warships brimming with elite naval soldiers, alongside 2 rear admirals and a vice admiral. The Demon Slaughter Order of the world government, familiar with the Demon Slaughter Order from his previous life. Where he had been an avid fan of One Piece, Chu Han had once confronted this very order while part of Roger's pirate crew, along with even more terrifying assassins. Yet, now he stood alone, a solitary monarch facing the world, prepared to contend against legions of foes. A flicker of fiery combat spirit ignited in Chu Han's eyes, his ever-burning golden pupils shimmering with blinding radiance, as if they sensed their master's fervor. Rallying to the call, "After we pass the island ahead, we will reach O'Hara," Wushu suddenly reminded, having been keenly observing the winds and currents. Chu Han nodded in silence, tightening his grip on the black, demonic blade. Just then, an abrupt surge of pressure enveloped the entire warship, as if a king had descended upon them. Under this sudden, silent pressure, Wushu, who had been at the helm, collapsed with little resistance. "What is happening?" Chu Han grasped his heart tightly with one hand, while the other clutched the blade Murasame. Strangely, Murasame seemed to resonate with a life of its own, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chu Han's heart raced violently, matching the rhythm of his explosive blood state. Yet he had done nothing to provoke this reaction. Gradually, his consciousness dulled, and just before losing awareness, he faintly heard 2 roars in his ears, his vision blurred, and he seemed to glimpse a dragon. Not 1, but 2. Chu Han attempted to force his eyes open, but he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. in the West Sea, on the island of knowledge, O'Hara, the largest library housing the world's foremost scholars. Countless visitors had come merely to behold the all-knowing tree, which held a third of the world's knowledge. Yet today, this monumental tree was ablaze, flames soaring into the heavens, painting the sky crimson. Cough, cough, the knowledge of the world, the progress of humanity. Ha! Regardless of whether you're the world government or the Navy. Cough. One day, the fire of human curiosity will engulf the entire world, just as this burning, all-knowing tree. An elderly man with disheveled hair murmured, covering his mouth, recalling a man's words once spoken to him. Kill him! O'Hara knows too much. Just then, an aged voice echoed from a nearby transponder snail. Bang! The gunshot drowned out the old man's words, resounding across the island and extinguishing his life. Ensure not a single one escapes. Click! The transponder snail fell silent, presumably as the speaker hung up. How absurd to think one could offer a last word after violating the laws of the world government. A man clad in half a purple mask had scarcely finished relaying the words of the world government's chief officer before he erupted into a scream. It turned out he had inadvertently bitten his own tongue. Commander, the demon slaughter order is about to commence. We must retreat, or we will be caught in the crossfire. A man dressed in a black suit interjected urgently. What? Damn the demon slaughter order. Let us hasten our escape. The masked man, Spandam, frantically fled towards the coastline, where a vessel awaited him. His subordinates, clad in dark uniforms, were left pondering the absurdity of how this man had risen to the position of chief officer. Meanwhile, at the all-knowing tree, the fallen elder's eyes remained open, his lips whispering fragmented words. Robin, cough. Remember, humanity's progress will never cease. History will one day be unveiled. You must cough. You must survive. Witness the arrival of that moment. With that, the elder closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips that, in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, O'Hara was annihilated, and the wisest elder in the world, Dr. Kuroha, met his end. Simultaneously, on another front, Kazan, are you truly going to proceed with this? This is not the Navy's justice. A giant nearly 20 meters tall gazed solemnly at the approaching man, once a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. The giant now faced a man who, upon his departure from the Navy, had been merely a rear admiral, yet had since surpassed him in strength. Haguel D. Dotsaron, one of the 10 giant vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, stood before none other than Kazan, hailed as one of the youngest vice admirals in Navy history and a wielder of the ice fruit. Chapter 85. Kazan, long time no see. 25, subscription requested. Saron bore a small girl on his shoulder. The sole survivor of O'Hara and the daughter of his deceased comrade. Thus, Saron was determined to protect her at all costs, even if it meant battling the formidable naval powerhouse before him. An immense chill emanated from Kazan. The temperature of the island, which had risen due to the cannon fire, plummeting to sub-zero levels upon his arrival. Saron, as for the Navy's justice, I do not wish to comment. It exists within my heart. Kazan donned a pair of sunglasses that obscured any insight into his true thoughts, leaving one to ponder the veracity of his words. As he spoke, a chilling aura emanated from his being, gradually encasing the ground in frost. In the blink of an eye, Saron found his feet immobilized by the ice. Ah! Saron roared, straining against his frozen shackles, yet it felt as if an immense weight were pressing down upon him, rendering all his efforts futile. Hagwar, Saron, a warrior of the giant tribe and an elite among the sacred warriors of Elpab, faced an opponent of formidable stature. Kazan, one of the 3 supernovas of the Navy, the youngest vice admiral and a being whose strength rivaled that of an admiral. Futile, Saron, you cannot escape my absolute freezing. Surrender, and perhaps the world government will spare your life, considering you were once a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. The frost continued to spread over Kazan's hands, soon encasing his arms in solid ice. Saron fell silent. The phenomenon of freezing was the hallmark of a natural-type devil fruit user, signifying Kazan's seriousness. Saron, you must hand me over. The quiet black-haired girl, Robin, suddenly spoke with a somber tone. Saron, rather than reacting with anger, gazed calmly at Kazan as he approached, addressing the girl. Little Robin, remember that the sea is vast. One day, You shall encounter those who will accept, protect, and cherish you. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding washed over Robin. Her mother had spoken to her in a similar manner, shortly before she vanished from her life. Panic-stricken, Robin grasped Saron's clothing, pleading, "Saron, please don't do anything reckless. Hand me over." Saron chuckled lightly, releasing Robin before joyfully exclaiming, "Hee hee, little Robin, remember to smile like this when you're feeling down." With that, he turned to face Kazan, a terrifying giant's aura erupting from him. He was, after all, a vice admiral of the Navy, a born warrior. Boom! Kazan shook his head. Had this been 2 years prior, he would have indeed faced a considerable challenge against Saron, perhaps even requiring an arduous battle to emerge victorious. However, ever since the incident at Rog Town, Kazan's strength had significantly surged. Even against a former giant vice admiral, he was confident he could resolve the conflict in 3 moves. Saron understood he had but one opportunity. He must severely injure Kazan, for Robin's escape depended on it. The ground trembled as if sensing the giant's impending eruption. Yet before Saron could unleash his ultimate move, he was enveloped by a wave of frigid air, and in an instant, half of his body was encased in ice. Kazan approached Saron, placing his right hand gently on Saron's encased leg. Ice Age. Crack, crack, crack. Saron gazed at his gradually freezing form, an unexpected laugh reverberating through the air as if he wished for someone to hear him. Hee hee hee, one of the 10 giant vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. Hagwar Saron is dead. Not far away, Robin bore witness to this tragic event, her heart-rending cry echoing, "Saron." Alas, there was no response, for he had succumbed to the absolute zero of death. Next, it shall be you. Kazan turned to the still-present Robin. Wiping away her tears, Robin sprinted desperately, determined to survive, to live, to endure. Kazan showed no haste, moving slowly, unperturbed by the notion of her escape. Just then, a cannon blast and a thunderous roar drew the attention of both Robin and Kazan. Kazan's expression shifted dramatically as he turned toward the source of the sound, where a ship ablaze began to sink beneath the waves. Sakazuki. 2 years had passed, and once more, Kazan's heart, once icy, ignited with fury. That vessel held a shipload of innocent lives. Years ago, he had fought fiercely for the lives of over 200 sailors at Sabeti Archipelago, and today, he was incensed over this ship full of innocents. Robin, dazed, stared at the burning ship, muttering, "W, how could this happen to everyone?" Kazan's face darkened as he gazed at a distant warship, where a figure stood, an infuriating scoundrel. "After the O'Hara incident, I shall settle the score with you." Sakazuki, regaining his composure, Kazan turned to Robin, intending to eliminate her, but Saron's visage flashed through his mind. Among the Navy, aside from Vice Admirals Garp and Tsu, Saron had been his closest ally. Yet now he contemplated killing the girl Saron had fought to protect. The world is fraught with unforeseen circumstances, such as Kazan's ire ignited by Sakazuki's actions, and the timely arrival of a certain sovereign. As Kazan hesitated, he suddenly looked skyward, having sensed a powerful heartbeat with his observation Haki. Boom! In an instant, a massive pit appeared before Kazan. Within it, a figure gradually materialized, shielding the dazed Robin behind him. "Kazan, long time no see." The voice, light and familiar, bore no warmth, instead emanating a chilling aura of menace. As the dust settled, the figure emerged clearly, a black-haired youth clad in a platinum coat, appearing youthful yet exuding an overwhelming presence, as formidable as his name suggested that Kazan's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Dragon Lord." Chu Han. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the long-awaited Chu Han. Chu Han embraced little Robin tightly, activating his moonwalk to soar away from O'Hara. After all, the terrifying artillery of the Demon Slaughter Order was imminent. And when the island erupted, even his body, enhanced by dragon blood, would not withstand the devastation. Boom! 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 The sound of the air exploding resonated continuously beneath Chu Han's feet, and gradually they lost track of how far they had distanced themselves from O'Hara. Chu Han finally came to rest on an uninhabited island. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, "Damn it!" Sengoku slammed his palm on the table, his face contorted with rage as he gazed at the report before him. "Come now, Sengoku. Why are you so worked up? Anger is harmful to your health. Garp chuckled, always the jovial one, as he tossed a piece of sunbae in his mouth. Garp, you old rascal, don't eat sunbae in my office. Sengoku's forehead throbbed with veins, struggling to suppress the urge to unleash a shockwave that would send Garp flying. Come on, we have a bond. Don't be so formal. Here, let us share some sunbae. Garp continued munching, unperturbed as he shuffled his position. After tossing a piece of sunbae into his own mouth, the esteemed Fleet Admiral Sengoku addressed Garp. O'Hara has been destroyed, leaving only an 8-year-old girl as the sole survivor. Garp neither nodded nor shook his head, continuing to eat sunbae as if fearing someone might snatch it away. Sengoku had not expected Garp to speak, so he continued to murmur to himself. What exactly did those historians at O'Hara learn from the historical texts? I have no idea. Everyone involved in the execution of the death mission, including Commander Spandam, met a mysterious demise at sea. The reasons unknown. Garp's senb eating slowed imperceptibly. Observing Garp's demeanor, Sengoku sighed helplessly. I understand. 2 years ago, the incident at Rog Town left you utterly disappointed with me and the Navy, which is why you declined the promotion to Admiral and rejected all summons from the Navy headquarters and the world government. Choosing instead to eat sunbae or go on sea voyages. Garp raised his hand to correct him. It's a patrol, mind you. I've captured a considerable number of pirates, over 100 pirate crews. To be precise, the Sengoku's forehead twitched with barely contained fury. Yes, you captured over 100 pirates, yet not a single one with a bounty exceeding 100 million, and all were apprehended in the first half of the Grand Line. For a captain, this was quite normal. After all, the New World is fraught with peril, and patrolling only in the first half of the Grand Line is entirely reasonable. However, for Garp, this was unacceptable. Who is Garp? The man who has repeatedly driven the pirate king Joel D. Roger to the brink, the hero of the Navy, the strongest vice admiral known as the Iron Fist. Garp looked pitifully at Sengoku. I'm getting old. This is merely retirement. Sengoku's forehead twitched again, on the verge of an outburst. Retirement. Have you ever seen a retiree who spends all day at sea, either launching cannonballs or using small islands as punching bags? Sengoku inhaled deeply, knowing he might actually be driven to madness by this old rascal, who appeared during the O'Hara destruction incident. Sengoku cast a penetrating glance at Garp, seemingly casual. Garp paused mid-senbei bite and casually inquired, who is it that warrants such concern from you? Fleet Admiral? Sengoku, with a serious tone, replied, the former crew member of the Roger Pirates, bounty of 190 million berries. Dragon Lord, Chu Han. Garp immediately halted his actions. Memories of seeing Chu Han in Rog Town flooding back, he recalled that the 8-year-old boy's eyes held a glimmer of dominance and ambition, instilling a sense of danger. However, at that time, Garp had been thoroughly disillusioned with the Navy. Thus, he never spoke of this encounter. Chapter 87. Garp takes action. Garp did not meet Sengoku's gaze and subtly averted his eyes. Sengoku, not minding, continued. According to Kazan's report, this boy, now 10 years old. Suddenly, Sengoku recalled that it had been over 2 years since the incident at Rog Town and quickly corrected himself. This 10-year-old prodigy now possesses a demeanor rivaling that of a Navy admiral. 2 years have passed, and his strength must have undergone a tremendous transformation. Whether he possesses admiral-level power is uncertain, but considering his victory over Akainu and the others 2 years ago, he is undoubtedly comparable to an admiral. As Sengoku spoke, he reminisced about the events in Rog Town 2 years prior, when the 8-year-old black-haired boy had clashed with Akainu, wielding flame-infused slashes against him and his comrades. That moment remained vividly etched in Sengoku's mind even after the passage of time. Garp remained silent, abandoning his sunbae for the moment. Sengoku returned to the present and continued. During the O'Hara destruction, he took away the sole surviving girl, the only archaeologist in the world capable of deciphering the historical texts. You must understand what this implies, Garp. Huff. Huff. After a prolonged silence without a response, Sengoku heard an unusual sound and turned to find Garp sound asleep. Sengoku's forehead throbbed with veins, and he bellowed in fury. Garp, why shout so loudly? I'm not asleep. I can hear you. Garp grumbled, looking displeased at being roused, that a series of dark lines formed on Sengoku's forehead as he felt the urge to explode once more. Sensing the impending danger, Garp swiftly slipped away from the fleet admiral's office, leaving behind a parting remark that echoed outside. I'm off on patrol. Don't come looking for me for 3 to 5 years. Sengoku shook his head in resignation, secretly relieved, for Garp's words indicated he could rest easy. Years ago, when Garp first set out to capture the newly crowned pirate king Joel the Roger, he had said the same, not to seek him out for 3 to 5 years. This was a sentiment only Sengoku could truly comprehend. This time, you cannot escape. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The Navy hero Garp, who had once cornered the pirate king Joel D. Roger, was now set to apprehend a mere 10-year-old boy. There could be no mistake in this endeavor. Sengoku had no doubt. In the North Sea, on an unnamed island, this moment, Chu Han remained oblivious to the monumental danger approaching him. And even if he were aware, he lacked the time to concern himself with it. Chu Han felt as if he were engulfed in flames, the dragon blood within him activated, boiling like scalding water. His heart raced violently, as if it would leap from his chest. Ding! Warning, warning! The host's dragon lineage is undergoing a transformation for unknown reasons. The process is unclear, and the consequences are uncertain. Chu Han was in so much pain he could not utter a word. His mind filled with a cacophony of roaring dragons. Transformation, unknown reasons. What is happening? Suddenly, Chu Han threw his head back and roared, golden flames erupting around him, enveloping his form, as the eternal flames of his golden eyes ignited. And his blood boiled completely. Ding! Warning, warning! Unknown language awakening. Dragon lineage evolving. Golden eyes igniting. Language awakening. Is it the one obtained on the warship? Why has it awakened so suddenly? Alas, Chu Han could no longer articulate his thoughts. As he succumbed to unconsciousness once more in the South Sea, on Parker Island, in the town of Catras, a small black-haired girl cheerfully spoke to an elderly woman. Thank you, Grandpa Leyland. I'm off now. After bidding farewell to the blind old man, the girl happily raced toward the seaside. The kind old man Leyland called after her, Be careful. Got it. The girl's voice echoed from a distance, signaling she had already ventured far away. Old Leyland, has little Robin come by again? A young man in denim asked, noticing the old man's cheerful demeanor. Yes, she just left. She should be heading to the beach, old Leyland replied, smiling. Oh, to the beach? She must be going to see her brother. Indeed, it is indeed peculiar. That little boy has remained in a state of coma for a full 3 years without sustenance, yet he has not perished. Even the town's physician finds it strange. Who can say? Meanwhile, a little girl, having swiftly dashed to the coastline, cautiously surveyed her surroundings before making her way toward a quaint wooden cottage by the beach, one she had painstakingly constructed over the course of a month 3 years prior. This little girl is none other than Nico Robin, the sole survivor of the O'Hara catastrophe and the world's only archaeologist capable of deciphering historical texts 3 years ago, after O'Hara was obliterated by the Buster Call. She was rescued by a figure named Chu Han from the clutches of Kazan and brought to an unnamed island in the North Sea. Little did they know that island was, in fact, a colossal island turtle. Upon awakening, Robin discovered that the island turtle had transported them from the North Sea to this island, Parker, in the South Sea. Although Robin is unaware of Chu Han's identity, she knows he saved her life at the critical moment, which is why she has devoted herself to caring for the comatose Chu Han over the past 3 years. Regrettably, despite the passage of time, Chu Han shows no signs of awakening, remaining in a deep slumber. Big brother, when will you awaken? Robin gazed at the unconscious Chu Han, retrieving a handkerchief she had long prepared to gently wipe his body. Over these 3 years, due to Chu Han's unresponsive state, she has been unable to feed him properly, managing only to provide him with water. Occasionally, some inebriated townsfolk would offer her alcohol to give to Chu Han, resulting in him remaining unaffected while she would end up tipsy. Initially, Robin was quite shy, as she was precocious and understood many things at a tender age. Although she was bashful at first, she gradually grew accustomed to it, leading to a natural habit of care. Alas, he must awaken. 3 years have already passed. With a hint of melancholy, Robin gazed at Chu Han, feeling that such a prolonged state without food or drink was not sustainable. After all, humans are made of flesh and blood. and it is inevitable that issues will arise if this continues. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Robin, Chu Han's eyelids fluttered slightly, as if he were on the verge of awakening. Chapter 88. The word spirit, blaze, 55. Subscription requested. In the South Sea, on Parker Island, there exists a small island unknown to the world government, and even the nearby town of Treacherous remains a secret that on this tranquil island, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the world, two remarkable children reside. Robin, observing the still unconscious Chu Han, let out a soft sigh before exiting the wooden cottage to gather food and water, for dusk was approaching, and she would feel frightened if she did not prepare before midnight. Curiously, the residents of Treacherous often spoke of sightings of sea kings and ferocious beasts near the coast, yet for 3 years, Robin had encountered none. This led the townsfolk to marvel at her good fortune. Whenever this topic arose, Robin would proudly declare, "It is because my brother is formidable. All the wild beasts and monsters flee in his presence." The villagers would merely chuckle, pondering how powerful a mere child of 12 or 13 could truly be, unaware of the reality that the island's fauna and the sea kings had fled due to sensing the draconic aura emanating from Chu Han. After Robin left the cottage, Chu Han, who had been lying in a state of unconsciousness for 3 long years, suddenly opened his eyes, quietly observing Robin outside the window. In truth, Chu Han had awakened long before Robin's return. No, he had been conscious all along, as he had never truly lost awareness. 3 years prior, the draconic blood within him had inexplicably begun to undergo a metamorphosis, rendering him unable to control his body, trapped in a state where he was fully aware, yet completely immobile, unable even to speak or open his eyes. Thus, he had been perceived as comatose for the past 3 years. This peculiar condition had allowed Robin to act with bravery, engaging in those unusual behaviors. Unlike Robin, Chu Han was aware, but could not refuse, caught in a unique state of being, mute and motionless. Thus, he could only passively endure Robin's attentions. Even now, as he reflected on those moments, he felt a strange sensation, one that could almost be described as warmth. Such a term appearing in the context of a highborn hybrid with a legacy of bloodshed is indeed remarkable. Chu Han had always been a solitary king, steadily progressing toward the highest throne, symbolizing power and authority, treading upon a battlefield littered with bones. Suddenly, the lonely sovereign was no longer alone. A diminutive figure approached him, grasping his hand and guiding him upward, toward the heights, toward the abyss. "Nico Robin." Chu Han softly murmured her name, his eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. For years, he had been unable to move, and it was only about 2 hours before Robin's return that he regained control of his body. That moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host Bloodline transformation complete. Bloodline has reached the limit of an A-class hybrid. Classified as a second-generation dragon." Chu Han paused, taken aback, and before he could fully process the information, the system's voice resonated again. "Ding! Unknown word spirit. Dragon's flame blaze has awakened." Chu Han blinked and clenched his fists slightly, a rare expression of bemusement appearing on his face. The word spirit blaze, while not documented within draconic lore, it had been mentioned in novels of yore, recounting instances of absurd heroism during times when school regulations were less stringent, such as a boy adorned with alchemical devices wreaking havoc on a secretive gang that worshipped the dragon race, igniting flames akin to hundreds of tons of fuel on the streets of New York. Heroics that ended with the villain facing justice, yet the aftermath costing millions to rectify. However, the system's classification of Chu Han's evolution as a second-generation dragon was a clear indication of how it regarded him, entirely as a dragon. Chu Han shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts, and solemnly inquired, "System, why has my draconic bloodline undergone this sudden transformation? Furthermore, what prompted the awakening of the word spirit blaze?" These questions had plagued him throughout his 3-year slumber, leaving him genuinely bewildered. After a moment of silence, the system's mechanical voice responded once more. Due to the intervention of an unknown dragon, the host's draconic bloodline was stimulated, leading to activation and subsequent transformation. With that, the system fell silent. Yet, this was sufficient. Chu Han began to grasp the nature of the events that had transpired within him. The unknown dragon. Could it possibly refer to the dragon on Military Ship Island or the ancient demon fruit? Chu Han recalled his encounters with the enigmatic power of the dragon shrouded in the millennia-old dragon tomb and the ancient demon fruit he had seized aboard the naval vessel. According to the weasel, it was an ancient type of dragon fruit, a zoan-type devil fruit, far more precious than even the natural types. When he had come into contact with that dragon fruit, he had indeed felt an extraordinary affinity, as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. Devil fruit, dragon, unknown dragon, the activation of draconic blood. Chu Han furrowed his brow, contemplating the connections among these elements, yet found no substantial links. Devil fruit. Wait! Suddenly, a spark ignited in Chu Han's mind as he considered a possibility. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If that were the case, then all that had transpired within him could be explained. However, to confirm this theory, he must carefully investigate the nature of that ancient devil fruit. Chu Han pondered for a moment before deciding to take a month for recuperation, while also familiarizing himself with any significant events that may have transpired at sea over the past 3 years. After all, the destruction of O'Hara must have caused considerable ripples. The island of Parker, situated in the South China Sea, was so obscure that even the world government was unaware of it. The newspaper birds seldom visited. And with little Robin not reading the papers, Chu Han was entirely oblivious to everything that had occurred during these 3 years. Thus, he had no choice but to... Suddenly, Chu Han furrowed his brow slightly, gazing toward a certain direction by the shore. The spirit of words, Scythe, had been activated even during his unconscious state, ensuring that any ferocious sea beasts approaching the island were directly frightened off by his spirit of words. Emperor. After he awoke, the spirit of words, Scythe, remained active, and, just moments ago, a wind spirit sensed that a few individuals had arrived at the seaside, seemingly targeting little Robin. Chapter 89. The Bounty of 200 Million. 15. Subscription requested in the Grand Line, South China Sea, Parker Island. Little Robin was foraging for wild fruits and vegetables, and fortune favored her as she had just caught a crucian carp, paired with some wild greens. It would make a delightful pot of fish soup. However, for some reason, her cheeks flushed slightly. She chided herself for such frivolous thoughts and resolved to continue gathering wild vegetables as dusk approached. Glancing at the sky, little Robin hurriedly grabbed her small basket and dashed toward the direction of the wooden cabin. Over the years, due to her daily foraging, the area around the cabin had been stripped bare, and for the past 6 months, she had been preparing her meals near the coastline. Not far from little Robin, a black-haired youth radiating an aura of chilling cold stood quietly beneath a tree, watching her depart in silence. Suddenly, without turning his head, the youth coldly commanded, "Speak of what you know." The boy was none other than the recently awakened Chu Han. Behind him stood several young men wielding machetes and ropes, who had previously harbored ill intentions toward little Robin but were swiftly subdued by Chu Han's spirit of words. Emperor, leaving them powerless to retaliate. We do not know much, only that recently, the Navy has arrived in the town, declaring that Catalast Town is now under the jurisdiction of the world government. A man dressed in Western cowboy attire stammered. Upon closer inspection, he was the same man who had sought information about little Robin's whereabouts. The Navy? Chu Han narrowed his eyes slightly. Since a year prior, he had reduced his surveillance over the town, only occasionally sending Scythe to check in. He hadn't anticipated such a significant oversight. The Navy's presence here indicated that. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Han spoke again. Continue. With his mastery of observation Haki and the spirit of words, Emperor, Chu Han was unperturbed by the possibility of deception. If they dared to lie, he would simply eliminate them. He was not a merciful ruler. Yes, the cowboy man wisely refrained from lying, having discerned that as long as the youth before him, who had shaken the very seas, was awake, not even the sea kings could contend with him. Chu Han stared expressionlessly at the ocean, his mind racing through these matters, formulating a course of action. He had already knocked out the villagers and cast them into the sea. If fortune smiled upon them, they would be devoured by sea kings, but if not, they would drift to a deserted island, ending their lives there. Chu Han remained indifferent to the fate of those villagers, or indeed to the lives of all humanity. He was a solitary king, deeming anything without utility as having no value of existence. For reasons unknown, a fleeting image of little Robin crossed his mind. causing a slight ripple on the otherwise tranquil surface of the lake. Swiftly, Chu Han retracted all his thoughts and, after a moment's contemplation, made his way toward the wooden cabin. The intelligence he had just acquired was too vague. He needed to reach a proper island as soon as possible, or perhaps intercept a newspaper bird directly 3 days later, South China Sea, Parker Island. Goodbye, Grandpa Leyland. I will return to see you if the opportunity arises. Little Robin exclaimed.